Outside the awakening hall of the Ninth High School in the Mist Sea Bay city of the Ninth Domain, 14 teams stood in perfect formation like a disciplined military unit. The school leaders were already in place. A towering, muscular man, his voice resonating across the square, addressed the students. Listen up, everyone. I'll keep it brief. Follow the order. Once you've completed your awakening, leave immediately. No daydreaming or wasting time. This man was none other than Zhao Hai, the principal of the Ninth High School and its sole Tier 2 combat professional. True to his word, he didn't say another unnecessary sentence. The dean vigilantly observed the scene before giving a decisive wave to signal the beginning. Under the guidance of their mentors, the students entered the awakening hall in an orderly manner. This was the ultimate opportunity for the human race on Blue Star. As long as the soul had fully matured, one could achieve a 100 success rate in awakening their innate talent. Though talents varied in quality, every individual had the chance to become a professional and grow stronger. Today's Blue Star could truly be described as a world where everyone had the potential to become a dragon. The elite classes had already completed their awakening the day before. Today, it was the turn of the 14 regular classes. The first student, a robust young man, strode into the hall. The massive holy energy crystal, about the size of a water tank, embedded in the hall's ceiling, began to emit a faint glow. A cascade of milky white light enveloped the student. Moments later, a red light appeared above the crystal, revealing the image of a menacing, bloodthirsty blade. Xiao Wu. Awakening time, 7 seconds. Talent, excellent. Awakened offensive combat profession talent, announced the mentor. The principal's face broke into a satisfied smile at this auspicious start to the ceremony. Wow, 7 seconds? That's insane. I'm so jealous. With a talent like his, he's set for life. Wait, did you just say eat spicy? It's eat well and drink spicy, isn't it? Actually, the spicy refers to strong liquor because it burns your throat. So it's drink spicy. Get away from me. I'm not talking to a nerd like you. Bai Jin listened to his classmates' chatter, feeling a pang of envy. While everyone could awaken, the quality of one's talent determined their destiny far more critical than the college entrance exams of the past. Xiao Wu exited the hall, brimming with excitement, only to be smacked back to his senses by his mentor. Don't reveal the specifics of your talent to anyone. Did all the lessons we taught you just go to waste? Immediately after, a swarm of recruiters from various pioneering academies surrounded Xiao Wu, offering him invitations. The awakening ceremony continued, with each student's fate unfolding differently. Li He awakened a forging talent with a 3-second duration, gaining only offers from technical schools. Wang Bo and Li Xiaoli both had 1-second ordinary low-grade auxiliary talents. Even the class monitor, Wang Dong, whom the homeroom teacher had high hopes for, could only awaken a 1-second combat profession talent. Crestfallen, he left the hall. Unbelievable. The class monitor ended up with the worst 1-second combat talent. The weakest combat talent? That's even worse than a low-grade auxiliary talent. He's doomed to be at the very bottom. Hey, Bai Jin, don't feel bad. With your looks and physique, even if you awaken the weakest talent, some powerful female professional will probably end up taking care of you. As the students continued discussing Bai Jin's appearance, someone mentioned his well-known aunt and his cousin, the campus beauty. Suddenly, another student blurted out with a bold confession. We're about to graduate, so I'll just say I've dreamed about Bai Jin's face. And not just once or twice. Bai Jin had long grown accustomed to the murmurs and gossip around him. Bai Jin, you're up next. Get ready. A gentle voice sounded beside him. Class teacher Li Ying approached gracefully, her elegant demeanor catching the attention of the boys nearby, their gazes filled with admiration. As a mature and sophisticated woman, Li Ying exuded an irresistible charm. Widowed with no children, financially stable, and known for her kind disposition, she embodied a combination of traits that held a unique allure for the adolescent boys in her class, far surpassing the appeal of their youthful female peers. After Feng Menglong, who was ahead of him, stepped forward, Bai Jin took a deep breath and walked quickly into the awakening hall. In an instant, a milky white glow enveloped him completely, and a warm current surged through his body. This was the most critical moment of the awakening era. Silently, he prayed for the light to last a little longer. In this post-apocalyptic age of professional awakenings, power was everything. While he could rely on his aunt's protection as a minor, awakening meant that he would soon need to stand on his own as a man. The warmth coursed through him, and Bai Jin could clearly feel his body undergoing enhancement. This was the essence of the awakening process, the transformation of the body into an awakened form imbued with the power of rules. As the awakening time exceeded 1 second, he felt a small sense of relief. At least he wasn't at the lowest level. But in the second, something unexpected occurred. Within the endless glow of white light, a surge of violent energy suddenly poured into him, as if trying to tear him apart. Bai Jin, male, awakening time, 3 seconds. Talent, average, mid-level. Awakened with a combat profession talent, the timing teacher announced. Bai Jin walked out of the hall, his face a mix of fear and numbness. Baijin, 3 seconds is already quite good. Don't be discouraged. Come over here. Liang comforted him gently, quickly sending out a message as she spoke. Outside the school gates, Baijin's aunt and Lu Ruyan waited quietly. A phone notification chimed, and both leaned in to check the message. Mom, my brother awakened with an average talent, but it's a combat profession. Lu Ruyan exclaimed excitedly. Yes, I see. Her mother replied with a relieved sigh. Average talent is fine. With our family's circumstances, your brother will live a comfortable life as a wealthy man. But Mom, isn't having a higher talent better? That way, my brother could protect himself in the future, Lu Ruyan asked, puzzled. Her mother gently tapped her daughter's smooth forehead. Silly girl, unless it's a heaven-grade talent like yours, the better the talent, the higher the risk of death. They don't get as many resources and have to fight for everything with their lives. Understanding dawned on Lu Ruyan. I see now, Mom. Don't worry. They'll make sure to protect both you and my brother. Your brother has always been obedient since he was young, but at this age, boys tend to believe they can defy fate through sheer effort, their mother said with a hint of worry in her voice. I just don't want him to act rashly in a moment of impulse. With ordinary talent, the ceiling is so low. Even if he had the best equipment and skills, going to another world would only attract the envy of other professionals. Besides, her voice trailed off as she looked at her son's delicate features, a trace of unease flashing in her eyes. He's far too good-looking. If he were to encounter evil creatures like goblins, the consequences could be unimaginable. Don't worry, Mom, the daughter said firmly. With me and my heavenly-level talent, they'll make sure our family lives the safest life possible. Next, the voice of the instructor broke her train of thought. One by one, another 10 students took their turns awakening their talents, each confirming a trash-tier talent within just a second. But then, something unexpected happened. Crack! A strange shattering sound came from above. Everyone looked up to see the massive holy energy crystal at the top of the awakening hall suddenly covered in countless cracks. What the? How did the holy energy crystal break? The instructor responsible for monitoring the process was dumbfounded. Crash! Shards of the crystal rained down like a storm, striking the ground and leaving a deep pit. Thud! With a heavy sound, the burly principal, Zhao Hai, rushed in. This formidable second-tier combat professional, known for his strength and authority, appeared unusually perplexed. I've overseen more than a dozen cohorts of students, and I've never seen anything like this. He picked up a piece of the shattered crystal and took a deep breath. Send the students home for now. He'll report this to the higher-ups and arrange for a replacement holy energy crystal. The instructors quickly began organizing the students who hadn't completed their awakening to leave the hall. You there, the principal said kindly to a dazed-looking boy. Please wait for me in my office. He'll be back shortly. Baijin strode quickly toward the school gates, fully aware of the real reason the holy energy crystal had shattered. But for now, this secret was something he couldn't reveal to anyone. Baijin stared at the attribute panel that appeared before him, his brows slightly furrowed. As a beginner of the Blue Star human race, his basic attributes were no different from other awakeners. Tier 0, Level 1. With only 100 health points, a physical strength of 1 point corresponding to 1 point of strength, constitution, agility, and a health regeneration rate of 1 point per second. However, when his gaze swept over the soul attribute, an unusual value caught his attention. Normally, 1 point of soul strength should correspond to 100 mana points, yet his mana points reached an astonishing 1100. Even more surprising, his mana regeneration rate was an incredible 11 points per second. The secret behind all of this lay in his unique talent supreme summoning. This powerful talent not only granted him extraordinary summoning abilities, but also provided remarkable enhancements. All summoning-related skills would receive exceptional modifications. Summoned creatures would always be in a state of peak development, and they would possess special traits. The basic effects of this talent were even more astonishing. The casting speed of summoning skills was increased tenfold, and cooldown times were reduced by 90. Most impressively, his base mana points and mana regeneration rate were boosted by an extraordinary 1,000. At this moment, 3 selectable talent effects appeared before Baijin. Earth level effect. Designate a summoning skill to gain the ability to summon 100-fold. Heaven level effect. Designate a summoning skill to enhance all attributes of the summoned creatures by 200. Yellow level effect. Designate a summoning skill to increase the summoned creatures' levels by 10. The combination of these values signaled the rise of a powerful summoner. A faint smile unconsciously appeared on Baijin's lips. She knew this was the beginning of something exceptional. Baijin stared at his talent panel, his fingers trembling slightly. A single talent with multiple effects and unique traits. This was something unheard of in the history of Awakeners. A wave of fear surged in his chest. A man without sin, yet guilty of his treasure. With his status as an ordinary student and his lack of background, there was no way he could protect such an absurdly powerful talent. The Awakener system had been established for over 2 centuries, and all talents had long been classified into strict levels. The awakening time for ordinary talents range from 1 to 4 seconds, with 12 seconds being considered lower tier, 3 seconds as mid-tier, and 4 seconds as upper tier. Starting at 5 seconds, talents were classified as excellent, followed by exceptional at 1019 seconds, perfect at 2029 seconds, yellow grade at 3039 seconds, profound grade at 4049 seconds, earth grade at 5059 seconds, and finally, heaven grade at 6069 seconds. Just yesterday, his cousin Lu Rian had awakened with a time of 1 minute and 9 seconds, placing her at the very pinnacle of the heaven grade. Bai Jin looked down at his talent panel, his brows furrowed deeply. Ever since he was young, he would occasionally have strange thoughts, like how his cousin's name seemed oddly mismatched, though he couldn't pinpoint why. Now, that bizarre question mark next to his talent made his heart race with unease. The first talent effect alone summoned creatures would always possess traits completely defied conventional understanding. Traits were supposed to be an exclusive hallmark of heaven-grade talents. Even more shocking was the talent trait itself, the ability to choose an additional talent effect with every level gained. Bai Jin's palms were damp with cold sweat. The 3 selectable talent effects currently displayed were enough to make his scalp tingle. Particularly the first option, designate a summoning skill to lock in 100-fold summoning. He couldn't help but imagine if he learned to summon dragons. Wouldn't that mean summoning 100 dragons simultaneously? The mere thought of 100 dragons breathing fire at once was enough to send chills down his spine. Even if he took a step back and chose to summon fairies or succubi, with the 100-fold summoning effect, he could easily open a massive spa resort. Clenching his fists, Bai Jin tried to calm his racing heart. The shattering of the sacred energy crystal was clearly due to the overwhelming surge of energy during his awakening. The first second felt like a gentle breeze, but the second and third seconds were like a Category 18 hurricane roaring through. That force seemed intent on tearing apart his very soul, which was the source of his deepest fear, though he had no understanding of why it happened. Fortunately, his awakening time was only 3 seconds, a perfectly ordinary figure that matched his identity as a student in the regular class. Even luckier, the sacred energy crystal had lasted through the awakenings of 10 more students before it finally shattered, with the last student being personally summoned by the principal. This allowed Bai Jin to temporarily breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, as he sat there with a heavy heart, his expression remained tense, his mind clouded with unease and apprehension. At the school gate, 2 graceful figures stood elegantly. Their presence seemed to draw an invisible boundary within a 10-meter radius. There was no one, while beyond that, a dense crowd of men and women had gathered. Admission staff and passers-by unconsciously held their breath, afraid to disturb the serene atmosphere. Brother, the younger of the 2, suddenly broke the silence. As soon as Bai Jin appeared, the girl rushed to his side like a gust of wind, naturally wrapping her arm around his. The more mature and poised woman also smiled gently and walked over gracefully, linking her arm through Bai Jin's other side. Teacher Liang has already sent a message to your aunt, the mature woman said softly. Having a less remarkable talent isn't necessarily a bad thing. From your aunt's perspective, it might even be a blessing in disguise. The casualty rate among those with high-level talents is far higher than that of those with lower-level talents. Sometimes, being ordinary can be a form of fortune. Bai Jin nodded slightly. Aunt, I understand. It's just that compared to my little sister, I feel like I've fallen short and embarrassed you. Brother, Mom and I already expected this. We basically figured it out 2 years ago when you were assigned to your high school classes. The younger girl said cheerfully before her mother lightly tapped her on the forehead. Mom, be gentle. You talk too much. Your brother's awakening time was 3 seconds, which is already excellent in the regular class. It's much better than those who only managed 1 or 2 seconds, her mother replied. In this warm and comforting atmosphere, Bai Jin's previously anxious and uneasy feelings gradually eased. A low-profile, yet luxurious car roared away from the school gate, leaving behind a crowd of reluctant onlookers. It wasn't until the car disappeared from sight that the crowd seemed to snap out of their daze and began chattering animatedly. She really deserves her spot on the absolute beauty rankings. I feel like no other woman will ever catch my eye again. My wife at home sigh. How am I supposed to face her now? Her daughter's beauty isn't any less stunning, and she awakened with a top-tier heavenly level talent. The Valkyrie Pioneer Academy has already specially recruited her. That's the most prestigious school in the entire 9th domain. With a daughter like that, her status has only risen. I doubt anyone would dare mess with her now. Now? Are you new to Misty Sea Base City? Yeah, I am. Did I say something wrong? With a woman that stunning, how could no one pursue her? It's just that people like us aren't qualified to even try. Are you blind? Didn't you see the jade token hanging from her waist? What jade token? I was too busy staring at her face. Tell me about it. Let me warn you. Look all you want, but don't speak recklessly. The token she wore is a first-class Guardian Jade token granted by the Valkyrie Corps. With that token, no one in Misty Sea Base City would dare show her any disrespect. A first-class Guardian Jade token? From the Valkyrie Corps? How is that possible? Why would someone of her caliber even be in a small place like Misty Sea-based city? This is her hometown. Who was that young man just now? How could he be treated like that? Both of his arms were being held. Could he be the descendant of some top-tier big shot? Stop guessing blindly. That's her nephew, her biological nephew, raised by her since he was a child. He's practically like a son to her. Her biological nephew? That's such a letdown. Couldn't it be? That would have been too thrilling. When Bai Jin returned home, he sat gravely in the center of the sofa. His aunt and cousin, Lu Ruyan, flanked him on either side, surrounding him. The living room was filled with an indescribable tension. Brother, what kind of talent did you awaken? Lu Ruyan finally couldn't suppress her curiosity, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Their aunt also subtly perked up her ears, leaning forward slightly. Bai Jin slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping between the two. Aunt, Ruyan, I awakened a combat-type talent, specifically a void summoner. This answer left Lu Ruyan looking unexpectedly calm, but their aunt's expression froze for a brief moment. Void summoner, she repeated, her tone slightly hesitant. Well, that's not bad either. Taking a deep breath, their aunt shifted to a more professional demeanor. Summoners fall under the more specialized mage-type professions. Their abilities are heavily reliant on their summoned creatures. A powerful summoner can indeed be devastatingly strong, but she paused briefly. Your talent is of an average, mid-tier level. If you choose the combat path, even if I provide you with the best equipment and skills, it will be very challenging. Xiao Jin, what are your plans for the future? Bai Jin clenched his fists, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Aunt, I want to try the combat path. If it really doesn't work out, I'll consider finding a job. A job? Their aunt waved her hand dismissively, her lips curling into a doting smile. There's no need for that. Supporting you for a lifetime is no trouble for me at all. Besides, you have your sister. When she starts earning, her salary will be more than enough for you. Exactly, Lu Ruyan chimed in excitedly. Don't worry, brother. I have a top-tier talent, and when I join the Valkyrie Corps in the future, money won't be an issue. You'll never run out of it. Their aunt's expression suddenly turned serious. But there's one thing you must remember. Never reveal the specifics of your talent to anyone, not even to me or Ruyan. Bai Jin nodded repeatedly. This was an ironclad rule during the pioneering era of Blue Star, especially for newly awakened professionals. He understood the reasoning behind it all too well. There had been cases of individuals awakening mid-tier talents with unique abilities, such as resurrection talents that could revive recently fallen professionals at the cost of drastically shortening their own lifespan. Such talents often attracted the greed of various factions, leading to countless tragedies. This was the very reason for the rule's existence. All right, their aunt said, standing up. Ruyan, come help me prepare lunch. Xiao Jin, take some time to collect your thoughts. A weaker talent isn't the end of the world. With us around, we can make up for it with equipment and skills. Before leaving, Lu Ruyan made a point to place a freshly peeled apple into Bai Jin's hand. In the kitchen, their aunt quickly pulled out her phone to send a message, glaring at her daughter when she tried to sneak a peek. Meanwhile, Bai Jin opened his class group chat and sent a message to his homeroom teacher, Liang. Teacher, I'd like to apply for a summoning skill book, preferably one that's good for both defense and offense. All right, Bai Jin, I understand. I'll pick out a good summoning skill book for you right away. Class teacher Liang replied promptly. Her quick response clearly demonstrated the special attention given to newly awakened professionals. As a newly awakened professional, Bai Jin was entitled to a free skill book of a specific type. Once he received this initial skill book, he could decide which of the 3 talent effects to choose. Although he was currently leaning towards the 100-fold summoning effect, the other 2 effects also had their own appeal, especially the second one, a profound great effect in all attribute boost of 200 for summoned creatures. This qualitative enhancement could sometimes be more valuable than a mere numerical advantage. Meanwhile, at the governor's residence in the Mist Sea-based city, the principal of 9th High School, Zhao Hai, was carefully placing the shattered fragments of a holy energy crystal in front of the governor. Despite his imposing authority at school, he did not dare to lift his head in the presence of the governor. Holy energy crystals can break. I thought you could just replenish them when the energy runs out. The burly governor, Lei Hong, muttered to himself in confusion. Zhao Hai remained standing with his head bowed. I'll take care of this, Lei Hong said in a deep voice. Take a new holy energy crystal back with you. This was probably caused by Lu Ruyan, who awakened yesterday at your school. Also, bring me the student who awakened just before the crystal broke. Remember, approach them kindly, don't scare the kid. Just as Zhao Hai was about to leave, Lei Hong checked his phone and suddenly said, Wait, Tang Yun just sent a message. She wants you to prepare more summoning skill book options for that student named Bai Jin. Bring back all the summoning skill books we have. Understood. Zhao Hai responded respectfully. Not long after, Bai Jin saw a notice posted by teacher Li Ying in the class group chat. A new holy energy crystal has been installed in the awakening hall. Students who haven't awakened yet should visit as soon as possible. Please report any required skill books or other items, which will be distributed together tomorrow morning. By lunchtime, a table full of delicious dishes, as exquisite as those from a five-star hotel, was laid out. These culinary masterpieces were all prepared by his younger sister, Lu Ruyan, while their aunt had taken a supporting role in the kitchen. After the meal, Bai Jin volunteered to wash the dishes, with Lu Ruyan assisting him, while their aunt reclined comfortably on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. A speed-type professional courier delivered a package. Couriers with speed-related talents were a highly polarized group. Among professional top-tier ones were unmatched, while ordinary ones were just slightly faster than regular people. Although considered a lower-tier profession, their income was over 200 higher than that of ordinary couriers, making them relatively well-paid within the working class. They were also popular in the marriage market. Some could even afford to have multiple wives. Rian, this package is for you. Mom already opened it. It's a special recruitment reward from the Valkyrie Pioneering Academy. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian immediately ran over. She was long accustomed to her mother opening her packages without asking. Brother, come and look. Lu Rian exclaimed excitedly, clutching a gift from the Valkyrie Pioneer Academy in her hands. Bai Jin quickly walked over at her call, only to see his cousin carefully holding a skill book that radiated a pure, dazzling glow. This is a perfect grade holy light strike. Lu Rian caressed the pages fondly. The only downside is it requires 8 skill points to learn, and I only have 1 right now. Standing nearby, Bai Jin couldn't help but swallow hard. As someone with an average talent rating, he could only apply for ordinary quality skill books. These regular skill books required just 1 skill point to master, but they were worlds apart from the perfect grade ones. He knew all too well that if he revealed his true talent, countless factions would vie to recruit him. Yet, the unbreakable rule of initial awakening for professionals forbade such disclosure. Even his exceptionally talented cousin Lu Rian kept her specific talent attributes a secret, known only to herself. Not even her mother Bai Jin's aunt was privy to the details. This was the rule. While talent grades were determined at awakening, the specific attributes always remained the personal knowledge of the awakened. Oh my gosh! Lu Rian's sudden exclamation interrupted Bai Jin's thoughts. This holy light robe and holy light staff are incredible. Both are yellow tier equipment and only require 1 sole attribute point to bind. Plus, they come with the holy light shield and holy radiant skills. She couldn't stop admiring the gear. The Valkyrie Pioneer Academy truly lives up to its reputation as one of the top 10 elite academies. These must have been custom-made. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Lu Rian turned to ask, Mom, what about the special recruitment bonus? Do I need to get a bank card for it? Her eyes sparkled as she glanced at Bai Jin. Brother, once we get the money, let's go on a shopping spree. Rian, her mother said, holding up an unmarked bank card with a special emblem. The money is right here. You don't really need anything right now, so we'll keep it safe for you. Oh, Lu Rian pouted briefly, but quickly perked up. She gently pressed the exquisite staff against her forehead, completing the soul binding process. Then, she performed the same ritual for the holy light robe, binding it with equal care. All right, you've seen everything, haven't you? If there's nothing else, don't linger in my house. Aunt suddenly spoke, her tone leaving no room for argument. Bai Jin and his younger sister, Lu Rian, were about to say something when a subtle ripple appeared in the living room, accompanied by the faint sound of splashing water. A figure materialized out of thin air. It was a tall woman dressed in an intricate mage robe. Her appearance and demeanor far outshone by Jin's teacher, Liang. However, in the presence of Aunt and Rian, her radiance seemed to dim, overshadowed by their undeniable presence and strength. Time is of the essence. This is part of my duty, the mage-clad woman stated bluntly. Everything is ready. When will your daughter advance to Tier 1 and leave with us? Aunt ignored her question and instead spoke meaningfully. And what about the other one? Still hiding. Before her words fully settled, another figure appeared beside the sofa, much to the astonishment of Bai Jin and Lu Rian. This woman was entirely different from the mage. Clad in lightweight battle armor, her entire being exuded a sharp, lethal aura, clearly marking her as a formidable assassin. She wore a mask, concealing her face, but her tall and commanding presence still drew attention. It was then that Bai Jin realized the significance of Ant's earlier warnings to keep his talent a secret. There had been powerful individuals stationed in the house all along. He quickly deduced that these two must have arrived yesterday, when Rian's high school class experienced their talent awakening. After all, the emergence of a heaven-tier talent was no trivial matter. The absence of protection would have been far more alarming. A talent of this caliber would undoubtedly attract fierce competition from various factions. The so-called trials and formalities were merely a pretense. The delayed special recruitment reward was likely due to the preparation of exclusive equipment tailored to Rian's Holy Light Talenta, Holy Light Robe, and staff, requiring minimal soul strength. As for why no factions dared to compete openly, it was undoubtedly because of the Valkyrie Battle Corps' first-class Guardian Jade pendant hanging from Ant's waist, a symbol of overwhelming deterrence. I want to wait until my brother gets his skill book tomorrow morning, so we can level up together, Lu Ruyan said firmly. The mage's expression darkened. Lu Ruyan, you possess a heaven tier talent. We are under orders to take you to the main city as soon as possible. Your safety is of utmost importance. Let's not waste any more time. The elite leveling team is already prepared. You can advance to tier 1 first, and once you're done, I'll arrange for them to help your brother level up. Does that work? Noticing the slight furrow in Ruyan's brow, Baijin quickly tugged at her sleeve. Don't be stubborn. Advance to tier 1 and leave here first. Your safety will only be guaranteed once you're in the main city. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ruyan gave a small nod. Ruyan, let's go. The sooner you leave, the better. Lu Ruyan nodded silently, no longer refusing. The female mage then grabbed her arm, and a ripple spread through the air. In an instant, the two disappeared from where they stood. At the same time, the elusive female assassin quietly left as well. Auntie, have they been staying at our house since yesterday? Baijin couldn't help but ask, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. His aunt nodded lightly. Yes, they're both members of the Valkyrie battle squad. After Ruyan awakened her talent yesterday, they teleported here from the main city. The equipment just arrived today. I suppose they got a bit impatient waiting, so they decided to test things out. I didn't expect them to stay here the whole time. There was a trace of dissatisfaction in her tone. Baijin's lips twitched slightly. It was one thing for women to stay at home, but as a man, the thought that these two powerful figures might have seen something they shouldn't have made him feel somewhat awkward. Especially since he was already feeling the pressure he still had to attend the ordinary class awakening session that morning. Auntie, is that mage a spatial type? And what about the assassin? What level are they? I couldn't sense their presence at all, Baijin asked curiously. Xiao Jin, I'm not entirely sure about the details, but I can tell you this tier, both tier 4 powerhouses. Tier 4. Baijin gasped in shock. In the Wuhai base city, which had a population of 30 million, even the strongest known official, Governor Lei Hong, was only a tier 3 general. Tier 4 powerhouses, however, had unique titles. They were known as king level. Mages were called mage kings, warriors were battle kings, assassins were assassination kings, and support professionals were referred to as healers kings. Each one was a renowned figure. Seeing his astonishment, his aunt explained, Ruyan possesses a heaven-grade talent. It's only natural for her to receive some attention. While the base city is relatively safe, she won't have this level of protection once she's in the main city. Baijin nodded in understanding. Get some rest, his aunt continued. The mage mentioned that once Ruyan advances to tier 1, they'll arrange for a top-tier training team to help you level up. Once you reach tier 1, we can head to the main city together. Back in his room, Baijin lay on the bed, lost in thought. If he only had a heaven-grade talent, he might have considered discussing his identity with his aunt and receiving special training like his sister. But now he was certain that his talent surpassed even the heaven grade. That changed everything. The harrowing experience during his awakening still haunted him. The world's power had seemingly tried to destroy him. This bizarre phenomenon remained an enigma. The distance between Wuhai base city and the main city was vast, and the only way to travel was through teleportation arrays. However, these arrays had strict usage conditions. One's physical body had to reach tier 1 strength to withstand the transmission energy. While this world bore some resemblance to a game, it was far from virtual. Death here was absolute, with no chance of resurrection. Power leveling is a shortcut to leveling up, but it's far from effortless. In dungeons, experience distribution follows a strict contribution-based system. Each person's experience gain is directly tied to their actual contribution. Even if someone coasts through to completion, they won't earn any rewards without contributing. This reality led Baijin into deep contemplation. From what he knew, the gold-tier power leveling teams in Miss C Base City were all composed of well-equipped, highly experienced level 9 elite teams. The dungeon monsters' levels automatically scaled to match the highest level in the team. This meant that his younger sister, Lu Ruyan, would be facing level 9 dungeon monsters. However, for someone with a heavenly tier talent like his sister, this didn't seem to pose much of a challenge. Coupled with her staff imbued with the holy light blessing skill, dealing considerable damage was a breeze for her, and gaining experience was a walk in the park. But Baijin's situation was far less optimistic. He had no idea what kind of skill book he would acquire, or whether his future summons would be capable of breaking through the defenses of level 9 monsters. In the dungeon system, there was no such thing as forced damage. If one couldn't penetrate the monster's defenses, it meant dealing no damage at all. The difficulty of challenging enemies far above one's level was abundantly clear. These thoughts swirled in Baijin's mind until he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. When night fell, his younger sister returned. Her level had already skyrocketed to level 5, a record-breaking achievement, reaching level 5 in just half a day. Brother, the monsters in the dungeon are way too weak. I can already one-shot level 9 regular monsters at level 5, she said excitedly. Sister Shuawei said I can join the gold tier team tomorrow to challenge the nightmare difficulty dungeon directly. The 4th tier mage queen sat calmly on the sofa. a faint smile gracing her lips. Although the female assassin hadn't shown herself, she was likely nearby, silently standing guard. In the classroom of Class 9, the homeroom teacher, Li Ying, hobbled in with slightly unsteady steps, as if suffering from back pain. Following closely behind her was a brawny boy Wang Gang, the class athletic committee member. His imposing physique was reminiscent of a young, robust bull. "Students," Li Ying said, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. "Let's give another round of congratulations to Wang Gang for awakening a top-tier talent. 9 seconds of awakening, time just one more second, and it would have reached the excellent grade. From now on, Wang Gang will be looking out for everyone." Upon hearing this, Wang Gang's face betrayed a trace of pride. "All right." Li Ying clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. "The skill books you requested are here. When I call your name, come up to collect yours." Clearing her throat, she began, "Bai Jin." As expected, Bai Jin was the first to be called. Li Ying looked at him with gentle eyes. "You're the only one in the class who needs summoning skill books. I've brought the whole batch of summoning skill books for you to choose from." Standing nearby, Wang Gang's lips twitched slightly, but quickly returned to normal. He had been classmates with Bai Jin for years and knew there was nothing but innocence between them. Bai Jin carefully browsed through the stack of skill books in front of him. They were all basic skills requiring just one skill point to learn. Summon wild wolf, summon wild dog, summon wild boar, summon donkey, summon eagle, summon goose. Suddenly, as his hand brushed against one particular book, a peculiar sensation rippled through his soul, as though something he had long yearned for had finally appeared. It was a skill book titled Summon Woodpecker. The description read, "Upon learning, you can consume level 10 mana points to summon an adult woodpecker of the same level, half energy and half flesh. Summoning takes 5 seconds and cannot be interrupted during casting. The skill has a 60-second cooldown and cannot summon multiple woodpeckers simultaneously. The woodpecker's defensive capability depends on the caster's mana strength." Though he already had a strong premonition, Bai Jin still examined the remaining skill books one by one. Yet, only this Summon Woodpecker book evoked that unique resonance within him. "Teacher, he'll choose this one," Bai Jin said decisively. Li Ying nodded warmly. "All right, once you've chosen, return to your seat so the next student can come up." Bai Jin held the skill book and returned to his seat, a peculiar expression on his face. His deskmate leaned over curiously, only to exclaim in shock, "What the heck? Summon Woodpecker?" The exclamation instantly drew the attention of the entire class. Voices of doubt erupted one after another. "A woodpecker? You mean the kind that pecks at trees to find bugs?" "Bai Jin, just switch it for another one. I'm sure the teacher won't mind. This isn't a cartoon. You're not going to summon a god-tier woodpecker like Woody." Taking a deep breath, Bai Jin weighed his options. With only one skill point at his disposal, he could indeed only learn a basic skill. But what if the woodpecker's level increased tenfold? Or if all its attributes doubled? A highly enhanced, agile woodpecker with excellent flying abilities might be more than sufficient to deal with low-level monsters. More importantly, there was that undeniable pull from deep within his soul. Snap! Without hesitation, Bai Jin learned the skill from the book. Ordinary skill books require only one skill point to learn, while excellent grade 1s need 2, exceptional grade 4, and perfect grade 8. Although the learning process seems straightforward, it actually involves the combined forces of the skill book and skill points constructing magical runes within the practitioner's mind. Runes of different qualities demand corresponding amounts of skill points for support. More importantly, learning a skill not only consumes skill points, but also permanently occupies an equivalent amount of soul strength. Old Bai, with your mediocre talent, you dare to try learning this kind of skill book? Mao Zi stood at the front of the classroom, looking at Bai Jin with a mocking grin. "Are you planning to become a kept man or something?" "Well, I don't think it's entirely unacceptable," someone nearby teased. "Just imagine, old Bai living off someone else, and then taking a stroll with his bird later sounds kind of enjoyable." "Huh? Walked like a bird, and then walking a bird? Ha ha ha." Mao Zi laughed. "Mao Zi, that sentence doesn't even make sense." "Shut up, you bookworm. I don't want to waste my breath on you." The skill books were distributed quickly, and the classroom buzzed with lively discussions about the future. Suddenly, a voice broke through the noise. "Teacher, where's Wang Hao? Why isn't he here today? I texted him this morning, but he didn't reply." Homeroom teacher Li Ying stood at the podium and explained, "No need to worry, everyone. Yesterday, after Wang Hao awakened, the holy energy crystal shattered. Investigators from the main city have come to look into it, and he's assisting with the investigation." The classmates exchanged puzzled looks. Bai Jin, who had been Wang Hao's desk mate for 3 years, lowered his head slightly. He knew very well that the main cause of the holy energy crystal's shattering was actually himself, but Wang Hao had taken all the blame for it. Being as weak as he currently was, all Bai Jin could do was silently pray that the investigation would be conducted fairly. As teacher Li Ying left, the class sports representative, Wang Gang, followed her out. His face was pale, and his steps were visibly unsteady. "Wow, I'm so jealous of Wang Gang," someone murmured. "He awakened an outstanding top-tier talent yesterday afternoon, and even had dinner with the teacher last night. That guy doesn't mess around, another classmate commented. He can apply directly to the Pioneer Academy for advanced studies. After graduation, he could at least become a high school combat skills teacher. Give it a few years, and he might even make it to principal. The classmates then started discussing their own futures. One chose a leg strengthening skill book, planning to take over the family's delivery business. Another awakened a haircutting talent and had to give up running the family's pork shop. Meanwhile, a towering 6 feet 4 inches student awakened the song of soothing ability but was distressed about his tone-deaf voice. At that moment, Bai Jin felt a strange sensation from his talent. His previously ordinary summoning skill underwent a dramatic transformation after consuming just one skill point. He not only successfully learned the woodpecker summon skill, but also, thanks to the Supreme Summoning Talents enhancement, gained the ability to summon a frenzied woodpecker. Additionally, he unlocked an exclusive summoning space. After consuming the skill point, the light from the skill book seamlessly merged with him, sketching a clear summoning rune within his mindscape. Due to Bai Jin's sole attribute being only 1 point at the moment, the rune almost occupied his entire mindscape. He carefully examined the skill's attributes. Summon Frenzied Woodpecker Common Exclusive. Consumes 10 mana points per level of the caster to summon a special Frenzied Woodpecker of the same level, half energy and half physical form. The summoning time is reduced to 0.5 seconds, cannot be interrupted by conventional means, and has a cooldown of only 6 seconds, though it cannot be summoned again during that time. Although the skill was of common quality, the exclusive suffix indicated that it was unique to him. The near-instant casting time of 0.5 seconds, combined with its uninterruptible nature, made it an exceptional life-saving ability. What thrilled him even more was the mere 6-second cooldown, far shorter than typical summoning skills. With so many eyes in the classroom, Bai Jin suppressed his urge to test it immediately and quickly left the room. Back at home, he saw his aunt reclining on the sofa, taking a light nap. He quietly draped a thin blanket over her, and, after confirming that his younger sister Lu Rian and the 2 fourth-tier experts were not home, rushed eagerly to his room. Summon Frenzied Woodpecker. As his mana surged toward the rune in his mindscape, a summoning circle about the size of a plate appeared instantly on Bai Jin's right hand. In less than a second, a fierce-looking little creature materialized before him. The 0.5-second summoning speed was astonishing, almost indistinguishable from instant casting. The woodpecker, approximately 20 centimeters in length, had a sharp beak measuring 5 to 6 centimeters and claws that gleamed with a cold light. Bai Jin quickly checked its attribute panel. Frenzied Woodpecker. Level 1. Health, 100,100. Stamina, 100,100. Defense, 1. Attack speed range, 0-20. Physical attack, 1. Talent, Rapid Strike. Trait, Absolute damage 1 point. Skills, none. Equipment, none. A system notification popped up. You have summoned a Frenzied Woodpecker and received a talent feedback boost, temporarily gaining the Rapid Strike talent. The more Bai Jin examined it, the more excited he became. Although the summoned creature appeared somewhat stiff and lacked agility or independent awareness, this was a common issue among void summons. Its basic stats were fairly average, with only 1 point each in defense and physical attack. However, what truly thrilled Bai Jin was the fact that this seemingly ordinary summon possessed both a talent and a trait. While talents were not uncommon among summons, the absolute damage trait completely shattered his understanding. Regardless of the target's defense, each attack would guarantee 1 point of damage, utterly defying the conventional rule that damage cannot be dealt without breaking through defense. At this moment, Bai Jin finally understood why he felt a strange sensation in his soul when he held the skill book earlier. Although the quality of the skill book was ordinary, its characteristics were extraordinary, almost defying logic. The issue of quality could be addressed later using skill upgrade scrolls, but such a unique trait might be an unseen-a-lifetime encounter. Bai Jin's expression grew serious. His supreme summoning talent seemed to repeatedly challenge his understanding of what was possible. Initially, he had planned to choose between upgrading the summoned creature's level by 10 or boosting its attributes by 200 to enhance the woodpecker. However, with the absolute damage attribute of this skill, not choosing the 100-fold summon effect would be a colossal waste. Without hesitation, he selected the 100-fold summon talent effect and designated it for his Summon Furious Woodpecker skill. The skill rune in his spiritual sea lit up, signaling that the skill was now ready for use. New skill information appeared before his eyes. Summon Furious Woodpecker Ordinary Exclusive 100-fold Summon. Cost, 10 mana points caster's level. Effect, summons up to 100 special Furious Woodpeckers of the same level, half energy and half flesh. Cast time, 0.5 seconds cannot be interrupted. Cooldown, 6 seconds. Limit, maximum of 100 summoned creatures. Cannot summon more once the limit is reached. Bai Jin let out a breath of relief. The ability to control the number of summons allowed him to better conceal his true strength. He immediately tested the skill by summoning 99 Furious Woodpeckers, consuming 990 mana points in an instant. In a flash, rune arrays the size of plates appeared around him, and a swarm of identical furious woodpeckers materialized. Without hesitation, Bai Jin stored them all in his summoning space. As a void-type summoner, Bai Jin was puzzled by the temporary talent enhancement. His summoned creatures were fundamentally a fusion of mana and energy, so theoretically, they shouldn't be affected by talent boosts. He began to sense the newly acquired Quick Impact talent. Quick Impact, ordinary temporary effect. Semi-passive talent. Physical impact type actions are 200 faster. This talent perfectly complemented the woodpecker's attack style. After all, woodpeckers relied on their heads to strike, and this effectively granted them a triple attack speed boost. Inspired by a sudden idea, Bai Jin started testing various actions to see if they qualified as impact-type physical actions. First, he tried slapping, but there was no change. Confused as to why slapping didn't count as an impact, he moved on to other actions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His punches became so fast they were almost a blur, moving quicker than his brain could keep up with his body. In that instant, Bai Jin truly understood why those who awakened top-tier speed talents were so formidable. As the saying goes, in martial arts, speed is invincible. Such speed not only allowed one to overwhelm opponents, but also ensured a safe retreat when facing defeat. Bai Jin held his breath, focusing all his attention on suppressing the surging power within him. On his second attempt, he finally managed to control the force and let out a long sigh of relief. This rapid impact ability, which hovered between active and passive, could be freely controlled as long as he concentrated. With this realization, the weight on his heart was finally lifted. He thought of the renowned 5th-tier battle emperor from the 9th domain, a figure known for possessing a tenfold speed talent. Even among 5th-tier experts, this person was exceptional. However, the talent came with its own challenges. This top-tier expert remained alone to this day. It was rumored that he had been involved with several 4th-tier female warriors, but all the relationships ended without resolution. The women never disclosed the reasons for their breakups, and the battle emperor, unimpressed by women of lesser strength, had remained solitary ever since. Reflecting on his own recent experience, Bai Jin could easily imagine that the tenfold speed talent might not be easy to control either. As for the rapid impact talent derived from the berserk woodpecker, Bai Jin understood its mechanics well. As long as he kept one berserk woodpecker in the summoning space, the talent would remain active on him even if the other 99 were to perish. In other words, he could essentially retain this talent permanently. Yet Bai Jin frowned. Supreme Summoning already allowed him to select one talent effect per level, and now he had an additional talent. This made him wonder, could it be that the sacred energy crystal felt he was too extraordinary and introduced this as a way to balance things out? But the reasoning didn't quite add up. After a moment of consideration, Bai Jin quickly adjusted his mindset. For now, he was still a small fry, and overthinking would only cause unnecessary distress. Rather than worrying about the unknown, it was better to focus on steadily improving his strength. When the time came, he would naturally be able to handle whatever came his way. Xiao Jin, come out and have some fruit. His aunt's call interrupted his thoughts. Bai Jin immediately got up, opened the door, and walked out. Hey, you seem to be in a good mood. Did you learn a new skill? Can I take a look? His aunt asked curiously, noticing his calm demeanor. Auntie, of course you can. Bai Jin smiled and waved his hand. Check out this bird, how cool is it? As he spoke, a berserk woodpecker appeared in his palm, and he extended his hand toward her. This is a woodpecker? His aunt took the fierce-looking bird, which remained obediently still under Bai Jin's control. It does look pretty impressive, but why did you choose this kind of skill? Didn't the school offer you options like wolves, boars, or bulls? Auntie, this is no ordinary woodpecker, it's a berserk woodpecker. It's way better than a goose, Bai Jin explained with a grin. His aunt didn't press further and pulled him to sit on the sofa. Her expression suddenly turned serious. Xiao Jin, this year's awakening situation is very unusual. The 9th domain has already seen 8 individuals awaken with heaven-tier talents, something that hasn't happened in centuries. A deep worry flickered in her eyes. Bai Jin sat in silent contemplation, feeling as though he was the real anomaly. Recalling the moment of his awakening, he vividly remembered that the sacred energy crystal had indeed shattered because of him, though somehow his deskmate Wang Hao had inexplicably taken the blame. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, his expression froze. Aunt, 8 individuals with heavenly level talents have emerged this year? That's just unbelievable. His aunt, Tang Yun, nodded gravely. The information we've received is accurate. In previous years, it was rare to see even one heavenly level talent, but this year 8 have already appeared, and there may be more to come. Her gaze turned distant. An influx of geniuses often signals the arrival of a great era, and with a great era comes great chaos. I'm afraid the times ahead will not be peaceful. Aunt, do you think my little sister could avoid getting caught up in all of this? Bai Jin's face was etched with worry. Tang Yun shook her head bitterly. With her heavenly level talent, and of the highest grade at that, even with the first-class protection token issued by the Valkyrie Corps in my possession, I can't intervene. All we can do is pray that she remains cautious and encounters as little danger as possible. Jean clenched his fists. My little sister is too soft-hearted and innocent. When she gets to the main city, if we're not there to look out for her, what if someone takes advantage of her? And he hesitated for a moment. She's so beautiful. When she gets to the main city, there'll definitely be many powerful figures trying to approach her. How will she handle it all on her own? Xiao Jin, Tang Yun sighed. Don't worry too much. Rian has already joined the Valkyrie Pioneer Academy. With her talent, she'll undoubtedly become part of the Valkyrie Corps in the future. That's the direct core under the Lord of the Domain. No one would dare to act recklessly. As for matters of the heart, that is a concern. Rian has little experience with the world. While I don't think she'd be easily deceived, I'm worried she might make impulsive decisions when her feelings awaken. But this is something that applies to both men and women. You should be careful as well. By the way, Aunt, Jean changed the subject. This morning, my little sister said she wouldn't be home for lunch. That female archmage has been pushing her to advance to the next level quickly. You should order takeout for yourself. I'll eat out, and then bring her some food. All right, Tang Yin nodded. I've already arranged for someone to craft high-quality weapons and armor with low requirements. Once they're ready, I'll equip you with them. When you lead your team to clear dungeons, everything must go smoothly. As she spoke, she handed Bai Jin 100 yuan. After taking the money, Bai Jin left the house. Tang Yun remained on the sofa, staring forlornly at the latest news on her phone. The Valkyrie Corps announced the emergence of the 9th heavenly level talent this year, and a special envoy from the Valkyrie Pioneer Academy was en route to the Yunhai base city. The 9th one. Something that hasn't happened in centuries. I wonder if there will be more to come, she murmured. So many extraordinary individuals appearing at once. What could it mean? Xiao Jin will be fine, but Rian, with her heavenly level talent, the path ahead for her is one I can no longer influence. After a simple meal, Bai Jin carefully packed up a portion of his little sister's favorite dishes and headed towards the entrance of the dungeon. The dungeon in Fog Sea Base City was located in the heart of the Sitya place that marked its origin. Like most base cities, it was the dungeon that existed first, which eventually led to the development of a bustling urban area. Are you here to bring food to Rian? A gentle female voice suddenly echoed in the air. It was Shui Wei, the 4th-tier sorceress queen. Although Bai Jin couldn't see her, he still responded respectfully. Yes, your grace. Do you know if my sister is still in the dungeon? Before he could finish speaking, the lunchbox in his hand disappeared. He'll take the food. You can head back now. Shui Wei's voice rang out again. Thank you, Bai Jin replied politely, and continued walking forward. The entrance to the dungeon was bustling with activity. High school seniors preparing to fight monsters and level up crowded the area. The shouts of various vendors filled the air, mingling with the aroma of street food. Groups of trainers of all kinds were advertising their services, as these level 9 professionals made a fortune during this time of year. Large alloy cages. Perfect for mages. Warriors lure the monsters in, guaranteed safety. Only 10,000 each. Oblique spear formations, essential for no-damage farming. 20,000 per set. Buy 3, get 1 free. Blade stakes, the ultimate tool for solo farming mages. Satisfaction guaranteed for just 50,000. A century-old shop, honesty assured. Seeing these monster farming tools he had studied in his senior courses, Bai Jin couldn't help but nod in approval. These devices significantly reduce the risks of farming monsters. Whoa, old Bai, someone suddenly shouted. Bai Jin turned to see a group of his classmates gathered around a street-side hot pot stall. You're not here to farm monsters, are you? They quickly advised him. This year's dungeon is full of wild oxen. Your woodpeckers probably can't even break their defenses. Better ask your aunt to get you some gear before you try again. Bai Jin nodded, understanding that his classmates, who had yet to experience the real world, meant well. He then focused his mind and accessed the dungeon's information. Savage Beast Path Small Dungeon. Maximum monster level, 19. Entry requirements, level 119. Party limit, 16 players. This was the only dungeon in Fog Sea Base City. It allowed players between levels 1 and 19 to enter, either solo or in a party, and contain monsters up to level 19. Over the past 3 years, Bai Jin had memorized every monster's attributes in this dungeon. Taking a deep breath, he confirmed the state of the 100 berserk woodpeckers in his summoning space, then established a connection with the dungeon. Level requirement met. Party size requirement met. Confirm entry to Savage Beast Path. Enter. In an instant, with a flash of light, Bai Jin's figure vanished from where he stood. The students eating spicy hot pot froze instantly, their gazes all locking onto the figure who had just entered the dungeon alone. Old Bai went into the dungeon by himself. Yeah, and none of the people around him are missing. To enter as a team, you have to stand close together. He really went in alone. The murmurs of disbelief rippled through the group. This year's dungeon boss was a wild ox, and to make matters worse, there were smaller monsters lurking nearby. Even with the best gear, taking on multiple monsters solo was incredibly dangerous. Maybe his family is rich? He could have stocked up on a ton of items, someone speculated. If anything happens, his aunt and little sister will be devastated, another worried aloud. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared silently. Shui Wei, a fourth-tier mage king, stood not far away, staring in shock at the direction Old Bai had disappeared. This kid, he only has average talent, and I even paid for him to get power leveled. Couldn't he wait a single day? She muttered to herself. A cool, slightly raspy voice echoed in the air. He seems calm and composed, so he must be confident. The monsters in the dungeon have been studied for years. As long as he handles it properly, even an ordinary player can clear it barehanded. Shui Wei nodded. Since Tang Yin sent him here, she must have a good reason. Fine, I won't worry about him. Speaking of which, ever since I had Rian's cooking, these snacks have been so bland. I'll drop by for dinner tonight. With that, her figure vanished quietly, as if she had never been there. Inside the dungeon, Bai Jin was already prepared. Come out, he commanded. Instantly, 100 ferocious woodpeckers swarmed around him. No longer keeping them in the summoning space, he had realized that his rapid charge ability was useless for clearing dungeon monsters. On the 100-meter-wide wasteland road, a wild ox was roused from its slumber in a mound of dirt. It charged toward Bai Jin with a thunderous roar. This was the origin of the dungeon's name, Savage Beast Path, a wide road teeming with ferocious beasts, with their numbers increasing the further one ventured. Go! Bai Jin shouted. The swarm of ferocious woodpeckers shot toward the wild ox like arrows, covering it in an instant. A cacophony of sharp pecking sounds erupted, and in less than a second, the system notification chimed. Level 1 wild ox projection defeated. Gained 10 experience points. This test gave Bai Jin an initial grasp of the woodpecker's strength. Though it was only a level 1 projection and didn't even drop a single strand of ox hair, the instant kill boosted his confidence immensely. Keep going. Bai Jin commanded without hesitation. Based on knowledge from middle school extracurricular studies, an ordinary woodpecker can peck a tree 10 to 20 times per second, which perfectly aligns with the attack speed attribute range of 0 to 20. A glimmer of insight flashed in Bai Jin's eyes as he decided to put this to the test. If the base attack speed of the summoned frenzied woodpecker is high enough, this dungeon will be a breeze, Bai Jin murmured with a slight smirk. With a single thought, 99 frenzied woodpeckers immediately began circling around him, while one flew ahead on its own. The wild beast path within the beginner-level dungeon stretched for 10 kilometers and was typically home to 100 to 120 monsters. This year's adversaries were wild bison. Although Bai Jin couldn't see their exact stats due to not having learned the detection skill, he was already well-versed in their data. Normal level projections, level 1 health, 200,300 physical attack points, 23 defense points, and a charge skill. Given the defense strength of the bison projections, the woodpecker's minimal physical attack couldn't penetrate their defenses. Without absolute damage, even 100 woodpeckers would be powerless against them. Moo! The second bison roared as it charged forward. Chirp! A sharp bird cry rang out as the lone frenzied woodpecker shot forward like an arrow, landing squarely on the bison's back. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid pecking sounded like a torrential downpour, and Bai Jin watched intently, without blinking. Moo! With a mournful bellow, the massive wild bison collapsed to the ground, dissolving into particles of light. A system notification promptly appeared. You have slain a level 1 wild bison projection and gained 10 experience points. Bai Jin immediately brought up the combat log, where over 200 lines of data were displayed. Your frenzied woodpecker dealt 1 point of damage to the wild bison. Although it didn't break through the defense, that single point of absolute damage proved fatal. After careful calculations, Bai Jin finally determined the true attack speed of the frenzied woodpecker to 20 hits in 3.7 seconds, averaging about 60 attacks per second. Subtracting the quick strike talent bonus, the woodpecker's base attack speed seemed to hit the maximum limit of 20 attacks per second. This attack speed is insane. Bai Jin's eyes lit up with excitement. Now that he fully understood the frenzied woodpecker's capabilities, his confidence soared. With 100 frenzied woodpeckers attacking together, that amounted to a staggering 6,000 points of absolute damage per second. Even a dungeon boss wouldn't be able to withstand such terrifying firepower. All units, attack, Bai Jin commanded without hesitation. In this real dungeon space governed by the world's rules, no external forces could interfere, and there were no kill rankings or leaderboards to worry about. He could now unleash his full power without restraint. The amount of experience points gained from defeating monsters of each level is fixed, dictated by the immutable laws of the otherworldly power. Regardless of whether the kill is against a higher-level monster or not, there are no bonus experience points, as each level of monster corresponds to a specific otherworldly force. The feedback received by the world's rules upon their defeat remains constant. In just an hour, Bai Jin led his army of frenzied woodpeckers, sweeping through to the deepest part of the dungeon. Suddenly, a deafening moo echoed through the space. A massive wild bull, far larger than its ordinary counterparts, appeared in sight. While it wasn't at the level of a boss, it was undoubtedly a challenging elite monster. Bai Jin quickly pulled up the bull's attribute panel. Elite Wild Bull Elite Projection. Level 1. Health, 500,600. Physical attack, 38. Defense strength, 35. Skill, charge. Compared to the hundreds of ordinary wild bulls they had defeated earlier, this elite bull was simply a stronger version in every aspect. Its fearsome charge skill might be fatal to other level 1 teams, but to Bai Jin, it posed no real threat. With a single thought, 10 frenzied woodpeckers shot toward the target like arrows. In no time, the system notification chimed. Defeated level 1 elite wild bull projection. You gained 40 experience points. You obtained a standard advancement token. This Palm's Eyes Jade token was the sole loot from this ordinary dungeon, aligning perfectly with what was taught in school about dungeon mechanics. Bai Jin picked up the token, which read, Advancement Token Tier 0 Standard. Description: collect 10 tokens and meet the experience requirements to advance to Tier 1. Bai Jin nonchalantly tucked the token into his pocket without storage equipment and with the summoning space only able to store summoned creatures. This was the only way to carry it. These tokens had long ceased to be rare in the 100-year history of the Misty Sea-based city. According to statistics, the probability of obtaining a token varied by team size: 30 for 6-member teams, 35 for 5-member teams, 42 for 4-member teams, 51 for 3-member teams, 77 for 2-member teams, and 100 for solo adventurers. Most 6-person squads could acquire one after a few runs. With a thought, Bai Jin's figure vanished from the ordinary dungeon. It took Bai Jin 69 minutes to clear the instance, a time that made him shake his head in frustration. If he had allocated that single free attribute point to his physical stats earlier, he might have finished in half the time. The harsh rules of the real instances echoed in his mind. Once you enter, you can't leave until you clear it. Between the professionals and the monsters, there is only one outcome: kill or be killed. This is an unforgiving clash between the laws of Blue Star and the powers of another world, leaving no room for compromise. The newly acquired standard promotion certificate left him feeling a bit helpless. It was worth only 50 credits on the market, and even then, only certain shops would buy it. A value so low it might as well be worthless. For a professional to advance to Tier 1, or level 10, they would need to collect 10 promotion certificates. But to reach level 9 with max experience and accumulate enough to level up, one would need to clear hundreds of instances. Hundreds of runs might sound like a lot, but in this extraordinary world, it was the least of anyone's concerns. Ever since the professional system was established over a century ago, no one, whether a mighty combatant, a food delivery worker, or even a farmer, had ever died of natural causes. Level requirement met, team size requirement met, standard promotion certificate acquired. Confirm entry into the hard mode Savage Beast path. The system prompt had barely finished when Bai Jin decisively entered the instance again. Wait, was that old Bai just now? A classmate still eating spicy hot pot rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How long has it been? He cleared normal mode by himself? That's a 10-kilometer Savage Beast path. Just running the length of it would take half an hour, not to mention clearing out over 100 wild bison. Who? Old Bai. You must be seeing things, another classmate teased. Probably from eating too much spice. I told you not to add so much chili. Can you guys hurry up? You've been dawdling for over an hour. Someone grumbled impatiently. Where's Class Rep Wang Dong? Has he been stuck in the bathroom all this time? What? Is he constipated or just nervous? Humph. He acted high and mighty for all 3 years of high school. Today, I'm going to make sure he behaves. Why are you so hostile? The class rep was just doing his job. I don't care. I'm just annoyed. I need to let it out. Meanwhile, 4th tier maid Shui Wei turned to the person beside her, an Aishang. That was Bai Jin who went in and out just now, wasn't it? It was, an Aishang replied coldly. This kid sure has some cards up his sleeve. Didn't Bai Ye's possessions all get confiscated by the Bai family? Could he have left something for his son in secret? Shui Wei pondered aloud. An Aishang's voice remained icy. Impossible. With Tang Yun's personality, she would never allow Bai Jin to have any ties to the Bai family. In that battle, the Bai family's elite forces were nearly wiped out. Her sister, Tang Ling, and her partner, Lu Mufeng, were killed in action. Tang Yun herself had to burn her own innate talents to survive. Her hatred for the Bai family runs too deep. There's no way she would let Bai Jin inherit anything from them. Shui Wei nodded slightly, her brow furrowed. She pondered Tang Yun's decision. Although the Bai family had suffered significant losses to their elite forces in the past, they now had a 5th-tier Beastmaster Emperor to oversee them. Logically, Bai Jin staying with the Bai family would grant him access to considerable resources. However, on second thought, given Bai Jin's average talent, even within the Bai family, he would merely enjoy a life free from worry about food and clothing, something Tang Yun could equally provide. More importantly, the turmoil surrounding the southern regions Bai family remained unresolved, with the higher-ups maintaining an ambiguous stance. If Bai Jin stayed with the Bai family, he would likely face widespread criticism from other professionals. Tang Yun made a clever move, a cold voice remarked. At the very least, Bai Jin can grow up safely in this small town. Shui Wei deeply agreed with this sentiment. Ru Yin must ascend to Tier 1 as soon as possible and accompany us to the main city, she said gravely. Although no one is likely targeting her right now, we cannot afford to be careless. Meanwhile, Bai Jin was battling in a difficult level dungeon. These dungeons differed from ordinary ones due to the higher concentration of otherworldly energy, which increased the monster's attributes. The Wild Bull projection before him was comparable to an elite monster in a regular dungeon. Wild Bull Common Projection Enhanced. Level 1. Health, 400,500. Physical Attack, 46. Defense Strength, 35. Skill, Charge. However, for Bai Jin, who commanded a swarm of frenzied woodpeckers with an attack speed of 60 strikes per second, the difficult dungeon was not much different from a regular one. He sprinted forward, with the woodpecker swarm clearing the path of bulls. Whether it was a lone bull or a herd, they fell in an instant. Defeated Level 1 Wild Bull Enhanced Projection. Gained 40 experience points. The system notification chimed repeatedly, with the experience points quadrupled. About an hour later, a panting Bai Jin came to a halt. Ahead of him stood a small boss. Elite Wild Bull Elite Projection Enhanced. Level 1. Health, 1600-2100. Physical Attack, 815. Defense Strength, 610. Skill, Charge. With a loud crash, the Elite Bull collapsed to the ground. Defeated Level 1 Elite Wild Bull Projection. Gained 80 experience points. Obtained an excellent advancement certificate. Bai Jin bent down with satisfaction to pick up the certificate. This difficult dungeon run had been highly rewarding. For 1,560 experience points and a valuable excellent advancement certificate. He carefully examined the certificate's attributes. Advancement Certificate Tier 0 Excellent. Description: collect 6 certificates and meet the experience requirement to advance to Tier 1. The price of this exceptional promotion token has surged to 8,000, far exceeding the market value of standard tokens. Its acquisition probability is inversely proportional to the size of the team, only a 10 chance for a 6-person team, but a staggering 93 for solo players. A 5-person team has a 15 chance, a 4-person team 22, a 3-person team 31, and a 2-person team 47. The greatest advantage of this token lies in its promotion enhancement. When an ordinary professional uses 10 standard tokens to advance from level 9 to level 10, they only receive the basic rewards: 1 free attribute point, 1 skill point, and 1 source skill point. However, if 6 exceptional tokens are collected for the promotion, in addition to these basic rewards, they also gain an extra 10 free attribute points, instantly compensating for any previously accumulated attribute gaps. Of course, this method of promotion comes with a cost to experience required for future level ups doubles. However, each level gained will grant double the free attribute points as compensation. Whether it's worth it depends on the individual professional's choice. For mainstream combat professionals striving for perfection, this is undoubtedly the best option. Bai Jin confirmed that all the necessary conditions had been met, level requirements satisfied, team size appropriate, and the exceptional promotion token in hand. The system prompt followed. Are you sure you want to enter the nightmare level Savage Beast path? Enter. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Bai Jin's figure vanished from sight. Again, 4th tier, Mage Shui Wei looked puzzled. What kind of item or equipment is he using? Can he really keep grinding like this? Soloing a level 1 standard dungeon only nets a little over 1,000 experience, said 4th tier assassin Nishang, with a hint of acknowledgement in her tone. It takes at least 7 or 8 runs to reach level 2. How could he not work hard? His talent is lacking, so he has no choice but to rely on diligence. Unlike Ru Yan, Shui Wei sighed. Her talent is absolutely extraordinary. Even monsters in nightmare dungeons can't withstand a casual strike from her. Nishang, however, seemed uninterested. A holy light staff of yellow grade quality, a perfectly ranked holy light strike skill, and a heavenly tier holy light attribute talent. It's no surprise she can one-shot monsters. Even Bai Jin could achieve that with such a setup. This time, Ru Yan only brought 1 shield warrior to tackle a nightmare dungeon. If I hadn't insisted, she probably would have gone solo, Nishang said disdainfully. Getting cocky already? She really doesn't know her limits. Over the centuries, how many professionals with heavenly tier talents have perished? Whatever, as long as she doesn't get herself killed. Let's just get her promoted and escorted to the main city, and we'll have completed our task. At that moment, a clear shout pierced through the air. Holy light strike. With a surge of mental energy, a brilliant beam of light materialized out of nowhere, striking the head of a charging wild bull with precision. With a deafening crash, the ferocious bull was blasted to the ground, its body disintegrating into specks of light that quickly faded away. The sudden spectacle left the shield-bearing warrior in front completely stunned, frozen in place with wide eyes. As a renowned rank 9 professional in the entire Misty Sea Bay City, he had just been invited to help a newcomer through a dungeon. Being someone gifted with immense strength, he had allocated all his free attribute points to physical endurance. Even with his 18 points in physical stats and an excellent quality shield, he could barely withstand the charging skill of a wild bull. During the battle, one wild bull after another fell under their teamwork. To his astonishment, he noticed that the graceful teammate behind him executed her skills with such fluidity. It was as if cooldowns didn't exist, and her mana seemed inexhaustible. What surprised him even more was that, up until the last Wild Bull King fell, he hadn't been hit by a single charge. Big brother, the ethereal young woman suddenly spoke. Her voice carried a certain enchantment, instantly washing over the burly shield warrior's heart. The man, who was usually loud and boisterous in his team, unconsciously softened his tone. Why, wise benefactor, what can I do for you? Big brother, you won't need to trouble yourself with helping me level up anymore. I can handle it solo from here, Lu Rian said softly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The shield warrior felt that refusing her request would be utterly unconscionable. She continued, Big brother, I assume you're aware that Lady Shuawei will continue to hire your team to help my brother level up. My brother isn't very gifted, but he has a strong-willed personality. I hope you can take care of him and be a bit more accommodating. By the way, have you heard of my brother? Her words instantly ignited a sense of honor in the shield warrior. Old Zhou thumped his chest and vowed, Don't worry, I know who your brother is. I, Old Zhou, promise you that your brother won't suffer the slightest harm, nor will anyone say a harsh word to him. Rian thanks you, Big brother, and your team as well. I also thank you on behalf of my brother in advance, Lu Rian said gratefully. As she prepared to leave the dungeon, Old Zhou suddenly slapped his forehead. Benefactor, the excellent tier promotion certificate, you haven't taken it yet. As per our agreement, it's all yours. Lu Rian accepted the certificate with a sweet smile. Thank you, big brother. You're so kind. Even as her figure disappeared from the dungeon, the shield warrior Old Zhou stood there with a silly grin, a newfound sense of pride welling up in his heart. Strangely, he felt no trace of disrespect toward this young woman. At this moment, his only wish was to do something, anything, to make her happy. It had become his greatest aspiration. The data for the elite Wild Bull projection overpowered type was clearly displayed before by Jean. Level 1 HP, physical attack 15002-500, defense intensity 3050, with skills including charge and berserk. This was merely the most basic monster in a nightmare level dungeon, yet its strength far surpassed the bosses of hard level dungeons. Such difficulty starkly highlighted the gap between professionals. Without top-tier talent, excellent equipment, and proficient skills, survival here was impossible. Death would be the only outcome of a failed attempt. Bai Jin understood well that while the excellent promotion certificates from hard-level dungeons were already valued at 8,000 credits, they were nothing compared to the extraordinary promotion certificates from nightmare-level dungeons. The extraordinary certificates were incredibly rare on the market because they provided astonishing attribute bonuses. 3 extraordinary certificates could double the free attribute points gained during promotion. This meant that upon reaching level 10, one would receive 21 free attribute points, and every subsequent level up would grant an additional 3 points, though the experience requirements would triple. For combat class professionals, this disparity could be life-changing. As a result, extraordinary promotion certificates were almost always kept for personal use. Even if they occasionally appeared for sale, the starting price was in the millions, and sellers were reluctant to part with them. Without hesitation, Bai Jin launched his attack. In less than half a second, with a sharp sound, the ferocious wild bull dissolved into specks of light. A system notification immediately followed. You have killed a level 1 elite wild bull projection overpowered type, gaining 160 experience points. This experience gain was significantly higher than the 40 points from hard-level dungeons, but it was hardly worth the risk. The threat posed by these wild bulls was immense. Any student with ordinary talent struck hidden would be doomed. Even more terrifying was the berserk skill, which, when triggered, drastically increased the bull's charge speed and force. Even those steel cage-like mob-spawning tools outside dungeons were rendered useless against monsters of this level. Bai Jin continued sprinting forward, effortlessly slaying 100 frenzied woodpeckers along the way. This time, something was different. Before he had even covered half the distance, the level-up notification arrived. A warm current surged through his body, and a faint glow enveloped him as the accumulated 10,000 experience points began transforming his body and soul. In less than 3 seconds, Bai Jin successfully leveled up. The status panel displayed. Bai Jin, human of Blue Planet. Rank, Tier 0, Level 260-20-000. HP, 200,200. Mana, 22002-200. Physical attributes, Strength 2, Power 2, Constitution 2, Agility 2, HP recovery 2 seconds. Soul attributes, Strength 2, Spirit 2, Perception 2, Reflex 2, Mana recovery 22 seconds. Physical attack, 2, Magic attack, 2. Talents, Supreme Summoning, Rapid Dash. Temporary skill, Summon Frenzied Woodpecker. Equipment, none. Free attribute points, 2, skill points, 1. All attributes were doubled. Bai Jin clenched his fists as a surge of immense power coursed through his body. He moved slightly, testing his newfound strength, and was astonished to realize that he had fully adapted to this sudden surge of energy. This was the remarkable aspect of the law physique. When one's strength increased, their soul attributes would grow in tandem, allowing the user to perfectly control their newfound power. Suddenly, a radiant halo burst forth from him, enveloping all the frenzied woodpeckers around him. The attributes of these summoned creatures instantly transformed. Health increased to 200,200, stamina reached 200,200, defense rose to 2 points, attack speed remained within the range of 0 to 20, and physical attack increased to 2 points. Most importantly, their special trait, Rapid Strike, now dealt 2 points of true damage. Haha, just as I expected. Bai Jin's face lit up with a delighted smile. It was precisely this undefendable true damage trait that had allowed him to dominate so far. With the frenzied woodpeckers now upgraded to level 2, the damage from this trait had also increased, meaning he could unleash even greater destructive power moving forward. After the upgrade, the system immediately presented him with 3 talent options to choose from. 1. Profound Grade. Designate one summoning skill to increase the summoned creature's overall attributes by 200. 2. Earth Grade. Designate one summoning skill to increase the summoned creature's health by 10,000. 3. Earth Grade. Designate one summoning skill to increase the summoned creature's level by 10. Bai Jin's expression turned serious as he contemplated his decision. This selection deviated from his earlier assumptions. The system did not refresh all 3 talent options, but instead only reset the one he had previously chosen. Based on grade, the first profound grade talent was undoubtedly the strongest choice. However, considering that the frenzied woodpecker's true damage would scale with their level, he ultimately chose the third option. Designate the frenzied woodpecker summoning skill to increase the summoned creature's level by 10. As soon as his intent was confirmed, the skill underwent a significant transformation. Bai Jin gazed at the skill scroll in his hand, its faint glow reflecting in his eyes as he carefully studied the detailed attributes of the summoned frenzied woodpecker ability. This is a unique exclusive skill that allows the summoning of up to 100 specially enhanced frenzied woodpeckers, which are part energy and part flesh. Each summoned woodpecker's level is 10 levels higher than the caster's. The summoning consumes mana equal to the caster's level multiplied by 10, with the exact cost varying based on the number summoned. The casting time is only 0.5 seconds and cannot be interrupted, with a cooldown of 6 seconds. If the maximum limit of 100 woodpeckers is reached, no further summoning is possible. Each level 12 frenzied woodpecker boasts impressive stats: 1,200 health and stamina points, 2 points of defense, an attack speed range of 0-20, and 12 points of physical attack. Even more astonishing, these woodpeckers possess the Rapid Strike talent, which deals 12 points of true damage with every attack. Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly calculated the terrifying output of this woodpecker army. With the Rapid Strike talent, a single woodpecker could deliver 60 attacks per second, dealing 720 points of true damage. If all 100 woodpeckers attacked simultaneously, the total damage would reach a staggering 72,000 true damage per second. Half an hour later, Bai Jin finally arrived at the boss's location. Before him stood the projection of the savage wild bull leader, which, despite being only level 1, had fearsome attributes: 5,008, 000 health, 120,200 physical attack, and 60,150 defense. To make matters worse, it was accompanied by 4 sturdy wild bull guards. However, since Bai Jin had already leveled up to 2 within the dungeon, he held a certain advantage against these level 1 bulls. Go! Bai Jin commanded. Instantly, 100 frenzied woodpeckers shot forward like arrows toward their target. Moo! A mournful bellow pierced the air, and the battle was over in an instant. The system notification popped up: you have slain the level 1 projection of the savage wild bull leader, earning 600 experience points and 1 superior advancement token. Although 3 tokens were required to advance to the first tier under the necessary experience conditions, the token's value far exceeded the experience reward. According to the system, the drop rate for superior tokens increased as the party size decreased: 6 for a 6-player team, 9 for 5 players, 15 for 4 players, 25 for 3 players, 36 for 2 players, and a remarkable 80 for solo players. Standing within the dungeon, Bai Jin fell into deep thought. He had now reached level 2, with his experience points at 8,300,20,000. During this dungeon run, he had killed 115 minions and 1 boss, earning a total of 19,000 experience points. If he exited the dungeon now and re-entered, the monsters inside would scale up to level 2. This meant that if he attempted the nightmare difficulty again, he might level up to 3 within the dungeon, allowing him to continue clearing the remaining level 2 monsters. With the exceptional promotion token in hand, he now had the qualification to challenge the highest level of hell difficulty. A glint of determination flashed in Bai Jin's eyes. Attempting a level 2 hell difficulty dungeon was likely unprecedented in dungeon history. However, With 100 level 12 berserk woodpeckers at his command, this seemingly impossible challenge now felt within reach. Yet, he didn't leave the dungeon immediately. The reason was simple: his newly upgraded state would easily catch the attention of the two fourth-tier powerhouses present. If they deduced the dungeon difficulty based on his entry time and frequency, the consequences could be dire. Unlike his sister, he didn't possess a heaven-grade talent officially recognized by the authorities. A little extra caution could provide much-needed security. Meanwhile, on the desolate beast path, a graceful figure was sprinting. It was Lu Ruyan, now at level 9, weaving skillfully through a herd of beasts. Behind her, a group of wild bulls, blinded by holy light, could only rely on sound to track her. The radiant skill from her holy light staff inflicted continuous damage on the bulls, while her precise holy light strikes took them down one by one. Even the final boss managed to withstand only one more holy light strike before collapsing. Lu Ruyan quickly picked up the exceptional promotion token that had dropped and exited the dungeon. Thanks to her level 9 physical advantage, she had slain over 100 level 9 monsters in less than 10 minutes, earning more than 200,000 experience points. After completing 2 more nightmare-level dungeons in succession, she had successfully collected 4 exceptional promotion tokens. At that moment, her mother, Tang Yun, approached her with a grave expression and asked, "Ruyan, where is your brother?" Spatial ripples appeared as fourth-tier space mage Xue Wei suddenly materialized. With a frown, she said, "Bai Jin is leveling up inside the dungeon, but something seems off. He usually emerges in just over an hour, but this time he hasn't shown up yet." "What? Xiao Jin is leveling up in the dungeon? Is it with that training team Rian hired earlier?" Tang Yun asked anxiously. Xue Wei froze for a moment because not far away, the gold-tier training team she had hired was resting. Upon noticing her arrival, the team leader, Lao Zhou, immediately rushed over. This shield warrior had been waiting for the client to appear ever since leaving the dungeon. Now, seeing the two goddesses finally show up, he was so excited he almost lost his balance. "Honored clients, our team is fully prepared. Where is young brother Bai Jin? We can take him into the dungeon at any time," Lao Zhou said respectfully. Boom. His words were like a thunderclap. Tang Yun and Lu Ruyan's faces instantly turned pale. Lu Ruyan looked at Lao Zhou in disbelief, then turned her gaze to Xue Wei, her eyes filled with shock. "Xue, Lady Xue Wei, have you seen my brother?" Tang Yun's voice trembled with urgency as she questioned Xue Wei. "Which team did Xiaojin go in with? Have any others come out?" Xue Wei's expression turned serious in an instant. "My responsibility is to ensure Lu Ruyan's safe advancement to the first rank and escort her to the main city. Anything beyond that is not my concern, and I will not interfere." At that moment, a slightly hoarse voice echoed in the air. Though its owner remained unseen, it was Nishong, the fourth-rank assassin. Tang Yun, Bai Jin entered the dungeon alone. He has already cleared it solo twice, and this is his third attempt. However, it's unclear what difficulty he chose this time. "I understand," Tang Yun replied softly. She then turned to the shield warrior Lao Zhou and the others standing nearby. "If you see Bai Jin when he comes out, please tell him not to push himself too hard. Dungeons are dangerous, and he needs to balance work and rest." "Guys, we'll be sure to let him know." Lao Zhou lowered his head slightly, unable to meet the gaze of the two ethereal figures before him. Tang Yun then gave Lu Ruyan some instructions. "Ruyan, make sure to head home early tonight to prepare dinner. Your brother only had a quick bite outside for lunch." Seeing Lu Ruyan nod in agreement, Tang Yun turned and left, soon driving away and disappearing from sight. In the car, Tang Yun gripped the steering wheel tightly, her heart weighed down with worry. "Xiaojin, what's going on with you? Why would you do something so reckless? I specifically told you before I left your custom weapons and gear are still being made. How could you go soloing dungeons like this? You've never made me worry this much before." Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan silently turned away, her figure gradually fading. She had entered the dungeon space once again. "Xue Wei, something's wrong." Nisheng's voice suddenly grew urgent. She completed 3 nightmare-level dungeons on her own after reaching level 9. Based on the experience points, she's already met the requirements for advancement. "Damn it." Zuwei's expression turned grave. "Forget the 3 exceptional grade advancement tokens we prepared for her. She's already farmed enough experience on her own. She has the Huang grade Holy Light Staff, the perfect grade Holy Light Strike skill, and a Tian grade Holy Light talent. She might even be able to clear Hell difficulty. Hell difficulty would take at least half a day to complete. We need to prepare in advance." "You mean, just in case? The 10th Tian grade talent Awakener of the 9th realm has just appeared this year. We cannot let Lu Ruyan fall at a time like this." Xue Wei nodded in agreement. "They'll find my mentor. I left a spatial marker on Ruyan, but I can't pinpoint the exact dungeon space she's in. Only my mentor has that capability." "Understood. My master can forcibly breach the dungeon space barrier. Let's also call in a 5th-rank healing sovereign who specializes in resurrection spells. Even if she dies, we must bring her back." As soon as the words were spoken, the two figures vanished without a trace. Bai Jin had been waiting for about half an hour, and was already so bored that he was nearly falling asleep. It seemed like the right time to make his move. If someone noticed he had leveled up, it wouldn't seem too abrupt, especially since Rian had reached level 5 in just half a day yesterday. With a single thought, Bai Jin's figure vanished from the dungeon. Level requirement met. Party size requirement met. And you possess an exceptional advancement certificate. Do you wish to enter the Hell level Savage Beast path? Warning: the Hell level difficulty of the Savage Beast path is extremely high. Solo challenges are not recommended. Enter the Hell level Savage Beast path. Bai Jin ignored the special warning, and once again, his figure disappeared. Meanwhile, Lao Zhou, the shield warrior, and his group had been scanning the crowd around them. However, as it was peak dungeon running time for high school seniors who had recently awakened, the area was packed with people. Figures were constantly disappearing and reappearing, making it impossible for them to notice the comings and goings of someone like Bai Jin. Notification: you have entered the Hell level Savage Beast path. The targets in this dungeon are real-life entities from the Savage Beast realm of another world. Notification: based on your level, the strength of the real-life entities in the Savage Beast realm has been suppressed. 2 notifications popped up, and Bai Jin let out a breath of relief. Everything was just as he had learned before. No unexpected situations. The dungeons categorized as normal, hard, and nightmare difficulties were created by the merging rules of 2 worlds, and the creatures within them were merely projections. However, at the highest Hell level difficulty, the entities encountered were real-life beings from another world. Currently at level 2, Bai Jin knew that the creatures appearing here would only be level 2 as well. This was a balancing rule that applied universally across all dungeons. Moo, a deep, resonant bellow echoed from not far away. A wild bull, exuding a primal and savage aura, locked its gaze on Bai Jin. Its massive eyes, as large as fists, were filled with defiance and ferocity. This creature was a real, living wild bull, one whose meat could actually be eaten after being killed. Bai Jin's eyes lit up. Unlike the creatures in earlier dungeons, this one was a treasure trove after its defeat. Everything from the bull was valuable. Its horns, hide, tendons, meat, and even its tail could be turned into delicacies or sold for a high price. Savage Wild Bull Leader. Level 2. Health: 8,000,120,000. Attack Speed Range: 0-2. Physical Attack: 60150. Defense Strength: 120250. Health Regeneration Rate: 3,248 points per second. Talents: Thick Hide and Sturdy Flesh. Skills: Charge, Berserk, Roar. The Level 2 Wild Bull Leader stood tall in the wilderness, its massive body emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. With an astonishing health pool of 8,000 to 12,000 points, it even surpassed the strength of final bosses in nightmare-level dungeons. As a living being, the Bull Leader was inherently endowed with the Thick Hide talent, granting it incredible defense. Even if a warrior of the same level wielded a sharp blade, it might not be enough to penetrate its defenses. Unlike the monsters in previous dungeons, these living creatures possessed unique intelligence and judgment. Even a creature with limited intelligence, like a bull, would not easily fall into traps such as steel cages. Yet, this fearsome beast was considered the weakest existence in the Hell-level dungeon. Hell, just the name itself, signified death. For most adventurers, nightmare difficulty might evoke fear, but Hell difficulty was often regarded as a one-way path to certain death. Without hesitation, Bai Jin gave the command, and a swarm of level 12 frenzied woodpeckers swooped down toward the charging bull leader. With a deafening crash, the once mighty bull leader fell to the ground, dead before it could even let out a single wail. Unlike the monsters in previous dungeons that disappeared in a flash of light after death, the bull's corpse lay solidly on the ground. A system notification followed. You have killed the level 2 wild bull leader and gained 4,000 experience points. This was just a minor monster, and yet the experience gained surpassed the total from completing a regular dungeon during the early levels. However, the talent that allowed the woodpeckers to reach level 12, granting a 10-level boost, came with a significant drawback. Bai Jin himself was only level 2, with a total mana pool of just 2,200 points. Understanding the perils of the Hell-level dungeon, Bai Jin decided to allocate his 2 free attribute points. Raising his soul attribute to 4 points increased his mana capacity to 4,400 points. Bending down next to the bull leader's corpse, Bai Jin issued the extraction command. A mysterious force surged within the dungeon space, and the massive bull's body began to blur. In less than 3 seconds, it condensed into a red crystal about the size of a pigeon egg, the Flesh Essence Crystal, rank 0 exquisite. This crystal contained the concentrated essence of the bull leader's flesh and blood, with a variety of potential uses. Although this extraction method was simple, it was also highly wasteful. The proper way to handle such a carcass would have been to first carve out the bull's reproductive organ, cut off its horns, strip its hide, and separate the premium tendons and meat. Only then should the remaining bones and organs be processed into essence crystals. While the resulting crystal would be smaller, the value of the other materials would far exceed the difference. Especially the reproductive organ of a leader-level bull if sold, it could fetch tens of thousands of coins. Baijin calculated his next steps. He had sneaked into the dungeon today under the pretense of delivering food to his younger sister, but he knew he would face a scolding upon returning. Still, he had already made up his mind to reveal a portion of his strength. After all, his aunt still believed he had an ordinary talent. With the sound of his footsteps echoing against the ground, Baijin began running along the desolate beast trail. The area was vast and open, allowing him to clearly see monsters several hundred meters away. Of course, this also meant that the monsters could just as easily spot him. When he was still over 100 meters away, Baijin initiated his long-range attack strategy. With a simple gesture, a swarm of frenzied woodpeckers shot toward the target like arrows loosed from a bow. This was the most reliable tactic he had devised, eliminating enemies from a safe distance of over 100 meters. As the fourth monster collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, the system notification rang in Baijin's ears. This time, the upgrade notification was different from usual. With his level increase, the strength of the real-life creatures in the savage beast realm had also risen. This was the unique challenge of the Hell Dungeon. It completely blocked the exploit of quickly leveling up by killing low-level monsters. Clearly, the designers of this other world were constantly evolving, ensuring no glaring loopholes existed in these realistic dungeons. Baijin quickly allocated his newly earned free attribute point to his soul stat. As soon as the point was applied, his mana surged to 6,600. Immediately afterward, 3 talent options appeared before him. Mysterious tier option: boost all attributes of a designated summon creature from a summoning skill by 200. Yellow tier option: increase the health of a designated summon creature from a summoning skill by 10,000 points. Yellow tier option: upgrade the rank of a summoning skill below perfect grade by 1 level. A skill quality upgrade option. Baijin exclaimed in surprise. If only I had an excellent grade skill, I could upgrade it straight to perfect grade. He carefully weighed his options. Although the woodpeckers were indeed fragile summons, their current state was sufficient to handle the challenges at hand. After all, their greatest strength lay in their attack speed, which delivered overwhelming damage. As for the 200 all attribute boost, its effect on these void summons was relatively limited. Faced with the situation, Baijin knew that if he didn't make a choice now, this opportunity would go to waste. Upgraded options were fixed and couldn't be accumulated for future use. In the end, with a hint of resignation, he chose to upgrade the quality of the frenzied woodpecker skill. As soon as the choice was confirmed, the skill underwent an immediate transformation. Summon Frenzied Woodpecker advanced from common grade to excellent grade, gaining the unique trait, exclusive, 100-fold summon level 10. A brilliant light enveloped all the frenzied woodpeckers, and their attributes began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Baijin carefully observed the exceptional grade frenzied woodpecker before him. 13 health points, 2600-2600 stamina, and 5 defense strength. What stood out most was its attack speed range of 0-30 and 52 points of physical attack. In addition to its rapid strike trait, it also possessed a skill with 26 points of absolute damage. 60 attacks per second, that's 1560 absolute damage per second for just one. Baijin quickly calculated, his eyes lighting up. If there are 100 of them, that's 156,000 absolute damage per second. With that kind of output, even a tier 1 boss wouldn't stand a chance, let alone tier 0 monsters. As he reveled in the terrifying numbers, he suddenly noticed a shocking enhancement in the rapid strike talent's effect. This semi-passive ability could increase the speed of physical impact-based actions by an incredible 300. 4 times the attack speed. Baijin sucked in a breath. Wouldn't that mean 208,000 absolute damage per second? No, with the base attack speed range being 0-30, the actual output could be even more terrifying. Without hesitation, Baijin immediately extracted a wild bull leader for a live test. He deployed just one frenzied woodpecker, which darted toward the charging bull like a bolt of lightning. Bang, 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 bang. The woodpecker's attacks were so rapid that only afterimages were visible. The wild bull leader let out a terrified bellow, halting its charge and thrashing wildly in an attempt to shake off its fearsome opponent. But the woodpecker had already locked onto its blind spot, rendering all the bull's struggles futile. With a thunderous crash, the wild bull leader collapsed to the ground. Baijin eagerly checked the combat log, which was filled with hundreds of entries, all stating, "Your frenzied woodpecker dealt 26 points of damage to the wild bull leader." Based on the timestamps in the combat log, the actual attack speed of this exceptional grade woodpecker reached a staggering 120 times per second. Even without the triple boost from the rapid strike talent, its base attack speed perfectly matched the 30 times per second displayed on the stats panel, a 50 increase over ordinary woodpeckers. This is insane. Baijin felt a chill run down his spine. A single woodpecker can deal 3,120 absolute damage per second, and 100 of them could reach an astronomical 312,000. This unknown, transcendent grade talent is already this terrifying in its early stages. Could this be what the talent description referred to as its ultimate development state? He noticed that whether it was the original ordinary grade or the current exceptional grade, the frenzied woodpecker always maintained its maximum attack speed during combat. This trait further convinced Baijin that this must indeed be the so-called ultimate development state. At this point, the output was becoming overwhelmingly excessive. Baijin took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He was well aware that, whether it was summoners or other professionals, their greatest limitation lay in improving their own strength. Even though his summoned creatures currently had astonishing offensive power, a single encounter with a wild minotaur leader would still spell certain death for him. Is there any survival skill suitable for a void summoner? Baijin frowned in thought. Unlike beast tamers, who awaken slavery-type talents that allow for mutual attribute enhancement with their beasts and, in the case of top-tier tamers, even life force-sharing void summoners could only use mana as a medium to summon intangible creatures. This one-way summoning relationship significantly compromised their safety. His thoughts wandered to another type of summoner, contract summoner. These professionals, through contract-based talents, could establish agreements with beings from other worlds. Baijin recalled a peculiar case from a few years ago. A female summoner born to a father who was a professional on Blue Star and a mother who was an elf. Her awakening contract talent, however, could only connect to a goblin-infested world. The unspeakable demands made by those goblins nearly destroyed her career unless she was willing to fall and become a dark half-elf. But there were also polar opposite success stories. In the main city, there was a remarkably powerful female contract summoner who had formed a contract with a martial arts master from another world. The two eventually fell in love, and now they had 7 or 8 children. That martial arts emperor, now at the 5th rank, had even settled in the main city and gained the recognition of the domain lord. With the energy support of this martial arts king, the female summoner had ascended to the ranks of tier 4 powerhouses. Suddenly, Baijin froze. Wait, I'm level 3 now. I originally had 2 skill points, why is there only 1 left? He immediately focused his senses on the summon frenzied woodpecker rune in his mental sea, then sighed helplessly. It turned out that this so-called talent effect didn't completely waive the upgrade conditions. It merely eliminated the need for an excellent grade skill upgrade scroll. He finally understood the mechanics behind it. Ordinary skills consumed 1 skill point. Excellent grade required 2. Extraordinary grade needed 4, and perfect grade demanded a whopping 8 skill points. Skill points, as a manifestation of rule-based power, were consumed when upgrading the quality of the summon woodpecker skill, requiring additional energy to stabilize the summoning rune in his mental sea. Well, skill points aren't only obtainable through leveling up. Baijin quickly adjusted his mindset. Maybe this hell difficulty dungeon will bring me some gains. With that thought, his confidence surged once again. With a commanding shout, he directed the swarm of frenzied woodpeckers forward, following closely behind as he dashed toward the unknown challenges that awaited him. After the wild bull leader advanced to level 3, its attributes improved slightly, but it was still an easy target for Baijin to eliminate. However, with the increase in its level, the rewards for killing it, such as experience points and flesh crystals, became significantly greater. Through relentless hunting, Baijin finally broke through to level 4. The system immediately presented 3 talent options. Xian level 1. All attributes of summoned creatures from a designated summoning skill, 200. Xian level 2. Health of summoned creatures from a designated summoning skill, 10,000. Huang level 3. Physical defense of summoned creatures from a designated summoning skill, gains an additional 3 points per level. Baijin frowned slightly as he studied the options. None of these attributes seemed ideal for his frenzied woodpecker, but since he had to choose, he ultimately selected the talent that increased health. The system promptly updated the frenzied woodpecker's stats. Grade, excellent. Health, 12, 80012, 800. Stamina, 2, 8002, 800. Defense strength, 6. Attack speed range, 030. Physical attack, 56. Talent, rapid charge. Trait, absolute damage 28 points. Equipment, none. Looking at the woodpecker's health, which now exceeded 10,000, Baijin couldn't help but smile wryly. Such attributes would be much more suited to a melee-type summon. As he continued to press forward, Baijin noticed something unusual. The frequency of wild bull leader appearances had noticeably decreased. Unlike the previous fixed number of around 100 monsters in the standard difficulty dungeon, the number of monsters in the hell difficulty mode seemed unpredictable. Suddenly, 3 level 4 wild bull leaders appeared ahead, which Baijin swiftly defeated. By now, he was less than a kilometer away from the final destination and about to confront the ultimate boss. A deep, resonating bellow echoed through the passage. Baijin spotted an abnormal, giant wild bull waiting ahead. This bull had no fur, and its skin gleamed with an eerie pale yellow metallic sheen, vastly different from the description of the usual wild bull lord. High defense doesn't matter. Frenzied woodpeckers rely on absolute damage. Bai Jin decisively ordered the attack while remaining vigilant, ready to evade at any moment. 100 frenzied woodpeckers screeched as they charged at the boss. Moo! A thunderous roar reverberated, and Bai Jin felt dizzy and disoriented, struggling to stay on his feet. All the woodpeckers faltered momentarily but quickly resumed their assault. The boss let out another powerful roar, and even though Bai Jin was over 100 meters away, the shockwave knocked him to the ground. Surprisingly, the woodpeckers, which were much closer and directly exposed to the sonic blast, merely wobbled before continuing their relentless attack. A hint of confusion flickered in the wild bull boss's eyes. How could these small birds survive such a close-range sonic attack unscathed? While still in confusion, a large flock of woodpeckers suddenly descended upon the wild buffalo. At first, the massive buffalo paid no attention. With its thick, armor-like hide, these tiny birds seemed to pose no threat, merely tickling it at best. But in the next moment, a wave of sharp, stinging pain spread across its body, leaving the buffalo utterly bewildered. It let out a terrified, deep bellow, moo. Yet this time, unlike before, the sound carried no might and failed to produce any shockwave effect. In desperation, the buffalo collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, rolling frantically in an attempt to rid itself of the relentless attackers. However, the uncontrollable, frenzied woodpeckers clung tightly to its body, continuing their merciless pecking. The buffalo rolled over and over on the ground, but it could not shake off these relentless little creatures. Finally, it let out a pitiful, pleading moo. A system notification popped up. The Wild Beast Realm's Buffalo King seeks to submit to you. Do you accept? Unfortunately, Bai Jin was still in a stunned state and unable to respond. The buffalo let out one final, despairing, and mournful cry before falling silent. Only then did the remaining dozen or so frenzied woodpeckers stop their attack and return to Bai Jin's side. Several minutes later, Bai Jin finally regained consciousness. He quickly realized that, at level 4 with only 400 base health, he was incredibly fragile. If he hadn't kept a safe distance from the boss, the buffalo's two roars imbued with both psychological shock and airwave attacks could have easily ended his life. Combat logs revealed that the first Wild Beast Realm Buffalo King War Roar dealt 137 damage to him and left him stunned, while inflicting a staggering 1567 damage on his summoned creatures. Thankfully, the summons resisted the negative effects. The second roar was even more devastating, dealing 211 damage and significantly extending his stun duration. This harrowing battle humbled Bai Jin, forcing him to set aside his arrogance. While his current offensive capabilities were undoubtedly powerful, his own fragility was alarming. The hell difficulty lived up to its name. Any slight misstep could easily cost him his life. The Savage Bull King of the Wild Beast Realm dealt 4321 damage to your summoned Furious Woodpecker. Immediately following that, it delivered a critical hit of 3,527 damage, causing the furious woodpecker summoned by Bai Jin to collapse with a heavy thud. Seeing the alarming damage numbers in the battle notifications, Bai Jin let out a sigh of relief. He surveyed the battlefield. What was once a dense swarm of 100 furious woodpeckers had now dwindled to just a dozen, barely clinging to life. But that was enough. Had one. The system notification popped up. Defeated level 4 Savage Bull King of the Wild Beast Realm, gained 192,000 experience points. Obtained 1 perfect advancement token. As a reward for your outstanding performance, you have been granted 20 free attribute points and 10 skill points. Holy crap! Bai Jin's eyes widened as he realized he had been so dazed that he hadn't even noticed leveling up to level 7. What thrilled him even more was the appearance of 3 brand new talent effects in front of him. 1. 30 critical hit chance for summons of a specific summoning skill Earth tier. 2. 200 to all attributes for summons of a specific summoning skill Mystic tier. 3. 3 extra physical defense per level for summons of a specific summoning skill Yellow tier. Bai Jin immediately checked the details of his Furious Woodpecker summoning skill. The skill panel displayed. Summon Furious Woodpecker. Quality: excellent exclusive 100-fold summon. Level: 10. Health: 10,000. New traits: Frenzy, Energy Drain. Compared to before, 2 new talent effects had been added. Bai Jin examined them closely. Frenzy. Passive effect: base attack speed increased by 30. Previously, the already excellent quality woodpecker had an astounding attack speed of 120 attacks per second. With the additional 30, it now skyrocketed to 156 attacks per second, directly boosting its damage output by 30. Energy Drain. Passive effect: each attack absorbs 10 of the damage dealt as energy, which can be converted into health, mana, stamina, or energy points. That's incredible. Bai Jin couldn't hide his excitement. Based on the current stats of the level 17 Furious Woodpecker, each attack dealt 34 points of absolute damage, meaning 10 would restore 3.4 energy points. With an attack speed of 156 times per second, its absolute damage per second reached an impressive 5,304 points. allowing it to regenerate 530 energy points per second. And this didn't even account for the additional damage caused by the woodpecker's 68 points of physical attack against certain monsters. Taking a deep breath, Baijin bent down to pick up the perfect advancement token lying on the ground. This was the most coveted token for advancing to a higher tier. Advancement Token Tier 0 Perfect. Usage instructions. Meet the experience requirements to directly advance to Tier 1. Unlike ordinary tokens, which required multiple pieces to advance, a single perfect token was sufficient. On top of that, advancing with it granted 31 free attribute points, quadrupled the experience required for subsequent level-ups, and awarded 4 extra free attribute points per level. In the game market, ordinary tokens were practically worthless. Excellent grade tokens sold for 8,000 coins apiece, and superior grade tokens were almost unobtainable. Perfect advancement tokens, however, were beyond the reach of most regular players and were considered priceless treasures. What made the Hell Tier dungeons unique was that the monsters within them were real entities from other worlds, unlike the energy projections found in other difficulty levels. This year, the number of wild bull leaders in the Savage Beast path was limited. Killing too many or dropping their numbers below a certain threshold would cause the otherworldly entities to stop spawning in the dungeon. This restriction meant Hell Tier dungeons could only be cleared a limited number of times within a certain period. In contrast, the normal, hard, and nightmare difficulty dungeons had no such limitations. According to basic high school knowledge, the monsters in these dungeons were merely energy projections from other worlds. Even if they were farmed billions of times, the energy consumption would be negligible. As long as the players met the level and party size requirements, they could challenge these dungeons an unlimited number of times. On Blue Planet, although professionals can freely farm dungeons to gain energy, this method pales in comparison to the immense energy absorbed by the other world when a professional falls. At this moment, Baijin stood in the dungeon he had just cleared with a frenzy, his gaze fixed on the extraordinary corpse of the boss before him. This was clearly no ordinary lord-level boss. Extract the barbaric Bull King. Baijin commanded decisively. In an instant, an infinite glow erupted, completely enveloping the massive, golden-skinned barbaric Bull King. The other world seemed to let out a muffled, angry groan, yet it was powerless to intervene. The light persisted for a full minute before finally condensing into a scroll emanating a faint halo. Baijin's eyes lit. Upit was a skill book. As a solo player, his 200 years of experience told him that this skill book was undoubtedly suitable for him. The moment his fingers touched the scroll, a strong resonance surged through his soul, indicating that this was unquestionably a high-quality skill book. The attribute panel appeared. Summon Iron Blood Barbaric Bull. Grade, Yellow Tier Special. Effect, consumes level 100 mana points to summon a partially energy, partially flesh and blood Iron Blood Barbaric Bull of the same level. Duration, 60 seconds. Casting requirement. Casting process must not be interrupted. Cooldown, 24 hours. Restriction, cannot summon multiple bulls simultaneously. Yellow Tier, and it has a special suffix. Baijin muttered in disbelief. This meant that the barbaric Bull King he had just slain was actually a Yellow Tier entity, a full tier above ordinary Lord-level creatures. It was well known that advancing from Perfect Tier to Yellow Tier was not just a numerical improvement, it was a qualitative leap. This year, in the Misty Sea Base City, aside from his younger sister's heavenly grade talent, no Yellow Tier or higher talent had been reported. The characteristics of this skill were striking. The mana cost was extremely high, almost depleting the entire mana pool of summoners who didn't invest in soul attributes. The duration of 60 seconds was astonishing, and the 24-hour cooldown was exceptionally lengthy. In this real-world setting, once a skill was learned, skill points and the skill book's power would condense into a skill rune within a professional's spiritual sea. To cast the skill, one only needed to channel mana into the rune, but each use would strain the rune, requiring time to stabilize before the skill could be cast again. This was the so-called cooldown period. However, for Baijin, who possessed tenfold summoning speed and a tenfold cooldown reduction, these limitations were hardly a concern. The real challenge lay elsewhere. Learning a Yellow Tier skill required 16 skill points, while he, at level 7, only had 7 skill points, 2 of which had already been spent on learning the excellent tier woodpecker skill. Even with the 10 skill points he had just received as a dungeon completion reward, he still had only 15 points, 1 point short. For powerful professionals, there are more ways to acquire skill points than one. Among them, the most common method is clearing hell difficulty dungeons. Every time a hell dungeon is conquered, the player is rewarded with a varying amount of skill points and free attribute points. While these rewards are tempting, they can only be obtained once per dungeon, just like Baijin experienced. Even if he were to challenge the hell difficulty of the Wild Beast path again, he wouldn't receive the same rewards. However, this posed no difficulty for him. After all, the number of dungeons on Blue Star had long proliferated. As long as he met the entry requirements, he could initiate a new challenge at any time. Just as Baijin's fingers were about to touch the skill book, an unexpected change occurred. a sudden notification appeared before him. The Wild Beast Realm was unwilling to let the rare Wild Bull King perish so easily, triggering a special choice. The first option: obtain the skill book for summoning the iron-blooded Wild Bull, but permanently endure the animosity of the Wild Beast Realm and the natural hostility of all bovine creatures. The second option: the ninth domain and the Wild Beast Realm will jointly establish a battlefield. All wild bulls from the corresponding region of the Wild Beast Path dungeon will be transported there to engage in a life-and-death battle with him. This abrupt turn of events left Jean momentarily stunned. This situation was clearly beyond anything he had learned from textbooks. It was evident that the Wild Bull King he had slain held significant importance in the Wild Beast Realm, enough for them to go to such lengths to put him in peril. Jean carefully weighed the two options. The first option was relatively straightforward: take the skill book and leave the dungeon. While this would incur the Wild Beast Realm's hatred and the hostility of all bovine creatures, it was inconsequential to him. After all, the two worlds were already at odds, using dungeons as their battlegrounds. As a representative of Blue Star, it was only natural for him to face enmity from the opposing world. As for being hated by bovine creatures, he couldn't care less. At worst, he'd just eat more beef. With his younger sister Lu Rian's exceptional culinary skills, he wouldn't mind eating beef every day. However, the second option caused him to pause in thought. This was an unprecedented scenario, and the implications of the information it contained puzzled him. In particular, the notification referred to the ninth domain, rather than Blue Star collaborating with the Wild Beast Realm to create a battlefield, which seemed to hint at secrets he had yet to uncover. After a moment of contemplation, a glint of determination flashed in Jean's eyes. A bold idea took shape in his mind, and he prepared to make an attempt. The great will of Blue Star, what benefits would the second choice bring me? Jean asked respectfully, his hands clasped together. Almost the moment the question left his lips, a clear answer emerged in his consciousness. If victorious, all the wild bulls that entered the battlefield would be converted into resources to enhance the skill of summoning the iron-blooded wild bull. However, if defeated, not only would the summoning skill be taken away, but everything he owned would fall into the hands of the savage beast realm. This unexpected response left Jean stunned. Based on the knowledge he had accumulated over the years, the will of Blue Star was supposed to be a rule-based system devoid of independent consciousness, functioning purely according to established laws. More importantly, he had just addressed the will of Blue Star, not the will of the ninth domain. The difference between the two was as vast as heaven and earth. Recalling how he had almost been killed by the deafening battle cries of the Wild Bull King earlier, Jean dared not make a rash decision. He took a deep breath and asked again, "Great will of Blue Star, may I take this skill book with me and make my decision at a later time?" The answer appeared once more: yes. The current dungeon space had been locked, and he could leave freely. However, if he chose the second option, he would be immediately transported back to this dungeon space, where a battlefield would be created jointly by the ninth domain and the savage beast realm. The only restriction was that his level could not exceed 19. Relieved by this response, Jean finally exhaled. It seemed these two options were not mutually exclusive. By default, he was now opting for the first choice while still retaining the possibility of selecting the second in the future. Carefully, he tucked the skill book for summoning the iron-blooded wild bull into his chest and found a spot to rest. Considering that he had already reached level 7 within just half an hour of entering this hell-level dungeon, leaving now might attract the attention of those two formidable fourth-tier female powerhouses. Thus, he began to carefully examine the 3 talent effects he had obtained so far. Selectable talent effects. 1. Earth Grade, 30 critical hit chance for designated summoned creatures. 2. Heaven Grade, 200 to all attributes of designated summoned creatures. 3. Yellow Grade, 3 points to physical defense per level for designated summoned creatures. The first talent effect left Jean astonished. In the real world, the concept of critical hits wasn't supposed to exist. Normally, a warrior's strike would deal a fixed amount of damage. While there were notions of targeting weak points such as attacking a bull's eyes, nose, reproductive organs, or other vulnerable spots for extra damage, purely critical hit attributes were unprecedented. After careful consideration, Jean made his decision to assign the 30 critical hit chance to the woodpecker. Given the woodpecker's astonishing attack frequency of 156 strikes per second, this critical hit attribute was bound to have an extraordinary impact. However, one question lingered in his mind. Could absolute damage also trigger critical hits? With just one more run through the nightmare-level dungeon, Jean could reach level 8. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he pondered the summoning skill he was about to acquire. Iron-blood wild bull. What kind of astonishing attributes would this creature, so revered even in the savage beast realm, possess? What intrigued him even more was a key discovery. Although the dungeon was named Savage Beast Path, it was an entirely different concept from the savage beast realm. If he chose the second option, the savage beast realm would mobilize all the wild bulls in the corresponding area of the savage beast path to join the battle. This implied that the Savage Beast path was merely a section of the Savage Beast realm that had formed a dungeon space linked to Blue Star. Meanwhile, in the Hell Level dungeon, Lu Rian was delivering a breathtaking performance in battle. With a graceful wave of her staff, radiant holy light cascaded down like a waterfall, illuminating the vast battlefield. Unlike Baijine's nightmare-level dungeon, she faced hordes of wild bull leaders. These formidable creatures were instantly blinded under the brilliance of the holy light, forced to rely on memory and sound as they charged aimlessly. Amid the glowing radiance, Lu Rian moved like a dancer, each movement elegant yet lethal. As she twirled, the power of the holy light seemed to amplify to its peak. Precise strikes of holy light continuously hit the bull leaders' vital points, and one by one, these mighty beasts, with their thick hides and immense vitality, collapsed to the ground. When the final wild bull fell, Lu Rian's movements gradually came to a halt. A faint smile graced her serene face as she casually retrieved a potion, taking a small sip to replenish her expended mana. Her eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. "Brother, you've always been so steady and reliable. This time, venturing into the dungeon alone, I know you're fully prepared. Wait for me, I'll make sure to get you a perfect grade advancement certificate. Even if my talent falls short, it'll ensure you become a true powerhouse." Before her words fully faded, her long legs propelled her forward into a new battlefield. Behind her, holy light surged, and several more wild bull leaders found themselves caught in her radiant encirclement. 2 hours later, Baijin exited the dungeon. It was early afternoon, and the recently awakened high school seniors were eagerly seeking ways to level up quickly. Various power leveling teams were busy taking on commissions. Just as he was about to enter the nightmare level dungeon, his phone buzzed incessantly. When he checked, he found a stream of messages from his aunt. "Xiao Jin, why haven't you come back yet?" A stream of messages kept popping up on the phone screen. "Don't go to crowded places. They're too chaotic." "Xiao Jin, why aren't you replying?" Another message appeared. "If you're in a dungeon, hurry home. Your aunt has prepared gear and skills for you, and we'll find a training team for you. Don't risk going solo." Baijin stared at the messages, almost able to picture his aunt pacing back and forth anxiously. He quickly replied, "Auntie, I'm fine. I'm just waiting for my sister, and we'll head home together. Stay where you are. I'm coming to get you." Her voice message came through almost instantly, her tone sharp and commanding. Baijin calculated that even if his aunt drove at top speed, it would still take her about 10 minutes to get there from home. That was plenty of time for him to solo a nightmare-level dungeon. After all, he was already level 7, with physical stats at 7 points several times stronger than when he was at level 1. However, he didn't dare act rashly. The 4th-tier spatial mage and 4th-tier assassin were likely still watching from the shadows. If he leveled up to 8 in just 10 minutes, it would raise far too many suspicions. As he waited, a weak voice called out, "Lao Bai? What are you doing here?" Turning around, he saw a few classmates from his class. The one speaking was Wang Gang, the only student in their class who had awakened an excellent grade talent. "I'm waiting for my sister to finish her dungeon run," Baijin explained simply. Wang Gang, accompanied by 3 other classmates who had all awakened high-tier ordinary talents, approached. These 4 were considered the top students of Class 9. "Lao Bai, I've got something to tell you," Wang Gang said suddenly, his tone carrying a hint of smugness. "I've registered my marriage with Ms. Liang. Once I advance to the next tier, we'll hold a proper wedding. You're welcome to attend." The announcement was like a bombshell. Baijin froze, and even Wang Gang's 3 companions were stunned. "Are you joking, Brother Gang? Ms. Liang may treat Lao Bai well, but there's nothing between them. You know about Lao Bai's background MS. Liang doesn't match up. Brother Gang, you just turned 18, and Ms. Liang is almost 30. You can't be serious." The 3 classmates started talking over each other, trying to dissuade him. "Come on, I'm not jealous of Lao Bai," Wang Gang retorted, pulling a small red booklet from his pocket. "See? This is our marriage certificate. We just got it this morning." He opened the booklet, revealing a photo of him and Ms. Liang side by side. "Brother Gang, you're incredible," the classmates exclaimed in awe. "How did you convince your mom? Ms. Liang is 10 years older than you and a widow. With your talent, finding a partner shouldn't be hard." Even Baijin couldn't help but feel curious. Wang Gang grinned smugly. "Why would my mom disapprove? To be honest, my mom's a teacher too. She transferred to school 137 when I was in my first year of high school. Back then, my dad awakened his talent and married my mom. It's kind of a family tradition." This unexpected answer left everyone speechless. Professionals have strong physiques and long lifespans. What's a mere difference of less than 10 years? Wang Gang waved his hand dismissively, speaking with an air of indifference. His words drew nods of agreement from Baijin and the others. This was indeed the norm on Blue Star. Once someone broke through to level 10, their lifespan would increase significantly, to the point where no one had died of natural aging in nearly a century. Rumor had it that some powerful individuals had lived for centuries and still retained their youthful appearances. "Brother Gang, why does it sound like there's a hint of bitterness in your words?" Wang Gang let out a bitter laugh. It's because last night, Li Ying kept calling me the wrong name. As for whose name she called, you all know. All right. Wang Gang quickly regained his composure, his tone brimming with confidence. Old Bai, you stay here and wait. I'll take these three into the dungeon first. I guarantee we'll soar to new heights. As the only student in Class 9 with a top-tier talent, he certainly had the ability to back up his words. Brother Gang, maybe you should rest a bit first. One of the students hesitated, suggesting. No need. Wang Gang's expression flashed with slight embarrassment, but he quickly straightened his posture. A mere wild bull dungeon, those clumsy monsters that only charge in straight lines, leave it to me. Before his words had fully landed, the four of them had already disappeared, entering the dungeon space. Bai Jin remained behind, continuing to wait for his aunt to arrive. Suddenly, a graceful and elegant woman squeezed through the crowd, drawing the attention of the surrounding women. Her demeanor was strikingly similar to that of teacher Li Ying, though she exuded a more mature charm. Bai Jin instinctively tensed up. Bai Jin, the woman asked anxiously. Have you seen Wang Gang? I'm his mother. Auntie, Wang Gang just went into the dungeon with his classmates, Bai Jin replied. He's already gone in? The woman's face instantly turned pale. After hastily thanking him, she left in a rush. As soon as she departed, the crowd parted to form a 4-meter-wide path. Bai Jin took a deep breath, for walking toward him was his aunt, her face expressionless but brimming with anger. Auntie, let me explain. Ah. Before he could finish, his aunt's slender arm had already pinched his ear with precision. Bai Jin didn't dare resist, and could only let her drag him away. The surrounding professionals immediately turned into onlookers, eagerly gossiping. Whoa, I'm so jealous. I wish I could have my ear twisted by a goddess like her. You masochist. You've got some strange tendencies. Come on, be honest. Don't you wish the goddess would do the same to you? I'd rather gently pinch the goddess' ear myself. Traitor, how dare you have such wicked thoughts? Take this. It wasn't until they reached the car that his aunt finally let go of his ear. She climbed into the driver's seat without a word, and Bai Jin didn't dare make a sound. From childhood to now, this was the first time he had seen his aunt behave so uncharacteristically. When they got home, his aunt remained silent the entire time. She sighed softly, then pulled Bai Jin to sit on the sofa. The young man lowered his head, looking as though he knew he had done something wrong. Xiao Jin, his aunt began gently, her gaze heavy with seriousness. What's the mortality rate for a professional from awakening to advancing to the first rank? Bai Jin immediately straightened his back, answering as if reciting from a textbook. Auntie, based on over 100 years of accumulated data, it's 17.9. Last year, the rate dropped to 6.3. This is basic knowledge from high school textbooks. With the continual improvement of the professional system, the mortality rate for advancing to the first rank has been decreasing year by year. That's right, his aunt said, her tone tinged with bitterness. 6.3 doesn't sound too high, less than 1 in 10 people. But Xiaojin, do you know? That number includes all professionals. Do you know the specific mortality rate for combat professionals? Bai Jin shook his head. This was beyond what he had learned. Her voice grew even softer, though it carried a weighty undertone. According to internal data from the Valkyrie Corps, the mortality rate for combat professionals advancing to the first rank last year was 3.2. It seems lower than the overall rate. But when advancing to the second rank at level 19, the mortality rate jumps to 29.8. And at level 29, advancing to the third rank, it soars to 43.5. She paused. And that's just the average. For combat professionals with ordinary talent, the mortality rate is more than double. That's why most people with average talent stop taking risks after reaching the first rank. A flash of pain crossed her eyes. You have ordinary talent. How could you dare to solo a dungeon before I've equipped you with proper weapons and armor? Do you really want me to bury a loved one and live out my days in loneliness? Bai Jin glanced at his aunt's jet black hair and murmured softly. Auntie, I'm not as weak as you think. I can handle solo dungeons. Despite his words, the memory of nearly dying under the roaring Bull King's battle cries shook his confidence. Seeing Bai Jin's cautious demeanor, his aunt's heart softened. She moved closer, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. Our Xiao Jin is, of course, the best. Let's not dwell on what's already happened. From now on, let Annie help you plan. You need to learn some practical skills, and your equipment needs to be upgraded. Auntie, I already have skill books, and basic equipment isn't really. Bai Jin began to explain, but his aunt interrupted with a light laugh. Tell me, what kind of skill book best matches your talent? They'll help you get it. And for now, stop running dungeons to level up. There's more than one way to increase your attribute points. Once Rian joins the Valkyrie Corps, she'll definitely be well treated. When the time comes, he'll ask her to secure some resources for you. We'll focus on improving your physical attributes first. Then, when you go back to the dungeons, you'll have a clear advantage. She went on. Originally, I planned for your sister to help secure resources for you, so you could enhance your attributes first. Then, with the weapons and gear I've prepared, you'd easily dominate dungeons at your level. But ever since you awakened, you've become so rebellious. Auntie, look at this. Bai Jin suddenly exclaimed. Bai Jin took out the summon iron-blooded wild bull skill book from his pocket. However, when his gaze fell on his aunt, he suddenly remembered something due to her burning talent. Though she possessed the formidable physique of a third-tier professional, her soul attributes were likely inferior to his, and she might have even lost the ability to inspect item attributes. Auntie, this is a summon iron-blooded wild bull skill book. It's of yellow-grade quality and comes with a special suffix, Bai Jin explained. What? A yellow-grade special skill book? His aunt's eyes widened in shock, but her expression quickly turned serious. Bai Jin, which shameless woman gave you something this extravagant? She grabbed the first-tier Valkyrie Guard token from her waist, her tone heavy. With this token in hand, no one can force you into anything. Bai Jin's lips twitched. Auntie, I got this from clearing a dungeon. His words left his aunt momentarily stunned. As a former third-tier professional and a member of the Valkyrie battle group, she was well aware of the world's rules. Bai Jin, your talent. Her voice carried a mix of anticipation and concern. It's strong. Very strong. Bai Jin replied firmly. His aunt nodded lightly. When will you be able to learn this skill book? As soon as I want to. It'll take me at most half an hour. I'm just a bit short on skill points, but I'll have enough after leveling up in the next dungeon. After thinking for a moment, his aunt said seriously, you're in good shape now. If you're confident, go ahead and do it now. This time, it was Bai Jin who hesitated. Auntie, won't this draw the attention of those two fourth-tier professionals? His aunt gave him a reassuring smile. It's just leveling up. It's not a big deal. She stood up. Once you've learned the skill, wait for me at home. I need to head out for a bit. With that, she gripped the token tightly and left in a hurry. Bai Jin was a little surprised by how understanding his aunt was today. He had expected to be lectured. Since he had her approval, he immediately set off for the dungeon area. Meanwhile, his aunt drove to the teleportation area and quickly teleported away. Inside the dungeon, Bai Jin plowed through the nightmare difficulty like a hot knife through butter. Each monster in the levels even dungeon granted 1,120 experience points, and by the end of the run, he had amassed 123,200 experience points. His level rose to 8, with an experience total of 68,32080,000 close to reaching level 9. Considering the soul strength required to learn high-quality skill books, he allocated 20 points to his soul attribute, comfortably exceeding the requirement. While still in the dungeon, Bai Jin took out the summon iron-blooded wild bull skill book and began learning it. After consuming 16 skill points, the skill was successfully acquired. Under the effect of his supreme summoning talent, the skill was immediately enhanced, upgrading to summon iron-blooded wild bull king. The effect of this yellow-grade special exclusive skill was as follows. By consuming mana equal to 100 times the caster's level, the user can summon a semi-energy, semi-flesh iron-blooded wild bull king of the same level. The summoning process takes 6 seconds, during which the caster cannot be subjected to high-intensity interruptions. The skill has a cooldown period of 2.4 hours and cannot be used to summon multiple entities simultaneously. The moment the iron-blooded wild bull evolved into the iron-blooded wild bull king, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Bai Jin's eyes. As a level 8 summoner with 30 soul attributes and 33,000 mana points, summoning this level 8 iron-blooded wild bull king required only 800 mana points and effortless feat for him. Summon the iron-blooded wild bull king. Bai Jin commanded in a low voice. In an instant, a massive blood-red magic array unfurled before him, and an overwhelming surge of mana flowed into the summoning rune within his sea of consciousness. Moo! A deafening bellow reverberated through the surroundings. When the colossal beast appeared, Bai Jin couldn't help but gasp. Standing 3 meters tall at the shoulder and nearly 7 meters long, the creature exuded an aura of unparalleled dominance. Eagerly, Bai Jin checked its attribute panel. Iron-blooded wild bull king. Level, yellow rank special. Health, 768, 000768000. Stamina, 768, 000768000. Defense intensity, 10. Physical defense, 1,920. Magical defense, 960. Attack speed range, 0-2. Physical attack, 3,840. Talents, endurance, ironhide, iron-blooded battle will. Trait, evolution. Skills, King's Battle Roar, Savage Stomp, Brutal Charge. However, just as Bai Jin was reveling in his joy, a system prompt hit him like a cold bucket of water. You have gained talent feedback bonuses. Temporary endurance talent. Temporary ironhide talent. Your willpower is incompatible with the iron-blooded battle will talent. Temporary iron-blooded battle will cannot be granted. Are you saying my willpower is weak? Bai Jin grumbled to himself, but he quickly brushed off the minor setback. After all, compared to the astonishing attributes of the iron-blooded wild bull king, this was hardly worth dwelling on. Just the sheer health pool of 768,000 was mind-blowing. To put it into perspective, By Jin's current level 8 physical attributes only granted him a measly 800 health, barely a fraction of the Bull King's stats. Even more impressive was the creature's additional defensive attributes, all thanks to its Ironhide talent. Bai Jin carefully examined the talent effects. Endurance yellow rank temporary effect. Passive talent. Drastically increases stamina recovery rate, restoring 1 of stamina or a minimum of 100 points per second. This is practically a perpetual motion machine. Bai Jin thought excitedly. With this talent, paired with his rapid strike talent, he could throw punches continuously for 10 days and nights without feeling fatigued. Ironhide yellow rank temporary effect. Passive talent. Increases physical defense by 2 points per level and magical defense by 1 point per level. Significantly enhances resistance to blunt and piercing damage. While the same talent granted the iron-blooded Wild Bull King a staggering 1,920 physical defense and 960 magical defense, far surpassing Bai Jin's bonus, as it didn't dampen his spirits in the slightest. After all, possessing such a powerful summoned beast, one that even the savage beast realm would covet, was proof enough of its extraordinary value. Bai Jin stood still, his brows slightly furrowed. The Iron-blood Wild Bull King in front of him had an attribute growth rate of only 1, which he regarded as nothing more than a weakling. Even though it possessed the yellow-tier passive talent, Iron-blooded Battle Will, which supposedly made it fearless against any challenge, Bai Jin found the notion laughable. He recalled a moment in the Hell Dungeon when the Wild Bull King had roared in submission toward him. Unfortunately, he had been in a state of dizziness at the time and was unable to respond. Not that it would have mattered, wouldn't have accepted anyway. After all, he wasn't a beast tamer and didn't carry any enslavement tools to ensure a safe capture. Besides, given the Wild Bull King's strength, a single close-range battle roar could have instantly killed him. However, as Bai Jin carefully assessed the Iron-blood Wild Bull King's traits, his expression became serious. To his surprise, this Wild Bull King possessed a promotion trait, meaning that under specific conditions, it could advance to a higher quality. I see, Bai Jin murmured, suddenly enlightened. No wonder the Wild Beast realm places such importance on this creature. The key isn't those 3 talents, but this promotion trait. This discovery made him hesitate about the second choice he was about to make. The power of his supreme talent finally began to reveal itself. Although the skills of the woodpecker were weak aside from its absolute damage trait, the Iron-blood Wild Bull King's attributes exemplified the terrifying potential of the summon in a state of ultimate development effect. 3 talent options appeared before him. 1. All attributes of the designated summoned creature 200 Mystic Tier. 2. 30 of damage taken by the designated summoned creature is converted into Health Mystic Tier. 3. Physical defense of the designated summoned creature increases by 3 points per level Yellow Tier. Faced with 2 Mystic Tier options, Bai Jin chose without hesitation the 200 all-attribute boost for the Iron-blood Wild Bull King. As the talent effect activated, the Wild Bull King's attributes underwent a dramatic transformation. Its health skyrocketed to 2.304 million, and its stamina matched at 2.304 million. Physical defense surged to 5,760 points, and magical defense rose to 2,880 points. Within its attack speed range of 0-2, its physical attack reached an astonishing 11,520 points. Coupled with talents like Endurance Stamina, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, and Iron-blooded Battle Will, as well as skills like King's Roar, Savage Stomp, and Wild Force Charge, the Wild Bull King had become a moving fortress. Looking at the stunning attribute panel, Bai Jin could hardly suppress his laughter. With such a powerful bodyguard, even if 100 frenzied woodpeckers attacked, he could safely hide behind the Wild Bull King without worry. Despite this, Bai Jin decided to forego the second choice. Since the Iron-blood Wild Bull King already had the promotion trait, he figured it was better to proceed cautiously and take his time. There was no need to risk turning other wild bulls into its nourishment. Each level up would grant talent effects, and just the 200 all-attribute boost alone was already overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, once he stepped onto that battlefield, facing a horde of wild bulls with his fragile body would almost certainly lead to his demise if he were surrounded. Despite the old bull's attack speed supposedly increasing by 200 across all attributes, there was no noticeable change, leaving Bai Jin rather puzzled. After leaving the dungeon, he returned the iron-blooded barbarian Bull King to the summoning space and prepared to head home as per his aunt's instructions. This time, Bai Jin had a sudden idea to test his own limits. Stretching his long legs, he began sprinting at full speed. Even at the peak intensity of his physical strength, with an 8-point body attribute, he showed no signs of exhaustion. His muscles remained taut, his breathing steady, his stamina unyielding, and not even a hint of soreness crept in. Trying to tire me out? Not a chance. Bai Jin's lips curved into a smile, savoring the exhilarating sensation of running at full throttle without any fatigue. Meanwhile, in a grand yet minimalist hall, Bai Jin's aunt, Tang Yun, sat upright, her demeanor completely different from her usual relaxed appearance at home. At this moment, she exuded a rare sense of solemnity. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed, growing closer. A woman clad in battle armor strode in with confidence. At the sound, Tang Yun immediately stood and walked forward to greet her, bowing respectfully in front of the woman. Tang Yun greets the Valkyrie, my lady, she said, her voice carrying a deep reverence. Take a seat. I'm busy, get to the point, the Valkyrie said curtly. Her face was cold, her tone laced with an undeniable weariness, as though burdened by an overwhelming weight. Tang Yun glanced at her with a trace of concern, took a deep breath, and removed a first-class guardian jade token from her waist. My lady, I wish to trade this token for something. Trade for something? You came to me for this. Any squad leader could handle such a request, the Valkyrie replied, her tone tinged with impatience as she turned to leave. My lady, Tang Yun quickly stepped forward. I wish to obtain the absolute substitution skill book from the Valkyrie core contribution vault. The Valkyrie abruptly turned back, her sharp gaze piercing through Tang Yun. This time, Tang Yun mustered her courage and met her eyes. Tang Yun, the Valkyrie's voice turned icy. The Valkyrie core can ensure your lifelong safety, but how dare you harbor such bold ambitions? Tang Yun dropped to her knees. My lady, my brother-in-law Bai Yi and my sister Tang Ling's son has awakened. I only wish to ensure his safety. Please, grant me this request. A flicker of disdain crossed the Valkyrie's eyes. That belongs to the domain lord and was entrusted to the Valkyrie core. It's not something your nephew or even your daughter, despite her awakened heavenly grade talent, has any right to claim. Enough. I'll let your audacity slide this time, out of respect for your intentions as an aunt. With that, she turned and walked away. Tang Yun's face turned pale. Why is he not qualified? What? Tang Yun knelt on the ground and turned around, her voice filled with sorrow. The Valkyrie, however, paid her no attention, striding away with determined steps. My brother-in-law was a supreme fifth-tier beastmaster. If he hadn't died, he might be as powerful as you are now. Tang Yun's voice trembled. Both my sister and I have heavenly level talents. Might have had a chance to achieve the 5th tier. The Bai family of the southern region was nearly wiped out in that battle. Yet Bai Chongqing is still fighting for the domain lord, and Bai even joined the Valkyrie battle corps. Even when my daughter awakened her heavenly level talent and you wanted to take her away, I didn't utter a single word of opposition. Isn't all of this enough to earn some respect? The Valkyrie halted her steps and turned to face Tang Yun, her gaze icy and piercing. If it weren't for this protective jade token, do you think you could have survived this long with just your looks? The battle corps has sent you money every year without fail. Your daughter awakened a heavenly level talent. If we hadn't taken her in, could you have protected her? As for the Bai family of the southern region, they brought their downfall upon themselves. Tang Yun froze for a moment before letting out a bitter, chilling laugh. Brought it upon themselves? Do you think I don't know the truth? If it weren't for the domain lord's ambition to invade the void demon realm, would there have been that catastrophic battle that destroyed the southern region? The Bai family was nearly annihilated, yet they're still blamed for it. What kind of justice is that? The Valkyrie's figure flickered, and in an instant, she appeared before Tang Yun. She bent down and grabbed Tang Yun by the throat, lifting her off the ground. Tang Yun, the domain lord, is beyond reproach. The survival of the 9th domain to this day is thanks to sacrifices you can't even begin to comprehend. Do you think this jade token means I wouldn't dare lay a hand on you? A menacing aura filled the air, and Tang Yun felt as though she had fallen into an icy abyss. Yet, she continued to stare directly into the Valkyrie's eyes. Even if the Bai family truly brought it upon themselves, my sister sacrificed everything to save so many of her comrades. Doesn't that warrant at least asking the domain lord for an explanation? The Valkyrie paused upon hearing this, letting out a sigh before releasing her grip. A crimson handprint remained on Tang Yun's pale neck, but she paid it no mind, her gaze still locked on the Valkyrie. I'll ask on your behalf. But if the domain lord refuses, and you dare to cause trouble again. The Valkyrie stopped mid-sentence, her figure disappearing in an instant. Tang Yun staggered back a few steps and collapsed into a chair. Though her body was drenched in cold sweat, a glimmer of hope shone in her eyes. She thought to herself, if Xiao Jin can clear the hell-level dungeon with just a summoned woodpecker, he must have some hidden secret. He might also have a heavenly level talent or even more. With my brother-in-law and sister's potential, how could Xiao Jin be ordinary? And back then, her thoughts continued to race. Since this path is unavoidable, I need absolute assurance. If Xiao Jin can learn the absolute substitution skill book, only then can I truly feel at ease. Even if I can't get it this time, I must get Ruyan to find a way to secure it. Before long, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Before Tang Yun could rise, a skill book was already flying toward her. Tang Yun, the heavy losses of the Bai family in that battle are undeniable, but things aren't as you think. It wasn't the domain lord using it as an excuse to invade the void demon realm. On the contrary, the domain lord paid an unimaginable price to repel the demon invasion. The Bai family was the true culprit behind that disaster. That's why they fought so desperately. If the Bai family's 3 fifth-tier powerhouses hadn't died in battle to atone for their sins, do you think any of them would have been spared during the aftermath? Hearing this weary voice, Tang Yun froze. But she quickly regained her composure and carefully stored the skill book. The rights and wrongs of what happened over a decade ago were beyond her ability to resolve. For now, this unexpected windfall was what truly mattered. My lord, I mean no offense to the domain master, Tang Yun said respectfully, lowering her head with a slight tremor in her voice. My daughter will join the Valkyrie Battle Corps in the future, and my nephew will also take the path of combat. Both will contribute to the ninth domain. At this moment, she had completely restrained the frenzied demeanor she displayed earlier. The Valkyrie nodded slightly, her gaze piercing. Turbulent times are approaching. You must move to the Battle Corps side as soon as possible and ensure you do not become a burden to your daughter. Before her words had fully settled, the first-tier Guardian Jade token in Tang Yun's hand dissolved into a streak of light and vanished. Burning your talent doesn't mean you can't grow stronger. The Valkyrie's voice echoed in the air. Your children are grown now. In the future, by exploring different power systems within the Battle Corps, you might find a way to heal your soul injury. Tang Yun bowed deeply, then strode away with her head held high. After being teleported to the Misty Sea base city, she drove home at full speed. Xiao Jin, quickly, learn this skill book. Tang Yun burst into the house, her face brimming with joy. Bai Jin was just about to take the skill book when he suddenly noticed a distinct palm mark on his aunt's fair neck. Auntie, I don't have any skill points left. Wait, what happened to your neck? His voice turned sharp with anger. And where's the first-tier Guardian Jade token from the Valkyrie Battle Corps? Tang Yun waved off his concern for the mark, her tone eager. Don't worry about such trivial things. This skill book doesn't require skill points. Bai Jin silently took the skill book, and its attributes immediately appeared. Absolute substitution. Special note. After learning, you can designate a target for permanent locking, creating an absolute substitution effect. Restriction. Can only lock onto one target. Once locked, it cannot be changed. If the target is destroyed or dies, the skill will disappear. Bai Jin instantly understood. His aunt must have paid an enormous price to obtain this rare skill book. Although the powerful individual she encountered showed no intent to kill, treating his aunt this way filled him with a quiet resolve. He swore to himself that when his strength was sufficient, he would leave double the mark on that person. He began testing to lock a target. Lock target, Blue Planet World. The skill book remained unresponsive. Lock target, Misty Sea Base City. Still ineffective. Lock target, the ninth domain's tankiest individual. Another failure. Xiao Jin, what are you spacing out for? His aunt's puzzled voice snapped him back to reality. Bai Jin's eyes lit up. With a thought, he declared, lock target, summoned iron-blooded wild bull king skill. The moment Bai Jin issued the command, the absolute substitution skill book in his hand dissolved into specks of light, merging perfectly with the summoning rune of the iron-blooded bull king in his mind. Instantly, he felt a peculiar connection extending from himself to the massive iron-blooded bull king in the summoning space. So that's how it works, Bai Jin thought, suddenly enlightened. He finally understood why this skill didn't require additional skill points to activate. The special description of the skill was straightforward. All damage directed at him would be transferred to the summoned iron-blooded bull king. As long as the iron-blooded bull king remained alive, he would be safe. Of course, if the summoning rune for the iron-blooded bull king were destroyed, the absolute substitution skill would vanish as well. Thinking about the iron-blooded bull king's incredible health and defense, Bai Jin felt a surge of joy. He couldn't imagine any creature of the same level posing a threat to him now. Auntie, I'm invincible now, Bai Jin exclaimed excitedly. His aunt, Tang Yun, gave him a warm smile and said, Xiao Jin, this skill does make you much safer than others, but don't go around saying things like invincible. Got it, Auntie. I'm just trying to express how much stronger I feel, Bai Jin quickly explained. Tang Yun nodded in satisfaction, thinking to herself that, apart from sneaking off to clear dungeons today, Bai Jin had rarely given her cause for worry since childhood. Xiao Jin, Tang Yun said softly, pointing to the handprint on her neck. This was left by someone I admire. Don't overthink it, your auntie really isn't hurt. Bai Jin nodded silently, refraining from further questions. Tang Yun continued. With this absolute substitution skill, you don't need to worry too much about equipment in the early stages. Ordinary gear won't help much, and high-quality gear is hard to come by. That yellow rank bull king is enough to dominate the wild beast path dungeon, so your safety is assured. She glanced at the clock. Rian will be back soon. He'll go chop some vegetables. You go ahead and have fun. Okay, Annie. After returning to his room, Bai Jin carefully retrieved a wooden box and placed the perfect rank advancement certificate inside, setting it on his desk. He had already made up his mind. This certificate would be reserved for his younger sister, Lu Rian, who had a heaven-tier talent. His sister would undoubtedly face many dangers in the future, and the 10 extra attribute points from the perfect rank certificate, along with the additional points gained with each level, would accumulate into a significant advantage over time. To Bai Jin, his aunt was like his own mother, and his younger sister was family he cherished deeply. Even if his aunt hadn't helped him obtain this incredible skill, he had already planned to give the perfect rank advancement certificate to his sister. With his strength, clearing other hell-level dungeons to gain additional free attribute points wouldn't be difficult in the future. Although the absolute substitution skill hadn't triggered the supreme summoning talent correction likely, because it wasn't classified as a summoning skill, just the level 8 Iron-Blooded Bull King alone had 2.304 million HP. If the 100-fold summoning effect were to activate in the future, the scene would be unimaginable. 100 Iron-Blooded Bull Kings absorbing damage for him. Had even dare to face dungeon bosses Hedon. Recalling the Bull King he had slain in the Hell-level dungeon, it likely wasn't as powerful as his current Iron-Blooded Bull King. This realization made Bai Jin seriously consider his second option, entering the battlefield space to fight against hordes of bulls. The stronger the Iron-Blooded Bull King became, the safer he would be. However, he remained cautious, fully aware that the bulls on the battlefield might no longer be constrained by the rules of Blue Star. They were likely to be level 10 or higher, which required careful preparation. With this in mind, he planned to clear a few more nightmare-level dungeons tomorrow, using 3 superior rank advancement certificates to reach Tier 1 and level up to 19. By then, with a level 19 Iron-Blooded Bull King and 100 level 29 Frenzied Woodpeckers by his side, he would be virtually unstoppable. Just as Bai Jin was deep in thought, a cheerful voice interrupted him. "Big brother, I'm back." Bai Jin immediately stood up and walked out of his room. Looking at the cheerful girl, Bai Jin's expression shifted as he noticed a graceful and elegant woman with a warm aura following behind her. The beauty of this woman was so extraordinary that even Bai Jin, who had seen his fair share of remarkable sights, was momentarily stunned. "Mom, come out quickly. We have a guest," Lu Rian called out as she guided the beautiful woman to a seat, then happily dashed toward the kitchen. Tang Yun dried her hands and followed her daughter to the living room, where she saw an extraordinary woman staring intently at Bai Jin. Bai Jin, on the other hand, sat there with an awkward expression. "Tang Yun greets your grace," Tang Yun said respectfully, bowing to the woman. This display left Bai Jin completely dumbfounded. Even when faced with the 2 fourth-tier powerhouses earlier, his aunt had never shown such deference. "No need for such formalities," the woman said gently. "I happened to be passing by and thought to visit the son of Bai Yi and Tang Ling. Truly, you are a fine young man, even more handsome than your father." Hearing the elder-like tone in her voice and realizing that she seemed to know his parents, Bai Jin quickly adjusted his demeanor. "Bai Jin greets you, auntie." The room fell into an awkward silence as if time itself had frozen. The woman's expression stiffened, and Tang Yun was too shocked to speak. The entire living room became eerily quiet. "Auntie." The woman's lips twitched, clearly displeased with the title. However, seeing Bai Jin's earnest expression, she eventually let it slide. The scene shifted abruptly, and Bai Jin found himself standing in front of a picturesque wooden cabin surrounded by a crystal-clear stream. The woman from earlier appeared beside him, moving with elegance. "I heard from Rian that your awakened talent is Void Summoner," she asked. "Yes," Bai Jin nodded repeatedly. "Your father had a Beastmaster talent. How did it turn into Void Summoning with you?" The woman sighed softly. "Never mind. I owed your mother a favor back then. Here, take this." As she spoke, a transparent crystal, about the size of a pigeon egg, appeared in her hand. "Auntie, this is..." Bai Jin began. "Bai Jin," the woman interrupted sharply. "I am unmarried. Calling me auntie is inappropriate. You may call me Sister Morong or Ice Empress." "Understood." Bai Jin greets the Ice Empress, he corrected himself. A hint of disappointment flashed in the Ice Empress's eyes, but she quickly let it go. With a flick of her finger, the crystal embedded itself directly into Bai Jin's forehead. Startled, Bai Jin initially panicked, but soon realized it caused him no harm. As the crystal fully merged within him, Bai Jin became aware of the incredible value of the gift and extraordinary spatial crystal capable of storing living beings. This special type of spatial crystal far surpassed ordinary storage items in worth. For a Beastmaster, it would allow them to carry their beasts with them at all times. "Thank you, Ice Empress." Bai Jin expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Very well. My business here is done. I will take my leave now," she said calmly. As the space shifted, by the time Bai Jin realized what had happened, he was already standing in the living room of his home. The mysterious woman seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a faint ripple in the air. Xiao Jin, his aunt, Tang Yun, hurried over, examining him closely with worry etched in her eyes. "She didn't hurt you, did she?" Only after ensuring he was unharmed did her tense shoulders relax slightly. "Auntie, she was really nice. She even gave me something really special." Bai Jin recalled the earlier encounter and curiously asked, "By the way, Annie, do you know her?" Tang Yun nodded, a hint of respect in her expression. "Murong Xiaobing, a 5th-tier magic sovereign, master of spatial magic, and Zhou Wei's teacher." At this, She suddenly burst into laughter, to the point where she could hardly stand upright. Xiaojin, you know what? I've known her for a long time. She's always been the kind of strong, aloof person who keeps others at arm's length. But just now, she wiped away tears of laughter. I actually saw her, the mighty fifth-tier magic sovereign, looking so flustered and speechless. It was truly a sight to behold. Seeing Bai Jin's puzzled look, Tang Yun explained softly. Calling her Annie wasn't wrong, really. She probably just didn't expect to encounter such a situation, so she quickly gave you something and left. I guess she was a bit embarrassed. Bai Jin was at a loss for words, surprised that his aunt found such amusement in the situation. Brother, sis. The siblings spoke simultaneously, and Bai Jin gestured for his younger sister to go first. Lu Rian took out an exquisite wooden box, her tone tinged with reluctance. Brother, I have something for you. Lord I Sovereign has already placed spatial protection on me, but ITLL only lasts for 2 hours. I need to head to the main city soon. Little sis, you go ahead first. Auntie and I will join you in the main city soon. Bai Jin said as he went to retrieve a prepared wooden box from his room. Handing it to his sister, he added, by the way, I have something for you too. Brother, open it after I leave. Lu Rian quickly stopped him when she saw him about to open the box. She smiled happily, placing her brother's gift back in her room before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Soon, a table full of aromatic dishes was served. The three of them ate and chatted, the atmosphere warm and joyful. After dinner, Lu Rian reminded them with concern, Mom, make sure to keep an eye on brother. Don't let him solo dungeons again. That training team was paid by Sister Shuawei. So brother, you need to stick with the team and level up to tier 1 properly. Don't push yourself too hard. Alright. Now you're acting like you're in charge of your mom and brother. Tang Yun joked. Go pack your things quickly before the spatial protection wears off. Lu Rian responded and ran back to her room, humming a tune as she packed her belongings. She picked up the wooden box and couldn't resist opening it to see her brother's gift. A perfect tier advancement certificate. She exclaimed in shock as she took out the certificate. Then, with a bright smile, she added, it must have been given to brother by Lord Morong Xiaobing. Even Sister Shuawei never prepared something this good for me. Talking to herself, she shook her head with a laugh. Brother is so silly. Something this valuable, and he didn't keep it for himself. I only have a heaven grade talent, so an excellent tier advancement certificate would have been enough. Those extra free attribute points don't mean much to me. Despite her words, Lu Rian's face was full of joy as she used the certificate. A crystalline glow instantly fused into her body, and the system notification followed. Lu Rian, perfect advancement to tier 1. As Lu Rian advanced to the next stage, a surge of spatial energy suddenly emerged. Her figure vanished from the room in an instant, and the next moment, she appeared in the teleportation area of the Mist Sea base city. She quickly sent a message to her mother. Mom, have my brother lead the team to grind the regular dungeon and level up to 9 with full experience. I've already given him the promotion token. Keep an eye on him. Before the message had even fully registered, she stepped decisively into the teleportation array, her figure disappearing once again. Tang Yun glanced at her daughter's message, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. She immediately contacted Bai Jin. Xiao Jin, the promotion token Rian gave you is a perfect grade 1 she got from the Hell level dungeon. Go check it out. Bai Jin returned to his room and retrieved a wooden box, sitting down beside his aunt. The moment he opened the box, his gaze froze on the perfect grade promotion token inside, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. His aunt muttered under her breath, that reckless girl, daring to tackle the Hell level dungeon alone. Though her tone carried a hint of fondness. Xiao Jin, I almost forgot about this. His aunt quickly went to her room and came back holding a delicate little chest. Seeing the trace of sorrow on her face, Bai Jin had a hunch this must be something left behind by his parents. Inside the chest were several yellowed photographs, and, most strikingly, an exquisite bracelet. His aunt picked up the bracelet, gently took Bai Jin's left hand, and slipped it onto his wrist. The feminine bracelet, upon touching his wrist, automatically adjusted to fit him perfectly. Xiao Jin, this is the only keepsake your mother left behind. Although its contents have already been removed, it was a gift we received when we became apprentices. It has nothing to do with the Bai family of the southern region, his aunt said, her eyes reflecting a deep nostalgia. Auntie, I know you gave yours to my little sister, but I'm a grown man wearing a bracelet meant for women, Bai Jin tried to argue, only to be met with his aunt's amused smile. Who says boys can't wear feminine storage bracelets? She teased, her eyes crinkling with laughter as if recalling something amusing. Bai Jin sighed in resignation. He couldn't possibly tell his aunt that he was a true warrior blessed with 3 talents: endurance, impenetrable skin, and rapid charge capable of enduring the harshest trials. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Rapid charge, endurance, impenetrable skin, wasn't that essentially speed, infinite stamina, permanent resistance? That combination was practically unbeatable. Realizing the peculiar implications of these traits, Bai Jin resolved to never reveal this secret to any woman. Just kidding, his aunt said, her expression softening. This is a high-grade storage item, far superior to the ordinary ones you find on the market. Try binding it to your soul, and you'll see. Hearing this, Bai Jin stopped overthinking. After all, this was the only keepsake left by his mother, and it was most fitting for him to safeguard it. Worst case, he could always save up and replace it with a more masculine storage item in the future. Raising his left hand to his forehead, Bai Jin quickly completed the soul binding process with the storage bracelet. The moment he sensed the internal space of the bracelet, his eyes widened in astonishment. Auntie, this is actually a Xian-grade storage bracelet. The space inside is unbelievably vast. Bai Jin couldn't hide his excitement. His aunt's lips curled into a subtle smile. Of course, back in the day, the teacher your mother and I apprenticed under was a top-level expert. Naturally, the apprenticeship gift was nothing short of extraordinary. She yawned as she spoke, then added, "All right, go back to your room and familiarize yourself with how to use it. Your aunt is feeling a bit tired." Bai Jin nodded repeatedly and hurried back to his room. Examining the bracelet on his wrist closely, he noticed it was identical to the one his younger sister wore. The internal space was as large as a standard football field, with a height reaching 40 to 50 meters. He knew well that items like storage bracelets, once soul-bound, could only be transferred to another person under one condition: the original owner's death, which would cause the soul imprint to dissipate. However, his aunt's situation was unique. She had once burned her innate talent, leaving her soul extremely weakened and unable to maintain the bracelet's soul imprint. This also explained why, despite her third-tier physical strength, she always seemed to need more sleep than younger people. Back in his room, Bai Jin began experimenting with two completely different types of spatial storage abilities. His own fused life containment space allowed him to store living creatures and even provided them with a sustainable environment, something ordinary storage equipment could never achieve. However, this space had its limitations. For example, stored meat would spoil just as quickly as it would in the real world. In contrast, the storage bracelet housed a lifeless space. While it couldn't accommodate living beings with soul energy, it could preserve food indefinitely. The complementary nature of these two spaces relieved Bai Jin of any future concerns about supplies. He even started planning to establish a livestock area within his life containment space, though this would have to wait until he advanced to the next tier. Before bed, Bai Jin, as usual, scrolled through news on his phone. One particular piece of information caught his attention. The Blood War 8 Wastelands Pioneering Academy had announced its admission requirements: perfect level talents needed to achieve an outstanding level advancement to the first tier, while those with yellow grade or higher talents were exempted from exams and entitled to various privileges. Just like the Valkyrie Exploration Academy attended by Liu Rian, the Blood Battle 8 Desolations Academy is also affiliated with one of the top 10 battle regiments of the 9th domain, specifically the Blood Battle 8 Desolations Regiment. Within this realm, its status rivals that of the top-tier universities once found on Blue Star. Furthermore, with the Domain Master's patronage, the Valkyrie Regiment stands even more prominently above the rest. The admissions criteria for these two academies are distinctly different. The Valkyrie Exploration Academy primarily enrolls female students, with only a very few exceptionally gifted males being granted admission. This policy was actually revised from an earlier one, where the Valkyrie Regiment only accepted females. However, practice proved that an isolated force cannot thrive, and many tasks became difficult to manage. Hence, the Domain Master personally adjusted the regulations. The Blood Battle 8 Desolations Regiment, on the other hand, is renowned for its iron-willed warriors, with each member being a formidable and awe-inspiring fighter. Bai Jin longed to become one of them, but unfortunately, with his ordinary talent, he couldn't even meet the minimum threshold for admission. In this era, talent is akin to the college entrance exam scores of the past, serving as the most critical criterion for selection by exploration academies. From the top 10 prestigious schools to the more ordinary first-tier, second-tier, and third-tier academies, all primarily assess candidates based on their talent. Even the most basic exploration academies require at least an excellent grade in talent. For someone like Bai Jin, labeled as an underachiever, gaining admission to any academy would be nearly impossible without taking an unconventional path or revealing some hidden potential. Though Bai Jin could still grow stronger on his own with his current talent and capabilities, his progress would always be limited. Exploration academies are called exploration academies for a reason. They bear the responsibility of expanding territories. The 9th domain alone now boasts over 300 base cities, with the total population surging from 3.6 billion 10 years ago to a staggering 6 billion today, rivaling the peak era of Blue Star. Each base city has its own unique characteristics. For instance, the 9th base city, where Bai Jin resides, has a history spanning over a century. To sustain expansion, the authorities not only strongly encourage childbirth, but also pledge to cover all expenses for each child from birth to their awakening. This is not merely a welfare initiative, but a strategic approach aimed at increasing the probability of producing offspring with superior talent through sheer numbers. Across this vast land, Every base city is built around a first-tier dungeon, while higher-tier dungeons are scattered throughout the wilderness. This layout provides an endless source of momentum for the Ninth Domain's continued growth and development. The major factions and their affiliated pioneer academies maintain strict control over the teleportation arrays and pathways leading to high-level dungeons and alternate worlds. This has created a clear division in the paths of career advancement. One must either join a pioneer academy for safety and resources or venture into the wilderness to seek out unknown high-level dungeons, the latter being exponentially more dangerous than the former. For students with mediocre talent, their options are limited. Either enter the workforce directly or spend a fortune enrolling in vocational academies. However, most vocational academies only offer basic professional knowledge, without delving into other fields or providing access to high-level dungeons for skill enhancement. At that moment, Bai Jin's phone suddenly vibrated. The message in the class group chat sent a chill down his spine. Ms. Li Ying, classmates, the message read. As of now, Wu Yong, Fan Tai, Zhong Ning, Li Bu, and Chun Huan have all been confirmed dead. Bai Jin took a deep breath as the faces of his former classmates flashed through his mind. In such a short time, they had all passed away. The group chat fell into a heavy silence. The virtual space filled with an overwhelming sense of grief. Ms. Li Ying soon sent a warning message. Everyone, you are now awakened adults. Remember not to aim too high. A few of your classmates underestimated the dangers of challenging difficult dungeons after easily clearing basic ones, and they paid the price with their lives. She continued, emphasizing, the difficulty gap between dungeons is vast, much like the differences in talent among individuals. As career professionals with average talent, you should avoid attempting dungeons beyond normal difficulty. Life is precious and irreplaceable. Please proceed with caution. In the real game, there are no death notifications or mechanisms to show grayed out names, but each dungeon has its unique rules. For instance, in the Savage Beast Path dungeon, all monsters, including the boss, gradually move toward the dungeon entrance over time. Within just 5 hours, every monster will reach the entrance, forcing professionals into a life-or-death confrontation. Bai Jin turned off his phone and silently mourned his fallen classmates. He understood that by steadily progressing through normal dungeons, almost anyone could advance to the first rank. The current situation was better than expected, but his experience of being knocked to the ground by the Wild Bull King's roar earlier that day reminded him of the need to rest and recover his spiritual state. Meanwhile, in a grand hall within the main city, the fifth-rank spatial sovereign Murong Xiaobing waited alongside Lu Rian. Before long, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed, and the Valkyrie, who had left a lasting impression on Tang Yun, entered the hall. The sheer presence she exuded with every movement caused the air around Lu Rian to feel stifling and heavy. In that moment, Lu Rian truly grasped the terrifying power of the strong. Her once prized heavenly-level talent and solo achievements in hell difficulty dungeons seemed utterly insignificant. Greetings, my lord. Murong Xiaobing bowed respectfully, and Lu Rian quickly followed suit. Sit, the Valkyrie said calmly. Yes. Murong Xiaobing immediately guided Lu Rian to sit to the side of the Valkyrie, but she only perched on the edge of the chair, maintaining a straight posture and an attitude of utmost reverence. Not bad. This face is no less beautiful than your mother's. The Valkyrie gazed at Lu Rian's face, her eyes filled with approval. Lu Rian immediately straightened her back and waited respectfully for her to continue. Xiaobing. Here. Murong Xiaobing responded promptly. The Valkyrie spoke with a serious tone. This year, a total of 10 individuals with heaven-tier talents awakened. Our Valkyrie Battle Corps has accepted 2 of them. The other is named Zhuge Lu Yun, who possesses a talent for amplifying magical power. He is currently awaiting at the Zhuge family. The Domain Lord has issued an order. These high-tier talent newcomers will no longer be distributed among various pioneering academies for training. My lady, please give your command, Murong Xiaobing said solemnly. The Valkyrie explained slowly. In the far south of the 9th Domain, the top 10 factions will join forces to establish a base city. This city will be off-limits to ordinary people and will serve exclusively as the location for a brand new pioneering academy. My lady, the far south, is that place truly suitable? Murong Xiaobing raised her head in surprise. The location was personally chosen by the Domain Lord. There is no need to doubt it, the Valkyrie said firmly. 10 heaven-tier talents signify the arrival of a grand era, and each of them is of critical importance. Concentrated training is the best approach. Elite instructors from the top 10 factions will be sent to teach. As I am preoccupied with other matters and cannot personally oversee it, I have decided to assign you and Lan Shi to manage the base. The Battle Corps will also arrange for other sisters to provide rotating support. I accept the order, Murong Xiaobing replied respectfully, though she still had concerns. However, gathering so many talents in one place, could it be too risky? The 9th Domain will spare no effort to protect it, making it safer than scattering them for training. The Valkyrie explained, shaking her head. You don't need to worry about interference from otherworldly forces. As for internal threats, cultivators above the 5th tier are prohibited from approaching, and for those at the 5th tier or below, your spatial abilities will be sufficient to handle them. This is far more secure than dispersing them across various battle core. Hearing this, Murong Xiaobing breathed a sigh of relief. Go and bring Zhuge Liuyan here. The base will be completed and begin enrolling students within 3 days. You can finalize your current tasks in the meantime. Understood. The Valkyrie stood and left. After her figure disappeared, Murong Xiaobing turned to Lu Ruyan, gently holding her hand as she said softly, "Did you recognize her? She is the current Valkyrie of our Battle Corps's 6th tier Battle Emperor, who can suppress the entire world single-handedly." Her tone was filled with reverence and admiration. "Sister Xiaobing, I feel like the lady seems very tired," Lu Ruyan whispered timidly. "I wanted to use my holy light powers to soothe her soul, but her aura is so overwhelming that I didn't dare to mention it." Murong Xiaobing chuckled and gently pinched her cheek. "It's kind of you to think that way. But don't worry about Iteri only at the 1st tier, and even I don't dare to look her directly in the eye. You're right, though. The lady is indeed under immense pressure. If not for her incredible strength, she might have already crumbled. Perhaps, when you all grow stronger, you'll be able to share some of her burdens." Lu Rian nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining with determination. "Sister Xiaobing, I understand. I will work hard to become stronger. Not only will I protect my mother and brother, but it'll also help ease the burden on Lady Valkyrie." Murong Xiaobing smiled in satisfaction, her keen senses as a 5th-tier magic sovereign easily discerning the sincerity in Lu Rian's words. She spoke softly. "Your mother will live within the battle group from now on, so you don't need to worry about her safety. As for your brother..." She paused, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. "Even though the battle group is all women, perhaps we can make an exception. With that face of his, he might even bring some joy to the sisters." Lu Rian was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. Noticing her reaction, Murong Xiaobing changed the subject. "Come on, let's get you settled in first. I still have some matters to handle, but afterward, we'll take you to meet Zhuge Liuyan." "All right, thank you, Sister Xiaobing." Early the next morning, Bai Jin woke up at dawn. He politely declined his aunt's offer to drive him, feeling uneasy without the 1st-tier Guardian Jade token of the Valkyrie battle group. However, his aunt had promised that once he advanced to Tier 1, he could join her in the main city, and she would move into the Valkyrie battle group's base as well. With high spirits, Bai Jin sprinted all the way to the dungeon region. With his absolute substitution skill, he felt secure, confident he could even endure prolonged battles against monsters in the dungeon. But the scene before him brought him to an abrupt halt. Li Ying was standing there with an unusually grim expression. Even more surprising, Wang Gang's mother, whom he had met yesterday, was also present, her face filled with deep concern. "Teacher, what happened?" Bai Jin approached and asked. Usually, Ms. Li Ying would notice his arrival immediately, but this time, she didn't react until he was right next to her. She then replied in a low voice, "Bai Jin, it's nothing, I'm just waiting for Wang Gang to come out." Her voice carried an undeniable sadness, and Bai Jin felt a jolt of unease. Seeing the expression on Wang Gang's mother's face, he began to piece together what might have happened. "It's all your fault." Wang Gang's mother suddenly shouted hysterically. "As his teacher, how could you not know that overexerting his vitality, energy, and spirit would be dangerous? If he hadn't spent 2 days with you, how could someone with a peak-level elite talent possibly die in a difficult dungeon?" Ms. Li Ying's face was full of grief, but she remained silent. A crowd had already gathered, many of them women, drawn to the commotion. Someone stepped forward to defend Ms. Li Ying. Elite talent is indeed stronger than ordinary talent, but at early stages like level 1 or 2, the advantage isn't that significant. Even a team of level 2 players with elite talents could still face risks in a difficult dungeon. This comment garnered nods of agreement from several onlookers. Wang Gang's mother stood amidst the crowd, tears streaming down her deeply lined face. "My son awakened an excellent level talent. I should be happy. But he hasn't come home for 2 days. I thought he was just too excited." Her voice choked with emotion. "He's always been so well-behaved. Before venturing into any dungeon, he would always come home to prepare." Suddenly, she turned sharply towards Li Ying, her voice rising in anger. "Why did you agree to marry my son, and even secretly register your marriage? Did either of you ever ask for my opinion?" This outburst instantly drew the attention of the onlookers. While death in dungeons was common, such a dramatic confrontation was rare. Li Ying lowered her head, her lips trembling as she tried to explain, but Wang Gang's mother cut her off. "Don't call me mom." Wang Gang's mother screamed hysterically. "You're the one who killed my son. He had just turned of age, full of youthful vigor and lacking restraint. Excessive depletion of his life energy would have affected his judgment and reaction time. Otherwise, with his obedient nature, how could he have recklessly attempted a challenging level dungeon?" Her voice broke with heart-wrenching grief. "You didn't even tell me about the marriage registration, and now my son is dead. Who will take responsibility for this?" Li Ying, visibly shaken, softly explained. Wang Gang said, He told me that his father married his teacher right after graduating, which was you, Annie. He said it wouldn't be a problem, so I agreed. This revelation hit Wang Gang's mother like a thunderbolt. She let out a sorrowful laugh, her voice trembling. Yes, my son was right. But his father died in a dungeon just like this back then. My son was born posthumously, and now. Her voice faltered, turning into a whisper. Now my son is gone too. What's the point of me living anymore? The surrounding adventurers were stunned, even by Jean hearing this for the first time. At that moment, a woman dressed in a white mage robe spoke up. Madam, please don't blame your daughter-in-law any further. She is carrying a new life within her. She's pregnant? Wang Gang's mother pointed at Li Ying in disbelief. The woman in the white robe nodded firmly. I'm a first-tier healer. I wouldn't make a mistake. Judging by the energy within, it's a boy. The news struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving both Wang Gang's mother and Li Ying frozen in place. Bai Jin silently watched the scene unfold, thinking to himself, fate truly comes full circle. Then, with a mere thought, his figure vanished into the nightmare-level dungeon. Ironhide Bull King, come forth. At his command, a massive Bull King appeared, letting out a low, resonant roar. This time, Bai Jin didn't summon the frenzied woodpecker. He intended to test the combat capabilities of the Bull King. Charge! Mighty impact. The Bull King responded, charging toward a wild bull 100 meters away. With a thunderous crash, the level 8 elite projection of the wild bull was instantly obliterated. Delighted, Bai Jin directed the Bull King to advance further. This time, he changed tactics, avoiding direct confrontation. As they neared the next target, Bai Jin issued a new order. Unleash the King's battle roar. Moo, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves in all directions. With another loud explosion, yet another elite wild bull projection dissipated into nothingness, once again annihilated in an instant. The iron-blooded wild bull king's royal battle roar reverberated through the air, with sound waves rippling outward in all directions. This was undoubtedly a powerful area effect AoE skill, capable of inflicting devastating damage across a wide area, making it a formidable weapon in group battles. Bai Jin focused intently on analyzing the iron-blooded wild bull king's stats. During its powerful charge earlier, its stamina had briefly dropped by 1, but thanks to its endurance mastery talent, it recovered almost instantly. However, the awe-inspiring royal battle roar consumed a significant 10 of its stamina. Remarkably, the cooldown for this skill was only 1 second the time it took for the Bull King to prepare its chest and throat for the next roar. In other words, it could unleash the royal battle roar consecutively up to 11 times before exhausting its stamina. As the iron-blooded wild Bull King charged forward, its stamina quickly replenished. Bai Jin couldn't help but marvel. Endurance mastery truly is a top-tier talent for melee professions. No wonder warriors, bolstered by stamina auras, can dominate the battlefield with relentless ultimate moves. Spotting 2 wild bulls within range, Bai Jin activated Savage Stomp with a single thought. The iron-blooded wild Bull King let out a low growl, its hind legs surging with power as its massive body reared up. In an instant, it slammed its iron hooves down onto the ground with a force like a collapsing mountain. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as dust and debris filled the air. The 2 wild bulls collapsed instantly, killed on the spot. This attack also consumed 10 of its stamina. While the attack range was much smaller than the royal battle roar, covering only a 10-meter radius, its destructive power was far greater. A shallow crater 3 meters wide and nearly half a meter deep had appeared on the ground. With this, all 3 skills had been tested, 2 area effect damage abilities and the linear AoE damage of Savage Charge. Although the damage cap remained unmeasured, these abilities were more than sufficient for the challenges ahead. Go! Bai Jin commanded decisively. Unleash unlimited Savage Charges. The iron-blooded wild Bull King obeyed, charging forward with unstoppable momentum, closing the distance to the final boss in an instant. By this time, Bai Jin had reached level 9, unlocking new talent effects to choose from. Talent Option 1 Mystic Tier. The summoned creature from the designated summoning skill reflects 10 of the damage it receives back to its attacker. Talent Option 2 Mystic Tier. The summoned creature from the designated summoning skill converts 30 of the damage it receives into health. Talent Option 3 Yellow Tier. The summoned creature from the designated summoning skill gains an additional 3 points of physical defense per level. Bai Jin focused intently on the 3 talent effects, particularly the first one reflecting 10 of the damage received by a designated summon back to its attacker. He pondered deeply over this. Damage reflection effects were not uncommon. Many magic-based classes could wield similar shield reflection skills. However, assigning this effect to the iron-blooded barbarian Bull King might not yield ideal results. Despite the Bull King's inherent 11 points of defense, combined with the Copper Skin and Iron Bones talent that granted an additional 2,640 physical defense and 1,320 magical defense, it was nearly impenetrable for similarly leveled professionals or monsters. Even if its defenses were breached, the damage inflicted would be negligible, making a 10 damage reflection almost insignificant. But then, an idea struck him: what if this effect was applied to the frenzied woodpecker instead? These flying void summons, though only capable of close-range pecking attacks and possessing a fragile 11 points of defense derived from Jin's mana strength, were incredibly weak. Yet, this frailty could become an advantage with the 10,000 health talent boost. A level 19 frenzied woodpecker boasted an astounding 13,800 health points. A vivid image formed in Jin's mind. Dozens of frenzied woodpeckers swarming the enemy, each attack potentially hitting multiple woodpeckers simultaneously. Against magic-based monsters, a single meteor shower spell raining down on hundreds of woodpeckers could result in the 10 damage reflection stacking up to devastating levels, causing the enemy to suffer from their own assault. With this realization, Jin decisively assigned the first talent effect to the Summon Frenzied Woodpecker skill. Instantly, the specific details of the talent effect materialized in his mind. Any damage inflicted on the frenzied woodpeckers would reflect 10 back to the attacker as true damage, completely bypassing physical and magical defenses. This posed a significant dilemma for enemies attacking the woodpeckers, meant enduring reflected damage, while leaving them alone allowed the woodpeckers to deal relentless true damage. Not far away, a small monster caught Jin's attention. It was the perfect opportunity to test another talent effect: absolute substitution. This effect claimed to transfer any damage Jin received to the iron-blooded barbarian Bull King, rendering Jin completely immune to damage as long as the Bull King remained alive. Since this could significantly influence his future development, he needed to confirm whether the effect was as reliable in practice as described. His target was an 8th level Wild Bull Leader projection, categorized as a super strong type. It had a health pool ranging from 44,000 to 64,000, with 120 to 200 physical attack power and 80 to 150 defense strength. It also possessed skills like Charge, Berserk, and Command Wild Bull Guards. Apart from its health, the boss's stats were comparable to a level 1 boss, which explained why professionals were advised against challenging difficult and nightmare-level dungeons prematurely. Only by leveling up and narrowing the power gap between themselves and the monsters could they ensure a sufficient level of safety. Jin strode boldly toward an ordinary wild buffalo, instantly provoking the wrath of the buffalo boss. With a deep, resonant moo, it charged at Jin, leading 4 elite buffalo guards in a powerful charge. At the same time, a flock of woodpeckers, following Jin's precise instructions, intercepted the path of 3 of the buffalo guards. The 4 buffalo guards were powerful elite projections, each with health points ranging between 12,000 and 20,000. They charged forward with thunderous momentum, scattering the frenzied woodpeckers in all directions. While the buffalo guards inflicted significant damage on the woodpeckers during their charge, they also suffered considerable injuries due to the rebound effect. Refusing to back down, the woodpeckers quickly repositioned themselves, blocking the buffalo guards' path once again. Amid a series of resounding moo sounds, 3 of the buffalo guards collapsed to the ground under the relentless rebound damage. Suddenly, a deafening bang echoed through the air. Jin's heart tightened for a moment, but a smile soon spread across his face. He hadn't moved an inch. Instead, the charging buffalo guard had come to an abrupt halt, seemingly frozen in place. Behind him, the iron-blooded wild bull king merely gave a slight shake of its massive frame. "I see now," Jin exclaimed, a flash of realization crossing his face. "This absolute substitution skill transfers all the damage I take to the iron-blooded wild bull king and calculates it based on its attributes." This discovery filled him with exhilaration, as the skill's effect far exceeded his expectations. What delighted him even more was that despite taking the full brunt of the impact damage, the iron-blooded wild bull king only lost 3 points of health. Clearly, this damage transfer mechanism provided him with an almost perfect protective barrier. This revelation gave Jin newfound confidence in clearing the Hell difficulty dungeon's second option. He decided to first complete the task of advancing to the next tier, escort his aunt to the main city, and then return to tackle the challenge. Taking a deep breath, Jin commanded the frenzied woodpeckers to surround the remaining buffalo leader and its last guard, swiftly finishing them off. His experience points now rested at 9th level, with 32,32090,000 progress. To complete his advancement, he needed to reach the maximum experience for level 9 and then accumulate an additional 450,000 advancement experience points. However, given his current strength, this was merely a matter of time. The Nightmare level dungeon at level 9 offers a total of approximately 200,000 experience points. Jin needs to accumulate 450,000 experience points to complete his promotion. With his current strength, he can achieve this goal with just 2 or 3 runs of the Nightmare level dungeon. Concerned about his aunt's safety, Jin immediately began a relentless grind. Leveraging his formidable level 9 physical attributes, he sped through the 10-kilometer-long dungeon like a gust of wind, completing each run in just 7 to 8 minutes. Even more astonishing was his summoned beast, the iron-blooded Bull King. This massive creature charged ahead fearlessly, annihilating all monsters in its path with devastating force. In just half an hour, Baijin had accumulated the required experience points. Eagerly, he took out the perfect grade promotion certificate given to him by his younger sister, Lu Ruyan, and chose to use it. A system notification immediately followed. Promotion requirements met. Level and experience sufficient. Promotion commencing. The crystalline certificate transformed into radiant light, merging with the accumulated experience and flowing into Baijin's body. In that fleeting yet seemingly eternal moment, immense power reshaped his being. When Baijin opened his eyes again, the system informed him that he had advanced to Tier 1, Level 0, gaining 1 origin skill point, 31 free attribute points, and a fourfold increase in future experience gains. Each level up would now grant 4 free attribute points. The updated attribute panel appeared. Blue Star Human Baijin, Tier 1, Level 004, 000, Health points HP, 10001000. Mana points MP, 35, 20035, 200. Physical attributes, Strength 10, Power 10, Constitution 10, Agility 10, 10 HP regenerated per second. Soul attributes, Strength 32, Spirit 32, Perception 32, Reflex 32, 352 MP regenerated per second. Attack power, Physical 10, Spell 32. Talent, Supreme Summoning. Skills, Summon Frenzied Woodpecker, Summon Iron-Blooded Bull King. Unallocated points, 38 free attribute points, 2 skill points, 1 origin skill point. While his health points appeared modest, the rest of his stats were impressive. However, due to certain substitutive effects, the low health pool was not a critical concern for Baijin. At this moment, the allocation of the 38 free attribute points posed a dilemma for Baijin. Logically, as a magic-oriented talent user, assigning these points to soul attributes would be the optimal choice, significantly boosting his mana capacity. However, this would also enhance the defensive strength of his summoned creatures, particularly the fragile woodpecker. Such an increase in defense could reduce the damage it receives, thereby weakening its damage reflection effect, which was akin to absolute damage. On the other hand, investing in physical attributes seemed less practical. While it would increase his health, the overall benefit was minimal. The only advantage would be a slight improvement in movement speed, which could accelerate dungeon runs. After careful consideration, Baijin decided to hold off on allocating the points for now, shifting his attention to the precious origin skill point he had just acquired. Baijin stared at the skill description within his mind, his brows slightly furrowed. The third attribute of the absolute substitution skill lingered like a thorn in his heart. If the skill rune of the Iron Blood Bull King were destroyed, the fused absolute substitution skill would vanish along with it. This absolute substitution skill, which didn't require skill points to activate, was currently bound tightly to the rune for summoning the Iron Blood Bull King, unable to be independently transformed into its essence. Taking a deep breath, Baijin focused his thoughts and injected the newly acquired source skill point into the rune of the Iron Blood Bull King. In an instant, a strange ripple coursed through his mental sea. The summoning skill, previously existing in rune form, began to dissolve, not disappearing entirely, but instead merging seamlessly with his soul. This meant that as long as his soul remained intact, the skill would stay with him forever. The transformation of the summoning skill into its source form brought about a dramatic change. The cooldown time, in a sense, had become instantaneous. As long as his soul could endure it, he could cast the skill repeatedly. The summoning time had also drastically decreased from 6 seconds to just 1 second, making it nearly instantaneous. The skill attributes were updated as follows. Summon Iron Blood Bull King. Yellow rank special exclusive. Increases all attributes by 200. Consumes mana equal to 100 times the user's level. Summons a semi-energy, semi-flesh Iron Blood Bull King of the same level. Summoning time, 1 second. Casting is immune to conventional interruptions. Cannot be summoned repeatedly. This was precisely why every individual on Blue Star yearned to advance to the first tier. The value of source skill points was immeasurable. For mages, transforming skills into their source forms granted them instant casting capabilities and significantly enhanced power. Even in non-combat professions, such as food delivery, source-forming acceleration skills could massively improve delivery efficiency and substantially increase income. Now, with the Summon Iron Blood Bull King skill source formed, Baijin finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. To destroy this skill, one would have to annihilate his soul. If an enemy truly possessed such power, losing the absolute substitution skill would be the least of his concerns. Baijin focused intently on the talent options that appeared after reaching level 10. As the selection list materialized before him, he couldn't help but gasp, his eyes widening in astonishment. The 9 options before him were all incredibly tempting. The most powerful were the Earth tier effects, which included a designated summoning skill locked to 100x summoning, a 30 increase in summoned creatures' critical hit rate, and a 200 boost to all attributes of summoned creatures. The Heaven tier effects offered options such as 10 damage reflection for summoned creatures and an additional 10,000 health points. As for the Yellow tier effects, they provided upgrades like skill rank enhancement, berserk mode, energy absorption, and even a 10-level increase for a designated summoned creature. Baijin quickly understood the source of these options. It was a generous reward from the system for his recent advancement to the first tier. This time, he could choose one of these 9 talents to permanently solidify as his fixed talent effect. This is a no-brainer, Baijin exclaimed as he decisively selected the first talent option. In an instant, his supreme summoning talent underwent a qualitative transformation. The core effect now guaranteed extraordinary enhancements for all summoning type skills. Summoned creatures would not only be developed to their fullest potential, but would also inherently possess unique traits. The foundational effects also saw incredible improvement. Summoning speed increased by 1,000, cooldown times were reduced by 90, and both mana capacity and recovery speed were boosted by 1,000. Most notably, he now gained the ability to lock summoning skills into the 100x summoning mode. This powerful 100x summoning effect was immediately applied to his summon Iron Blood Barbarian Bull King skill. The skill description now read: consumes level multiplied by 100 mana points to summon up to 100 Iron Blood Barbarian Bull Kings of the same level within 1 second. The summoning process is immune to conventional interruptions. Staring at the staggering mana cost, Baijin felt his scalp tingle. He had previously planned to save his free attribute points for future use, but now they were desperately needed. Without hesitation, he allocated all 38 free attribute points to his soul attribute, raising it to 70 points and elevating his personal stats to an entirely new level. Baijin stood still, quickly reviewing his attribute panel. As a member of the Blue Planet human race, he was currently at Tier 1, Level 0, with a maximum health of 4 million and a current health of 1,000 points. His mana capacity was 77,000, fully restored at the moment. His physical attribute strength, constitution, agility, and health regeneration were all set at 10 points. His soul attributes, however, were all at 70 points, including spirit, perception, and reaction, allowing him to regenerate 770 mana points per second. In terms of combat attributes, his physical attack was 10, while his magic attack reached 70. His innate abilities included Supreme Summoning Origin, and his skills were Summon Iron-Blooded Barbarian Bull King and Summon Frenzied Woodpecker. He had no free attribute points left and only 2 skill points remaining, with his origin skill points already used up. Taking a deep breath, Baijin began to cast his summoning spell. Summoning a single level 10 Iron-Blooded Barbarian Bull King required 1,000 mana points. Swiftly, he laid out 77 crimson summoning arrays around him. In an instant, 77 Iron-Blooded Barbarian Bull Kings appeared before him. Collect, Baijin commanded, and all the Barbarian Bull Kings were absorbed into his summoning space. Sensing that his absolute substitution skill had established a connection with all 78 Barbarian Bull Kings, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. With his 70 soul attribute points, he could regenerate 770 mana points per second, requiring less than 2 seconds to gather enough mana to summon another Barbarian Bull King. 30 seconds later, Baijin had summoned and stored a total of 100 Iron-Blooded Barbarian Bull Kings. Each one was at Tier 1, Level 0, of the special yellow rank, with 2.88 million health and stamina points. Their defense strength was 70, physical defense 7,200 points, and magic defense 3,600 points. Their attack speed ranged between 0 and 2, with physical attack power reaching 14,400 points. Their innate abilities included Endurance, Iron Skin, and Iron-Blooded Resolve, while their skills were King's War Cry, Savage Stomp, and Barbaric Charge. A total of 288 million health points. Baijin calculated silently, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Is there anything out there that can easily defeat me now? He conducted a quick test of the Frenzied Woodpecker's abilities. Unfortunately, the 100-fold summoning effect had already been applied to the woodpecker and could not be stacked further. Otherwise, he would have been able to summon 10,000 woodpeckers. Once his mana was fully restored, Baijin immediately exited the dungeon and sprinted toward home. 20 minutes later, Baijin pushed open the door and excitedly called out, "Auntie, I've reached Tier 1. Let's head to the main city." Seeing that his aunt had already packed her belongings, Baijin quickly stored them in his storage bracelet. His aunt sighed. After living here for over a decade, it's hard to leave just like that. The two got into a car and drove toward the teleportation zone. Along the way, his aunt occasionally glanced at Baijin and softly asked, "Xiaojin, have you used your origin skill points to turn that skill into an origin skill?" "Yes, Auntie," Baijin nodded. "I completed it right away. It's much safer now." "That's good," his aunt said with relief. "As long as you don't act recklessly, you should be fine." After a moment of hesitation, Baijin finally voiced the question that had been bothering him. Auntie, this absolute substitution skill is so powerful. How did you get it? And who left the scar on your neck? His aunt smiled warmly. Xiao Jin, you're overthinking it. I upset Lady Valkyrie, and she grabbed my neck. I wasn't bullied. Is Lady Valkyrie a normal woman? Of course. What else did you think? Did you imagine your aunt would trade her body for a skill book? She teased him with a laugh. Before long, the two arrived at their destination. Bai Jin stored the entire car in his storage bracelet, ready to embark on a new journey. Xiao Jin, the first teleportation is free, but you'll need to pay for using the teleportation array in the future, Aunt Tangyan said softly. This is something you should have learned in your high school textbooks. The two stepped into the glowing area of the teleportation array. Suddenly, Aunt Tangyan reached out and tightly grabbed Bai Jin's wrist. Startled, Bai Jin turned to look at her, only to see her face filled with seriousness. Xiao Jin, this is the teleportation array zone. No spatial techniques can be used here, and movements can't be concealed, though it won't be monitored either, she said in a low voice. I have something important to tell you. Aunt, your talent is far from ordinary, she said, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. I can see it, and sooner or later, others will too. Our world is not peaceful externally. The other worlds are watching us, waiting to devour the ninth domain. Internally, there are countless undercurrents. Otherwise, your sister's awakening of a heavenly level talent wouldn't have drawn the space sovereign to personally come and protect her. She locked eyes with Bai Jin. Your situation is unique, and I can't explain the details. Just remember this. No matter how powerful your talent is, you must hold back in front of anyone, even me and your little sister. Never fully reveal it. Otherwise, her voice trembled slightly. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. Bai Jin's heart sank. He nodded solemnly. Aunt, I understand. I will remember. Suddenly, he recalled summoning hundreds of woodpeckers in a dungeon to overpower his enemies and quickly asked, but, in the dungeon earlier, I showed my full strength. Will that cause any problems? Aunt Tangyan thought for a moment before shaking her head. When you awakened, your talent appeared ordinary, so it wouldn't have drawn attention. If anyone had taken notice, you would have already been taken away. Just be more cautious from now on. I will, Bai Jin said, then hesitated before asking. Aunt, are there strong individuals who can monitor the inside of dungeons? But I learned that no one can interfere with dungeons. Tangyan chuckled. Silly child, dungeons are formed by strong individuals leveraging the power of the ninth domain against the other worlds. How could they be completely untouchable? That said, very few people have the authority to intervene. With billions of professionals running dungeons daily, ordinary ones won't be specifically monitored. You don't need to worry too much. She took his hand. Come on, let's head to the main city. Following what he had learned, Bai Jin focused his thoughts on sensing the teleportation destination. The Misty Sea base city, being an old base city, only had one teleportation option, the main city. It was a limitation that newer base cities, often connected to multiple surrounding cities, didn't face. In a flash of light and shadow, the two found themselves standing on a massive teleportation array. Aunt Tangyan quickly led Bai Jin out of the formation's active area. Looking around, the teleportation array was bustling with people coming and going. This was the main city of the ninth domain, home to 3 colossal teleportation arrays, each connecting to a cluster of base cities in different directions. With the ninth domain's population exceeding 6 billion, the scale of these arrays was evident. It was said that there used to be a 4th array, but the one leading south had been under regulation for over a decade. With a roar, the car engine started. Aunt Tangyan, her cheeks slightly flushed, drove forward. It seemed that returning to this city stirred an unmistakable excitement within her. Bai Jin sat in the car, gazing at the magnificent scenery of the main city. The auxiliary road, over 200 meters wide, was bustling with traffic, and towering skyscrapers lined the streets, teeming with crowds of people. This main city, home to 6 billion residents, was far more prosperous than one could imagine. Xiao Jin, send your sister a message and ask if she's over at the battle group, his aunt, Tangyan, said. Bai Jin immediately sent a message and soon received a cheerful reply from his younger sister, Lu Ruyan. Brother, I'm right here at the battle group. They'll wait for you at the entrance. Tangyan, who knew the area like the back of her hand, sped through the streets, and about an hour later, they spotted Lu Ruyan waving under the massive signboard of the battle group's headquarters. The car came to an abrupt stop, and as soon as Bai Jin got out, Lu Ruyan dashed over like a gust of wind and hugged him tightly. Tang Yun watched the scene with a smile and gestured for Bai Jin to put the car away. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan frowned and asked, Brother, how did you get here so quickly? Did you take a risk running a difficult dungeon? Seeing Bai Jin's awkward smile, she let out a huff and turned to Tang Yun. Mom, you need to do something about my brother. So many professionals get into trouble early on because they overestimate their abilities. Even if he has the good stuff Sister Xiaobing gave him, he shouldn't be taking risks. Tang Yun pinched her daughter's cheek and sighed dramatically. Now you're lecturing me? Do you think I don't want to keep him in check? He's an adult now, and a grown son won't listen to his mother. I can't control him anymore. Lu Ruyan grabbed Bai Jin, who was hesitating nearby. Brother, why aren't you coming? Her grip was so strong that Jean suspected she had already enhanced her physical attributes. This is the Valkyrie battle group's headquarters. As a man, it feels inappropriate for me to go in, Jean said as he prepared to retrieve his aunt's luggage. Brother, don't worry. It's broad daylight. I'll be fine, Lu Rian said with a bright smile. Sister Xiaobing is one of the commanders of the Valkyrie battle group. She'll have your back. Jean glanced at the sky and figured it should be okay. The three of them headed toward the headquarters, but the empty entrance made Jean uneasy. Little sister, there's no one guarding the gate. What if someone with bad intentions sneaks in? It's all women inside. Tang Yin chuckled. Xiao Jin, this is the headquarters of the mighty Valkyrie battle group. Most of the members who aren't on missions or on leave are stationed here. This place is full of fierce tigers who would dare or even have the ability to cause trouble. As they passed through the gate, they entered a vast, deserted plaza. Tang Yun's tone suddenly turned both nostalgic and tense. It hasn't changed much from before. I wonder how many of the sisters from back then are still alive. Will they even recognize me? Auntie, didn't you come here just yesterday? Jean asked curiously. Yesterday, all I had to do was present that jade token, and I was able to use the massive teleportation array to reach the smaller teleportation array inside the Valkyrie core. From there, I headed straight to the Grand Council Hall. Walking through the wide corridors, I began to encounter a few figures here and there, all of them valiant and confident Valkyries. At that moment, a familiar figure came into view. Oh, Tang Yun, you actually came. A few Valkyries in armor quickly approached with curious glints in their eyes. They first sized up Tang Yun, and then, as if by unspoken agreement, their gazes shifted to Jean. This must be Bai Yi and Tang Ling's son, Jean, right? One of them remarked softly, her tone full of amazement. What a fitting name, look at how fair and clean-cut he looks. Oh my, how can someone be this handsome? He's even more striking than Bai Yi. Of course he is, with Tang Ling's looks in the mix. This kid is so good-looking it's almost blinding. Blinding? Your eyes are practically glued to him, and you're saying you can't look directly? Tang Yun couldn't help but retort. A tall Valkyrie stepped forward with a sweet smile. Jean, little brother, I'm Shunling. I know this place like the back of my hand, how about I show you around? Little brother, don't listen to her. Another woman chimed in immediately. Shunling's so rough. She doesn't know how to take care of people. I'm a healer, the most gentle and considerate one here. Why don't you come with me instead? Initially moved by the reunion with her old friends, Tang Yun now grew furious as she watched Jean, surrounded by the group of Valkyries, looking helpless and pleading for rescue. She yanked Jean behind her and glared at the women. Have you no shame? You're all old enough to be his aunts, yet you're acting so shamelessly. To her surprise, the Valkyries burst into laughter without a hint of embarrassment. Tang Yun, don't bring age into this. We're all tier 4 powerhouses with lifespans that easily exceed 1,000 years. By proportional standards, we're just a few years old, practically little girls. Exactly. Who still cares about that these days? They chimed in, turning their attention back to Jean. Don't mind your aunt. If you need anything here, just leave it to us. Jean stood awkwardly, unsure how to handle the situation. These were clearly his aunt's acquaintances. Enough, Tang Yin snapped, her tone icy. With my Jean's looks, if he's going to pick someone, it has to be someone of his choosing. At the very least, she can't be worse than me. And as for you lot, well, you're way off the mark. The Valkyries pouted in frustration. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, with emotions running high, there was a sudden whoosh. In an instant, Tang Yun, Lu Rian, and Jean disappeared, reappearing moments later in a tranquil courtyard. The figure of the 5th-level spatial sovereign, Murong Xiaobing, suddenly appeared before everyone. Her graceful demeanor made it clear that it was she who had used spatial powers to transport the group to this location. Thank you, my lady, Tang Yun said respectfully, bowing slightly. Murong Xiaobing nodded gently. No need for thanks. This will be your residence from now on. All your living arrangements will be set according to your previous standards. Understood. Thank you, my lady. Tang Yun expressed her gratitude once more. The spatial sovereign's gaze then shifted to Jean. With a hint of thoughtfulness, she remarked, I initially thought this would be a simple arrangement, but who would have expected such commotion just from encountering a few sisters? It seems letting a young man live here was a bit of an oversight. I imagine those sisters will be visiting frequently to cause a stir. Jean quickly explained, Lady Ice Sovereign, they'll purchase a mask soon. That should resolve any such issues. A mask? Murong Xiaobing's tone carried a trace of reluctance. Yes, once my aunt is settled, they'll go and buy some masking equipment. Murong Xiaobing gently shook her head. No need for you to buy one. With a flip of her palm, a translucent white jade mask appeared out of thin air before Jean. I have one here. See if it suits you. Jean carefully accepted the mask. Upon examining its attributes, he couldn't help but gasp. Jade Mask of Concealment Mysterious Grade. Includes Mysterious Grade Air Filtration functionality. Allows underwater breathing. Provides Mysterious Grade Anti-Detection Protection. Requirement. Soul binding, minimum soul strength of 30 points. Bai Jin looked up in astonishment. This was a mysterious grade item, complete with 3 exceptionally rare effects. Even his highly talented younger sister, Lu Rian, had only received 2 yellow grade items and a perfect grade skill book as a reward when she was specially recruited by the Valkyrie Pioneer Academy. Moreover, Murong Xiaobing had already given him a priceless life spatial crystal as gratitude earlier. Take it, Murong Xiaobing said softly. It may be invaluable to you, but to me, it's just a trinket. Under his aunt's gentle urging, Bai Jin solemnly expressed his thanks before placing the warm, glowing white jade mask against his forehead. Moments later, the soul binding process was complete. As he donned the mask, it fit seamlessly onto his face, resembling natural white jade skin. It neither obstructed his vision nor hindered his breathing. The only downside to this equipment is that you'll need to remove it while eating, Murong Xiaobing observed with satisfaction as she examined Bai Jin wearing the mask. To this, Bai Jin was entirely indifferent. Such a minor inconvenience didn't matter to him. All right, Murong Xiaobing said. Bai Jin and Tang Yun will settle here. Rian, you'll come with me to the new academy to make preparations. Understood, Lu Ruyan glanced at her aunt, signaling with her eyes to keep an eye on Bai Jin. Her aunt nodded knowingly. Then, in an instant, Murong Xiaobing and Lu Ruyan vanished from sight. Aunt, why did you let me accept it? This is a mysterious grade mask. Bai Jin asked urgently. Mysterious grade? His aunt seemed surprised as well. She's that generous? I thought it was only yellow grade. It's already bound, so there's no point in overthinking it, said my aunt with a hint of resignation in her voice. If I'm not around, you can trust this woman. With her abilities, even if she wanted to harm you, you wouldn't be able to resist. Bai Jin nodded silently. When it came to spatial abilities, he indeed had no means of defense. All right, since we're back, my aunt said, glancing around. I'll tidy up the house first. Xiaojin, you can help out, or take a look around. Tonight, I'll take you to the battle squad's cafeteria. While it can't compare to Rian's cooking, they use the finest ingredients there. You'll be in for a treat. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she spoke. With a swish, Bai Jin pulled out his aunt's luggage. Dozens of neatly arranged bundles appeared, most of them filled with various outfits enough for her to wear something different every day for a year. Aunt, I have some plans and want to take a look around first. Message me in the evening, Bai Jin said. All right, but don't wander too far. I'll finish tidying up and take a nap. We'll head out to eat when it's less crowded. The cafeteria here is open 247, she replied while pulling a bank card from her pocket. Here, this is your sister's special recruitment bonus 10 million. Take it and use it as you need. This is my little sister's money. Bai Jin hesitated. Take it, his aunt insisted. I'll be living here from now on, and according to Lord Bing Huang, they'll still enjoy my original benefits. I won't have to worry about food or clothing. What's hers is yours, and she doesn't need it anyway. Bai Jin accepted the bank card, but found himself completely lost after leaving the courtyard. They had been directly teleported here earlier by a 5th-tier spatial mage, and he had no idea how to navigate the area. Fortunately, the residential district seemed busy with women coming and going, so asking for directions shouldn't be too difficult. Soon, he encountered a young woman. When he greeted her, she first looked at him with surprise. After all, male visitors were rare here. Then her expression turned oddly curious, her gaze leaving Bai Jin momentarily puzzled. What was even stranger was that the woman initially appeared lifeless, her face devoid of vitality, but upon seeing him, she seemed to come alive. What's the matter? She asked in a crisp, youthful voice. Could you tell me how to get out of here? Bai Jin asked. The woman smiled and began giving detailed directions. Turn left at the next intersection, then right at the third, and go straight at the fourth. Seeing the confusion on his face, she stopped and said, Never mind, I'll take you there. Thank you so much, Bai Jin said sincerely. Though his jade mask concealed his face, this simple interaction felt refreshingly lighthearted. Perhaps, for the first time, he experienced a natural and effortless connection with someone of the opposite sex. A graceful figure moved silently ahead, leading the way. It was a young girl. She stopped, turned around, and studied Bai Jin before asking firmly, Are you Lu Rian's brother? Tang Yun's nephew, raised by her Bai Jin. Bai Jin nodded repeatedly to confirm. Yes, my aunt and I just arrived today. Is your awakened ability an ordinary talent? The girl continued to probe. When Bai Jin nodded again, she mused aloud. How peculiar. Your sister has a heavenly level talent, and you, on the other hand, ended up with just an ordinary one, the best and the worst. Quite the contrast. Despite her words, her tone carried no trace of ridicule. Faced with this girl who clearly knew him but had not introduced herself, Bai Jin chose to remain silent. Are you planning to live here in the future? She asked again. Bai Jin quickly shook his head and explained. No, I'm just here to bring my aunt. I hadn't planned to come inside, but Lord Ice Emperor brought me in, so I don't even know my way around. My aunt is settled now, and after dinner with her tonight, I'll head out to find a hotel. That's probably for the best. Do you have any plans for the future? This question, made by Jean, frowned slightly under his mask. Her inquiries were already crossing the boundaries of what a stranger should ask, but he still gave a simple answer. I'll figure it out later. For now, I plan to get familiar with the main city. You're not planning to enroll in a development academy for a few more years of study? Her tone held a hint of curiosity. Bai Jin shook his head bitterly. My talent doesn't meet the admission standards for any development academy. Given your aunt's and Lu Rian's current status, it shouldn't be a problem for you to get into some ordinary development academies if you wanted to. The girl said frankly, pointing out the reality. They'll think about it, Bai Jin replied, fully aware that aside from meeting the official standards, backdoor admissions were indeed a common alternative. All right, that works too. If you come up with a plan later, you can ask your aunt. She'll give you advice. With that, their conversation ended, and the two walked in silence. Along the way, anyone they encountered merely nodded at the girl and quickly moved on, making Bai Jin realize that this mysterious girl held a high status, though she seemed unusually lonely. The Valkyrie Corps' base was astonishingly vast. Bai Jin had considered asking if they could drive, but seeing no vehicles along the way, he assumed it wasn't allowed. He patiently followed the girl's steps until they finally reached the large gate they had entered through. Thank you for guiding me, Bai Jin said sincerely. He retrieved a box of pastries from his storage bracelet. These are osmanthus cakes made by my sister. They taste amazing, please accept them. Hearing him address her as young lady, the girl's expression became subtly amused, as if she found it both funny and surprising, but she restrained herself. All right, they'll give Lu Rian's handiwork a try. She accepted the pastries, nodded at Bai Jin, and then turned to leave. Bai Jin turned and left, his brows slightly furrowed. The girl gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if there was some special connection between them. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall what it was. The girl remained where she was, gently opening the box in her hands. She picked up a piece of pastry and placed it in her mouth, savoring it carefully. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She chewed a few more times and nodded in satisfaction. Lu Rian had such culinary skills, but it seems Tang Yun's craftsmanship is even better. It looks like you haven't suffered these years, she murmured to herself. The mistake our Bai family made back then can't be atoned for, even if we fight to the death for the ninth domain for generations. Tang Yun severed all ties with the Bai family and took you away, and it was indeed for your own good. Before her words had fully faded, her figure flickered a few times like an illusion and vanished into the distance. After leaving the Valkyrie Corps base, Bai Jin took out his aunt's car keys, started the engine, and sped away. On the current Blue Star, driving didn't require a license. The only requirement was that the driver must be an awakened. This rule had its reasoning. People on Blue Star typically awakened at the age of 18 or 19, after which they focused on leveling up. As their levels increased, their physical strength and soul power improved significantly, making driving effortless. More importantly, their robust physiques made the chances of fatal car accidents negligible. Take his aunt. For example, she might appear delicate, like a refined lady, but she had already reached the third tier. She could easily lift the car with one hand. She usually drove with the pedal to the metal but had never been in an accident. Soon, Bai Jin found a hotel nearby and checked in. When he checked his bank card balance, he saw that, as his aunt had said, there was a full 10 million in the account. For the strong, this was a trivial amount, but for ordinary professionals, it was a considerable fortune. A typical first-tier delivery worker earned only 5,000 to 6,000 a month. Even those with speed talents or special skills made around 10,000 monthly at best. Afterward, Bai Jin opened his phone to search and quickly located a shop that sold various types of grass seeds. Boss, I want to buy grass seeds that are easy to grow and highly nutritious, Bai Jin said straightforwardly. Grass seeds? Are they for feeding livestock? The shop owner asked. Yes. That's simple. This Qingyun grass is perfect. It can reproduce through seeds or rhizomes. The seeds are highly nutritious, though they do consume some soil fertility. This one will do. I'll take a bag. All right, that'll be 3,000 yuan. Bai Jin took the large bag of grass seeds, estimating there were over 10,000 inside. His gaze swept over the newly purchased fruit trees. 100 neatly arranged apple trees, 100 pear trees planted with a natural rhythm, 50 lush banana trees, and 150 vibrant lychee trees, all of which were the favorite fruit varieties of his younger sister and aunt. Next, he stepped into a nutrient soil store. The life space granted to him by the fifth-tier spatial law emperor, Murong Xiaobing, was vast, a diameter of 1 kilometer, a ground area of approximately 1 million square meters, and a height of 300 meters. Bai Jin planned to create a self-sustaining ecosystem within this space, but for now, it remained an empty void. Ordinary nutrient soil was priced at 100 yuan per cubic meter. Even with an investment of tens of millions, it would only be enough to purchase 100,000 cubic meters, not nearly enough to cover the entire space. Instead, Bai Jin went to a large-scale store and took out 4 precious exceptional grade advancement certificates. These zero-tier certificates were extremely rare on the market, valued at 5 million yuan each by the store, matching online prices. After liquidating them for 20 million yuan, Baijin finally managed to cover the ground of his life space with a 30-centimeter layer of nutrient soil. Next came the water supply issue. Without hesitation, he jumped into a nearby river and collected a large amount of river water, along with some fish and shrimp, transferring them into the space. He then purchased 300 hens, 10 roosters, and ample feed. Using his mental control, he evenly scattered the Qingyun grass seeds and constructed a large chicken coop within the space to temporarily house the poultry. As night fell, the main city lit up brightly, appearing even more bustling than during the day. After receiving a message from his aunt, Baijin headed toward the Valkyrie battle group's base. He planned to have dinner with her before departing for the Mist Sea base city to begin working on his second project. Donning a mask, Baijin parked his car at the entrance of the battle group and began sprinting, relying on his innate stamina. Before long, he spotted his aunt, who greeted him with a gentle smile. "No need to rush. The cafeteria here is open 247, she said softly, noticing that Baijin wasn't even sweating. As one of the top-tier forces in the 9th domain, the Valkyrie battle group's cafeteria was extraordinary, offering dishes Baijin had never seen before. "Auntie, this food is incredible. My whole body feels warm after eating it," Baijin said excitedly. His aunt nodded slightly. "These dishes are made from the flesh of tiered beasts and rare vegetables. Regular consumption can enhance physical attributes." "What? Eating them regularly can improve attributes?" Baijin asked in surprise. Baijin stared in amazement at the array of dishes before him. These seemingly ordinary meals, just one bite of which could warm his entire body, turned out to be the most basic rations for the Valkyrie battle corps. "That's right," his aunt explained with a smile. "These are standard meals for 3rd-tier warriors. The treatment for 4th tier is even better, and as for the 5th tier, their meals are on another level entirely." Seeing the astonishment in Baijin's expression, she added, "But don't worry, Xiao Jin. With Rian's talent, it's only a matter of time before she advances to the 4th tier. When that happens, we'll naturally be able to enjoy better meals alongside her." Hearing this, Baijin, though part of the same family, still felt a bit uneasy. He quickly changed the subject. "Auntie, earlier today, I ran into a girl." He recounted in detail the encounter with the girl who had shown him the way. His aunt's brows furrowed slightly as she listened. After a moment of contemplation, her expression grew serious. "I know who you met. She's from the Bai family." She looked at Baijin gravely. "Xiao Jin, the Bai family has been in a difficult situation these past years. You're no longer connected to them, so it's best not to get involved lightly." She paused, then added, "That said, if you run into that girl in the future and Rian isn't with you, you can trust her. She shouldn't mean you any harm." Though her words sounded contradictory, Baijin understood the underlying meaning. He nodded solemnly. "All right, eat up," his aunt said. "Get a good rest tonight. Starting tomorrow, you'll need to think about your next steps." "Auntie, I've already booked a hotel outside," Baijin quickly said. "I'm planning to explore the main city over the next few days. Don't worry about me." "All right, but be careful," she reminded him. "The main city has a complex power dynamic, so proceed cautiously. That said, don't worry too much. Here, the Valkyrie Battle Corps is the most powerful faction. They're very protective of their own, so no one will dare to mess with you." Back at the hotel, Baijin lay on the bed, deep in thought. His aunt, now stationed at the Valkyrie Battle Corps base, was safer than ever, even more so than when she had the first-class Guardian Jade token. His sister, who had left with the 5th-tier Spatial Archmage, also no longer needed his concern. "Why am I lying here doing nothing?" Baijin suddenly sat up, his eyes shining with determination. "I feel perfectly awake. I might as well head to the Fog Sea base city and grind some exceptional level dungeons. I can level up and gather 1st-tier advancement tokens, which will definitely sell for a good price later." Wasting no time, he checked out of the hotel and drove an hour to the massive teleportation array. After spending 100,000 credits on the teleportation fee, he arrived at Fog Sea base city. Donning a mask, he retrieved his vehicle and headed straight for the dungeon zone. Entering Nightmare Level Dungeon, the system notification chimed. Level requirement met. Party size requirement met. Previous completion record verified. Confirm entry into Nightmare Level Savage Beast Path. Confirm. With a flash of light, Baijin was transported into the dungeon. Now at level 10, the monsters within had scaled accordingly, but thanks to the significant attribute boost from his job advancement and the support of his innate skills, they were far easier to handle. He could regenerate 770 mana points per second, 46, 200 per minute, eliminating any concerns about mana consumption. Recalling his aunt's advice at the teleportation zone, Baijin resolved to exercise some restraint and follow her guidance. Her care for him was like that of a biological parent, and there was undoubtedly a deeper reason behind her words. With a sharp whoosh, 5 Iron Blood Savage Bull Kings were summoned. Baijin nimbly leapt onto the back of one, ready to test just how quickly he could clear the dungeon. "Charge forward with all your might. Don't stop." "Moo!" With Baijin's command, the 5 iron-blooded barbarian bull kings roared into action. He rode on the broad back of the last bull, while the other 4 charged ahead side by side, their thundering hooves shaking the ground. Everything in their path was obliterated, leaving no chance for resistance. On the bareback of the bull, Baijin clenched his legs tightly and tensed every muscle in his body just to avoid being thrown off. The yellow-grade, iron-blooded barbarian bull kings were as fast as lightning, and within 3 minutes, even the final boss was annihilated in a single charge. This efficiency is unbelievable. Baijin's eyes sparkled with excitement. The dungeon could be cleared repeatedly across normal, hard, and nightmare difficulties, and each run yielded 200,000 experience points and a Tier 1 superior advancement token. Although Baijin now needed 4 million experience points to level up, this level of efficiency was far beyond what an average person could achieve. For most professionals, leveling up from Tier 1 level 0 to level 1 only required 1 million experience points. However, because Baijin had used a perfect advancement token, his experience requirement was quadrupled. Ordinary professionals often needed to clear normal difficulty dungeons 400 to 500 times in teams just to gather enough experience to level up. As a result, many people stopped pursuing further upgrades after reaching Tier 1 level 0, content with acquiring foundational skill points. After all, the experience required to reach maximum level and advance to Tier 2 was overwhelming. To improve his efficiency, Baijin visited a nearby mount shop after one dungeon run and commissioned a custom saddle. From then on, he maintained a steady pace of completing one dungeon every 5 minutes, always securing a Tier 1 superior advancement token each time. These tokens were highly valuable in the market. Tier 0 tokens could sell for 5 million each, while Tier 1 tokens averaged around 8 million. For ordinary people, these were astronomical sums, but for combat-focused families, they were mere pocket change. For instance, Baijin's aunt earned millions annually just from a single Valkyrie battle group's first-class Guardian Jade token. In the eyes of powerful professionals, money was just numbers. True value lay in rare resources. Baijin eased his pace slightly, no longer pushing himself to the limit, and maintained the steady rhythm of one dungeon every 5 minutes. Each run brought him approximately 200,000 experience points and a Tier 1 superior advancement token. After 2 hours and 20 dungeon clears, he finally leveled up. The system notification rang out. Your level has increased to Tier 1 level 1. You have gained 4 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Although the allocation of free attribute points increased upon leveling up, the skill points remained unchanged at just 1. This was one of the primary reasons many professionals lacked enthusiasm for leveling. Baijin carefully examined the newly available talent effect options. The Earth tier talents presented 4 options. The first was to increase the summoned creature's level by 20. The second converted 30 of the damage taken by summoned creatures into health. The third added 3 points of physical defense per level, and the fourth was a yellow tier effect. Boom! Baijin gasped sharply, his scalp tingling. He vividly recalled that even a yellow tier talent previously allowed for a 10-level increase for summoned creatures. Now, this Earth tier talent doubled that to a staggering 20 levels. This made him realize that even within the same tier, the differences between talents could be immense. Comparatively, this level-boosting effect still paled in comparison to the 100-fold summon talent. However, the value of a talent was always relative, depending on how well it aligned with one's needs. Without hesitation, Baijin chose to enhance the iron-blooded barbarian bull king by 20 levels. An invisible wave of energy rippled through the air, and the 5 iron-blooded barbarian bull kings by his side instantly expanded in size, growing to a height of 3.5 meters and a length of 7 meters. Moo! A deep bellow resonated as the attribute panel of the iron-blooded barbarian bull kings updated. Yellow tier special level, 3rd rank, level 1. Health, 8.928 million 8.928 million. Stamina, 8.928 million 8.928 million. Defense strength, 70. Physical defense, 22,320. Magical defense, 11,160. Attack speed range, 0-2. Physical attack, 44,640. They retained their original talents, endurance, iron hide, and iron-blooded battle will. Their traits and advanced skills also remained unchanged. King's battle roar, savage trample, and fierce charge. A single iron-blooded barbarian bull king had now reached level 31 3rd rank, level 1, and its nearly 9 million health points gave Baijin a tremendous sense of security. The combined health of 100 bulls reached an astounding 892.8 million. Although the growth of void summons after advancement did not match the dramatic improvements seen in a Beastmaster's contracted beasts, the combined effects of multiple talents meant that their physical attack power of over 40,000 and physical defense exceeding 20,000 now far surpassed that of ordinary physical-type monsters. The only minor disappointment for Baijin was that the attack speed range remained at 0-2. This led him to speculate. Could this be the limit of their yellow tier quality? To break through this bottleneck, it might be necessary to improve their tier. Baijin was currently at rank 1, level 1, with 6 530,440,000 experience points. From rank 1, level 1 to rank 1, level 9, each level required an additional 400,000 experience points, which was manageable for him. Instead of immediately diving into dungeons, he first headed to the mount shop to collect the custom saddle he had ordered for 10,000 coins. Returning to the dungeon area, Baijin equipped the saddle onto his mount, ensuring he no longer needed to cling tightly to the bull's back to avoid falling off. Let's get to work. Moo! The 5 iron-blooded barbarian bull kings charged forward in a frenzy, clearing the area in just 3 minutes. To level up from rank 1, level 1 to rank 1, level 2 required only 440,000 experience points, which could be achieved after completing just over 20 nightmare-level dungeon runs. With his current mental state, Baijin was confident he could grind all the way to rank 1, level 9 with max experience. The stronger he became, the more hope he had of providing a better life for his aunt and younger sister, and perhaps one day ensuring his sister could avoid the dangers of adventuring entirely. However, just as he was about to re-enter a dungeon, the Blue Star Will of Rules issued an abrupt notification. The Savage Beast Realm strongly rejects your presence. You are now unable to enter any difficulty level of the Savage Beast Path dungeon. Baijin stood still, his brows furrowed. I've never heard of this before. Aren't the dungeons with normal, hard, and nightmare difficulties supposed to be unlimited? He muttered to himself, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. This contradicted everything he had learned in the past, making it hard for him to accept. Instinctively, he touched the storage bracelet on his wrist, where 23 Tier 1 Superior Advancement tokens were quietly stored. After pondering for a moment, something seemed to click in his mind. Maybe it's a balancing mechanism. All dungeons must have similar restrictions. Otherwise, if a group of strong players kept farming nightmare-level dungeons endlessly, wouldn't everyone be able to use superior tokens to advance? Taking a deep breath, Baijin consulted the system. Can I still choose the second option? To fight to the death with the Savage Bull in the Savage Beast Path area? You can. This option remains available, and you can initiate the challenge at any time, the system replied, easing Baijin's concerns. After all, he had been looking forward to the Iron Blood Savage Bull King becoming even stronger. Is the Savage Beast Realm limited to just the Savage Beast Path dungeon? Can I enter other dungeons within the Savage Beast Realm? You may enter other dungeons within the Savage Beast Realm, but you will incur the hostility of the realm, the system clarified. With this answer, Baijin immediately set off for the teleportation area. After paying 100,000 coins, he returned to the main city. Although his original plan to directly level up to Tier 1 level 9 with full experience had fallen through, he wasn't too concerned. There were plenty of dungeons to choose from, and he could simply farm elsewhere. This time, he deliberately selected a larger store. Hello, you buy Tier 1 Superior Advancement tokens here, correct? Baijin intentionally approached a male attendant. Even with his mask on, he preferred not to interact with female attendants. Yes, sir, we are always purchasing advancement tokens. Are you here to sell some? The attendant asked. That's right. What's the current buying price? Baijin inquired. Sir, we're currently in the peak season for new generation awakeners advancing, so our purchase price is slightly higher than usual. How many tokens are you planning to sell? Without a word, Baijin placed all 23 Tier 1 Superior Advancement tokens on the counter, leaving the attendant momentarily stunned. If the price is reasonable, I'll sell all of these to your store, Baijin stated. Please hold on, sir. I'll consult with my supervisor. After negotiating, the store offered a purchase price of 10 million per token. Baijin found the price acceptable and sold all of them, earning a total of 2.3 billion coins in one transaction. For a powerful professional like him, this amount of money was merely a number. Next, Baijin resumed handling his unfinished business. He located a major supplier of nutrient soil and made a large purchase, covering the entire 1 million square meter life space with a 3-meter thick layer of standard grade nutrient soil. While this soil was of average quality and cost only 30 coins per cubic meter, far inferior to the premium kind he had bought before, it was sufficient for cultivating Qingyan grass. Finally, he visited the combat professional store to stock up on mana potions. On the shelves, he found the most common type of beginner mana potion, 10 milliliter bottles of standard quality. Each milliliter restored 100 mana points, and the price was 500 coins. A single small bottle could restore up to 1,000 mana points. In this real world, potions don't have cooldown restrictions like in games, but their absorption effects vary greatly, depending on the individual. Baijin stood in the store, his gaze sweeping over the shelves filled with a dazzling array of potions. Rows of crystal-clear glass bottles shimmered faintly under the lights, each containing mana potions of varying quality. He cast a disdainful glance at the basic potions. While these low-grade mana potions could instantly restore over 1,000 mana points for high-level professionals, they absorbed slowly for lower-level individuals and often delivered significantly diminished effects. Priced at 500 yuan per small bottle, they represented 2 or 3 days' wages for an ordinary courier. However, for Baijin, who boasted 78,100 mana points, These low-tier items couldn't even match his natural regeneration rate. Eventually, his gaze settled on the finely crafted blue bottle mid-tier mana potions, 100 milliliters of perfect quality, capable of restoring 3,000 mana points per milliliter. At a staggering price of 500,000 yuan per bottle, enough to buy a house in the Mist Sea base city, these potions were his true target. A single bottle could restore 300,000 mana points when consumed entirely. Of course, he wouldn't squander them all at once. Using them sparingly was the wiser choice. "Give me 100 bottles," Bai Jin said decisively. Even for such a large order, the store owner didn't offer any discount. It was no surprise many major factions had their own alchemists, and external purchases were usually made by smaller groups. Just like that, 50 million yuan was spent, yet Bai Jin's expression remained unchanged. As for equipment, Bai Jin set that matter aside for now. With the strength of his summoned creatures, ordinary gear would only weigh him down. The truly valuable equipment with special effects either required rare materials for exchange or a master craftsman to custom make them things beyond his current reach. Finally, Bai Jin purchased a batch of endurance supplies meat essence pills. These first-tier, high-quality pills, about the size of a ping-pong ball, could sustain someone with a maximum of 40 physical attribute points for 24 hours. For him, with only 11 physical points, a single pill could last 3 to 5 days. He bought 100 pills in one go, enough to last him a year or two. That said, these were just backup provisions. His life space already housed 300 Luhua chickens. Fed with premium feed, they laid 2 to 300 eggs daily, far exceeding his consumption needs. With his shopping done, Bai Jin strode confidently out of the store, got into his car, and headed toward the teleportation array. The night was deep, but his eyes glimmered with unwavering determination. It was time to settle the final battle. For this fight, he had prepared meticulously, leaving no room for error. As soon as the transmission was complete, Bai Jin immediately headed toward the dungeon area. He quickly checked his status. All 100 iron-blooded wild bull kings and 100 frenzied woodpeckers were at full health, quietly resting in the summoning space, while his own mana was at its peak. Everything was ready. "I choose to engage in a life-and-death battle with all the wild bulls in the wilderness beast path area." Bai Jin focused his thoughts and issued the command. The system promptly displayed a notification. "Once you enter the battlefield, you will not be able to leave until all the wild bulls are defeated. Please confirm whether to proceed." This considerate reminder made Bai Jin develop a slight fondness for the rules of Blue Star's system. "Enter." With a soft sound, Bai Jin's figure instantly disappeared and reappeared in the hell difficulty dungeon he had previously conquered. The system's voice echoed. "The battlefield area is being constructed in collaboration with the Wilderness Beast Realm. As the challenger, you may specify the battlefield environment." Bai Jin's eyes lit up. This unexpected opportunity gave him hope for an easier victory. "Choose a swamp environment." He promptly selected the terrain that would most hinder the bulls. However, after a brief pause, the system responded. "The Wilderness Beast Realm has rejected this battlefield environment. Please choose again." "Can't handle it, eh?" Bai Jin sneered. "Fine, choose a desert environment. Choose a lake environment. Choose a mountain environment." Each choice was denied, even the mountainous terrain, where wild bulls could potentially operate. Bai Jin pondered. It seems they want to fight in the terrain where the bulls can perform best. How shameless. Taking a deep breath, he made his final decision. Designate the battlefield as a plain environment. Designation successful. This condition has been gladly accepted by the Wilderness Beast Realm. The battlefield is being generated. Please prepare yourself. Gladly accepted? Bai Jin chuckled, learning something new. Plains were indeed the optimal terrain for bulls to charge. If their bulls were strong enough, then let his 100 iron-blooded wild bull kings join in a crazy charge too. A glowing teleportation array formed in front of Bai Jin. The system thoughtfully reminded him again. The battlefield has been fully generated. You may enter through this teleportation array. Once inside, you cannot leave midway. Please choose carefully. This was the system's second reminder, and Bai Jin appreciated the user-friendly design. He stepped confidently into the teleportation array, his figure vanishing instantly. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, wild bulls were being transported en masse to a teleportation array. Strangely, a large number of young calves were rapidly maturing under the infusion of energy, transforming into adult wild bulls in an instant before being sent into the array. Standing on the battlefield, Bai Jin surveyed his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. For now, he summoned only one iron-blooded wild bull king, leaving the rest in the summoning space. This decision was prompted by a new notification. The Wilderness Beast Realm's Wilderness Beast Path area is deploying wild bulls. Current count, 6,853. The number continued to climb. The Wilderness Beast Realm's Wilderness Beast Path area is deploying wild bulls. Current count, 36,853. The Iron Blood Bulls surged onto the battlefield like a tidal wave, their numbers swelling to 30,000 in just a minute. When Bai Jin summoned the Iron Blood Bull King equipped with a saddle, the influx grew exponentially. He understood immediately this must be the will of the savage beast realm reacting to the presence of this Iron Blood Bull King, far superior to the one he had encountered before. Baijin deliberately refrained from summoning any other Iron Blood Bull Kings, and even the ferocious woodpecker remained idle. Since the victor of this confrontation could absorb the defeated as resources, he naturally wanted the enemy to deploy as many bulls as possible. The battlefield before him far exceeded his expectations. What he initially thought would be the size of a large sports stadium now stretched beyond the horizon. With deference, he asked the Blue Star Will about the exact dimensions of the battlefield and received the response. 100 kilometers long, 60 kilometers wide, and 10 kilometers high. Good grief. Baijin felt a chill run down his spine. This battlefield, co-created by the wills of Blue Star and the Savage Beast Realm, was several times larger than his life space. He leapt onto the Iron Blood Bull King and charged forward. In this world shaped by the rules of Blue Star and the Savage Beast Realm, it was only natural to keep some trump cards hidden. Meanwhile, the Savage Beast Realm continued to summon bulls without pause, their numbers surpassing 100,000 with no end in sight. The cacophony of bellowing echoed endlessly. Baijin carefully observed the oncoming herd and, to his relief, noted that most of these bulls were of elite rank, with only a few leader-level ones interspersed. Their levels capped at 19 according to dungeon standards, far below the level 31 Iron Blood Bull King under his command. More importantly, the Iron Blood Bull King not only boasted 70 points of defensive strength, but also had a staggering 22,320 points of physical defense and 11,160 points of magical defense. These ordinary bulls stood no chance of breaking through its defenses. As Baijin watched the herd reel, tangible creatures rather than projections, his eyes gleamed with anticipation for the surge in experience points. The Iron Blood Bull King unleashed a thunderous roar, its sound wave sweeping across a 100-meter radius. All the bulls within the area collapsed instantly, motionless. This level 31 King's roar effortlessly annihilated the surrounding enemies. Baijin noticed that the bull's eyes were blood red, as if controlled, driven solely by the instinct to fight. However, when he realized that killing the bulls granted no experience points, he was stunned. He questioned the Blue Star Will and learned that this was a special battlefield. Defeated bulls would provide unique energy to enhance skills instead. Upon closer observation, Baijin discovered that each bull killed only increased the Iron Blood Bull King's health and stamina by a single point. This meager improvement dashed his hopes for a massive windfall. Just then, a muffled, frustrated roar echoed faintly in the distance. The ground was littered with the corpses of wild bulls, piled up so thickly that they began to hinder the charge of those on the outer perimeter. Baijin had no choice but to start storing the massive bull carcasses one by one into his life space. Just then, he suddenly sensed something unusual. His eyes lit up. These bull corpses could be completely decomposed. With a single thought, hundreds of newly collected bull carcasses instantly transformed into blood-red energy, merging seamlessly with the 3-meter-thick layer of ordinary nutrient soil within his life space. A spark of excitement flickered in Baijin's eyes. With this many bulls, if I can kill and decompose them all, it'll be enough to upgrade the soil in the life space to a higher quality. This unexpected discovery swept away his earlier frustration, and his hands moved even faster to collect more corpses. In his understanding, nutrient soil was divided into several grades. The most basic, ordinary nutrient soil, sold for 100 units per cubic meter and was commonly used for large-scale planting. Above that was high-quality nutrient soil, priced at 1,500 units per cubic meter. The next level, superior-grade soil, cost a hefty 12,000 units per cubic meter. And at the very top was perfect-grade nutrient soil, with an astronomical price of 1 million units per cubic meter. The quality of the soil directly determined the grade of crops that could be cultivated. Ordinary nutrient soil could only support ordinary crops. Attempting to grow high-quality crops in it would result in poor survival rates or no yield at all. According to his aunt, the Valkyrie Battle Squad's food standards required crops grown exclusively in perfect-grade soil. Mood-deafening bull roars echoed one after another. What had once been an ear-piercing cacophony was now focused entirely on the Iron Blood Bull King, but it was nothing the mighty king couldn't handle. With a powerful roar of dominance, shockwaves rippled outward, and another wave of wild bulls collapsed on the spot. Although each kingly roar still consumed 10 of the Iron Blood Bull King's stamina, its power had multiplied several times since it reached level 8. The wild bulls on the outskirts seemed endless, surging forward like an unstoppable tide. Baijin checked the information panel and confirmed that more bulls were still being deployed. That's perfect, he thought with delight. By the time this battle ends, I might be able to upgrade the soil in the life space to high quality. His life space spanned a total of 1 million square meters, with a nutrient soil layer 3 meters deep, amounting to 3 million cubic meters. If all of it were upgraded to high-quality soil, valued at 1,500 units per cubic meter, the total worth would reach a staggering 4.5 billion units of fortune by any measure. Thanks to its enduring stamina talent, the Iron-Blood Bull King could unleash its kingly roar every 10 seconds, clearing the surrounding bulls in an instant. While a constant flood of enraged bulls charged forward during these intervals, even their collision skills couldn't penetrate the Iron-Blood Bull King's incredible physical defense of 70-22, 320 points. Some bulls attempted to leap and attack by Jean, who was perched on the Bull King's back, and a few managed to reach the height of 3.5 meters. No matter how fierce the attacks were, Bai Jin remained completely unshaken. Every strike was perfectly deflected onto the Iron-Blood Barbaric Bull King beneath him, whose astonishing defensive capabilities rendered all attacks entirely ineffective. Time passed monotonously in the mechanical rhythm of battle. Bai Jin even began to doze off, his hands automatically collecting the carcasses of the barbaric bulls as if it were second nature. The quality of the 3 million cubic meter nutrient soil in his life space continued to improve steadily. While it had already surpassed ordinary standards, it had yet to reach an excellent grade. The routine of combat became exceedingly dull. When hungry, he'd eat a piece of meat essence pill to stave off hunger. When thirsty, he'd drink a little clear water. These meat essence pills, made from the concentrated essence of flesh, contained incredible energy and were remarkably easy to absorb, leaving almost no waste. Except for occasionally standing on the back of the Iron-Blood Barbaric Bull King to address some basic physiological needs, Bai Jin remained in an almost numbed state of corpse collection. What was truly astonishing was that the barbaric beast realm seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of barbaric bulls, continuously sending fresh cannon fodder onto the battlefield. And so, 7 days and nights slipped by in an instant. Then, without warning, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. New barbaric bulls charged forward. Bai Jin snapped awake, swiftly collecting the last batch of bull carcasses. By this point, the nutrient soil in his life space had reached an exceptionally high quality. A system notification chimed, announcing that the barbaric beast realm had ceased deploying barbaric bulls and initiating a 10-second countdown. Bai Jin shook his head slightly, a hint of regret in his expression. Not enough effort. With the stock of meat essence pills I have, I could fight for an entire year without issue. Who knows? I might have been able to upgrade all the nutrient soil to a perfect grade. Just as he was recovering from his mechanical routine, an unforeseen change occurred. A spatial barrier abruptly enveloped both him and the Iron-Blood Barbaric Bull King. In the next instant, they were transported back to the instance zone of the Misty Sea base city. What was even more alarming was a soul-freezing, terrifying aura that almost shattered Bai Jin's composure. The system quickly provided an explanation. The barbaric beast realm had violated the agreement by targeting him directly. However, a counterattack had been launched, and the corresponding area was seized. The instance subsequently disappeared, and Bai Jin was marked as a must-kill target by the barbaric beast realm. As compensation, he was granted the opportunity to make one request. Bai Jin felt his scalp tingle with unease. He couldn't comprehend why an entire realm would go to such lengths over a mere 20 million barbaric bulls. With this lingering doubt, he turned his attention to the Iron-Blood Barbaric Bull King's attribute panel, where the detailed information was clearly displayed. Retain the original full attribute data of the Iron-Blood Barbaric Bull King. After 7 days and nights of intense battle, Bai Jin and his forces had slain over 20 million wild oxen. He could clearly feel that as the kill count increased, the amount of health and stamina each ox provided was gradually diminishing. However, his attention was completely captured by an unexpected discovery. There was a notification regarding the Iron-Blooded Ox King's advancement trait, indicating that this battle beast had reached the peak of the yellow rank. The system only mentioned providing a suitable rare item can elevate it to the profound rank, but gave no specifics about what item was required. This grueling week-long war had given Bai Jin a profound understanding of the Iron-Blooded Ox King's near-invincible strength. He keenly perceived the true intent of the savage beast realm. They had deployed over 20 million wild oxen in an attempt to overwhelm him and the Ox King through sheer numbers. But they had clearly underestimated the endurance talent's power. This prolonged battle ultimately put the savage beast realm in a passive position. It was precisely this reversal of the situation that led them to break their agreement and attack him directly. Such a breach of agreement would inevitably come with a price. The Blue Star immediately gained control of the corresponding territory in the savage beast path. Although the exact size of the area was unknown, the fact that the Blue Star was willing to compensate him suggested that this territory must be extraordinarily valuable. Bai Jin began attempting to communicate with the system. Can you heal my Aunt Tang Yun's soul injury? The system remained silent. Can you upgrade my Iron-Blooded Ox King summoning skill to heaven rank? Still, there was no response. How about earth rank? The silence persisted. Growing dissatisfied, Bai Jin muttered to himself about the stingy nature of the Blue Star's rules. Even a mere earth rank skill was out of reach. How about profound rank? If not, forget it. I don't need the compensation. It is possible. Reward has been issued. The system finally responded. A scroll radiating a mysterious glow and an item inscribed with flowing blood-red runes suddenly appeared before Baijin. Glancing at the surrounding crowd, he quickly stowed the items away. At that moment, chaos erupted in the scene. What the hell? The instance is gone. This is so unfair. We were about to defeat the hard mode boss, and now the whole party got teleported out. I'm only level 3. I can't even use the teleportation array. What am I supposed to do now? I'm worse off. I am only level 1. The lamentations of countless players echoed one after another. Boom. The ground suddenly caved in, and a muscular man leapt out of the crater, scanning the surroundings. The entire crowd instantly fell silent. This was none other than Lei Hong, the governor of Misty Sea Base City, a renowned Tier 3 combat professional. Baijin did not leave immediately. He wanted to see how these influential figures would handle the chaos that had originated because of him. Lei Hong's mind was in turmoil. In his 70 to 80 years of life, he had never encountered a predicament as challenging as this. Once disheartened by previous circumstances, he had spent his life savings to secure the position of governor for this ninth base city, intending to live out his days peacefully in this historically stable region. Yet, recent events had been tumultuous, and this current disorder left him completely at a loss. First, the daughter of that great fairy awakened with a heavenly grade talent. The Valkyrie Battle Corps immediately sent people over without even notifying him, leaving him humiliated. He didn't care much about his pride, but behind him stood the Blood War 8 Wastelands Corps, a top-tier power, after all. Still, there was nothing he could do since Lu Rian's mother was part of the Valkyrie Battle Corps. This was an internal genius born within their ranks. But then, the next day, the Holy Energy Crystal at 9th High School, which helped students awaken, suddenly exploded. This left him completely baffled. Fortunately, such crystals were now standard products and not particularly rare, so replacing it wasn't a big issue. However, with the disappearance of the dungeon, Lei Hong was truly at his wit's end. This wasn't a minor problem he could handle alone. The Misty Sea Base City had a permanent population of 30 million. Most of them were in the first tier and could teleport away, but the newly awakened students, along with those who hadn't awakened yet, totaled nearly 10 million. This was a major issue. Without the dungeon, those children who hadn't reached the first tier would be trapped within the base city's boundaries. Everyone, don't panic. Go back to your homes and wait for further instructions from the administrative office. Lei Hong's voice echoed throughout the area before his figure vanished. Baijin didn't rush to leave the Misty Sea Base City. Although the dungeon was gone, the teleportation array was still functional. He decided to head home first and upgrade his summon Iron-Blooded Bull King skill before making any plans. Taking out his car, he sped all the way back home. The once cozy home was now completely empty. Returning to his room, Baijin sat down on his bed. With a single thought, a scroll and a rune appeared in his hands. The profound level skill upgrade scroll description read, when used in combination with other items, it can upgrade a skill to a maximum of the profound level. Common skills generally came in 4 qualities: normal, excellent, outstanding, and perfect. To upgrade these skills, corresponding upgrade scrolls were sufficient. However, once a skill reached the yellow level, things became more complicated. Upgrading required the use of rare items in addition to the scroll, otherwise, the skill couldn't be enhanced. Baijin glanced at the blood-red rune in his hand, which seemed to flow like liquid. The description for the blood chi rune read, a rare item that can significantly enhance the strength of flesh and blood life forms, granting them blood chi attributes. Significantly enhance the strength of flesh and blood life forms? Baijin was puzzled. His Iron-Blooded Bull King was a half-energy, half-Shan blood existence formed by a combination of mana and energy. No matter, since this was something granted by the blue planet's will, it had to be usable. Focusing his thoughts, Baijin chose to use the skill upgrade scroll and the blood chi rune to enhance his summon Iron-Blooded Bull King skill. The system notified, the summon Iron-Blooded Bull King skill is a fundamental skill. This upgrade requires no additional skill points or skill upgrade scrolls. The upgrade criteria are met, and the skill upgrade will now begin. The profound level skill upgrade scroll in his hand remained unchanged, but the blood chi rune transformed into a stream of light, merging into Baijin's sea of consciousness before slowly vanishing. It was unclear how much time had passed before Baijin slowly opened his eyes. The updated skill was now, summon Iron-Blooded War Bull King. Profound level special exclusive 200 all attributes 100-fold summon level 20. Description: consumes 300 mana points per level to summon up to 100 half-energy, half-Shan blood Iron-Blooded War Bull Kings, each with a level 20 bonus. The mana consumption depends on the number summoned. Additional notes: summoning time is 1 second. The spell cannot be interrupted by conventional means during casting. Once the maximum of 100 is reached, additional summoning is not possible. Compared to before, when the quality of the summoning ability leapt from Huang grade to Xian grade, Baijin felt a significant qualitative improvement. Furthermore, the Iron-Blooded Barbaric Bull King evolved into the Iron-Blooded Battle Bull King, a seemingly minor change in name that symbolized a massive enhancement. During the process of skill enhancement, Bai Jin suddenly realized something. Under normal circumstances, advancing to the Xian grade should have only granted him the ability to summon an iron-blooded battle bull. However, due to his unique talent, the skill directly upgraded to summoning a battle bull king. With just a thought, the attribute details of the iron-blooded battle bull king appeared before his eyes. Iron-blooded battle bull king. Quality, Xian grade special. Level, Tier 3, Level 1. Base attributes. Health points, 59.52 million, 59.52 million. Stamina points, 59.52 million, 59.52 million. Defense strength, 70. Physical defense, 44,640. Magic defense, 22,320. Attack speed range, 0-3. Physical attack, 89,280. Seeing these numbers, Bai Jin couldn't help but gasp. A single Battle Bull King had nearly 60 million health points, and he could summon 100 of them. This meant a staggering total health pool of 5.952 billion. From now on, it seemed unlikely that anyone could inflict effective damage on him. Not only had the Battle Bull King's base attributes skyrocketed, but it had also gained several powerful innate abilities. Endurance, invincible body, and evolution of the former copper skin, iron bones ability. Iron-blooded battle will. Blood energy overflow, a newly added ability. A system notification promptly followed. You have received talent feedback bonuses. Temporary endurance talent acquired. Temporary invincible body talent acquired. Temporary blood energy overflow talent acquired. Your willpower is incompatible with iron-blooded battle will. Talent acquisition failed. Bai Jin wasn't particularly concerned about being unable to acquire the iron-blooded battle will talent. Instead, he focused on the specific effects of the other talents. Endurance, Xian grade temporary effect. Passive talent. Greatly enhances stamina recovery rate, restoring 2 or a minimum of 1,000 stamina points per second. Invincible body, Xian grade temporary effect. Passive talent. Increases physical defense by an additional 4 points per level and magic defense by 2 points per level. Significantly enhances resistance to blunt and piercing damage. Blood energy overflow, Xian grade temporary effect. Semi-passive talent. During states of excitement or agitation, blood and energy flow within the body accelerate, granting corresponding boosts. Even Lei Hong, the governor of the Misty Sea Bay City, would likely find it challenging to break through these terrifying defensive stats. Bai Jin silently rejoiced, realizing that the improvements brought by this advancement far exceeded his expectations. Bai Jin frowned as he looked at the newly acquired talent, feeling a tinge of disappointment. This so-called talent required him to be in an excited or emotional state to activate, which posed a significant challenge for someone as naturally calm and composed as he was. As a young man who had just reached adulthood, the most common source of excitement would typically be beautiful women. However, having grown up with his aunt and younger sister, Bai Jin had developed a strong immunity to beauty. Even if there were women in the world more stunning than his aunt or sister, the difference wouldn't be significant enough to stir any strong emotional reaction in him. Useless talent. Bai Jin muttered under his breath. I thought it would be something amazing, but this? Seriously? He glanced down at his summoned void creature, the Iron Blood Battle Ox King. It's a void creature, how could it possibly get excited? Nonetheless, Bai Jin quickly adjusted his mindset. Setting aside this seemingly impractical talent, the Iron Blood Battle Ox King itself was already powerful enough. He could sense that among Xian-level creatures, the Ox King was likely at the very top tier. Extraordinary adaptation, ultimate potential, and unique traits, all of these were thanks to the Supreme Summoning's formidable core effects. Surveying the familiar surroundings where he had grown up, Bai Jin got into his vehicle and headed toward the teleportation array. He deeply understood that the meaning of home was never about the house itself, but about family. As long as his aunt and sister were there, that was home. After paying the hefty teleportation fee of 100,000, Bai Jin returned to the main city. The moment he reappeared, his phone began vibrating incessantly. A flood of unread messages popped up. Xiao Jin, come eat dinner already. Xiao Jin, message failed to send. Are you in a dungeon again? Xiao Jin, where on earth are you? Xiao Jin, you'd better not be in trouble. Some messages were from his aunt, while a large number were from his younger sister. Bai Jin quickly replied, Auntie, I'm fine. I'm heading back now. And to his sister, don't worry, I'm okay. His aunt responded instantly. Thank goodness you're safe. Hurry back. As for his sister, her messages failed to send, likely because she wasn't in the main city. An hour later, Bai Jin stood before the gates of the Valkyrie Battle Corps headquarters. This was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar battlefield. While the experience was exhilarating, it had taken far longer than expected. His aunt, her eyes red from worry, glanced at him briefly before turning away without a word. Watching her retreating figure, Bai Jin sighed inwardly. He hadn't anticipated that the battle would keep him occupied for 7 full days and nights. Judging by the hundreds of messages she had sent, his aunt must have been beside herself with anxiety, perhaps even fearing the worst. The two walked in silence. with his aunt saying nothing and Bai Jin not daring to break the heavy atmosphere. The weight of the moment hung between them, as though even the air had grown still. When they reached the courtyard gate, the tension in Xiao Yi's expression had eased, but her face still carried an undeniable seriousness. She pulled Bai Jin into the house, motioning for him to sit on the sofa. Then she turned and left. Moments later, Xiao Yi returned, carrying a large basket of steaming, freshly packed meals. The two ate in silence. After finishing, Xiao Yi sat across from Bai Jin, her expression heavy as she spoke. Xiao Jin, what happened this time? Did you encounter a special instance event? Bai Jin gave a slight nod, and this small gesture immediately earned him a reproachful smack from Xiao Yi. Her tone was stern. Special instances are nothing to take lightly. They always appear because a professional is too exceptional. Otherworldly forces want to take their life. Even though you have absolute substitution in the original skill Savage Bull, you need to think twice before taking such risks. Triggering a special instance means the other world is confident it can kill you. Do you understand? Taking a deep breath, Bai Jin asked. Xiao Yi, is the basement safe? Are there any surveillance devices? This is the Valkyrie battle group's base. How could there be surveillance here? Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly stood up and led Bai Jin toward the basement. The so-called basement was actually a spacious underground training area, 20 meters high and 40 meters wide on each side. Thanks to skylights above ground, the space was bright and open, devoid of the oppressive atmosphere typical of basements. Such a setup was considered standard here, while the residences of fourth-tier powerhouses were even more extravagantly equipped. Bai Jin cautiously closed the heavy alloy-reinforced door and looked at Xiao Yi seriously. Xiao Yi, please don't get too nervous or excited about what I'm going to show you. If you're just planning to demonstrate your talent, there's really no need, Xiao Yi began, but Bai Jin interrupted her. It's not about talent. It's a summoned creature. Xiao Yi, please watch carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, a soft sound echoed in the room, and an enormous beast materialized in the center of the training area. Standing 4 meters tall at the shoulder and nearly 9 meters long, its presence was overwhelming. Xiao Yi's jaw dropped in astonishment. Xiao Jin, this is the Xian-rank Iron Blood War Bull King, Bai Jin said solemnly. I upgraded my previous Huang-rank skill, and I've also bound absolute substitution to it. Hearing his explanation, Xiao Yi visibly relaxed, though she still shot him a glare. Bai Jin chuckled awkwardly before suggesting, Xiao Yi, even though your talent has burned out, your physical strength is still at third-tier level. Want to test if you can hurt it? Xiao Yi, Tang Yuan, nodded seriously, stepping gracefully to the side of the Iron Blood War Bull King. Clenching her fair fists tightly, she threw a punch at the creature. Boom! A metallic clang reverberated, but the War Bull King remained completely unfazed. Xiao Yi threw a few more punches, each producing the same sound, but eventually, she had no choice but to give up with a sigh of resignation. Looking at his aunt's reddened fist, Bai Jin couldn't help but feel a tinge of shock. He could tell that his aunt had put her full strength into that punch. Auntie, the Iron Blood Savage Bull King's physical defense exceeds 40,000, and its magical defense is over 20,000. Without any skill buffs, I'm afraid you can't break through its defense, Bai Jin explained. What? His aunt's eyes widened in surprise. Xiao Jin, are you saying that this Iron Blood Battle Bull King has innate additional defense, and it's both physical and magical? Bai Jin nodded. Before he could say another word, his aunt had already darted to his side and pinched his ear with her slender fingers. You little rascal, why didn't you say so earlier? My fist is red because of you, she said, feigning anger, though her tone revealed a trace of delight. Were you trying to make me look foolish on purpose? Bai Jin felt a sharp sting in his ear and couldn't help but wonder why hadn't his absolute substitute skill activated? Could it be that getting his ear twisted wasn't enough of a punishment to trigger the skill? All right, put away your summoned beast, his aunt said with a satisfied tone. With that level of defense, I can rest assured. As long as you don't act recklessly, you should be safe. Bai Jin nodded repeatedly, only to be met with a cold scoff from his aunt. They say sons grow independent as they age, and you're proving that true. Ever since your awakening, you've completely stopped listening to me. These past few days, I've worried more than I have in the past decade. Auntie, please don't be angry. I'll report everything to you in advance from now on. Oomph. Who would believe that, she said, though she let go of his ear and even gently rubbed it. Your Iron Blood Battle Bull King's defense is so high, and bulls are known for their thick health pools. With that absolute substitute skill, as long as the Bull King doesn't die, you'll be fine. But, her tone suddenly turned serious. Don't let this make you careless. There are plenty of ways to deal with someone like you who has a weaker physical body. Auntie, the Iron Blood Savage Bull King has 59.52 million health points. Even so, I will always act cautiously, Bai Jin assured her. Boom. That number hit her like a thunderclap, leaving her completely stunned. Auntie? Auntie? Bai Jin waved his hand in front of her face, finally snapping her out of her daze. How much health? Say that again. 59.52 million, and that's not even my full potential. Her expression turned complex, a mix of pride and concern. Xiao Jin, the stronger you are, the more reassured I feel. But your summoned beast is far too unusual. A Xian-grade summoning beast at this level of power is unheard of. I won't ask for details, but you must understand this is not normal. Bai Jin nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Auntie. I remember your warnings. I haven't even told you about my innate talent until now because I didn't want you to worry too much. Letting you see the Iron Blood Bull King was just to ease your mind. His aunt nodded in relief but still spoke earnestly. Having a good talent is one thing, but what I said earlier still stands. You are not invincible. For example, mages skilled in sand traps, binds, freezing, or swamp-based combination spells could easily immobilize you. Even with high defenses, you could be worn down over time. Or imagine being thrown into the deep sea. Immense water pressure could cause unimaginable damage. Even if your Bull King takes the brunt of the damage with its tens of millions of health points, how long could it last? And then there are advanced spells like spatial banishment or spatial slice injury, just as defenseless against those. So, never let yourself think you're invincible. Listening to his aunt's analysis, Bai Jin's eyes lit up. These were indeed fatal threats that he currently had no way to counter. He possessed a unique substitution skill. Any attack targeting his body would automatically be redirected to the iron-blooded Battle Bull King and evaluated based on the Bull King's attributes. However, this seemingly perfect defensive ability came with significant weaknesses. When faced with large-scale spells like quicksand or swamp magic, even though he wouldn't take direct damage, he would inevitably get trapped underground, losing his mobility. Even more concerning was the threat posed by spatial magic. If he and the surrounding area were banished as a whole, the defense mechanism wouldn't activate since he wasn't directly harmed, leaving him completely vulnerable to such area-based spells. Bai Jin took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. At this moment, his aunt yawned and said tiredly, "All right, I'm utterly exhausted. Find yourself a room to rest. If you're hungry, you can grab something to eat in the canteen." Watching her staggering figure, Bai Jin quickly stepped forward to support her. He understood that his aunt had stayed on that battlefield for 7 days and nights, likely without a moment of rest. If she still possessed her full third-tier strength, this level of exhaustion would have been negligible. But now, her soul strength was even weaker than that of an average person. As expected, after walking a few steps, she fell asleep just like that. Bai Jin carefully helped her to the bedroom and gently tucked her in. Meanwhile, within the Blood War 8 Desolations battle group's stronghold, Lei Hong, the governor of Mist Sea Bay City, was respectfully reporting the disappearance of the dungeon to the man sitting across from him. Known for his absolute authority in Mist Sea Bay City, Lei Hong now appeared as humble as an ordinary soldier, not daring to meet the man's gaze. Sip. The man took a small sip of tea, casually covering the cup with its lid, and said calmly, "Understood. This matter has nothing to do with you. Without the dungeon, Mist Sea Bay City is indeed no longer suitable for ordinary people to live and thrive. Go back and inform the citizens. Tell those who wish to leave to prepare. In 10 days, our battle group will deploy a void fortress. Those children unable to use the teleportation arrays can leave aboard the fortress. There's a newly constructed base city. Relocate them all there." "Yes, as you command, my lord." Lei Hong responded respectfully. "Lei Hong," the man asked softly, "you possess an Earth-grade talent. Why have you willingly remained at the 3rd tier?" Lei Hong took a deep breath, maintaining his deferential posture as he replied, "Commander, ever since my wife and son passed away, with my limited talent, even if I advanced to the 4th or 5th tier, I would still be powerless to avenge them. For me, becoming stronger has lost all meaning." Hearing these sorrowful words, the man sighed. Living means having something to strive for. Don't deliberately avoid it. Lei Hong remained silent, still bowing. "Lei Hong, staying in Mist Sea Bay City holds no meaning for you anymore. Here's what I'll do. I'll assign you a new task." "Commander, please give your orders," Lei Hong replied bitterly. "You." The man shook his head helplessly. "It's not about sending you to fight or forcing you to grow stronger. In the far south, where your wife and son passed, a new academy is about to be established. This year, the 10 newly awakened heaven-grade talents, along with most earth-grade and profound-grade talent holders, will study there. Our Blood War 8 Desolations most outstanding recruits will also be attending. I want you to go there as a class mentor and guide these young talents." Lei Hong froze in surprise. "Commander, I've never taught students before, and I really can't summon the will to do so right now." The man let out a deep sigh, his brows furrowed. Establishing the new academy is the Domain Lord's order. All factions must fully cooperate. He paused for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. Perhaps the Domain Lord is preparing for an assault on the far south, and these students might be the key. He fixed his gaze on Lei Hong in front of him. "Are you really planning to give up like this? No interest in teaching students, no longer striving to grow stronger. Have you even abandoned the thought of avenging your wife and child?" Boom. That sentence seemed to ignite a fuse. Lei Hong, who had been calm moments ago, suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with disbelief. "Captain, go. This is the boss's decision." A Tier 3 expert is the best fit to train those students, and among Tier 3s, you are one of the best. There are 10 students with heaven-level talent over there. If you can train them well, they might become a powerful force in your quest for revenge. Yes. Lei Hong's voice was firm and resolute. After bowing respectfully, he turned and left, his figure upright like a pine tree. Similar scenes were unfolding across various factions, as many powerful professionals received orders to teach at the new academy. Meanwhile, Bai Jin was sitting alone on the sofa, lost in thought, waiting for his aunt to wake up so he could bid her farewell. Suddenly, the space around him rippled, and the Tier 5 space sovereign, Murong Xiaobing, appeared before him, accompanied by his visibly furious sister, Lu Rian. Brother. Lu Rian rushed to Bai Jin's side, clutching his arm tightly, her eyes red. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Why didn't you tell Mom or me before going into a dungeon? Do you know how worried Mom has been these past few days? If Murong Xiaobing weren't present, it was clear she would have already burst into tears. Greetings, Lady Ice Sovereign, Bai Jin said respectfully. Though his defenses were strong and his vitality high, he was as insignificant as an ant before this Tier 5 space sovereign. Moreover, she had always been kind to him, gifting him the life space and the profound grade mask, Jade Veil of Concealment. Murong Xiaobing nodded slightly. I'm already swamped with work, yet Ruyan here keeps running to the main city every day just to gather news about you. Bai Jin glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was still pouting and teary-eyed beside him. I've already promised Aunt that I won't recklessly enter dungeons again. He'll make sure to inform you both if anything comes up. Brother, do you really mean it? Lu Rian asked skeptically. Then her eyes lit up. Brother, the new academy is ready and about to open. They'll find a way to get you in. Bai Jin was taken aback. With his ordinary and mediocre talent, there was no way he could enter any pioneering academy without pulling strings. Rian, Murong Xiaobing interjected, shaking her head. Even I don't have the authority to make that happen. Only the Valkyrie herself could approve it, but I think the chances are slim. How about I recommend your brother to another prestigious pioneering academy? With my influence, he'll definitely be accepted. Lu Ruyan, however, shook her head resolutely. Sister Xiaobing, I've seen so many people use connections to get into the academy. Why can't my brother do the same? He'll go find the Valkyrie myself. With that, she began to loosen her grip on Bai Jin's arm. Murong Xiaobing explained. Those so-called connections are for individuals who already meet the basic requirements, such as having at least profound level talent. They're simply trying to smooth their way in, not bypassing the rules entirely. She paused. Let's go. I need to report on the academy's progress anyway. You can come with me, and we'll bring up your brother's case afterward. All right. The two figures vanished in an instant. Bai Jin watched enviously. Space magic truly was convenient, far more efficient than any mode of transportation. Moments later, Murong Xiaobing and Lu Rian appeared inside a grand hall. They stood quietly, observing the scene before them. The Valkyrie, reclining lazily on her chair, one hand propping up her cheek, looking half asleep. The two women remained motionless, their eyes fixed on the Valkyrie, who was resting her chin in her hand, seemingly asleep. Lu Ruyan and Murong Xiaobing exchanged a glance before focusing their energy. A warm holy light quietly emerged, not as glaring as ordinary holy light, but instead as soft and gentle as the morning dawn, replacing the surrounding illumination. Under the embrace of this gentle light, the Valkyrie's furrowed brows gradually eased. Just as Lu Rian was about to retrieve a mana potion from her storage bracelet, a clear and calm voice interrupted her movement. No need. Thank you. My lady. The two women immediately bowed in respect, but the Valkyrie raised her hand slightly, signaling them to dispense with formalities. Murong Xiaobing began her report in detail. My lady, the new Pioneer Academy has been completed. All facilities were built to the highest standards, and elite instructors from various factions have already been stationed there. I utilized the power of the ninth domain to construct the strongest defense system to ensure the safety of the students. Each Heaveneer member will be equipped with 5th-tier defensive gear for dual-layered protection. The Valkyrie nodded slightly. Very good. Training should be tailored to each student's individual strengths. While ensuring their safety, we must also preserve their spirit and courage. My lady, what will the new academy be called? This question has been puzzling everyone for quite some time. Lu Rian couldn't help but ask. The Valkyrie raised her hand and pointed upwards. The Domain Lord has decided. The new academy will be named the Super Divine Academy, prioritizing it above the top 10 Pioneer Academies. This revelation left Murong Xiaobing visibly stunned. Indeed, the Valkyrie continued. This will be the Super Divine Academy of the Ninth Domain. With the numerous threats and ambitions from otherworldly realms, this is both a challenge and an opportunity. If handled well, the golden era of humanity in the Ninth Domain is within reach. Murong Xiaobing took a deep breath, her eyes signaling Lu Rian to restrain herself. However, Lu Rian bit her lip and resolutely stepped forward. My lady, I have a personal request. The Valkyrie frowned slightly, her gaze shifting to the silent Murong Xiaobing. Considering you helped ease my soul earlier, As long as it's not an unreasonable request, I will consider it. Lu Rian bowed respectfully. My lady, with the new academy about to open, I would like to request an enrollment spot for my brother. No matter the cost, I am willing to pay it. The Valkyrie gazed at the determined young woman standing before her. Bai Jin is said to possess only ordinary talent. Your mother, Tang Yun, has already gone to great lengths to obtain a skill book for him, and now you are willing to make sacrifices to secure his admission. These words made Murong Xiaobing's eyes light up as she turned to Lu Rian in surprise. She knew the Valkyrie's personality all too well. Words like these were never spoken lightly. Lu Rian lowered her gaze, her voice gentle yet resolute. My lord, my brother was raised by my mother. Though she was called his aunt, she was more like his mother. Ever since I was little, my brother has always cared deeply for me. If I can help him secure a promising future, what are a few sacrifices on my part? The Valkyrie, rarely showing such emotion, nodded slightly but frowned. Granting him a spot is something I can arrange with a single word. However, your brother's talent is ordinary. Do you think it's appropriate for him to enter the Super Divine Academy, where the minimum requirement is a profound level talent? My lord, it is appropriate. Lu Rian quickly lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with determination. If his talent is lacking, we can make up for it with equipment and skills. I have confidence that my brother won't fall behind others. The Valkyrie was momentarily taken aback, her tone softening uncharacteristically. Rian, you may not realize this, but as one progresses further, talent becomes increasingly crucial. We often say hard work can compensate for talent, but that's just a comforting lie. To this day, no one with talent below the yellow level has ever advanced to the 4th tier. And without reaching the 4th tier, one remains insignificant. Murong Xiaobing, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. The usually aloof Valkyrie not only addressed Lu Rian affectionately as Rian, but also spoke at such length. Taking a deep breath, Lu Rian summoned her courage and met the Valkyrie's gaze. My lord, those with profound or earth-level talents may look down on my brother. But to me, their talents are no different from his. As long as I'm here, no one will bully him. The Valkyrie was silent for a moment before a faint smile appeared on her lips. Good. That kind of spirit is admirable, as long as it doesn't lead to arrogance. I look forward to the day when you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me in battle. With that, she retrieved a jade token and handed it to Lu Rian. With this token, your brother can not only enter the Super Divine Academy, but also enjoy the treatment of someone with Earth-level talent. However, Rian, don't invest so much energy in your brother that you neglect your own growth. Thank you, my lord. Lu Rian exclaimed, her joy evident as she carefully put away the jade token. Go now. In a while, I will represent the Lord of the Domain at the Super Divine Academy. I hope you will be the strongest one there when the time comes. Yes, my lord. Rian will not let you down. The scene shifted, and Murong Xiaobing had already escorted Lu Rian away. The Valkyrie gazed into the void, murmuring to herself, that girl is truly selfless. She even used her source power to soothe my weary soul. Tang Ling could do the same back then, but what a pity. Her expression hardened as she strode away. Back at home, Lu Rian handed the jade token to Bai Jin. Brother, within 3 days, take this token to the teleportation array south of the main city. It will grant you access to the newly established Super Divine Academy. Don't miss the registration deadline. Bai Jin examined the token, noticing the intricate Valkyrie characters carved into it. He understood that this opportunity had come at a great cost to his sister. Without asking further, he silently accepted her gesture, resolving to repay her care in the future. It wasn't until noon that their aunt, Tang Yun, woke up. Bai Jin had already prepared warm water for her to wash up and brought back some of her favorite dishes from the cafeteria. As Tang Yun ate, she scrolled through her phone, her expression shifting between light and shadow. Super Divine Academy? Built in the far south. Auntie, is there something wrong? Tang Yin put down her chopsticks and spoke slowly. Rian said that instead of you going to another Pioneer Academy, you should attend the Super Divine Academy. At least with her there, she can keep track of your whereabouts and prevent incidents like your 7-day disappearance from happening again. Besides, the Super Divine Academy is set to be the most resourceful and well-staffed academy in the history of the 9th domain. She looked at Bai Jin seriously. Xiao Jin, this world is more complicated than you think. Without leveraging the power of the 9th domain, growing on your own will lead to many detours. The path of a professional is one where a single misstep can lead to failure. So I support you going, but remember thoughtful and deliberate in your actions. Don't act recklessly. With that, she shot Bai Jin a sharp glare. After dinner, Bai Jin patiently stayed by his aunt's side, listening attentively to her advice. With a serious expression, his aunt explained in detail the key points to keep in mind after advancing to the next level. She emphasized that the foundational knowledge learned in high school was far from sufficient, and only at the Pioneer Academy would one gain access to specialized knowledge tailored to becoming stronger and understanding otherworldly realms. The 9th domain has suffered multiple invasions from other worlds, and their power systems are incredibly complex. his aunt said with a tone of concern. To become a formidable professional, you must meticulously plan every step. Whether it's choosing skills or allocating points, you need to carefully weigh all factors. Baijin completely agreed. He no longer entertained the idea of aimlessly grinding through dungeons. As his aunt had said, a single misstep on the path of a professional could lead to a series of mistakes. The greater the talent, the more critical it was to proceed with caution. Driving to the massive teleportation array on the southern side of the main city, Baijin noticed that the area was under strict security. A team of fully armed guards thoroughly inspected his jade token before allowing him through. As he stepped into the teleportation zone, Baijin was surprised to find that the enormous array led to only one destination. What surprised him even more was that the teleportation was free of charge. After the teleportation, Baijin found himself in a small teleportation area with a diameter of about 500 meters. As he looked around, a loud voice called out, "Hey you! Yes, you the guy with the mask. Stop spacing out and come register." Following the voice, Baijin walked to the registration desk, where 5 receptionists were on duty. One of them greeted him kindly. "Which Pioneer Academy recommended you? We need to verify your information." Just as Baijin took out his jade token, the receptionist exclaimed in shock, "Whoa, a martial god token. This can't be real, can it?" The token nearly slipped out of his hands. Real or not, the guards at the teleportation array already verified it. Another receptionist scolded immediately. "Hurry up and give it back to him." The receptionist's attitude became noticeably more respectful as he proceeded with the registration. "May I have your name?" "By Jean." "By," as in by Ishan Jean, the sun sets over the mountains, and Jean. Soon after, one of the receptionists drove him to the Super Divine Academy. The wide and empty road was devoid of any other people. The driver floored the gas pedal, and within 5 minutes, they arrived at the academy's gates. "Students aren't allowed to drive inside. You'll have to head in and report on your own," the driver said. Watching the receptionist drive away, Baijin took a moment to observe the brand new Pioneer Academy. Seeing no one to greet him, he pulled out his phone to text his sister. Moments later, the sound of light, hurried footsteps approached. Lu Rian ran up to him with a bright smile and threw her arms around his arm, exclaiming, "Brother, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. I thought Mom would keep nagging you for days." Under Lu Rian's guidance, Baijin quickly completed the registration process and officially became the 51st member of the first Earth-level class at the Supernatural Academy. The Supernatural Academy currently has 3 classes, Lu Rian introduced, as she led Baijin through the spacious campus corridors. The Heaven-level class consists of only 10 members, all of whom awakened Heaven-level talents this year. The Earth-level class originally had a quota of 50, but you're the 51st, added as an exception. As for the Profound level class, it has the largest number of students, totaling 653. She paused and added, "Because of the Earth level class's limited capacity, those who registered later with Earth level talents were placed into the Profound level class. However, the Academy has a rule. 10 days from now, Profound level students can challenge Earth level members. If they win, they can take their place." Baijin was about to ask a question, but noticed his sister hesitating to speak. He tapped her lightly on the forehead. "Out with it. Hee. You always see through me, brother." Lu Rian's eyes lit up. "But you don't need to worry. You were admitted through Valkyrisma's special recommendation, so you're exempt from the challenge rule. No matter how the Earth level class changes, it won't affect you." Baijin's face, hidden beneath his mask, twitched slightly. Earth level talents were incredibly rare, even in an entire base city, and this special treatment left him feeling unexpectedly privileged. I specifically asked Valkyrisma for this special approval. Ordinary people wouldn't even dream of it." Lu Rian said proudly, her head held high. "What about the Heaven-level class? Can Earth-level students challenge them?" Baijin asked, noticing his sister's strange expression. "What's wrong? Are Heaven-level talents untouchable?" Lu Rian quickly regained her smile. "Of course, they can be challenged, but..." Her tone turned serious. "The gap between Heaven-level and Earth-level talents is far greater than the gap between Earth-level and ordinary talents." "What?" Baijin was stunned. By logic, Earth-level talents awakened in 59 seconds, while Heaven-level talents awakened in 69 seconds. A difference of just 1 second shouldn't create such a massive disparity, right? "Here's the thing," Lu Rian explained earnestly. "With effort, Earth-level talents can reach the 4th rank. Profound-level talents, even with extreme effort and great luck, might achieve 4th rank King-level status. However, for Earth-level talents to break into the 5th rank, it requires not only extraordinary effort, but also incredible fortune. As for Profound-level talents, there hasn't been a single case of anyone advancing to the 5th rank. On the other hand, Heaven-level talents, as long as they persist and work hard, have a very high chance of becoming 5th rank Emperor-level powerhouses." So Lady Shuawei and Lady Nishang started at Earth level, while the Ice Emperor began with a Heaven-level talent? Baijin asked thoughtfully. "Exactly." Lu Rian nodded in confirmation, then playfully winked. "What do you think?" One day, I might become a 5th rank powerhouse too. Better get used to calling me the future 5th rank Ryansama. When I reach the 5th rank, brother, if you want to bully men or steal women, I'll... Enough. Jean interrupted. With my looks, do I even need to steal women? Wait, did you say bully men? No way. Mom would lose her mind. Ryan, have you lost your mind after just a few days apart? Brother, we've arrived. This is where the Earth Tier class students live, Lu Ryan said, pointing to a row of standalone villas ahead, her eyes gleaming with pride. Jean was stunned. Students live in villas? How many people share one? Lu Ryan chuckled and shook her head. Brother, you're underestimating the Super Divine Academy. This is the top-ranked pioneering academy in the entire 9th domain. Even the Shantier class students, who are considered less talented, live in slightly less luxurious standalone villas. Only the vocational school students live in shared dormitories. Shantier is considered less talented? Then with my ordinary talent. Jin's words were cut off by Lu Ryan. You're different, brother. With me being Tian Tier talent, it's like you are Tian Tier too, Lu Ryan said as she took his arm and led him forward. Come on, I've already prepared your room. Before long, a magnificent palace complex came into view. Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, palace. Little sister, don't tell me this is your dormitory. You're right, brother, Lu Ryan said, pointing to the main palace at the center. This is a triad palace complex, one main palace with 2 auxiliary buildings. Then I'll take the left auxiliary palace, Jean suggested. Brother, that's where the maids live, Lu Ryan explained with a smile. They're all arranged by the Valkyrie Pioneering Academy and are very obedient. Then I'll take the right one. That's not possible either. That's the kitchen area, Lu Ryan said, pulling Jean toward the main palace. The main palace has 6 large suites, each one bigger than our old home back in the Misty Sea Base City. It's 3 stories high, with 2 suites per floor. I've already set up 1 suite on each floor. She then led Jean to the basement. The site before him left him in a wee dome over 100 meters high and a training ground with a diameter of over 400 or 500 meters, far larger than the average school stadium. This area is equipped with a Shantier Energy Convergence Array, which accelerates mana recovery by 3 to 10 times for 3rd tier or lower practitioners, Lu Ryan explained thoughtfully. There's also a Huang tier recovery array to speed up physical recovery. Since my talent is magic-based, I didn't set up higher-level recovery arrays. The most practical feature is the spell experiment zone over there, equipped with energy convergence battle puppets for combat training. Looking at these astonishing facilities, Jean finally understood why his little sister had gone to such lengths to pull strings and get him into the Super Divine Academy. The conditions here were far beyond anything one could imagine at an ordinary pioneering academy. Lu Ryan added, the Earth Tier class training area is a level lower than this. They only have Huang Tier energy convergence and recovery arrays, and the spell experiment equipment isn't as advanced. So, from now on, big brother, you'll be living here. Lu Ryan's voice was filled with unmistakable joy. Jean keenly picked up on the hint in his sister's words. Little sister, you're not staying here with me? Lu Ryan lowered her head slightly and nodded, her tone carrying a hint of apology. Brother, I'll come by often, and my room here is already set up. It's just that Sister Xia Bing is a permanent resident on this side, and she has a better palace over there. I originally wanted you to stay there too, but since Sister Xia Bing is a woman, her attire in the palace might be more casual. Jean laughed heartily. Little sister, that's not a big deal. But if I stay here, will the Super Divine Academy have any objections? Brother, you're overthinking it. Lu Ryan widened her eyes. This place has been assigned to me, so it's mine. I can let anyone stay here, and no one will say a thing. It was only then that Jean realized how different their worlds had become, even to the point of having divergent basic understandings. Lu Ryan went on to explain. Brother, the small palace up there has maidservants on duty 24 hours a day. They can prepare meals for you anytime. When I have free time, I'll come over to cook for you. But for the rest of the time, you'll have to manage with what they make. She stuck out her tongue playfully as she spoke. Focus on your own priorities. We'll find time to visit Annie together, Jean said warmly. Suddenly, Lu Ryan's expression turned serious. Brother, you must remember not to enter dungeons recklessly. You need to wait until the semester starts and follow your instructor's guidance. Also, don't get greedy with learning too many random skills. A few well-coordinated, powerful abilities are far better than a bunch of scattered ones. Seeing her so earnest, Jean couldn't help but chuckle. Got it. Don't get too full of yourself either. Just because you have a heavenly level talent doesn't mean you're unbeatable. Who knows? Maybe I'll defeat you with my ordinary talent. He playfully tapped her forehead. Brother wouldn't bear to hurt me. Lu Ryan teased with a cheeky grin. With a light smack, Jean flicked her forehead gently. I'll tattle on you when we get back, she pouted. Just as the siblings were playfully bantering, Lu Ryan's phone rang. Brother, I have to head over to Sister Xiaobing's place now. A faint holy light emanated from Lu Ryan. The maidservants here are all from the Valkyrie Pioneering Academy, and they're very reliable. Just let them know if you need anything. With that, she darted off, her speed several times faster than usual. Bai Jin watched thoughtfully. It seemed that heavenly-level talents didn't merely amplify attacks, but enhanced all aspects of a professional's abilities. He then began exploring the massive training area. Just as his sister had described, the energy here was extraordinarily dense. He experimented by dismissing and resummoning 100 berserk woodpeckers, which consumed 21,000 mana points. To his astonishment, the depleted mana was fully replenished in just 10 seconds. The area restored about 2,100 mana points per second, nearly 3 times his base recovery rate of 781 points. If only my mana regeneration could reach this level all the time, Bai Jin thought to himself. Bai Jin's iron-blooded Battle Bull King's summoning skill had now advanced to the profound rank, but this upgrade came with an unexpected cost. Summoning a single level 31 profound rank iron-blooded Battle Bull King required 9,300 mana points. Even with his impressive mana reserve of 78,100 points, he could only summon 8 Battle Bull Kings at once, which significantly limited his combat capabilities. While he could pre-summon and store up to 100 iron-blooded Battle Bull Kings in his summoning space, replenishing his forces during a battle against truly formidable opponents remained a challenging issue due to the high mana cost. As for the yellow rank recovery array in the training room, it was essentially useless to Bai Jin, who possessed a profound rank endurance talent. He had never experienced fatigue as a concern. Bai Jin's attention was drawn to the energy construct training zone, and he strode toward it. Standing before the control console, he was greeted by a massive interface displaying over 3,000 monster models. He casually selected a model of a wild ox, and a beam of light immediately scanned his body. Unable to detect your rank, please input manually. The system's prompt sounded, clearly hindered by his profound rank anti-detection mask. Bai Jin entered rank 1, level 1, into the interface. Instantly, energy surged in the area behind the console, which spanned a diameter of 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, a wild ox composed entirely of pure energy materialized, and a faint energy barrier enveloped the entire zone. Current number of rank 1, level 1 wild oxen, 1. Would you like to increase the quantity? The interface displayed a custom quantity option, but Bai Jin declined. He stepped boldly into the energy barrier, and the energy wild ox immediately locked onto him. With a thunderous moo, the ox charged at him. Go! Bai Jin commanded, and an iron-blooded Battle Bull King charged forward to meet it. Bang! A crisp collision echoed, and the energy wild ox shattered into countless fragments of energy before dissipating. Battle concluded. You have achieved victory. This battle was a crushing defeat for your target. The system's prompt declared in a timely manner. Bai Jin couldn't help but admire the practicality of the energy construct training zone. Unlike dungeon battles, combat here could be halted at any time, and the wild ox's charge skill was identical to those used by monsters in dungeons. This meant he could familiarize himself with the combat patterns of dungeon monsters in advance, as both were formed from special energy. No wonder graduates from prestigious pioneer academies were so powerful, with a minimum requirement of rank 2 for graduation. The training conditions here were indeed beyond the reach of ordinary professionals. Through further exploration, Bai Jin discovered that the highest level construct that could be summoned here was level 29, corresponding to rank 2, level 9. The system also allowed the simultaneous summoning of up to 100 constructs, with the freedom to combine different types of monsters. After leaving the underground training area, Bai Jin toured the rooms upstairs. Each room was extravagantly designed, with interior spaces exceeding 200 square meters. The room was fully equipped, featuring an elegant reception area, a tranquil study space, and a luxurious bathing area with a large soaking tub. Most notably, the oversized bed looked incredibly inviting and comfortable. Each room was arranged with a concentration array, and although Bai Jin wasn't entirely sure of its grade, he could sense that while the mana recovery rate was not as fast as the underground training area, it was much better suited for peaceful rest and contemplation. The bedding and toiletries were of the highest quality, leaving nothing to be desired. As soon as Bai Jin stepped out of the palace, 2 young women in sharp uniforms quickly approached him. One of them respectfully said, Master Bai Jin, Miss Rian has instructed us to assist you with any requests you may have. I'd like to explore the academy, but am not very familiar with the layout. Do you know your way around here? Bai Jin asked. One of the girls immediately responded, Master, I'm very familiar with the Super Divine Academy. How about I guide you around while my companion prepares a meal? Bai Jin nodded in agreement, and the other girl excused herself. Where would you like to visit, Master? The remaining girl asked. And may I know your name? Bai Jin inquired. The girl smiled and replied, Master, my name is Jints, inspired by the phrase Jints Wudon Wushir Xian, the zither has 50 strings for no reason. The other girl earlier is Qingha. We are both Miss Rian's attendants. I heard you're from the Valkyrie Pioneer Academy. Why is there such a distinction in roles? Bai Jin asked curiously. As they walked, Jints explained in detail. The Valkyrie Pioneer Academy not only trained combat students, but also had a wide range of support personnel. She introduced several specialized programs, including the alchemy class, forging class, and culinary class, which were all designed to assist the combatants. She herself graduated from the administrative class, specializing in memory and analysis, while Qinghe graduated from the domestic affairs class, responsible for daily living arrangements. The palace was also staffed with dedicated chefs and array maintenance specialists, with plans to expand the team as needed. After hearing all this, Baijin fell into deep thought. The professional system had developed extensively over the past century, allowing people with various talents to find their niche. The support his younger sister was receiving clearly indicated that she was destined to join the Valkyrie Battle Corps in the future. All of this was undoubtedly thanks to her extraordinary potential. Miss Jintz, could you please show me where the classes are held? That way, I won't have to wander around tomorrow on the first day of school, Baijin asked the girl beside him. Of course, sir. Please follow me. Jintz replied gently, leading the way with graceful steps. As they walked, Baijin carefully observed the poised young woman. He had already realized that Jintz and Qinghe were far from ordinary attendants. As personal aides assigned by the Valkyrie Battle Corps to his sister, Lu Ruyan, they possessed Xian-level talents and honor not easily achieved. While their relationship with Lu Ruyan wasn't entirely equal, being able to follow a Tian-level professional was an opportunity earned through their exceptional skills and relentless efforts. As Lu Ruyan grew stronger, their positions would undoubtedly rise as well. Because of this, they treated Baijin, Lu Ruyan's brother, with genuine kindness. The scale of the Super Academy was far beyond Baijin's expectations. Even though the two maintained a brisk pace, it took nearly 20 minutes to reach their destination. What greeted him was a massive, circular coliseum-like plaza, so vast in size it left him awestruck. Sir, Jintz gestured toward the plaza and explained, this is the shared classroom area for 3 different classes. The plaza spans a diameter of about 5 kilometers, and all public lectures are conducted here. As for private lessons, particularly those for Tian-level classes, they will be arranged by specialized, elite instructors at designated locations. There aren't even any seats here. Do they expect us to stand during class? Baijin asked curiously. Hearing this, Jintz chuckled. Sir, you're allowed to bring your own chair. It's perfectly acceptable. At the Valkyrie Pioneering Academy, some students even bring soft couches to class. Got it, Baijin nodded, then asked. I heard there are numerous dungeon portals here. What exactly is the situation? The dungeon transfer zones will open after the school officially starts tomorrow, Jintz replied softly. It's said that the selected dungeons are highly challenging. You'll need to wait for class to begin to learn more specifics. While Qinghe and I are not combat specialists, as third-tier battle generals, we do have some knowledge of many dungeons and can provide you with analysis and advice. Baijin looked at Jintz in surprise. Third-tier battle generals? Yes, Jintz smiled and nodded. Though our strength lies more in support than direct combat. The young woman exuded a vibrant energy typical of someone who had just graduated, making her feel approachable and warm. Are there any other important places I should know about? Baijin continued to inquire. The Super Academy is mainly divided into 3 areas, the residential zone, the teaching zone, and the dungeon zone, Jintz explained. The new student registration area will be dismantled after tomorrow. That's it. Baijin seemed a bit surprised. Even high schools have sports fields and libraries. Seeing the slightly puzzled look on Baijin's face, Jintz couldn't help but smile. She thought to herself, it seems Miss Lu's brother has quite a charming personality. Sir, as far as I know, all Pioneer Academies adhere to this standard, Jintz explained earnestly. The primary purpose of the Pioneer Academy is to train reserves for the major battle regiments. Take Miss Rian, for instance. If it weren't for the sudden establishment of this Super Academy, she would have spent a few years training at the Valkyrie Pioneer Academy before directly joining the Valkyrie Regiment to explore other worlds alongside her comrades. She paused briefly before continuing. The situation you mentioned, however, is actually characteristic of vocational schools. Those schools focus on training grassroots workers in various industries, which is entirely different from the nature of a Pioneer Academy. Baijin nodded in understanding, likening it to the difference between a technical school and a military engineering university. Sir, Qinghe has probably finished preparing the meal by now. Shall we head back to eat? Jintz asked softly. All right, Baijin replied. The two then began walking back the way they came. On the way, Jintz suddenly said, Sir, Miss Rian has already arranged everything. From now on, you will reside in her palace. We will follow your orders completely. As for your followers, the males will need separate accommodations, but the females can live with us. Followers? Baijin looked puzzled. Yes, haven't they arrived yet? Jintz noticed his confused expression and immediately realized something. Sir, you've been far too lenient with them. I was wondering why no one was accompanying you. Please give me their details, and I'll arrange for someone to fetch them right away. Both Qinghe and I have received training in managing followers, so I'll ensure everything is well organized for you. I actually don't have any followers, Baijin admitted. What? Jintz froze in disbelief. Sir, after awakening an Earth-grade talent, didn't your base city allow you to select followers? Seeing Bai Jin's reaction, Jin suddenly understood. Ah, I see now. It must be because Miss Rian's heaven-grade talent outshines yours, overshadowing your abilities. The governor of your base city must have been short-sighted. A heaven-grade talent may be out of their reach, but they should have valued someone like you with an earth-grade talent. She went on to explain, according to tradition, high-level talent awakeners usually select their followers from their hometown. It's much better than waiting to recruit them after arriving in the main city. Actually, I got in through the back door. Bai Jin confessed truthfully. Sir, you must be joking, Jin said, clearly doubting him. Not even this unprecedentedly prestigious super academy, let alone the Valkyrie Pioneer Academy I attended, would ever allow someone to enter through the back door. Looking at the innocent and earnest Jins, Bai Jin couldn't help but sigh. This newly graduated girl seemed completely unaware that, throughout history, pulling strings was one of the most common practices. Bai Jin waved his hand dismissively, not bothering to explain further. As they spoke, the two of them had already returned to the palace. Pushing open the door, they saw Qing he had already set up a lavish meal in the hall. For dishes and a soup, with generous portions, filled the round table to the brim. Jin swiftly pulled out a chair for Bai Jin and set the bowls and chopsticks in place. Meanwhile, Qing he approached carrying a basin of steaming hot water. My lord, please freshen up first, she said in a gentle tone that contrasted sharply with Jin's brisk and efficient demeanor. Looking at these two loyal followers of his younger sister, Bai Jin pondered for a moment. Since he would be staying here long-term, it was inevitable that they would have to interact closely. He decided to remove the jade mask that concealed his face. Ah! The two women gasped in unison, their eyes widening with amazement. Their expressions were filled with admiration. Bai Jin sighed in wordless reaction again. Women always seem to pay far more attention to appearances than men did. My lord, what would you like to eat? I'll serve it for you. This dish, the golden threaded bean sprouts, is of yellow-grade quality. Eating it temporarily accelerates mana recovery, and long-term consumption can enhance soul attributes. The two women immediately busied themselves enthusiastically around him, their attitudes noticeably more attentive than before. The meal exceeded Bai Jin's expectations. It was even better than the meals he had shared with his aunt at the Valkyrie regiment's base. According to the two women, such high-quality food was a privilege usually reserved for their youngest sister, Lu Rian, who possessed a heaven-grade talent. By the end of the meal, Bai Jin could clearly feel his mana and stamina recovery rate had doubled, though it wasn't particularly significant given his innate endurance ability. After the meal, the two women attended to him with hot towels, helping him clean up before sitting down themselves. Although they were eating the leftovers, they explained that since only communal chopsticks had been used throughout, it couldn't truly be considered leftover food. They added that enjoying such high-quality meals was one of the perks of being a follower. If they were to graduate and join the Valkyrie regiment with their current third-year strength, they would only be entitled to perfect-grade meals. Afterward, Bai Jin headed to the underground training area. Surveying the array of monster models, he decided to try them all, using the opportunity to gain practical experience for future battles. I knew it. With a young lady as stunning as Miss Lu, her brother was bound to be just as remarkable. I thought my lord wore a mask to hide some kind of flaw, but it turns out it was to conceal such breathtaking beauty. Qinghe, aren't you the one who's always indifferent to men? Why were you staring in a daze just now? Gents, don't overthink it, Qinghe said softly. This is the young lady's brother, not just any ordinary man out there. Naturally, we must serve him with care. She glanced at the figure training not far away and sighed with a hint of regret. It's a pity that when the master looks at us, his gaze is as calm as still water. Our figures and looks are considered top-notch even among the Valkyrie Academy students. That depends on who you're comparing us to. Jin shook her head. Miss Rian surpasses us in every way. And then there's the young lady's mother, Senior Tang Yun, who is the master's aunt. She was once a peerless beauty ranked on the 9th domain's list of unmatched beauties. The master grew up surrounded by these two celestial beauties, so he's long been accustomed to extraordinary beauty. Qinghe, I noticed that the master doesn't have any followers by his side, Jin said seriously. Since Miss Rian is often away, we need to pay extra attention to this and ensure the master's needs are never neglected. Understood. I'll take care of it, Qinghe nodded. According to the young lady's instructions, our focus will be on serving Miss Rian and the young lady's brother. The master must be exhausted from training. I'll go prepare his bathwater. Gents, housekeeping is my responsibility. Qinghe gently stopped her. You should go find out more about tomorrow's formal classes. Qinghe, you just finished preparing a meal and must be tired. Take a break, Jin said with a smile. I've learned all about these things during my time at the academy. That afternoon, Bai Jin had already experienced over 100 different monster combat styles and identified several of his own weaknesses. Although the 100 Shin-level Iron Blood War Bull Kings absorbed most of the damage and ensured his safety, these melee-type summons struggled to quickly deal with distant targets. Meanwhile, the 100 Frenzied Woodpeckers, though flying melee summons, displayed significant flaws during several battles. In one encounter, A monster used a group binding spell, trapping all the woodpeckers midair in an instant. Even when Baijin summoned additional Iron Blood War Bull Kings to charge through, they faced numerous obstacles before managing to eliminate the target. These energy-formed creatures were all Tier 1, Level 1. If he were to face a powerful boss, a swift victory would be far from guaranteed. During dinner, he sought advice from Jinz and Qinghe. Since neither of them specialized in combat, they suggested waiting until the academic term began to consult the instructors. According to them, Super Academy boasted unparalleled standards, with every instructor being a top expert in their respective fields. Baijin was filled with anticipation, knowing this was no game world. Even with talents surpassing the heavenly level, he'd need to carefully strategize and combine skills to go further. He politely declined the two women's offer to help him relax with a massage and instead locked himself in his room. Master, Miss Rian is already awake. Are you up? Qinghe's gentle voice called from outside the door the next morning. Baijin, who had just gotten up, dismissed his Iron Blood War Bull Kings and opened the door. At the same time, his younger sister stepped out of her room, and the siblings exchanged a smile. Brother, I came back too late last night, so I didn't disturb you, Lu Rian said. Hurry and freshen up. After breakfast, we have our first class to attend. Got it. After breakfast, Lu Rian held Baijin's arm, with Jinz and Qinghe following behind. The four of them headed toward the Academy's Grand Teaching Plaza. Today felt completely different from yesterday. The central teaching square was bustling with activity as groups of new students poured into the assembly area, making Baijin instantly understand what Jinz had meant by followers the day before. Baijin's mask provided him with a natural shield from unnecessary attention. However, walking beside him, Lu Rian became the center of everyone's focus. Her striking beauty attracted countless admiring glances, while many others cast envious and jealous looks at Baijin, especially since Lu Rian was affectionately holding onto his arm. Before long, the group of four arrived at their destination. Lu Rian immediately became lively. Brother, I'm heading to the Sky class. You stay with Sister Qinghe. She'll take good care of you. Jinz, let's go. Seeing Jinz hesitate, Lu Rian swiftly interrupted whatever she was about to say. Miss, Sister Qinghe is more meticulous. Why not let her take care of you instead? I know Sister Qinghe is meticulous, which is why I want her to stay with my brother. Come on, let's go. Jinz had no choice but to suppress her reluctance and follow Lu Rian. Qinghe smiled gently and gracefully moved to Baijin's side. Sir, please follow me. The Earth class is over there. Let's find a good spot first. The divisions between the three classes were clearly defined. Although the Sky class had only 10 spots, 8 students had already arrived, each surrounded by several followers. Lu Rian received a warm welcome upon her arrival, with the central position already reserved for her. Meanwhile, Qinghe led Baijin to the Earth class area. Skillfully, she pulled out a single sofa chair, gesturing for Baijin to sit. Then, she knelt slightly by his side, retrieving an assortment of fruits and snacks from her storage space and arranging them on the sofa's accompanying tray. The display made Baijin feel a little uncomfortable. It felt less like attending class and more like being pampered. Looking around, he noticed no one else seemed to have such an elaborate setup. Sister Qinghe, please put these away, Baijin said in a low voice. I just had breakfast. I'm not thirsty or hungry. This is too conspicuous. Qinghe complied, packing everything away with a soft smile. Sir, I'll be over there with the other followers. If you need anything, just signal me, and I'll come right away. Baijin nodded, watching as Qinghe moved to the back of the group. It was then that he noticed most of the Earth class students were standing, and even those in the Sky class were no exception. He was the only one sitting. Feeling out of place, he quickly stood up and put the sofa away, a gesture that earned subtle nods of approval from those around him. In less than 3 minutes, over 700 new students, divided into 3 classes, had formed a large circle, waiting for the Academy's leaders and instructors to arrive. Conversations quickly filled the air as the young students began chatting enthusiastically. At that moment, a burly man with a build like a wild bull approached Baijin. Hey, brother, what's with the mask? Are you hiding because you're ugly? Come on, man, who cares if you're ugly? Ugly guys can still drink strong liquor. Though his words were blunt, his tone carried no malice. Baijin calmly replied, this is a piece of equipment. It has some anti-detection properties. Oh, that explains it. Gear like that is pretty rare, the man said with a hearty laugh. I'm Qingbo. What's your name, brother? I'm Baijin. Bai as in Bai Ri, Ishan Jin, the white sun sets over the hills. Jin as in Jin. Ah, I'm Chung as in Chung Yao Jin. And Bo as in Bo Shui Duo Sure, learned and knowledgeable, not the other Bo. Chung Bo joked before shifting the topic. By the way, brother, how come you only have one female follower? Chung Bo asked with a puzzled expression. Was this arranged by your family? Yeah, Baijin replied casually. I see. Chung Bo suddenly understood. Just like my family. My dad wanted to assign me a few female followers, but my mom was worried I'd get distracted and insisted I focus on my studies. Baijin glanced at the young man in front of him. Chung Bo was burly and thick-set, with a face full of rugged features. If not for the hint of youthful innocence in his eyes, he could easily be mistaken for a middle-aged man. Hey, Chung Bo frowned as he looked around. Wasn't the Earth-level class supposed to have 50 people? Why are there 51 now? Bai Jin remained silent. As the person who had squeezed his way into the class, it was indeed a hard thing to explain. Which follower doesn't know the rules and hasn't gone to the back? Chung Bo raised his voice. The other Earth-level class members, who had been whispering among themselves, began to look around, but no one moved. What the heck? Someone really has the nerve. Chung Bo turned to Bai Jin. Brother, just wait. Once the instructor arrives, it'll be hard to explain. This is a strict rule at all prestigious Pioneer Academies. Followers can audit classes, but they must know their place. Chung Bo suddenly lowered his voice, wiggled his eyebrows, and asked, By the way, Bai Jin, I'm really curious about you and that Lu Ruyan. Are you too? Bai Jin took a deep breath and clarified. Brother Chung, Lu Ruyan is my cousin. We grew up together. She's like a sister to me, so don't overthink it. I knew it. Chung Bo exclaimed, enlightened. You two are close, but it's not the same vibe as a couple. Don't worry. Even though your cousin is stunning, she's not my type. I was just curious, that's all. Brother Baiyu. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed through the hall. Thud, 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 thud. Everyone instantly fell silent. Down the pathway left open for the instructor, a bald, imposing man strode forward with the presence of a tiger and dragon. Bai Jin's eyes lit up. This was Lei Hong, the governor of the Misty Sea-based city, and someone he had known since childhood. If Lei Hong was here, his identity was clear, must be a staff member of the Super Academy, likely their instructor. Lei Hong stopped at the center and surveyed the crowd. Welcome to the Super Academy. I am Lei Hong, and it's an honor to serve as your instructor. Greetings, instructor. Voices of respect rose in unison, even from the heaven-level class students, who all bowed politely. Once the noise subsided, Lei Hong nodded in satisfaction. The behavior of the 10 heaven-level talent students, in particular, reassured him no troublemakers here. Everyone, Lei Hong continued. The Super Academy is privileged to have resources surpassing the top 10 Pioneer Academies, but the basic rules are similar. There are a few differences. First, we don't admit pure logistics students. Even those with support-type talents must be capable of aiding their teammates in action. Second, you should all be aware of the challenge rules. Starting in 10 days, challenges may begin, and the winner will inherit the privileges of the loser. Seeing everyone nod in understanding, Lei Hong added, there are specific challenge rules. Earth-level students can challenge heaven-level students, but Mystic-level students must first challenge Earth-level students. They cannot skip levels. The number of challenges allowed will be detailed later. This is primarily to ensure Mystic-level students have the opportunity to advance into the fixed 50 slots of the Earth-level class. Wait, why are there 51 people? This sudden outburst, though coarse, somehow bridged the gap between the instructor and the students, making him seem more approachable. I know some of the Earth-level talents who registered late might feel dissatisfied, but rules are rules. Please return to the profound level class, Lei Hong said sternly as he scanned the classroom. If you're not convinced, that's fine, just challenge someone later. The students in the Earth-level class exchanged confused glances, their uncertainty evident. Standing among them, Bai Jin frowned slightly, a wry smile forming in his heart. He had already completed his registration yesterday, yet it was clear that Lei Hong, the instructor, was unaware of the situation. With no other choice, Bai Jin slowly raised his right hand. Lei Hong nodded in acknowledgement. Student, return to the profound level class. If you can defeat any member of the Earth level class, you can rejoin. Instructor, don't you have some sort of list? Bai Jin couldn't help but ask. A list? Lei Hong paused, momentarily taken aback. I think I do. Let me check. He pulled a booklet from his jacket and began flipping through it. As he read further, his expression grew increasingly peculiar until his gaze fixed firmly on Bai Jin. Bai Jin, you're Bai Jin? Lu Rian's brother? Tang Yun's nephew. Bai Jin nodded in confirmation. A storm of disbelief surged within Lei Hong. What? This is absurd. Even the Super Divine Academy has backdoor entries now? And straight into the Earth level class. This completely upended his understanding of the Academy. As a newly established, elite institution supported by the 10 pioneering academies, entry was supposed to be based solely on exceptional talent, with no other pathways. Instructor, my brother was admitted through special approval and is not subject to challenges. Lu Rian's clear voice suddenly echoed. That statement completely shattered the fragile composure Lei Hong had been clinging to. Not subject to challenges? Who came up with that rule? Is this chaos allowed to run unchecked? Unable to suppress his anger any longer, he vented his frustration. This academy, built in the extreme southern region under the Domain Lord's direct orders, was crucial to his future plans for vengeance. He couldn't tolerate such disorder so early in its establishment. In a flash, Lei Hong appeared on a grassy field. Before he could steady himself, a sharp slap landed on the back of his head. Yet, instead of reacting angrily, he bowed respectfully. Lei Hong greets Ice Sovereign. That by Jean was admitted under my master's special approval. Treat him normally from now on. No sarcasm, no deliberate targeting, Murong Xiaobing said calmly. Understood, he'll comply. Please rest assured, Lei Hong replied loudly, finally realizing who had granted by Jean such privileges. It was none other than the legendary Valkyrie, a figure whose singular might could dominate the world, someone even the leaders of the Blood War battalions treated with reverence. The realization dawned on Lei Hong. Though he had never met Bai Jin before, had heard of him, a famous figure known as the top pretty boy among the 137 schools in the Mist Sea Bay city. With an exceptionally beautiful sister like Lu Ruyan, Bai Jin's own appearance was undoubtedly striking. To think he had taken this path and secured such a high connection, it must have been Tang Yun's doing. Instead of letting Bai Jin be taken under the wing of some powerful woman in the future, she had preemptively ensured his safety and access to resources. Rubbing the still aching back of his head, Lei Hong composed himself. Let's start the lesson properly. Laterno, unnecessary chatter. After Murong Xiaobing gave her solemn instructions, Lei Hong looked puzzled and asked, please guide me, my lord. I have never taught students before and truly don't know where to start. His sincere tone made Murong Xiaobing pause for a moment before replying. I have never taught in a school either. In that case, just follow your instincts. There's no need to be bound by conventional rules. Understood. Lei Hong respectfully accepted the order and instantly vanished from sight. Murong Xiaobing sat calmly in midair, her gaze sweeping over the group of new students below, paying particular attention to the masked Bai Jin. She pondered to herself. All the instructors this time have been selected from the elite combat units of the 10 Great Legions, with not a single regular teacher among them. Could this be to prevent the freshmen from being influenced by the existing knowledge systems and instead focus on developing practical combat skills? Despite her doubts, she quickly set them aside. After all, her only responsibility was to ensure the students' safety within the academy. Lei Hong stood before the freshmen and began speaking with an imposing air. All right, let's skip the formalities. I'll start with a brief introduction. My name is Lei Hong, from the Blood War on All Fronts Legion, ranked as a Tier 3 battle general. For the foreseeable future, I will be teaching you all the essentials of close combat. Noticing the confusion in the students' eyes, Lei Hong understood their thoughts. These were rookies who had awakened their talents this year, most of whom came from families without powerful professional mentors and thus knew little about the field. After awakening and Xian level or higher talent, you were likely recruited by the various pioneering academies, correct? I'm guessing each of you used either an excellent or perfect advancement token to complete your first tier promotion. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, including Bai Jin, Lei Hong's gaze locked directly onto him. Hey, you Bai Jin, Lei Hong called him out. Why don't you tell us about the changes after your promotion and what you think is the proper way to allocate attribute points? Although Murong Xiaobing had advised against singling him out, Lei Hong figured that this level of questioning could be considered fair treatment. Bai Jin appeared slightly awkward but responded. Instructor, after the promotion, I gained 31 free attribute points, and I allocated all of them to my soul attribute. What? Lei Hong was momentarily stunned. You used a perfect advancement token and allocated all your points to soul? After Bai Jin nodded in confirmation, Lei Hong urgently cautioned him. You shouldn't assign points recklessly. Didn't you learn about this in high school? Bai Jin quickly nodded, explaining that they had indeed covered it in high school. Before reaching level 10, you gain 1 free attribute point per level, which can be distributed freely. Even those with major-oriented talents could allocate all their points to physical attributes if necessary, as long as it helped them get through the early stages. However, after advancing to the first tier, you can no longer distribute points arbitrarily. You must study the relevant knowledge further before making decisions. You'll find it hard to handle things later if you do it this way, Lei Hong said, frowning. For magic-based professions, you can't go all in on extreme stat allocation right from the start. Before developing your own combat style, you need corresponding physical attributes, or your combat effectiveness will be significantly reduced. You'll be easily countered by fast-moving monsters. He shook his head. You've really wasted a perfect grade advancement token. Suddenly, as if something occurred to him, Lei Hong's eyes glinted with curiosity. By the way, where did you get a perfect grade advancement token? My sister gave it to me, Bai Jin replied calmly. What? Lei Hong was momentarily stunned. He then turned toward the direction of the heaven-class students, his expression turning serious. Lu Ruyan, did you give your brother a perfect grade advancement token and use an excellent grade 1 for your own advancement? Before he could finish, a sweet voice rang out. Instructor, I also used a perfect grade advancement token. My brother gave it to me. Lu Ruyan replied, her face glowing with happiness. Lei Hong fell silent. Perfect grade advancement tokens were so rare that even Earth grade talent professionals rarely came across them, yet this pair of siblings both possessed one. It made sense for Lu Ruyan, being a heaven grade talent, but Bai Jin, what a waste of a treasure. Still, considering their background, Lei Hong couldn't help but feel a bit resigned. He recalled his own harrowing experience of risking his life in a hell difficulty dungeon just to obtain a perfect grade token. All right, Lei Hong said, sweeping his gaze across the students with a stern tone. Let this serve as a lesson for everyone. Whether it's venturing into dungeons or entering other worlds in the future, physical strength is absolutely crucial. Seeing the confused expressions on the students' faces, he elaborated further. Do you all think that a professional's ability to fully recover health, stamina, and mana within 100 seconds is an unchanging rule? Noticing that most of the students, including Bai Jin, looked puzzled, Lei Hong explained in detail. This rapid recovery only exists within the ninth domain because we're inside a massive restoration array. While most dungeons are co-constructed by the ninth domain and other worlds, with our power taking the lead, not all dungeons or other worlds allow normal mana recovery. Many are magic-starved worlds, where spells are restricted. Especially in other worlds, he emphasized. Once you enter, your abilities will face numerous suppressions. There are even worlds where spellcasting is entirely impossible. However, so far, no other world has been discovered that can fully limit physical strength. Hearing this, many students specializing in physical prowess had their eyes light up with newfound enthusiasm. Lei Hong continued. Of course, in magic-starved worlds, consuming mana potions can still restore mana and allow spellcasting. But that's nowhere near as reliable as having formidable physical strength. Warriors not only possess robust physiques, but also heightened senses, enabling them to unleash extraordinary combat power. And battle mages, who can cast spells while moving, can remain agile even in close-quarters combat. This is the ultimate path for magic-based professions. Therefore, he concluded, unless in special cases, abandon the old approach of warriors maxing out physical stats and mages maxing out soul stats. Only by developing comprehensively can you achieve true success. Instructor Lei Hong stood before the students, his gaze sweeping across each youthful face. Before awakening, your bodies can get injured and bleed, so the combat techniques you learned in middle and high school were just the basics. While these fundamentals are useful, they are far from sufficient in real combat. From now on, you'll need to develop battle techniques tailored to your abilities. Seeing the students nod uniformly in understanding, Lei Hong quietly let out a sigh of relief. The lesson seemed to be going much smoother than he had anticipated. Theory is no substitute for practice, so let's run a test, Lei Hong said, his eyes landing on one of the students. Bai Jin, would you assist me in a demonstration? Bai Jin reluctantly stepped forward. Just then, a voice echoed in his mindit was the fifth-tier space law emperor. Bai Jin, your younger sister expressed her gratitude to me 2 days ago for giving you a perfect grade advancement token. I was surprised, as I wasn't the one who gave it to you. However, I didn't expose the truth. It's a testament to your own capabilities. At the Supernatural Academy, showcase your strength freely. Rewards will follow, so don't overthink it. Bai Jin gave a slight nod and turned to Lei Hong. Instructor, I have 2 types of summon creatures. Which one would you prefer for the demonstration? Lei Hong looked at the young man, often underestimated for his supposed dependence on others, with a newfound appreciation for his modest demeanor. Any type will do. Summon 1. Bai Jin deliberated internally. Murong Xiaobing is right. I can't always disguise myself as someone with ordinary talent. Still, I shouldn't reveal my full potential either. My aunt's specific warning during the teleportation ritual must have deeper meaning. Even though I possess a 100-fold summoning talent, showing just 1% of it will suffice for now. With a wave of his hand, a level 21 furious woodpecker appeared out of thin air, with no trace of a summoning circle. This technique of stirring summoned creatures in a summoning space in advance was standard practice for void summoners, so no one present found it unusual. A woodpecker? Lei Hong paused for a moment, then seamlessly transitioned into teaching mode. Good, this is an aerial summon. Everyone, remember that in future battles, the most common types of enemies you'll face will be land, sea, and air. Fighting flying targets requires specific strategies. His gaze scanned the crowd before settling on a student from the Earth class division. Chung Bo. Yes, instructor. Judging by your face, you must be Chung Fan's son, right? Chung Bo's eyes lit up. Instructor, you know my father? Of course. He was my teammate over a decade ago. I remember hearing he had a son back then, but I lost touch over the years. Seeing your resemblance jogged my memory. Chung Bo greets you, uncle. Chung Bo bowed respectfully, his excitement evident. Meeting his father's old comrade at the Supernatural Academy felt like an auspicious start. Judging by your build, I guess you have a physique-based talent? Yes, uncle, I mean instructor. My specialty is strength enhancement. Good. Now, tell me, if you were up against an opponent like Bai Jin, who has an aerial summon, how would you handle it? Chung Bo responded without hesitation. Instructor, ID just slapped the summoner to death. Problem solved. The room fell silent instantly. Everyone, including Lei Hong, was stunned. The response was simple, yet brutally effective. Lei Hong's mouth twitched as he realized how out of touch he might be with the younger generation's mindset after years of seclusion. Ahem. He cleared his throat to regain composure. What you described is an extreme measure for a life or death situation. My question was, how would you deal with the woodpecker itself, or more broadly, how would you handle a flying creature in combat? With a swift motion, a metallic javelin suddenly appeared in Chung Bo's hand, gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Minter, when dealing with flying targets, we warriors typically use javelins or bows and arrows, while mages bombard them directly with spells, Lei Hong said, nodding approvingly as he observed the burly son of his comrade. Good. Show me your javelin technique. Yes, sir. Chung Bo turned to Bai Jin and flashed a mischievous smile. Wait, Bai Jin quickly spoke up, but it was too late. Chung Bo moved like lightning, hurling the javelin with precision. It tore through the air and struck a woodpecker circling above. Bang! The javelin hit the target solidly, but it wasn't a fatal blow. Even more surprising, Chung Bo suddenly let out a pained yelp. Ouch! Damn it! Before quickly silencing himself. Although the strike dealt over 3,000 points of damage to the woodpecker, it failed to finish it off. Meanwhile, Chung Bo himself lost 321 health points, exactly 1/10 of the damage he inflicted. Realizing something, Chung Bo chose to remain silent. Chung Bo, have you not invested in physical attributes? You can't even handle Bai Jin's woodpecker? Lei Hong asked, puzzled. Chung Bo scratched his head and chuckled. Haha, I was just holding back. It's a classmate summon, after all. It wouldn't be right to go all out. This response made Lei Hong even more impressed. This seemingly rough young man was unexpectedly considerate of others. All right, you can step back for now. Lei Hong then turned to Bai Jin. We've seen your flying summon. Do you have any other types? Reporting to the mentor, I have a beast-type summon. Summon it. Let's take a look. With a single thought from Bai Jin, an enormous Iron Blood War Bull King appeared in the arena. The massive creature stood 4 meters tall at the shoulder, measured nearly 10 meters in length, and was covered in sleek, golden-hued skin. Its sharp horns gleamed menacingly, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Holy! Lei Hong was taken aback. As the governor of Misty Sea-based city, he immediately connected this beast to the recent disappearance of a dungeon. Clearly, this was the work of the Valkyrie. Impressive. This summon is much stronger than the woodpecker. Lei Hong praised, then addressed the class. Class, ground-based targets like this are the most common well encounter. The strategy for dealing with them is straightforward: engage them heat. The students nodded in agreement, acknowledging this basic principle. Bai Jin, Lei Hong continued. Void summoners have 2 main weaknesses. First, summoning powerful creatures consumes a significant amount of mana. While you can summon them in advance and store them in your summoning space, if they die in battle, you'll need to resummon them. Bai Jin nodded in agreement. Mentor Lei Hong's analysis of the first weakness of void summoners truly explained why he had invested in soul attributes. However, Lei Hong's tone suddenly shifted, and with a serious expression, he pointed out, mana can be replenished through elixirs, equipment, or skills, but the frailty of your physical attributes is your greatest flaw right now. Watch closely. Lei Hong's gaze swept over the students present. This seemingly indomitable bull you see here is nothing but a paper tiger in my eyes. Before his words had fully settled, Lei Hong lunged forward with lightning speed and delivered a powerful punch straight to the bull's forehead. Boom! A deafening collision echoed throughout the hall, and the shockwave left the surrounding students with tingling scalps and some even feeling dizzy. Yet, Bai Jin remained completely unscathed, as all the sonic damage was absorbed and ignored by the iron-blooded Battle Bull King. Turning back triumphantly to face the gifted students, Lei Hong prepared to use this moment to impart a lesson. If an enemy destroys your summoned creature instantly, their next attack will target you directly. At that point, there's no time to summon again. Without sufficient physical resilience, you'll be left to face certain death. However, something fell off. Instead of enlightened expressions, the students all wore peculiar looks. Confused, Lei Hong turned to glance behind him and froze in place. The bull hadn't moved an inch. What shocked him even more was the dull ache in his own fist. I'm a tier 3 peak-level battle general, personally invited by the Super Academy. Lei Hong found himself deeply puzzled. Logically speaking, even if Bai Jin maxed out his soul attributes, the defense of this void summon shouldn't exceed 100 points. With a full-force punch, I should have obliterated it completely. As Lei Hong began to question whether he had fallen behind the times, he suddenly recalled Bai Jin's unique background and felt a sense of clarity. This kid has powerful connections. He must have acquired some extraordinary protective artifact. A skill obtained from a dungeon could indeed be this absurd. After regaining his composure, Lei Hong resumed his lecture. Class, aside from the 2 limitations I just mentioned, what other weaknesses do void summoners have? The students began to ponder. Soon, someone answered, Mentor, void summoners don't gain attribute feedback or innate bonuses from their summons, making them inherently fragile. If the summoner dies, all their summoned creatures will vanish. Good point. Anything else? Mentor, void summons lack independent consciousness and rely entirely on the summoner's commands. In environments like heavy fog or blinding conditions, the summoner can't direct the summons effectively. Excellent observation. Any other ideas? Bai Jin listened intently, his eyes lighting up. These discussions about the weaknesses of void summoners were incredibly enlightening. giving him valuable strategies for dealing with others in the same profession. It seemed that attending the Super Academy was indeed a wise decision. In the classroom, the students were enthusiastically discussing the various weaknesses of the Void Summoner. One student raised their hand and said, "Instructor, if the Void Summoner's pre-prepared summons are killed, summoning them again not only takes time, but also puts the summoner at risk during this period." Moreover, another student added, "Void summons, unlike the beasts of Beastmasters, cannot be equipped with gear freely. Since the summoning space cannot contain pre-equipped summons, they can only be equipped on the spot after being summoned, and after the battle, the equipment has to be removed separately." A third student chimed in, "Because summons are formed from mana and energy, they can't benefit from others' aura skills. If a Void Summoner wants to use aura skills, they must learn them personally, which undoubtedly increases the burden on skill points. And there's an even more fatal flaw." A voice came from the back of the classroom. "If the Void Summoner is stunned or immobilized, the summons lose their command and cannot act. Compared to the independently conscious beasts of Beastmasters, this is a significant disadvantage." Baijin sat in his seat, nodding repeatedly as he listened. He was astonished by the sheer number of weaknesses, but he knew deep down that these limitations were not an issue for him. The classroom buzzed with discussion, and everyone was gaining valuable insights from this brainstorming session. As the noise gradually subsided, Instructor Lei Hong's face lit up with a satisfied smile. The student's performance far exceeded his expectations, truly the elite who had passed rigorous selection to enter the Supernatural Academy. "Excellent points," Lei Hong said, scanning the room. "These challenges aren't exclusive to Void Summoners. Take magic-focused talents, for example. A single powerful spell could drain all their mana. Even with potions to recover, the period of vulnerability is extremely dangerous." His tone grew serious. "Remember, you only have one life. Early in your career, prioritizing physical strength is absolutely crucial." Hundreds of magic-talented students nodded in agreement. This wasn't a game there were no second chances. Any mistake could lead to fatal consequences. Lei Hong then turned to another group of students. "Support-type talents need to be even more cautious. Monsters won't just target warriors. They'll often prioritize attacking vulnerable targets like you." His words were met with another round of nods. "So," Lei Hong said with a hearty tone, "for now, put aside your talent specializations and train your body as if you were warriors." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression subtly shifted, his brow furrowing slightly. From the direction of the Heaven-class students came a few disdainful murmurs, and several students wore expressions of clear disapproval. Lei Hong's sharp gaze swept across them like a blade, finally locking onto the boy whose expression was the most dismissive. "You," Lei Hong said, pointing with his finger. "The one with the most displeased look." Baijin followed his gaze and saw a boy with fairly decent features standing next to his younger sister. The boy appeared utterly bewildered. "Mentor, it's a misunderstanding," the boy quickly explained. "I wasn't doubting you, this is just my natural expression." "Ah," Lei Hong let out a cold chuckle. "Perfect. Since everyone seems eager to witness the strength of a Heaven-class gifted professional, why don't you come up and give us a demonstration?" The boy hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Mentor Lei Hong, my name is Zhuge Luyuan. I come from the Valkyrie Battle Regiment along with my classmate Lu Ruyan. Please go easy on me." At that moment, Zhuge Luyuan's demeanor shifted dramatically. A composed yet confident aura radiated from him, causing even Lei Hong to nod internally in approval. "Come on then," Lei Hong said. "This is a sparring match, not a battle to the death. Use your full strength." "Understood." Before Lei Hong had even finished speaking, Zhuge Luyuan extended his hands, and in an instant, countless strands of mana formed an intricate web out of thin air, enveloping Lei Hong from all directions. The web was far finer and more intricate than an ordinary fishing net. Lei Hong was mildly surprised, but immediately unleashed an even more intense surge of blood energy than he had during his earlier bout with Baijin. With a resounding shout, he threw a powerful punch, shattering the mana web. Yet, as soon as it broke, more strands materialized, layering upon each other in relentless waves. In a flash, Zhuge Luyuan retreated back to the Heaven-class students' area. "Your might is unparalleled, Mentor. I concede." Lei Hong, his expression unreadable, returned to the center of the field. He scanned the crowd and said, "Students, have any of you heard of the term limit breaker professional?" Seeing the majority of them looking puzzled, his mood improved slightly. Earlier, when sparring with the Earth-class students, he had been caught off guard, but it was merely a casual strike. However, during the match with Zhuge Luyuan, even after unleashing his blood energy, he found it challenging to completely suppress the boy's mana web. If not for Zhuge Luyuan being only at the first tier and knowing when to hold back, Lei Hong might have had to go all out to secure a victory. He made a mental note to avoid underestimating the Heaven-class students in the future. "The so-called limit breaker professional," Lei Hong explained, his tone serious, "is someone who reaches the absolute limit of their tier at each stage. For those of you at the first tier, This means achieving 100 points in either physical or soul attributes or both. As his words sank in, a spark of determination ignited in the eyes of the students, filling the room with a palpable sense of ambition. Lei Hong scanned the group of promising students before him, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Despite the high expectations placed on them by the ninth domain, in his eyes, they were nothing more than a group of naive youngsters. Of course, for those who had already realized this truth, he deliberately avoided eye contact. At that moment, Bai Jin's gaze swept across the classroom and met his younger sister's. She immediately responded with a sweet smile, and beside her, Zhuge Liang also offered Bai Jin a friendly smile and a nod. Wearing his mask, Bai Jin politely nodded back. Inwardly relieved, it seemed there would be no scenes of hostility or suppression today. Turning his head, he noticed Cheng Bo beside him already wearing an expression of understanding, which made Bai Jin silently marvel at the gap between their experiences. The source of attributes begins with the most fundamental aspect of leveling up. Lei Hong's voice drew everyone's attention. You all advanced using exceptional grade promotion certificates, gaining 3 to 4 free attribute points with each level. Excluding the 9 points distributed before reaching the first tier, by the time you reach level 19, you'll have accumulated approximately 50 to 80 free attribute points. He paused briefly before continuing, but relying solely on these points is far from enough to raise both physical and soul attributes to 100. This is why we must seek alternative ways to acquire attribute points or enhance our abilities. For instance, the food you're consuming now is of at least perfect quality. Long-term consumption can gradually improve physical attributes, and students in the Earth level class even have periodic access to food of yellow-grade quality, giving them a certain advantage in this regard. Lei Hong's gaze swept across the classroom again. Additionally, training to enhance attributes is another method. These two avenues for improvement have only emerged in the past decade. His expression suddenly grew deeper. Even so, it remains exceedingly difficult to raise all attributes to the maximum of 100 points. The quickest, yet most dangerous method is to challenge hell difficulty dungeons that reward free attribute points. This was the sole way to gain extra points over a decade ago, and countless talented professionals met their end in pursuit of the ultimate limits. Bai Jin keenly noticed a student from the Earth level class showing a pained expression at this point, and curiously, there wasn't a single person within a 3-meter radius of him. This unusual detail caught Bai Jin's attention. For beast tamers, Lei Hong went on, they have a unique way of acquiring attributes. By forming a bond with their lifebound beasts and extracting their attributes, they can gain additional attribute bonuses. This is currently the only profession capable of surpassing the attribute limits. However, the other side of this double-edged sword is that if their beast dies, these extra attributes often gradually dissipate. The crowd nodded in understanding. Beast tamers were indeed powerful, but they also faced significant risk should their beast perish. They could fall from their peak to rock bottom. After all, unlike the summoned creatures of void summoners, the beasts were real, living beings. Once gone, they could never be brought back. All right, that's it for today. The main purpose was to get to know each other, Lei Hong said as he walked toward the door. Tomorrow, when the dungeon officially begins, you'll gain insights into your weaknesses through the experiences inside. We'll discuss and learn from them afterward. Without pausing, his voice echoed from a distance. Oh, by the way, you can choose to tackle the dungeon solo or team up. If you want to form a team, take this time to get acquainted with each other. This remark seemed to open the floodgates, and the classroom immediately buzzed with chatter. Just as Bai Jin was about to head toward his younger sister, someone suddenly stepped in front of him. It was the same classmate from the Earth level class who had earlier shown a look of indignation. Coward. The person spat out the icy word before turning and walking away, not even followed by a single supporter. Anger flared up in Bai Jin's chest. He wanted to retort, but found himself bewildered. He had never provoked this person, at most exchanging a glance while surveying the room earlier. Yet, the other had abruptly hurled an insult at him. Bai Jin, my brother. Cheng Bo leaned in and spoke in a low voice. His name is Bai Hai, from the Bai family of the southern region. He's the only male of his generation in the Bai family. There was a subtle undertone in his words, clearly hinting at the connection between their shared surname and the earlier clash. Brother. Lu Rian joyfully ran over and naturally looped her arm around Bai Jin's. Let me introduce you. This is Zhuge Luyun, a heaven-level talent and a member of the Valkyrie Battle Corps. Brother Luyun, this is my brother, Bai Jin. Zhuge Luyun, a pleasure to meet you, Brother Bai. The young man, whose appearance was refined and gentle, greeted warmly, even with a hint of deference. Nice to meet you, Brother Zhuge, Bai Jin replied earnestly. My younger sister has a lively personality. In the heaven-level class, I may need to trouble you to look after her. Brother, I'm not lively like that. Lu Rian pouted playfully. The three of them couldn't help but laugh together, their eyes filled with affection. Brother Bai, just call me Luyun, Zhuge Luyun said with a smile. Ruyan's pure and cheerful nature has already won everyone over in the heaven-level class. We've all been touched by her kind heart. Noticing Chung Bo still standing nearby, Bai Jin introduced him. Rian, this is Chung Bo, a friend I just made. Lu Rian immediately adjusted her demeanor, speaking formally. Lu Rian greets Brother Chung Bo. Her address of brother melted Chung Bo's heart on the spot. Flustered, he stammered. Greetings, Miss Rian. Hee. Brother Chung Bo, just call me Rian. Lu Rian said with a sweet smile, before turning serious again. My brother, and you are in the Earth level class. I hope Brother Chung Bo can look out for him. Rian is truly grateful. Her voice was soft and sincere. In truth, she had been watching the earlier spear-throwing test closely, worried her brother might be humiliated. But she noticed Chung Bo not only gave her brother an apologetic smile, but also deliberately held back when his woodpecker struck Bai Jin's. This thoughtfulness had left a favorable impression on her toward the rugged-looking man. "Tu will," Chung Bo declared, thumping his chest with a booming voice. Brother Bai Jin and I hit it off right away. We'll definitely be good brothers from now on. Bai Jin quietly observed the scene before him. Although Zhuge Liuyan treated him with respect, even with a hint of flattery, he completely ignored Chung Bo, another person present who possessed an Earth-level talent. This detail gave Bai Jin some insight. Perhaps the gap between heaven-level and Earth-level talents was far greater than he had imagined. Zhuge Liuyan, known for his steady and composed demeanor, was not someone who deliberately acted superior. The stark difference in his attitude was evidently due to the natural chasm created by differing levels of strength. Brother, my mentor just sent me a message. I have to go. Lu Rian suddenly spoke up. Brother, you, Sister Jin's, and Sister Qinghe head back first. I'll try to make it back tonight. Not only Lu Rian, but Zhuge Liuyan's communicator also lit up at that moment. He glanced at the message briefly, then looked up at Bai Jin and said, Brother Bai, when I have some free time, I'll treat you to a drink. Sure. Liuyan, please remind my little sister not to be impulsive. Safety should always come first, Bai Jin advised. Lu Rian let out a soft huff, and with that, everyone began to part ways. Whoa, Brother Bai Jin, Chung Bo exclaimed, still waving his arms excitedly. Thanks to you, I actually got to talk to Fairy Rian. She even called me Brother Chung Bo. Bai Jin noticed 4 burly men standing around Chung Bo, evidently his followers. Just then, Bai Jin's phone chimed with a notification. He took it out and saw that he had been added to a group chat named Super Divine Academy Earth-class chat group. The number of members in the group quickly grew, eventually stabilizing at 50 students plus their mentor, Lei Hong. Bai Jin scanned the list of group members and noticed that Bai Hai, a member of the Bai family who had been rude to him earlier, was not among them. Soon, an important announcement from Lei Hong appeared in the group. Dear students, please decide as soon as possible whether you will go solo or form a team. Here's a heads up. We just received a notification about a sudden event. Tomorrow, a special dungeon will open. This dungeon is as challenging as a hell-level dungeon, but unlike regular hell dungeons, the monsters within are real, not energy projections. Although the monsters may be slightly weaker than those in ordinary hell dungeons, please prepare yourselves thoroughly. Anyone who refuses to participate will be expelled. Be at the Super Divine Academy dungeon area by 8 a.m. tomorrow. I will also announce some exciting news. This message left Bai Jin utterly shocked. Whoa, Brother Bai Jin, Chung Bo said, brimming with excitement. This Super Divine Academy is incredible. They're letting us dive straight into a real dungeon. How bold. Brother Chung Bo, is there something special about this? Bai Jin asked curiously. Chung Bo's eyes lit up as he explained. Brother Bai Jin, real dungeons may have hell-level difficulty, but the monsters aren't all boss level from the start. The advantage is that the experience points from killing monsters are insane, and their corpses are valuable resources. Most importantly, these dungeons might drop skill books. Good skill books are extremely rare and often require bartering to obtain. In the past, only the top 10 pioneering academies would occasionally allow their best students to access real dungeons. Now you see how generous Super Divine Academy is opening it up to all of us. Bai Jin suddenly realized that this so-called real dungeon was likely similar to his previous battle with the beasts of the Savage Beast realm. However, unlike that encounter, where the slain wild bull provided no experience points, this dungeon seemed to offer tangible rewards, with the monsters' remains serving as valuable resources for growth. Brother Bai Jin, I think I understand now, Chung Bo said earnestly. Your woodpecker and that wild bull are extraordinary. The only thing holding you back is yourself. The Super God Academy would never ignore the lives of people like us. This real dungeon can't be too difficult. It's likely an opportunity for us. How about we screen for teammates in the group chat to ensure you're safe leveling up? Bai Jin listened to Chung Bo's enthusiastic suggestion, a hint of apology appearing on his face. Brother Chung Bo, I'm really sorry. I was specially recruited into the Earth level class, which allows me to bypass many rules, including not entering the dungeon without risking expulsion. For some personal reasons, I'm afraid I can't team up with you. Chung Bo was taken aback for a moment. Then he leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Brother Bai Jin, I won't hide it from you while my talent may not match your sister's. It's still top tier among Earth level talents. With the strength of those two summoned creatures of yours, we'd clear the dungeon with ease if we teamed up. Brother Chingbo, it's really not as simple as you think. I have my reasons. Bai Jin shook his head, politely declining. Seeing Bai Jin's firm attitude, Chengbo didn't press further. The group began heading toward the residential area, with Jin's and Qinghe quietly following behind Bai Jin, listening to Chengbo's words. In that case, they'll go solo, Chengbo said with a hearty laugh. I was planning to solo it anyway. Your sister just asked me to look out for you. Bai Jin was a bit surprised. You're going to solo it? The class group chat is buzzing with people forming teams. Why not try teaming up first? If it really isn't difficult, you can always solo it later. Chengbo straightened his back and said confidently. The Super God Academy is here to train us. They wouldn't throw us into an extremely difficult dungeon right away. If even the profound level class can clear it, it shouldn't be a problem for me. Besides, as martial artists, we should face challenges with courage. If we're too scared to tackle a carefully planned real dungeon like this, how can we face the dangers of other worlds in the future? Bai Jin nodded in agreement, gaining a newfound respect for his seemingly reckless but thoughtful classmate. As they reached the Grand Palace, Bai Jin said, Brother Chengbo, we've arrived. See you tomorrow. Chengbo glanced up at the majestic palace, his mouth twitching slightly. Why don't I have a sister with heaven-level talent? He muttered enviously, before leading his four companions away. Once they were out of sight, Jin's and Qinghe immediately moved to Bai Jin's sides. Jin spoke softly. My lord, Chengbo's guess about the dungeon may be accurate, but the Super God Academy might use this to weed out students who lack courage. The dungeon could still be very dangerous. Qinghe added. My lord, the young miss specifically mentioned before leaving that she would try to return tonight. As a heaven-level class student, she should be able to bring back the most accurate information. Bai Jin nodded. After the special guidance from Mentor Lei Hong today, he had gained a deeper understanding of the weaknesses of void summoners and felt more at ease. Thank you both for the reminder, he said sincerely, earning warm smiles from the two girls, their eyes curving with delight. The exclusive private training grounds for the Heaven class are located underground. In this vast practice area, energy flows gently, enveloping everyone present like an invisible ocean. Everyone can feel their physical strength and magical power brimming, as if they would never be exhausted. At the center of the grounds, a strikingly poised woman sits on a high platform, her gaze sweeping over the 10 Heaven class students seated on either side below. She is Shui Wei, the disciple of Murong Xiaobing, and formerly the 4th-rank spatial mage tasked with protecting Lu Rian. Everyone, Shui Wei's voice rang clearly throughout the space. My master has completed the stabilization work around the Super Divine Academy, ensuring the safety of the academy. Additionally, a brand new dungeon area has been constructed. She paused briefly before continuing. This dungeon is unlike anything you've encountered before. It has been built using the combined forces of the 9th domain and the Void Demon Realm. For over a decade, the Void Demon Realm has coveted the 9th domain, seeking to devour it. Meanwhile, we have been working tirelessly to harness their power to strengthen ourselves. Apart from the initial area they consumed, overall, we hold the upper hand in this struggle. This time, Shui Wei's tone grew solemn. We will be constructing a Tier 1 battlefield space with the Void Demon Realm. Both sides will deploy Tier 1 forces to compete for the power of the world. Even my master, the Ice Emperor, will not be able to intervene in the dungeon's events. Therefore, the real dungeon opening tomorrow will be exceptionally challenging. You are the main Tier 1 forces representing the 9th domain in this confrontation with the Void Demon Realm. Remember, do not be overconfident. You must work as a team. This is not only about your personal growth, but also about the strength of the 9th domain. The 10 students below nodded earnestly. Lu Rian asked softly, Sister Shui Wei, we are not afraid of battle, but we've only recently advanced to Tier 1. Why are we being sent to participate in such a fight? Shui Wei offered Lu Rian a gentle smile. This is due to the unique nature of the 9th domain. Professionals here can advance to Tier 1 relatively easily, which means the current Tier 1 forces are primarily composed of this year's newcomers and ordinary people handling basic tasks, resulting in overall weaker strength. The Void Demon Realm is targeting this weakness. Instead of sending large numbers of weak Tier 1 forces to their deaths, it's better to have talented students like you undergo this trial. Don't worry too much. The 9th domain will equip you with the best available weapons and gear. With your talents, the Void Demon forces won't find it easy to succeed against you. Hearing this explanation, the students collectively sighed in relief. The other 9 students exchanged glances with Lu Rian, prompting her to ask further, Sister Shui Wei, how do the monsters in this dungeon differ from the ones we've encountered during training these past few days? Shui Wei's lips curved into a faint smile. This is a Tier 1 battlefield, so you may encounter monsters up to level 19, with varying levels of strength. Always stay vigilant, and adopt the mindset of a lion using its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Be prepared for the possibility of facing Tier 1 elites from the Void Demon Realm. Additionally, each of you has been equipped with at least yellow tier large storage gear. Remember to collect the corpses of all the monsters you defeat, as they will serve as valuable resources. Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with excitement. At that moment, a man dressed in a silver-white robe distributed a portion of fresh fourth-tier, yellow-grade monster meat to each person present. The large slab of meat, about the size of a wash basin, emitted a faint energy ripple in the air. This is from a void demon realm creature that Lord Ice Emperor just hunted. He specifically instructed me to share it with all of you. Take advantage of the abundant energy here and quickly convert the meat into your own strength. Thank you, Lord Ice Emperor. Everyone expressed their gratitude in unison. Although they all possessed heaven-level talents, breaking through to the 5th tier was still uncertain. The Ice Emperor, however, was not only a 5th-tier Emperor-level powerhouse, but also a space mage renowned for being invincible among peers of the same level. This earned him their genuine admiration. The 4th-tier space mage, Shui Wei, vanished in a flash. The others summoned their followers and began processing the monster meat. Lu Ruyan, however, quietly stored her portion into her spatial storage. Ruyan, why didn't you bring any followers? Preparing this meat is no easy task, someone asked. Come over to my side. I've prepared an extra pot, another offered. Lu Ruyan smiled gracefully and replied, Thank you, everyone, but I need to head back. The real dungeon opens to other classes tomorrow, and I'm worried about my brother. With that, she turned and left with light, effortless steps. After her figure disappeared, the 9 heaven-level class members exchanged glances. Someone sighed and said, I looked into Rian's background. She grew up with Baijin. Although they're cousins, they're as close as real siblings. More importantly, another person added, Rian's mother burned out her talent years ago and can no longer recover. That aunt of hers is extremely biased, favoring Baijin since childhood. You all tasted Rian's cooking yesterday, didn't you? The group nodded, and even their followers appeared embarrassed. Such impeccable culinary skills could only have been honed through years of managing household duties. The saddest part is, someone whispered, lowering their voice, Baijin actually has an ordinary talent. He only got into the Earth-level class because Rian paid an enormous price to secure the opportunity for him. What? Ordinary talent? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. But his summoned beast, that wild bull, even gave Mentor Lei Hong a hard time. Huh, that wild bull skill book must have been something Rian obtained for him, another person scoffed. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Though Rian seemed cheerful and lively on the surface, she was clearly shouldering a heavy burden behind the scenes. I'd bet she's planning to give that 4th-tier yellow-grade monster meat to her brother. One person speculated. Hey, race an idea. Let's each give her a tenth of our share. Forget how sympathetic her story is. Her holy light talent is incredibly valuable to all of us. It's the least we can do. Agreed. Everyone echoed, deciding to collectively set aside a portion of their meat for Lu Rian. In a serene, grassy space shaded by trees, Murong Xiaobing sat across from a gentle, elegant woman. Nearby, Shui Wei, a 4th-tier spatial mage, was skillfully brewing tea, her movements precise and captivating. The trio could clearly see the private training area designated for the heavenly class students, watching everything unfold as if it were a live broadcast. Xiaobing, this sudden aggression from the void demon real myths aimed at the geniuses of the 9th domain this year, isn't it? The elegant woman asked softly. Murong Xiaobing's expression turned grave as she nodded. The higher-ups are furious, but there's little they can do. This concerns the ultimate fate of the southern domain, and we have no choice but to respond hastily. The fate of the southern domain? The woman frowned slightly. That's right. Although the 108 cities of the southern domain have been tainted by the void demon realm's forces, the 9th domain has been fiercely resisting. They haven't yet managed to take full control of this land, Murong Xiaobing explained. The woman expressed her concern. These children have only just advanced to the 1st tier. They haven't even undergone basic training. I'm afraid there will be casualties. After all, these are future elites with at least profound level talents. We have no other choice, Murong Xiaobing said, her gaze sharpening. If we send other 1st tiers in, it would be nothing short of a death sentence and handing over territory. At least these children are exceptionally gifted, and with their custom-designed weapons and equipment, they have strong self-preservation capabilities. However, some individuals' abilities and temperaments aren't suited for this yet. We'll need to warn them in advance and discourage them from going. Fair enough, the woman nodded. We're doing everything we can for the Super Divine Academy. As for those who insist on going, their fates will be their own. Murong Xiaobing's gaze lingered on the discussion unfolding on the screen, a faint smile playing on her lips. It seems Rian is quite popular among her classmates. Even these proud heavenly tier talents are willing to share resources with her. Anyone capable of awakening a heavenly tier talent isn't foolish, the woman across from her replied. Not to mention, Rian does inspire compassion, and her holy light talent alone makes her well worth their attention. What they said earlier was spot on: a biased mother, a useless brother, and a burdened girl. Murong Xiaobing's expression darkened. Speaking of which, Tang Yun's blatant favoritism toward her son is truly despicable. For Bai Jin, she even went so far as to offend the Valkyrie and ultimately beg for that absolute substitution skill book from the Valkyrie Battle Regiment. What? That absolute substitution book ended up with Tang Yun? The woman asked in astonishment. Yes, and Bai Jin has already learned it. Morong Xiaobing confirmed with a nod. This divine skill could be utilized by anyone who learns it at worst. They just need to tame a war beast. But Tang Yun never even considered letting her daughter learn it. And you've tasted Rian's cooking a few times, haven't you? It's impeccable, isn't it? The woman nodded repeatedly. Morong Xiaobing continued, her tone filled with both heartache and admiration. For her brother's sake, that girl not only gave away her perfect tier promotion certificates, but also went as far as depleting her soul essence to perform a holy light baptism, soothing the Valkyrie's soul fatigue. The Valkyrie was so moved that she granted her brother admission to the earthly class at the Super Divine Academy, along with an exemption from the challenge requirements. Hearing this, the woman's usually calm and gentle expression finally showed traces of shock and indignation. Morong Xiaobing's voice carried a mix of sorrow and respect. With her holy light talent, Rian is destined to fight for the ninth domain her entire life. It's a fate she cannot escape. Whether in the past, the present, or the future, this girl will always have to carry the weight of the world on her shoulders. Morong Xiaobing furrowed her brows as she thought of Rian's situation and said, her biased mother is truly despicable. Yesterday, Shuawei took Rian to the main city for shopping, but Rian didn't have a single penny on her. Clearly, when she entered Valkyrie Pioneering Academy, she was given an anonymous bank card with 10 million in it. It must have been withheld by Tang Yun and handed over entirely to Bai Jin. The woman sitting across from her was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, finding it hard to believe that someone as seemingly happy as Lu Rian would have such a mother. But her brother is far better than her mother. Morong Xiaobing's tone softened slightly. The perfect grade advancement certificate Rian used to level up was given by her brother. According to Rian, her brother didn't even know what he was giving her at the time, which shows the genuine bond between the siblings. In that case, it seems Bai Jin is also sincere toward Rian, the woman across said thoughtfully. Although his talent is lacking, true feelings are rare. Xiaobing, why don't we switch the scene and see what's happening with Rian? Alright, let's see if Bai Jin has taken off the mask. By the way, that's the mask from your collection. How could you bear to give it away? It's a long story. At the time, when he mentioned wanting to buy a mask as equipment, I don't know why, but I impulsively gave it to him. Impulsive? That doesn't sound like something a fifth tier would do. Xiaobing, that's Bai Yi and Tang Ling's son. Don't tell me. What are you implying? Do I seem like that kind of person? Well, people can surprise you. I wouldn't know what kind of person you are, Lanchi teased. Are we watching or not? If not, they'll kick you out of my world. Yes, let's watch. Don't get mad. Let me see what kind of charming young man this Bai Jin is to earn such praise from you. The scene shifted, and the enticing aroma of food filled the kitchen. Lu Rian, wearing an apron, was busy at the stove, with Jin's and Qinghe assisting her. Bai Jin was focused on savoring a freshly prepared dish. Brother, isn't it delicious? Lu Rian said with a smile. This is the meat of a fourth-tier, yellow-grade beast. Eating it can increase your attribute points. As soon as he swallowed a bite, Bai Jin immediately received a system notification. Your physical attributes have increased by 1 point. A warm current surged from his stomach throughout his body, as if he were basking in the heat of a furnace. In that moment, he finally understood his aunt's intention. She had planned to enhance his physical attributes through this method, allowing him to safely level up to 10 with the advantage of low level but high attributes before heading to the main city. However, such resources were hard to come by, even for students in Earth grade classes. Only someone with a heaven grade talent like his little sister could access them. His aunt's plan was to squeeze resources from his sister to benefit him. Phew, little sister, this is a special privilege of your heaven grade class. Just a taste is enough for me. You should eat the rest of this dish, Bai Jin said. Brother, eat as much as you want, Lu Rian replied while stir-frying. You allocated all your free attribute points to soul attributes before, so your physical strength is seriously lacking. This meat-based food is perfect for improving it. Turning to Qinghe, she added, Sister Qinghe, watch how I prepare this. Use the meat I set aside to make the same for my brother. Just make sure you control his portions properly. This is specifically for boosting his strength, so don't overdo it. Qinghe nodded repeatedly to show her understanding. Soon, the siblings sat quietly at the dining table, having their dinner. Brother, did you receive the class notification about the real instance for tomorrow? Lu Rian asked casually while eating. I did, Bai Jin replied after swallowing his food. Do you have any detailed information? Lu Rian put down her chopsticks and carefully relayed the information Shui Wei had shared from the heavenly class. After hearing his sister's words, Bai Jin's brows furrowed unconsciously. This was completely different from what Mentor Lei Hong had mentioned in the Earth class group. Lei Hong had clearly stated that the monsters in the real instance would be weaker than those in a normal hell instance. However, The information Rian had received suggested the possibility of encountering a powerful first-tier monster. Brother, you mustn't rush into the instance, Lu Rian said, grabbing Bai Jin's sleeve with a serious expression. Wait until I get a better understanding of the situation. When the time comes, I'll call on some classmates from the heavenly class to guide you. Whatever you do, don't team up with the earth class students to take risks, understand? Bai Jin nodded perfunctorily, but his half-hearted response only deepened Lu Rian's concern. She stared intently into his eyes, her tone becoming even more stern. Brother, this is not a joke. I know that in your eyes, Earth-level talent is already very strong, but compared to heavenly-level talent, the gap is beyond imagination. You saw it yourself today. Mentor Lei Hong, who claims to have reached the peak of the third tier, could barely hold his own against Zhuge Luyun at full power. And Lei Hong has Earth-level talent. She paused, then continued. As for Cheng Bo, he may seem cautious, but some gaps can't be bridged by mere caution. Besides, everyone has only recently advanced to the first tier, and their strength is still far from mature. Brother, do you really understand what I mean? Seeing her brother's dismissive attitude, Lu Rian felt a wave of exhaustion. Having grown up together, she knew him too well. She could tell with just one look that he wasn't taking her words seriously. This reminded her of something their mother had said. Ever since his awakening, Bai Jin had indeed become more rebellious. While it was common for boys his age to go through a rebellious phase, this was the real instance developed by the Super Divine Academy. The cost of rebellion could very well be his life. Looking at her brother, so familiar yet now seeming so distant, Lu Rian couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Perhaps she should never have brought him to the Super Divine Academy in the first place. Little sister, I promise you, I would never enter a dungeon recklessly without absolute confidence, Bai Jin said solemnly, his gaze firm. Lu Rian studied his expression carefully, then nodded slightly after a moment of silence, seemingly acknowledging his sincerity. The atmosphere at the dining table gradually became lively. Bai Jin had only eaten half a plate of food before putting down his chopsticks. He could feel that his physical attributes had already increased by 2 points, and the improvement was still ongoing. In a hidden space, 3 women were intently watching the screen. On it, Bai Jin had removed his jade mask of concealment, and his face was clearly magnified before their eyes. My goodness, even more outstanding than Bai Yi in his prime. Lan Shi, a 5th-tier healing sovereign stationed at the Supernatural Academy by the Valkyrie Battle Corps, couldn't help but exclaim. Such a pity his talent is so ordinary, Murong Xiaobing sighed. No matter how many resources are invested, he could at most reach the 3rd tier. That's just too weak. Lan Shi, however, shook her head. Even at the 3rd tier, he could live over 500 years. That's already quite significant. The professional system has only developed for 2 or 3 centuries. Who knows, maybe breakthroughs to the 4th tier will be possible in the future. She added meaningfully. No wonder he always wears a mask. Look at those 2 women by his side. They're supposed to be Rian's followers, yet at this moment, there's no trace of Rian in their eyes. Shuewei, inform Rian and give her another piece of meat. Tell her to digest it well in the heavenly class tomorrow. The dungeon is crucial. Understood. Shuewei left as instructed, leaving the 2 5th-tier powerhouses to chat leisurely. Brother, Sister Shuewei told me to go for special training, Lu Rian said as she stood up. You should rest early. If anything happens, reach out to Sister Jin's or Sister Qingha. All right, take care of yourself too. Girls shouldn't stay up late. And remember to bring that piece of meat. Got it, brother. But I don't need to bring the meat. Sister Shuewei said she'd give me a new one. Oh, and don't forget what you promised me. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion, Bai Hai was having dinner with a man who appeared young but had a world-weary look in his eyes. This man was his father. You said you saw Bai Jin? He got into the Earth class at the Supernatural Academy? And it was a special admission? The man's steady voice carried a hint of curiosity. Bai Hai nodded to confirm. Yes, he has a void summoning type talent, completely different from our Bai family. And it's just an ordinary talent. He always wears a mask, so I didn't see his face. The man gave a meaningful smile. Judging by your tone, did you mock him? I just called him a coward and left, Bai Hai admitted. The man shook his head helplessly. You? He's still your cousin. That's no way to act during a first meeting. If you get the chance, you should apologize. Dad, Bai Hai suddenly grew agitated, his eyes reddening. Are we supposed to atone for the Bai family of the southern domain forever? You weren't even directly involved. That was uncle and the others. If anyone should bear the burden, it's Bai Jin. Why should our branch be implicated? Do you know how many people have pointed fingers at me since I was a child? Even at the Supernatural Academy, people avoid me like the plague, as if I'm some kind of monster. Where's the justice in that? Seeing his son so worked up, the man could only sigh softly and place a comforting hand on his shoulder. Son, what you said makes sense, the man said, his expression complicated as he looked at Bai Hai. But your uncle and others have already sacrificed their lives for the Bai family. Your aunt and your second aunt, both geniuses with heavenly-level holy light talents, were either killed or crippled in that battle. Bai Yi has long joined the Valkyrie Corps to continue atoning for our sins, And since Bai Jin has chosen to distance himself, let him grow up in peace. Bai Hai clenched his fists tightly, his face full of unwillingness. Dad, I understand. But I've always wanted to know, why does our Bai family have to atone for generations? He lifted his head, staring straight at his father with determined eyes. The man was silent for a moment before nodding slowly. Back then, I was only at the 3rd tier and didn't witness the calamity firsthand. But the tragedy that struck the southern region of the 9th domain, its root cause lies with our Bai family, he said in a low voice. The exact truth will be revealed when you reach the 4th tier. For now, all you need to know is that during that disaster, over 10 billion professionals in the 108 base cities of the southern region perished, along with countless children who hadn't yet awakened. That alone is enough for our Bai family to atone for generations. Bai Hai stood frozen in place, stunned by his father's words. The man continued. In that battle, our Bai family lost 3 5th tier and 18 4th tier members, all of whom died in combat. The number of other powerful individuals who were dragged down with us is beyond measure. Even the strongest Valkyrie core was almost wiped out. The domain lord paid a heavy price to barely stabilize the situation. The aftermath was even more terrifying, he added gravely. Nowadays, professionals only have one life. The number of deaths over the past decade caused by that disaster is incalculable. The damage caused by our Bai family, no amount of blood could ever repay it. His tone grew heavier. Don't resent Bai Jin. If it weren't for the sacrifices of his mother and second aunt, neither we nor Bai Yi would still be alive today. Bai Hai's eyes reddened as he nodded. Dad, I understand. I don't blame Bai Jin. He was only 2 years old at the time. He'll find an opportunity to apologize to him. The man smiled with relief, then pulled out a chunk of flesh the size of a small house. The Ice Emperor said you'll enter a real instance tomorrow. Take this to enhance your strength. Bai Hai accepted the flesh and headed to the underground training area. A 2-winged beast appeared immediately, devouring the flesh in large bites. As it ate, both the beasts and Bai Hai's auras grew stronger and stronger. In his heart, Bai Hai thought, I was just a child back then. What does any of this have to do with me? Why must I bear the burden of atonement? But Dad sighed. I can only strive to grow stronger to share his burden. Meanwhile, outside the Super God Academy, the teleportation arrays buzzed as people continuously arrived. Parents brought various resources for their children, while some students chose to leave, dropping out entirely. Overnight, Bai Jin strictly adhered to his eating plan, consuming portions of 4th tier, Huang-grade monster flesh every hour. This consistent intake caused his physical attributes to skyrocket by 15 points in just one night. Looking at the remaining 2/3 of the flesh in his hand, Bai Jin calculated silently. Even if the rate of improvement slows down later, once all of this is digested, his physical attributes should increase by at least another 15 points. The benefits of the Tian level class are truly astonishing. This realization made Bai Jin recall his aunt's foresight. If a 1st level professional could possess physical attributes of 10 or 20 points, dealing with monsters of the same level would be a complete domination. Accompanied by Jince and Qinghe, Bai Jin arrived at the dungeon area 10 minutes early. It was a grand circular plaza, with a diameter exceeding a kilometer, already bustling with many students. Bai Jin, let me introduce you to a fellow classmate. Cheng Bo's voice reached him. Bai Jin followed the sound and saw a burly man slightly smaller in stature than Cheng Bo, smiling warmly at him. However, despite the man's imposing appearance, Bai Jin felt something unusual. His eyes carried a soft and lively charm, a delicacy often associated with femininity. This is my new friend, Zhang Fei. Cheng Bo introduced. Zhang Fei, this is Bai Jin, the void summoner I mentioned yesterday, and Ru Yan Fairy's elder brother. The burly figure nodded repeatedly, his demeanor gentle. Brother Zhang Fei, a pleasure to meet you. Bai Jin responded politely. Cheng Bo suddenly burst into hearty laughter, and a trace of awkwardness flashed across the burly figure's face, though it seemed as though she was used to it. Bai Jin, you've got it wrong. This Fei is written with the character for grass on top and not below, not the Fei for flying. Zhang Fei is actually a girl. Bai Jin quickly lowered his head, worried his surprised expression might offend this unique classmate. Bai Jin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Don't worry about it, I'm long used to it. A clear, melodious voice rang out, leaving Bai Jin momentarily stunned. The sound was as heavenly as a songbird's, emanating from this imposing figure. Having grown up surrounded by his stunningly beautiful and melodious aunt and younger sister, Bai Jin had developed a high immunity to beauty and captivating voices. Yet, at this moment, he discovered an unparalleled charm in Zhang Fei's perfect blend of strength and grace, radiating an inexplicable, mesmerizing beauty. Zhang Fei, your composure is truly admirable, Bai Jin remarked sincerely. Cheng Bo patted him on the shoulder. Bai Jin, to be honest, I've already teamed up with Zhang Fei. We're going to test the difficulty of the real dungeon first. If it's manageable, you can decide later whether to join us. Bai Jin nodded in agreement. Thanks, we'll see how it goes. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of deliberate footsteps interrupted their conversation. Mentor Lei Hong had arrived. He scanned the group, nodding in satisfaction. Students, regarding the message I sent in the class group last night, there's a slight update. For the real dungeon we're about to enter, while the internal difficulty is unpredictable, one thing is certain. The strongest monster inside will not exceed the equivalent of level 19. This time, the realistic instance created by the Super God Academy involves numerous profound issues. As a result, the Void Demon Realm might send Tier 1 powerhouses to hunt you down. You've just entered the academy and haven't reached the Tier 1 limit, nor have you undergone the necessary training. Therefore, once inside, life and death are unpredictable. After internal discussions, students who choose to withdraw will return to the original 10 Pioneer Academies, and it won't affect your future development. Lei Hong said solemnly. Immediately, countless whispers spread among the crowd. If there's a chance of being hunted, there's no reason to face such unknown dangers at this stage when they've yet to grow stronger. Among the over 700 freshmen present, they were the most outstanding individuals chosen from the billions of students who awakened in the 9th domain this year. Each one of them was a treasure. Mentor, in from the support class. Without proper training, stepping into the realistic instance would mean uncertain survival. I choose to withdraw, a female student said respectfully. Lei Hong nodded. It's all right, student. This has nothing to do with courage. Acting recklessly for the sake of pride would be the truly foolish move. Mentor, I have a melee warrior talent, but I've never learned combat techniques. I also choose to withdraw. Mentor, I'm from the magic talent class, but I've only learned one attack skill and no defensive spells. I choose to withdraw as well. With someone taking the lead, more and more students decided to withdraw. Soon, these students departed with their followers. Once the situation settled down, fewer than 200 students remained. Originally, there had been more than 700. A few had left the night before, but now over 500 had chosen to leave all at once. Even more than half of the Earth-level class had left. Life is precious, and no one wants to face life and death challenges so soon after enrolling. Lei Hong didn't seem dissatisfied with the majority leaving. He scanned the room. Everyone, this is a one-time opportunity. The realistic instance is unpredictable, and you haven't gone through rigorous academy training. Your current strength is purely based on innate talent. Face reality, don't act impulsively. If you want to leave, do it now. The students below exchanged hesitant glances, and eventually, a dozen more chose to leave. This time, Lei Hong nodded. Good. Since you've chosen to stay, at the very least, you've proven your courage, determination, and self-confidence. In the past, whenever we entered any instance, we had to eliminate all monsters or enemies before we could leave. This rule has remained unchanged for hundreds of years. Lei Hong spoke gravely, and the remaining 180 students nodded in agreement. But now, I must tell you, this rule has been broken in the realistic instance you're about to enter. Boom. Everyone was stunned. A rule that hadn't been broken for centuries had changed? Excitement quickly spread among the crowd. If the rule requiring the elimination of all enemies to leave the instance was abolished, the survival rate of professionals would increase exponentially. At the very least, they could retreat from the instance to save their lives if they were overwhelmed. Lei Hong allowed the students to revel in their excitement for a moment before signaling for silence. Bai Jin observed the scene and noticed that even the 10 students from the heaven-level class showed surprise. Clearly, they hadn't been informed of this beforehand. Perhaps the earlier events were part of a selection process, and the Super God Academy didn't actually need so many students. With this thought in mind, Bai Jin focused intently on Lei Hong. This realistic instance is unique to the Super God Academy. There are a total of 108 realistic instance spaces. The basic rules are similar to the instances you've entered before. You'll encounter enemies inside, and there will be mutual combat and killings. However, within the instance, there will be 2 safe zones, one for us and one for the Void Demon clan. Lei Hong explained solemnly. Immediately, everyone's eyes lit up. A safe zone within the instance surely meant a place where their lives could be safeguarded. According to the shared settings of the 9th domain and the Void Demon Realm, the dungeon contains a safe zone spanning approximately 100 square meters. This area is protected by the forces of both realms, ensuring that anyone who enters is immune to attacks from the opposing side. Within the safe zone stands a small teleportation array, granting each participant a one-time opportunity to teleport out. Once teleported, they will reappear in their respective factions' territory. Instructor Lei Hong's voice echoed throughout the area. Remember, you only get one chance to use the teleportation. Once you leave, you cannot return to the same dungeon. The dungeon will end if all members of one side either retreat or perish. He paused briefly before continuing. If you choose to hide in the safe zone for too long or are surrounded by the enemy beyond the designated time limit, it will be considered a defeat. Reliable sources say the victorious side will gain significant rewards, as this battle is crucial to the struggle between the 9th domain and the Void Demon Realm. Lei Hong's expression turned stern as he added, but mark my words, no so-called racial pride is worth more than your lives. Even if the 9th domain collapses, there are stronger people to bear the burden. Your only mission right now is to survive. If you want to contribute to the ninth domain, wait until you reach the 4th tier. As his voice rose in a commanding shout, a massive void vortex appeared behind him. Lu Rian hurried over to Bai Jin, her eyes serious as she stared at him. Bai Jin gently pinched his younger sister's cheek and said softly, "I'm just here to see you off. Go on now. Remember what instructor Lei Hong said, your safety comes first." "Brother," Lu Rian narrowed her eyes in a mock-threatening tone. "If you dare sneak into the dungeon, I'll bring Mom over to live here and make sure she keeps an eye on you every day." With that, she turned and ran off. Bai Jin, who had raised his hand to flick her forehead, could only lower it in frustration. The students of the heavenly class divided themselves into 2 teams. Lu Rian, Zhuge Luyun, a man with a peculiar beast companion, and a woman carrying a battle blade formed one group of 4. The remaining 6 students formed the other team. Zhuge Luyun glanced at the retreating figure of Lu Rian, a trace of fondness flashing in his eyes. He then nodded at Bai Jin, as if to say, "Rest assured." Bai Jin returned the gesture with gratitude. The heavenly class members were the first to step into the vortex and vanished within moments. Instructor Lei Hong suddenly added, "Remember to store the corpses of the monsters you kill in your storage equipment and bring them back. There are immense benefits in doing so." The remaining 170 students nodded in acknowledgement, with some reorganizing their teams while others directly entered the dungeon. Cheng Bo approached Bai Jin and spoke in a low voice. "Brother Bai Jin, to be honest, those heavenly class folks are pretty arrogant. If it weren't for your amazing sister, they probably wouldn't even bother to acknowledge you. Different circles are hard to break into. You're a ground-level talent, like the rest of us. After Zhang Fei and I return from the dungeon, let's have a proper gathering." He gestured toward 4 strikingly beautiful girls in the distance. "See those 4? They're Zhang Fei's followers quadruplets, each skilled in a different art. Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I'll make sure you get a chance to meet them." Bai Jin pressed his lips together, a hint of helplessness hidden beneath his mask. Faced with the truth that he did not possess an Earth-level talent, he chose to stay silent. Explaining it would likely be unconvincing, so he decided to let it go. Ahead of him, Cheng Bo and Zhang Fei's figures gradually disappeared into the distance, their sturdy silhouettes becoming faint at the entrance of the dungeon. Jin's and Qinghe had quietly approached Bai Jin's side. Though the 2 women couldn't compare to Lu Rian's unparalleled beauty, they were still remarkable among ordinary women. In terms of both appearance and figure, they far surpassed Zhang Fei's quadruplet daughters. Suddenly, the sound of deliberately heavy footsteps broke the silence. Bai Hai, the man who had been rude to Bai Jin the day before, was now walking towards him with a conflicted expression. Stopping a few steps away, he seemed to gather his courage before muttering a quiet, "I'm sorry," and then quickly turned and walked away. Within moments, his figure vanished into the entrance of the real dungeon. Bai Jin couldn't help but feel both amused and perplexed. This man, who had inexplicably lashed out at him yesterday, was now apologizing just as suddenly. It was truly baffling. "Master," Qinghe spoke softly, her voice gentle as she began to explain. "That man is Bai Hai, from the Bai family of the southern region. After his disrespectful behavior yesterday, Jins and I conducted some inquiries through the Valkyrie Battle Corps." She paused before continuing. "Master, you grew up under the protection of Mrs. Mother, far from trouble, and lived a peaceful childhood. But Bai Hai, on the other hand, grew up surrounded by endless resentment and condemnation. The Bai family in the southern region now has only him as its sole male descendant. His father has been away on military campaigns for years, and apart from a cousin, he has no other family. Although the higher-ups of the ninth region have not made a definitive judgment on the Bai family's involvement in the southern region's turmoil, the truth is that the Bai family was indeed implicated in the events of that time. Because of this, Bai Hai has been treated as a sinner since he was young. He must have felt indignant upon hearing your name yesterday, which led to his disrespect." Bai Jin nodded thoughtfully, imagining the weight of condemnation Bai Hai had endured over the years. "Sister Qinghe, I understand now. By the way, once my little sister comes out, she'll definitely want to eat. You 2 should head back and start preparing." To his surprise, the 2 women simply smiled and shook their heads. Jin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she said, "Master, Miss instructed us to stay by your side at all times. Even if you're bathing, we're supposed to stay outside the door and talk to you." Bai Jin looked helplessly at the 2 women in front of him. Despite their delicate appearances and slender waists, they were undeniably skilled third-tier experts. Even though they were not combat professionals, if one of them grabbed each of his arms, he would struggle to break free. Without summoning his creatures to fight, he truly couldn't match their strength. Clearly, his little sister had calculated that he wouldn't use force against Jins and Qinghe. Bai Jin began to consider how to resolve this predicament. The real dungeon had safe zones, which could provide a strategic advantage. Although his current summoning abilities were limited, he could at least enter the dungeon to assess the battlefield before making any decisions. Just then, the voice of Mentor Lei Hong rang out, cutting through his thoughts. He quickly stopped himself from saying the word face. "Bai Jin, what are you still doing here?" Lei Hong's voice grew louder as he questioned him. Bai Jin's eyes lit up. At last, he had found a way to escape Jin's and Xinghe. Bai Jin stood in the corridor of the Super Divine Academy, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the two women behind him, Jin's and Xinghe. While waiting for his sister, Ruyan, to come out, he cast Lei Hong a meaningful look, subtly gesturing toward the two women. Lei Hong caught the hint and gave a slight nod before turning to the women. His voice was low and steady. What are you two doing here? The other followers have already left. Jin's and Xinghe were momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed themselves. Minter, we are also waiting for Miss Ruyan, Jin's replied, her tone neither servile nor overbearing. The Super Divine Academy has rules. Followers are not allowed to linger here. You should return, Lei Hong said calmly. The two women exchanged a thoughtful glance, but chose not to argue. Xinghe spoke softly. Sir, we ask for your understanding of Miss Ruyan's intentions. Please don't act rashly. Jin's and I will return now to prepare the meals. Once you've retrieved Miss Ruyan, please come back quickly. Bai Jin nodded repeatedly in agreement. Once the two women disappeared down the corridor, Lei Hong turned to Bai Jin, a peculiar glint flickering in his eyes. You brat, don't tell me you're planning to enter the real instance dungeon? His tone carried a hint of certainty. Bai Jin grinned. Minter, I'm just going in for a look. There's a safe zone inside, right? I want to see for myself the void demons that can suppress the ninth domain. Lei Hong frowned slightly and waved his hand dismissively. Bai Jin, know your limits. If anything happens to you. He paused, his tone softening. I don't care about life or death, but don't let your aunt or sister grieve. Remember, family is far more important than life or death. As he spoke, an air of weariness seemed to settle over him, making him appear much older. Bai Jin bowed deeply in respect, and then strode toward the swirling void vortex in the distance. A clear message appeared before his eyes. Tier 1 battlefield, real instance. Spatial strength level, 19. Requirements, level 19 or below. Capacity, 1,100 participants. This was a battlefield space jointly constructed by the ninth domain and the void demon realm. Minter, if up to 100 people can enter, why split into so many smaller teams? Bai Jin asked, puzzled. Wouldn't having more people be an advantage? Lei Hong shot him a look as if he were a fool, leaving Bai Jin feeling somewhat frustrated. Professionals value strength above all, Lei Hong explained. A single person defeating 100 is not uncommon. If 100 people enter together and encounter a powerful void demon, who will take responsibility for the annihilation of the entire group? Even the Heaven-class teams split into two groups to avoid such risks. Smaller teams are easier to command and retreat if necessary. After all, the opponents have individuals who are just as strong as we are. Realization dawned on Bai Jin, and he took a deep breath before selecting to enter. The system prompt followed immediately. Level confirmed. Team capacity confirmed. Do you wish to enter the Tier 1 battlefield space? Enter. With a flash of white light, Bai Jin found himself standing in a space bathed in a faint, milky white glow. The system's voice echoed. You have entered battlefield number 68, Tier 1. The Void Demon Realm is deploying forces. Please remain in the safe zone for now. The area was roughly 100 square meters, with a 3-meter diameter teleportation array standing in the center. Beyond the safe zone lay a desolate expanse of dunes, exuding a cold and eerie atmosphere. Bai Jin waited quietly for the system notifications. After a minute, the prompts began to chime one after another. The Void Demon Realm has completed its forced deployment. 60 Tier 1 combatants have entered. Warning, the Void Demon Realm's forces significantly outnumber ours. Proceed with caution. Notice, this battlefield is jointly constructed by both sides. Our side cannot provide immunity from allied skill damage. Avoid harming allies. The battlefield spatial map has been fully constructed. 60 Tier 1 combatants. Bai Jin frowned deeply. For the Void Demon Realm to deploy such a significant force, they were either supremely confident or had ulterior motives. What surprised him even more was that this battlefield had removed skill damage immunity. In standard dungeons, skill-based damage between teammates was automatically exempted, leaving only physical attacks to worry about. Of course, there were exceptions such as when dealing with malicious players, where intentional harm wasn't covered by immunity. But now, with no basic skill damage immunity at all, the difficulty of this battle had increased dramatically, particularly for professions specializing in area effect attacks. A thought flashed through Bai Jin's mind. If allies can be harmed, does that mean my own skills can harm me as well? He quickly summoned a woodpecker to test his theory. Peck me once, just once, not for a whole second. The woodpecker executed the command with precision. Sure enough, Bai Jin observed that the iron-blooded War Bull King took 42 points of true damage. Though this amount was negligible given its massive health pool and was almost instantly regenerated, the result was clear. Even self-inflicted damage is possible? This is way too realistic, Bai Jin muttered, studying the battlefield map in front of him. The space was a fixed rectangular area, 30 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide, with safe zones for the blue and red teams at either end. The ninth domain was on the blue side, while the Void Demon Realm occupied the red side. On the map, the opposing team's safe zone was marked with 60 blood-red dots. A faint smile tugged at Baijin's lips as a plan formed in his mind. He swiftly summoned the iron-blooded Warbull King and the Woodpecker from earlier, issuing a command. Go. Move forward and eliminate any enemies you encounter. The bull and the bird charged out of the safe zone and soon moved beyond Baijin's sensory range. This was the inherent weakness of Void Summoners since their summons moved too far away. They could no longer be controlled and would only act based on the original commands, unlike beasts that could adapt to changing situations. Suddenly, a series of collisions echoed from the distance. Baijin observed as the red dots on the map began disappearing one by one. First, a single dot vanished, followed by over a dozen more in quick succession. He chuckled softly. Looks like the iron-blooded Warbull King has unleashed either its king's battle roar or savage trample. At the other end of the battlefield, a group of four-armed void demons stumbled back into the safety zone in disarray. Their eyes were fixed on the massive, menacing creature outside the boundary, filled with terror. Damn it, I thought it was just some fool, but it turned out to be a killing machine. One of the demons stammered, his voice trembling. Weren't we told the enemy was a humanoid race similar to us? How did it end up being such a colossal beast? You're the fool. Another demon snapped angrily. That's clearly a summoned creature, and one of those mindless types that only obey commands. The atmosphere inside the safety zone was heavy with tension. The recent skirmish had cost them nearly 20 of their comrades, leaving everyone gripped by fear. My strongest strike didn't even scratch that summoned creature. One demon growled in frustration, slamming his fist into the ground. That's a void summon, formed entirely of energy, someone explained. Your attack might not have pierced its defenses, but it surely drained some of its energy. If we keep at it, we might be able to dissipate it. Bullshit. The frustrated demon roared. Sure, I could hit it 100 times, but if it lands even one blow on me, I'm dead. Just one roar from it wiped out a whole group of us earlier. But, a calm voice interrupted, if we stay trapped in the safety zone, the timer will run out, and we'll be declared defeated. That won't just mean punishment for use it'll affect our entire clan. We have to find a way to win. This statement plunged the group into silence. After a brief pause, someone proposed a plan. That beast and the bird in the sky are both unintelligent. We can use that to our advantage. Let the faster ones lure the beast away while the rest of us take out the summoner. Once the summoner is dead, the summoned creatures will vanish. The suggestion was met with unanimous approval. They quickly divided into teams, 2 6-member speed squads to distract the creatures and ambush the summoner, while the remaining 40 or so demons split into 2 groups, planning to alternate attacks to drain the beast's energy. A demon named Gamu stepped out of the safety zone first, his eyes locking onto the woodpecker circling above, ready to pursue the diversion team. A mere bird dares to act so bold? He sneered. Take this thunderstrike. As he channeled his magic, a thick bolt of lightning struck the woodpecker with precision, disintegrating it into energy. But in the next moment, Gamu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face etched with disbelief. Gamu, why are you coughing up blood? His companions exclaimed in alarm. The spell worked perfectly, it shouldn't have backfired. Several healing spells were cast on Gamu, stabilizing his condition. I don't know what happened, he said weakly. It's like I was suddenly struck with a serious injury. The bizarre turn of events left the demons exchanging uneasy glances. Yet with the battle looming, there was no time to investigate the mystery further. Gam, stay in the safe zone to recover. We'll keep bombing that giant bull, a void demon shouted loudly. However, even after 3 rounds of concentrated magical bombardment, the iron-blooded Bull King continued its relentless pursuit of the speed-oriented squad, showing no signs of weakening. We can't keep dragging this out, another void demon said gravely. The situation on the battlefield is unclear. If the summoner suddenly cancels the summon, our people will be in danger. We must focus all our efforts on taking down the summoner first. Exactly. As long as the summoner lives, we will lose. The others agreed in unison. Everyone, attack together and force him to split his attention. If he commands the bull to attack us, someone else will have the chance to strike him down. There may be sacrifices, but victory will ultimately be ours. Over 40 void demons quickly cast enhancement spells on one another before spreading out and advancing en masse toward the other end of the battlefield. Meanwhile, the speed-oriented squad continued their clever maneuvers, using agile movements and seamless teamwork to successfully hold off the iron-blooded Bull King. However, the void demon team that reached the far end of the battlefield was stunned. They discovered the enemy summoner standing safely within the protected zone. This is a fatal loophole. He's controlling his summon remotely from the safe zone, one of the void demons exclaimed. Is there any way to lure him out? Not likely. Someone who can command with such precision is clearly very cunning. Does this mean we're doomed to lose? It's not our fault. They're exploiting a flaw in the rules. At least we identified the loophole, so we won't face penalties. Retreat quickly. He's noticed us, and he might send the bull after us at any moment. The void demon team immediately turned and retreated at full speed. Bai Jin, though aware of the fall of a distant woodpecker summon, couldn't determine the exact cause due to the distance. His earlier command was for his summons to kill all enemies, and since the iron-blooded Bull King was still active, it was clear that some void demons had successfully held it off. Real combat truly exposes weaknesses. I've just identified another flaw in ordinary void summoners, Bai Jin thought to himself. Considering that this battlefield was jointly set up by the Ninth Domain and the Void Demons, and was exclusively open to students of the Super God Academy, there was a chance that high-ranking figures were secretly observing. He decided not to summon another iron-blooded Bull King or Woodpecker for now, to avoid revealing his full strength too early. Cancel, Bai Jin commanded. Instantly, the distant iron-blooded Bull King disappeared, only to be re-summoned nearby. Go, hunt them down. At his command, the newly summoned iron-blooded Bull King let out a deafening roar and charged toward the enemies. Despite its lack of agility in turning, its straight-line speed was enough to overwhelm the previously encountered void demons. Bai Jin carefully observed the void demons. For arms, over 2 meters tall, with green-skinned, tusked faces resembling yakshas from myth. Yet, aside from these features, they were surprisingly similar to humans, with 1 nose and 2 eyes. This stark contrast to the monstrous image he had imagined left him momentarily stunned. What surprised him even more was that he could understand their language. It was almost identical to the Ninth Domain's common tongue. Did the Ninth Domain somehow adapt their language? Or could it be? Bai Jin's mind swirled with questions. In the next moment, his eyes lit up with sudden realization. On the battlefield map, red dots disappeared one after another, more than 20 vanishing in the blink of an eye. Bai Jin stared at the map, his brow furrowing. In theory, killing monsters in a real instance dungeon should yield a significant amount of experience, yet he had received no notifications. On the map, the remaining void demons were fleeing in a frenzy. At that moment, these creatures wished they had grown 2 extra legs, as their arms flailed uselessly during their desperate escape. The battlefield echoed with shouts of frustration. Hold it down quickly. Where are the ones who know binding spells? Stop yelling. I've cast over a dozen binding skills, and that beast is still charging. It's an energy summon. Sleep, stun, charm, and blind effects are useless. There's no way to stop it. Retreat. Fall back now. Report this exploit. It might even earn us a reward. By the time the last group of void demons stumbled into the safe zone, fewer than 10 remained. The one who had inexplicably coughed up blood earlier looked bewildered, watching its companions scramble to enter the teleportation array. It hurriedly followed suit, crawling into the portal. A system notification popped up. All void demons have been eliminated or have fled. Victory is ours. As a reward, 10 pigeon egg-sized transparent crystals appeared before Bai Jin. Small experience crystals, each capable of granting 1 million experience points. In less than an hour, Bai Jin had achieved overwhelming victory. He didn't immediately use the crystals. Instead, he retrieved a saddle and secured it on the iron-blooded War Bull King, which had just returned to him. Then he resumed searching the battlefield. The sight of the void demon corpses along the way left him shaken. Unlike in standard dungeons, where injured players would merely lose health points, these bodies were mangled and gruesome. It was said that only in otherworldly realms could such realistic injuries appear. This made Bai Jin wonder, would the Ninth Domain's players face the same fate here? Following Mentor Lei Hong's instructions, Bai Jin carefully scoured the battlefield, collecting all 51 void demon corpses into his storage bracelet. After completing the collection, he didn't return to the safe zone, but directly chose to exit the battlefield space. Bai Jin's figure disappeared from the spot and reappeared in the instance area of the Supernatural Academy. Lei Hong, standing with his arms crossed and looking absent-minded, glanced at him and simply nodded. While such abrupt exits were technically considered defeats in the Ninth Domain, since no restrictions had been imposed from above, Lei Hong couldn't be bothered to intervene. Before Lei Hong's words had even faded, Bai Jin's figure had already vanished. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in that familiar green meadow under the shade of trees, Murong Xiaobing's exclusive domain. Reflecting on his deliberate concealment of strength during the battle, Bai Jin felt a sense of relief. As expected, these influential figures had been closely monitoring the battlefield's developments. Bai Jin, you've truly surprised me, Murong Xiaobing said with a hint of astonishment. To think you were the first to claim victory in the battlefield space. Sitting across from her was a woman with sparkling eyes, who nodded at Bai Jin with a warm smile. Lanchi, where's your sense of decorum and shame? Was that gentle and composed demeanor of yours all just an act? Murong Xiaobing teased, but the woman merely smiled without responding. Come, sit down. Murong Xiaobing gestured toward the woman and introduced her. This is Lanchi. Like me, she's from the Valkyrie Corps. She even saved your life once. Bai Jin quickly composed himself. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he realized it felt inappropriate to do so while wearing his mask. He removed it, bowing slightly. Bai Jin thanks Lady Lanchi for saving my life back then. Though he had no memory of that event, he trusted that Murong Xiaobing wouldn't lie to him. A delicate hand gently lifted his arm, helping him straighten up from his bow. I have healing abilities, so saving lives is my duty. There's no need for such formality, Lanchi said warmly. Besides, do you even remember anything from back then? Come, have a seat. I can hardly believe that the little boy with rosy cheeks has grown into such an extraordinary young man. Murong Xiaobing shot Lanchi a glare, but the latter remained unfazed. Helpless, Bai Jin allowed Lanchi to guide him to a seat. All right, Lanchi, take it easy, Murong Xiaobing said seriously. Bai Jin's victory in the battlefield space has brought significant benefits to the ninth domain. This is important business. Yes, yes, work comes first, Lanchi replied with a smile. How about this while you discuss business? We'll make some tea for you. You've never made tea just for me. What a betrayal, Murong Xiaobing complained. Lanchi ignored her, focusing on brewing tea, though her gentle gaze occasionally drifted toward Bai Jin. Murong Xiaobing rubbed her temples, clearly unprepared for her old friend's behavior. She turned to Bai Jin and asked in a serious tone, Bai Jin, the battlefield co-create by the ninth domain and the void demon realm is of critical importance. Can you tell us how you managed to secure victory? Bai Jin looked surprised. Your Majesty, the Ice Empress, aren't you, as a spatial mage of the highest order, able to observe the events within the battlefield? Huh. Murong Xiaobing exclaimed in surprise before giving him a sidelong glance. You're quite the cautious one, aren't you? Don't try to test me. The battlefield was jointly constructed by both sides, and even if all the strongest in the ninth domain joined forces, we wouldn't be able to interfere. Share what you feel comfortable sharing. If you'd rather not, I won't press you. Bai Jin fell into thought. He remembered his aunt's advice. If he ever found himself without her or his younger sister for company, this woman was someone he could trust. Since his aunt had said so, he believed it, though he still wouldn't reveal all his strength. Your Majesty, the Ice Empress, after entering the battlefield, I stayed within the safe zone and sent my summoned creatures to locate and eliminate the void demons. That's how I won. Huh? Huh? Murong Xiaobing and Lanchi were both taken aback. You won by doing nothing? Bai Jin nodded affirmatively, and a strong sense of curiosity immediately appeared on the two women's faces. Bai Jin, can I take a look at the summoned creature that dominates the battlefield? Murong Xiaobing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. With a deep, resonant moo, a massive iron-blooded battle bull king appeared out of thin air. Its entire body gleamed with a metallic sheen, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. The sudden scene immediately captured the full attention of the two women. This is your trump card. Murong Xiaobing quickly caught on to the key point. Did you use that absolute replacement skill book on this ability? And have you already completed its skill origin transformation? Bai Jin silently nodded in confirmation. Not bad. Let me test this bull's mettle, Murong Xiaobing said. Before her words had fully landed, a space blade about 10 centimeters long materialized and struck the iron-blooded battle bull king in an instant. What the heck? It didn't die? Murong Xiaobing blurted out a curse, hurriedly covering her mouth afterward. Lan Shi, standing nearby, was equally stunned as she stared at the scene. Bai Jin's heart trembled violently. Murong Xiaobing's seemingly casual strike had just shaved off over 20 million hit points from the iron-blooded battle bull king. To put it into perspective, this level 31 iron-blooded battle bull king boasted 44,640 points of physical defense and 22,320 points of magical defense. Just yesterday, even Minter Leihong's full-force punch on its forehead hadn't managed to break through its defenses. The strength of a Tier 5 powerhouse was truly astonishing. Murong Xiaobing furrowed her brows and, after a moment of thought, said, Bai Jin, it's clear you have your own opportunities and secrets. Thank you for showing us this bull. You don't have to share your secrets with anyone after all. Secrets remain valuable because fewer people know them. However, this battlefield situation is of great importance, and your unique circumstances might significantly alter all of our plans. She fixed her gaze on Bai Jin and continued. This bull, as your origin skill summon, clearly possesses some extraordinary talent based on its earlier performance. If you're willing to share some details, I might be able to secure an incredible opportunity for you. Empress Bing, since your sister calls me Xiaobing Jia, you can call me that too. Xiaobing Jia, my bull has the indestructible Vajra talent. Indestructible Vajra talent? What kind of attribute is that? Ahem. Xiaobing, is there something wrong with your ears? Bai Jin felt a bit dazed. So Tier 5 Imperial-level powerhouses weren't as solemn as he had imagined. The two women before him seemed more like amusingly eccentric individuals. Bai Jin, go on. Just give us a brief explanation, Lan Shi said softly. The indestructible Vajra talent grants the bull additional physical and magical defense. So far, the void demons we've encountered haven't been able to break through its defenses. The two women's eyes lit up at once, particularly Murong Xiaobing. Amazing. A dual defense enhancement, that's an extremely rare talent. With this, I'm almost certain I can secure that incredible opportunity for you, she exclaimed excitedly. By the way, does this bull have any other talents? Xiaobing Jia, it also has an endurance mastery talent. which keeps its stamina value perpetually at maximum. That statement seemed to ignite something, as the entire atmosphere seemed to brighten. The two women's eyes shone with an unusual light. By Jean, Morong Xiaobing said, her voice trembling slightly. Are you saying you also have this endurance mastery talent? Perpetual full stamina. Bai Jean nodded slightly, looking a bit puzzled. Indeed, it wasn't something significant. However, as he took 2 deep breaths, a wave of scorching pressure swept over him. The aura of a 5th-tier powerhouse was truly overwhelming. All right, you can head back for now, Morong Xiaobing said, her gaze fixed on Bai Jean, with a glint of something unusual in her eyes. Once these students are all out, they'll secure an incredible reward for you. Don't forget to thank your big sister when the time comes. The space around him suddenly distorted, and Bai Jean found himself inside the palace. Jince and Qinghe arrived swiftly upon hearing him, guiding him to the living room. Seeing him return safely, both women looked visibly relieved. Xiaobing, you know he's a generation younger than you, Lanqi reminded softly. Given your relationship with his parents, you're technically an aunt to him. Morong Xiaobing scoffed dismissively. We professional cultivators live long lives. How can we be bound by mortal conventions? Besides, you almost pulled him into your arms just now. What gives you the right to lecture me? That's nonsense. I just wanted to get a closer look at that handsome face of his. Lanqi retorted defensively. Spare me the excuses. I'm close with Tang Yun and Ruyan, and proximity gives me the advantage. Morong Xiaobing countered, unyielding. Even if I did take him under my wing, do you think Tang Yun would dare claim seniority in front of me, a 5th-tier spatial mage? If it ever came to that, we'd each stick to our own arguments. So, what is this incredible reward you promised him? I have no selfish motives here. Once the students are all out, he'll personally meet with the higher-ups. Xiaobing, are your ears working properly? Indestructible body combined with infinite stamina. This is leagues better than mere physical resilience. Huh, Lanqi, I didn't expect you to be like this. You've really hidden your true nature well. With Morong Xiaobing having other plans, Bai Jean temporarily set aside his intentions to tackle the real dungeon instances. He politely declined Jince and King's offer to give him a relaxing massage and returned to his bedroom, shutting the door behind him. Though he possessed a small experience crystal capable of instantly raising his level by 2, Bai Jean wasn't in a rush to use it. His current summons, the Woodpecker and the Iron-Blooded Bull King, already possessed considerable combat strength. He was more interested in acquiring new skill books. While ordinary skill books were readily available for purchase, his aspirations extended far beyond that. Of his current 2 skills, the Woodpecker was a standard ability, while the Iron-Blooded Bull King was a reward obtained from defeating a hell-level dungeon boss, boasting far superior quality and potential. Bai Jean carefully assessed his shortcomings. He lacked magic-type summons and couldn't wield elemental powers. He had no reliable allies for aquatic battle scenarios, and he was without any binding abilities, leaving him defenseless against spatial attacks. The more he thought about it, the more vulnerabilities he identified. Let's wait until my little sister and the others are out, and see what kind of reward Morong Xiaobing can secure for me, Bai Jean mused, continuing to enjoy the leftover meat of the 4th-tier, yellow-grade beast from the previous day. Ruyan, keep an eye on your mana. Replenish it immediately if it drops below half, Zhuge Liuyan reminded in a serious tone. Got it, Lu Ruyan responded softly. Yang Wei, can you summon some stronger allies? Don't waste mana on weak ones. Zhuge Liuyan turned to the young man nearby. Yang Wei shook his head helplessly. Brother Liuyan, I'm only tier 1. My mana isn't strong enough to sustain powerful summons. Then stay alert and watch for ambushes. Zhuge Liuyan nodded before addressing Yonglin. You stay close to Ruyan and your brother. Our safety depends on you. Understood, don't worry, Yonglin replied, gripping her alloy blade tightly while holding a shield in her other hand to protect Lu Ruyan. This 4-person team was formidable. Their leader, Zhuge Liuyan, specialized in offensive output. Lu Ruyan, with her top-tier holy light abilities, excelled in both attack and support. The twin siblings, Yang Wei and Yang Lin, complemented each other. Yang Wei was a rare contract summoner who could form pacts with entities from other realms to aid in battle, while Yang Lin was responsible for defense. Upon entering the dungeon, they didn't rush in recklessly. Instead, they carefully analyzed the mechanisms of the battlefield space. Only after familiarizing themselves with everything did they leave the safe zone. Lu Ruyan's holy light enveloped the team, enhancing their stamina and mana recovery while imbuing their attacks with holy light properties. Zhuge Liuyan strode forward, laying down mana thread traps within a range of several dozen meters around the group. Suddenly, a swarm of void demons emerged, their eyes gleaming when they spotted Lu Ruyan and Yang Lin. 2 delicious-looking women? We've hit the jackpot. The void demons ogled Lu Ruyan, who radiated holy light, nearly drooling. Zzzt. Zzzt. Zhuge Liuyan's eyes sharpened as his mana threads extended instantly, slicing the vulgar void demons into pieces within a 100-meter radius. Brother Liuyan, why did you shred them so thoroughly? Can we still use them like this? Lu Ruyan asked in a small, surprised voice. Zhuge Liyun's cold, stern expression softened slightly with a hint of apology. Don't worry, Rian. The effect should be the same. The mentors didn't specify that the corpses had to be intact. All right, I was just saying, Lu Rian replied, noticing how much mana he had consumed. She quickly cast a beam of holy light. Here, let me replenish your mana with my holy light. As Zhuge Liyun felt his mana rapidly restored, he smiled. Let's move. There are still a few stragglers. We need to catch them before they escape. Got it. Brother Liyun, you're amazing. We barely had to do anything, and you've nearly wiped out the entire Void Demon group. Lu Rian said with admiration. Zhuge Liyun, usually composed, couldn't help but let a small smile tug at his lips, quickening his pace. Meanwhile, in another battlefield space, Cheng Bo and Zhang Fei were fighting side by side. Zhang Fei wielded a Tunterhai alloy shield and a spiked club, shielding Cheng Bo behind her. Cheng Bo, cloaked in faint red flames, gripped two blood-stained, door-sized battle axes, relentlessly slaughtering the void demons charging at them. After a harrowing battle of life and death, Cheng Bo and Zhang Fei forged a bond of camaraderie that transcended mortal peril. Cheng Bo glanced at the girl beside him, whose resilient physique seemed almost otherworldly, and sincerely praised, Fei Fei, your defense is practically invincible. A rare hint of shyness flickered across Zhang Fei's usually tough expression. She could sense the genuine admiration in Cheng Bo's words. More importantly, he had never shown the slightest disdain for her appearance. Brother Bo, you're the real powerhouse here. Most of the enemies were taken down by you, Zhang Fei replied, her voice melodious and soothing, sending a shiver down Cheng Bo's spine. Haha, I brought plenty of healing potions, more than enough to sustain my blood burn ability. The equipment provided by the Super Academy is truly remarkable. Taking down enemies feels effortless, Cheng Bo exclaimed with excitement. Fei Fei, let's pick up the pace. We've got to complete the mission faster than those arrogant students from the heavenly class. All right, Brother Bo, follow behind me. When we encounter enemies, you can activate your blood burn skill. Fei Fei, you're so considerate. Meanwhile, in another battlefield, Bai Hai stood coldly, his eyes fixed on a void demon squad in the distance. His gaze burned with an intense hatred. These very demons were responsible for the downfall of the Bai family in the southern region. Kill! Bai Hai roared as he gripped a blade in each hand. His movements were swifter than the wings of his tamed beast. In an instant, he became a blur, slicing through the void demons with lethal precision. Within moments, the entire enemy squad was annihilated. A cold smirk tugged at Bai Hai's lips. With my beast's shared blink ability, as long as my stamina holds, I can execute infinite instant kills. Void demons? They're nothing. Despite his bold words, his actions remained cautious. After consuming a stamina potion to recover his energy, he pressed forward with his growling beast companion. Soon, from high in the air, Bai Hai and his beast spotted another group of demons. With seamless coordination, the pair silently approached their targets from different angles. 5 hours later, out of the 180 students who had entered the instance, only 153 returned safely. The deaths of 27 students were confirmed. Upon receiving the class group message, Bai Jin hurried to the instance zone, where Lei Hong stood expressionless before the gathered students. Ladies and gentlemen, Lei Hong addressed them in a somber tone. If there were no safe zones to retreat to, at least half of you would have perished. The Super Academy offers top-tier resources, but such privileges come at a cost. This realistic instance was merely an appetizer. Now, those unwilling to continue may leave and return to the Pioneer Academy. However, those who choose to stay must unconditionally comply with the Academy's arrangements. The students exchanged uneasy glances before a group of them bowed and left. Moments later, fewer than 60 students remained. Lei Hong gave a slight nod. The preliminary selection is complete. Cheng Bo excitedly leaned in close to Bai Jin, winking and showing off as he said, Brother Bai Jin, Fei Fei, and I took down 35 void demons today. Those four-armed, blue-faced, fang-toothed monsters. If they weren't so ugly, I might have hesitated to strike. Under his mask, Bai Jin's face involuntarily twitched. They had just run a single dungeon together, and this guy was already calling her Fei Fei. Standing close to Bai Jin, Lu Ruyan whispered in satisfaction, Brother, it seems you did pretty well today. If you keep being this obedient, I won't bring Mom over to keep an eye on you. Bai Jin lightly pinched his sister's soft, smooth cheek. With Zhuge Liyun's sharp offensive abilities, their team was practically unstoppable. Not only did they easily wipe out a large number of void demons, but they also held their ground dominantly outside the enemy's safe zone for over an hour, ultimately triggering the victory mechanism. As the first team to complete the mission, their speed was unmatched. Even the other 6-member Heaven-class team couldn't compare. When she exited the dungeon, only mentor Lei Hong was present. Her brother had arrived later from the dormitory area. Lei Hong allowed the 58 students to chat amongst themselves for a while before clapping his hands for attention. Everyone, Lei Hong announced excitedly. We've just received the news today. Our 9th domain achieved a 16-15 lead for the first time in history. As victors, you will receive incredible rewards. Before his words fully sank in, all the students were instantly teleported into a grand palace. At the center of the palace stood a circular chamber, and next to it, Murong Xia stood cold and distant, a stark contrast to the person Bai Jin had encountered before. For the time being, you are confined to the Super Divine Academy's area until this event concludes, Murong Xia declared in a calm, yet commanding tone. What you are about to witness is strictly confidential. You are forbidden from disclosing it to anyone, not even your parents. If anyone dares to leak information. Her voice paused, heavy with warning. I can assure you, no one in the ninth domain will be able to protect you. The students all nodded in agreement. Murong Xia continued. Enter the chamber one by one and deposit the void demon corpses you've collected into the device. The rewards you receive will depend on the strength of the demons you've defeated. With that, her figure vanished. As the students exchanged uncertain glances, Zhuge Luyun stepped forward without hesitation, ignoring everyone as he entered the chamber. About 10 minutes later, he emerged, barely able to conceal his excitement, and briefly greeted his teammates before leaving. Brother, make sure you come straight home tonight, Lu Ruyan said cheerfully. I'm inviting a few teammates over for dinner, and you have to be there. I've got good news to share. With a playful gesture, she left. Next, another member of the Heaven class team entered the chamber. Around 10 minutes later, they too exited, suppressing their excitement as they regrouped with their teammates before departing. Only then did Bai Jin fully understand the Heaven class students were truly the favored ones of the Super Divine Academy. Not only did they receive special training in advance, but they also had access to top-tier mentors and rare resources, enjoying privileges far superior to those of the Earth class students. Bai Jin was genuinely curious about what could have made Zhuge Luyun and that other person so overjoyed that they could barely contain themselves. Soon, it was time for the Earth-level class teams to be assigned. Besides Bai Jin, there were 47 others, forming 10 teams, most consisting of 4 to 6 people. Only Chung Bo and Zhang Fei formed a duo known as the Mighty Warriors. Time passed quickly, and even Chung Bo left with Zhang Fei, his face beaming with excitement. Now, Bai Jin was the only one left. Striding forward, he pushed open the door and closed it behind him. A wall stood in front of him, and upon walking around it, Bai Jin was greeted by the sight of a massive furnace with a diameter of over 10 meters. It resembled the alchemy furnace of Lao Jun, except it was exponentially larger. The description of the flesh furnace, a peculiar artifact, stated that it was specifically designed to process the corpses of flesh-based life forms from the void demon realm. Without hesitation, Bai Jin dumped a void demon corpse into the enormous furnace. As the corpse fell into the furnace, countless purplured flames burst forth. The body ignited instantly, but no smoke, roasted meat smell, or burnt odor emerged. In less than 10 seconds, the 2-meter-tall void demon corpse vanished entirely, along with its clothing. Having defeated 51 void demons, Bai Jin had collected various weapons and equipment from them. However, these items lacked any special attributes usable but unremarkable. Suddenly, a blood-red crystal, about the size of a pigeon egg, materialized in front of Bai Jin. He grabbed it immediately. Life Blood Crystal. Category: First-tier Blood Energy Artifact. Description: When used, it permanently increases the user's maximum health by 1,000 points. Can be used up to 100 times. Bai Jin's eyes lit up with excitement. Now he understood why the previous group couldn't contain their joy. Such an extraordinary artifact was beyond belief. Taking a few deep breaths to compose himself, Bai Jin resumed feeding void demon corpses into the flesh furnace. Crystals formed one after another. After about 30 life blood crystals, a different kind of crystal appeared, a pale blue one. Mana Crystal. Category: First-tier Mana Artifact. Description: When used, it permanently increases the user's maximum mana by 1,000 points. Can be used up to 100 times. Truthfully, Bai Jin didn't find the life blood crystals particularly useful. As an owner of the Iron Blood Warlord Bull King, with 59,520,000 health points, consuming 100 life blood crystals would only add 10,000 health points, a negligible increase. However, the mana crystals were a different story. As a void summoner, sufficient mana was crucial for him. He continued processing the corpses. By the time all 51 void demon bodies were refined, Bai Jin had obtained 41 life blood crystals and 10 mana crystals. Gulp. Bai Jin consumed 1 mana crystal, and a peculiar energy surged into his mind, instantly increasing his mana capacity by 1,000 points. Gulp. Gulp. One after another, he consumed all 10 mana crystals, raising his maximum mana by 10,000 points. The results were astonishing. Initially, Bai Jin had been frustrated about being unable to leave the Super Divine Academy for the time being. But now, it seemed these artifacts were unique to the special battlefield within the Academy, which was why they were prohibited from leaking information outside. Given this, his plans to grind various hell dungeons for attributes could wait. His level 31 Ironblood Warlord Bull King was more than sufficient for now, at least until both he and his sister, Lu Ruyan, had consumed their fill of the two types of crystals. There was no need for other considerations. Besides, winning battles also rewarded experience crystals, which could be used to learn more advanced skills and level up rapidly afterward. Bai Jin stored the 41 life blood crystals in his storage bracelet, intending to save them for his sister, Lu Rian. He also planned to collect additional crystals to bring back for his aunt, hoping they might be of some help to her. Taking large strides, Bai Jin began heading home. As he walked, his figure suddenly disappeared, only to reappear in Murong Xiaobing's spatial domain. Sister Xiaobing. Bai Jin greeted respectfully, his gaze unintentionally falling on Murong Xiaobing's delicate, jade-like hands, which were holding an item resembling a skill book. Bai Jin, take this. Lan, she said gently. Even for us at the 5th stage, this is considered a great treasure. Learn it quickly, and don't let Xiaobing's kindness go to waste. Bai Jin reached out to take it, his fingertips accidentally brushing against Murong Xiaobing's soft hand. Lowering his head, he examined the skill book's description. Tenfold summon special instructions. Upon learning, you can designate a single target summon skill for fusion, granting it tenfold summon effects. Note, this can only be designated once and cannot be changed. If the designated skill is destroyed, this effect will disappear. Bai Jin suddenly looked up and met Murong Xiaobing's smiling eyes. Although he possessed the 100-fold summon talent, making the 10-fold summon seem less impactful, for others, this was undoubtedly a dream-level divine skill. More importantly, Murong Xiaobing knew he had already learned the absolute substitution skill and bound it to the savage bull, yet she still gifted him such a special skill book. This meant his surface-level strength could increase tenfold, and with 10 savage bulls sharing damage, his survivability would skyrocket exponentially. At that moment, he seemed to understand the deeper meaning behind his aunt's earlier words. When neither I nor your younger cousin are around, you can trust this woman. All right, hurry up and learn it. Murong Xiaobing said with a smile. But let me make it clear this special skill book isn't free. You'll need to contribute significantly in the upcoming first-tier battlefield. Bai Jin nodded in agreement and immediately activated the skill book with his mind. Just like the last absolute substitution skill book, it disappeared without consuming any skill points. He promptly issued the command. Designate to enhance the summon Iron Blood Warchief Bull skill. He waited anxiously. His past experience had taught him that after the Frenzied Woodpecker summon skill was enhanced by the 100-fold summon, it couldn't be enhanced again. Moreover, the skill book explicitly stated that only single-target summon skills could be designated, and his summon Iron Blood Warchief Bull, already possessing the 100-fold summon effect, was no longer a single-target skill. However, an unexpected change occurred. The light from the skill book did not fuse with the summon skill, but was directly absorbed by his soul. Immediately afterward, his innate talent underwent a shocking transformation. Supreme Summon. Core effect. Summon skills gain extraordinary enhancements. Summon creatures are always in their maximum developed state and guaranteed to have unique traits. Base effect 1. Summon skill base summoning speed 1000. Summon skill base cooldown 90. Base effect 2. Base mana 1000. Mana recovery speed 1000. Base effect 3. Summon skill locked at 110-fold summon. Bai Jin was ecstatic, his joy far exceeding his expectations. The enhancement of his innate talent filled Bai Jin with excitement. He gazed at the system notification that appeared before him. Each level allowed him to choose a talent effect, and even more thrilling was the endless enhancement. Trait absorbing the power of similar talents would further improve his talent effects. Upon closer inspection, Bai Jin discovered that the 10-fold summoning special skill book had not become invalid. Instead, it had merged in a remarkable way with his original 100-fold summoning talent. The fourth talent effect, which was previously tied to 100-fold summoning, had now increased to 110-fold summoning. What excited him even more was that this effect was no longer limited to a single summoning skill, but had transformed into a permanent talent, enhancing all summoning skills he would learn in the future. Although it didn't achieve the expected 10010 multiplier effect, after carefully sensing the changes, Bai Jin quickly understood the reason this 10-fold summoning skill book contained power far weaker than his original 100-fold summoning talent. However, the greatest joy came from the emergence of the new trait, Endless Enhancement. It pointed him toward a promising path for future growth, even though the exact method to acquire talent power remained unknown. Yet, amidst his joy, a chill crept into Bai Jin's heart. The origin of this special skill book became his greatest concern. If it was obtained by defeating monsters from another world, that was acceptable. But if it came through other means, he clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing to keep this talent a secret at all costs, as the consequences could be disastrous. Noticing the complex expressions on Bai Jin's face, Murong Xiaobing flashed a gentle smile and softly reminded him, "All right, go back and focus on the 10 wild bulls matter for now. Remember, don't rush into real dungeons just yet. We need to reassess our strategies. You are one of our main strengths, so pinpoint your weaknesses and let us know. We'll help you address them specifically." Bai Jin nodded repeatedly, and in the next instant, He found himself seated at the grand dining table in the palace. The food that had been spread across the table suddenly vanished, prompting a frustrated mutter from Lu Rian. Brother, you're back. Lu Rian said cheerfully. Sister Xiaobing took away the dishes I just made. They'll go make more. With that, she dashed lightly toward the kitchen. Looking around, Bai Jin noticed Zhuge Luyuan and two other young individuals smiling at him. Among them, a confident and spirited young woman nodded slightly in greeting. These three were Lu Rian's fellow heaven-class teammates who had joined her in clearing a real dungeon earlier today. Brother Bai, have a seat. Zhuge Luyuan gestured politely. While Rian is busy, let me introduce you. Bai Jin sat down on the sofa as instructed. This is Yang Wei, Zhuge Luyuan said, pointing to the slightly shy young man. His talent is in contract summoning, which is also a summoner-type profession like your void summoning. Bai Jin and Yang Wei exchanged polite nods. And this is Yang Wei's twin sister, Yang Lin. Zhuge Luyuan continued, gesturing toward the bold and valiant young woman. Her talent is in close combat, and she's the protector of our team, ensuring our safety during dungeon runs. Bai Jin and Yang Lin nodded at each other in acknowledgement once again. Brother Bai, you see Thisami's sister has never been nice to any man before. Just look at her now. Yang Wei exaggeratedly raised his eyebrows and winked. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Lin's cheeks flushed slightly, and a lightning-fast side kick landed squarely on his calf. Yang Wei immediately clutched his leg and howled in pain, looking pitifully at his sister. We're siblings. Why are Ru Yin and Brother Bai so harmonious? But you can't even try to be like her, Yang Lin. Humph. Yang Lin crossed her arms and retorted bluntly. What kind of brother are you? Every time we were bullied as kids, you were always hiding in the back. When have you ever stood up for me? Their playful banter lightened the mood considerably. Zhuge Luyuan, ever perceptive, skillfully steered the conversation toward everyday topics, deliberately avoiding anything related to the professional system, clearly mindful of Bai Jin's feelings. Before long, a table full of delicious and fragrant dishes was ready. Lu Rian invited everyone to take their seats and personally filled Bai Jin's plate with a generous helping of food. Watching this, Yang Wei cast a resentful glance at Yang Lin, as if saying, why bother having a sister like you? Brother, I sent Sister Jins to look for you earlier, but she couldn't find you. Did you go to Sister Xiaobing's place? Lu Rian casually asked while serving the dishes. Bai Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, Sister Xiaobing had something to discuss with me. Then, with a hint of indulgence, he added, I'll bring you something nice later. Yang Lin, observing her brother wolfing down his food, shook her head silently, thinking that such a gluttonous brother might as well be discarded. Wait, brother, did you just call her Sister Xiaobing? Lu Rian's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her gossip-loving nature impossible to miss. You used to call her Lord Ice Sovereign, didn't you? Stop talking nonsense and eat your food. Bai Jin shot her a glare. Lu Rian stuck out her tongue playfully and happily indulged in the feast. The food was quickly devoured, leaving no leftovers. Even the usually composed Zhuge Luyuan couldn't resist indulging, frequently praising Lu Rian's cooking as unmatched. After the meal, Jins and Xinghe took care of cleaning up, while the others sat down for tea. To everyone's surprise, the usually bold and spirited Yang Lin turned out to have remarkable tea-making skills. Bai Jin took a sip and found the flavor comparable to that of Master Lanqi, though slightly inferior due to the quality of the tea leaves. Brother, Lu Rian suddenly spoke seriously, producing 6 small, transparent experience crystals in her hand. After discussing it with Brother Luyuan, Brother Wei, and Sister Lin, we've decided to give these to you. Each crystal grants 1 million experience points, enough to raise your level by about 1.5. As she spoke, she placed the crystals firmly into Bai Jin's hands. This? Bai Jin was puzzled. Don't you all need to level up as well? Or have you already maxed out your experience at level 19? The group of heavenly talents exchanged knowing smiles and shook their heads. Zhuge Luyuan explained, Brother Bai, for us, farming experience is a trivial matter. Moreover, the Super Divine Academy has a training program for us. We're all currently at Tier 1, Level 0, and haven't even allocated any of our free attribute points yet. Bai Jin was visibly surprised by this revelation. Lu Rian scooted closer to him and softly added, Brother, it's not just the 10 of us with heavenly talents. Even those in the Earth level class received similar instructions when they first entered the Super Divine Academy. Your situation is a bit unique, so... Bai Jin frowned and pondered for a moment before asking Lu Rian about the reason behind his ordinary talent in the Super Divine Academy. He had noticed that the Academy didn't seem to pay much attention to him, and a lot of information had been withheld from him. Hearing this, Lu Rian smiled gently. Brother, this isn't really a secret. Since you're a member of the Earth level class, you naturally have the right to know these things. She straightened up and began explaining in detail. The establishment of the Super Divine Academy itself was a bold experiment, carrying a strong sense of trial and error. Take today's real dungeon as an example. The emergence of the safe zone has broken the ironclad rule of no mid-dungeon exits that has stood for hundreds of years. This is a fundamental breakthrough. She continued, According to Sister Xiaobing, this breakthrough might indicate the possibility of allowing mid-dungeon exits for all dungeons in the future. Once this mechanism matures, the mortality rate for professionals will significantly decrease. Bai Jin nodded in agreement. That's true. Take today, for instance, 180 people entered the real dungeon, and many of them survived thanks to this mechanism. Lu Rian's expression grew more serious. As for why we're being asked to delay leveling up and distributing free attribute points, that's also part of an important experiment. Minter Lei Hong mentioned yesterday that the first tier limit for physical and soul attributes is 100 points each, a restriction that hasn't been broken for hundreds of years. She paused for a moment before continuing. But now, things are different. By consuming high-quality flesh and rare items, we can directly enhance these two attributes of feat that was impossible before. She explained further. Although the heaven-level class members are still at Tier 1, Level 0, each of us has already surpassed 30 points in both attributes. According to the plan, we need to push these two attributes to their limits first before considering leveling up. This way, we might encounter an unprecedented situation, reaching 100 points in both attributes while still retaining free attribute points. Combined with the points gained automatically upon leveling up, we might even break the 100-point limit. Bai Jin suddenly thought of something. Wait, little sister. Didn't people used to gain attribute points and skill points by clearing hell-level dungeons? Why didn't they conduct this kind of experiment back then? Wow. Lu Rian excitedly hugged Bai Jin's arm. Brother, you're so clever. Sister Lin, look, this question was only brought up by Brother Lu Yun in the heaven-level class. Yang Lin, standing nearby, nodded in approval. Lu Rian quickly explained, Brother, you're absolutely right. But back then, the acquisition of free attribute points had a cap. This cap perfectly matched the points gained from leveling up, allowing both attributes to reach 100 points. Moreover, before reaching level 19, it was impossible for attributes to hit 100 points. Professionals tried various methods, but none could break this limit. Her tone became resolute. So now, our goal is to directly push both attributes to 100 points before level 19, and then use the automatic attribute increases from leveling up to attempt to surpass the limit. Bai Jin suddenly understood. So, these limits were like preset thresholds, and what we're doing now is systematically breaking through them, right? Exactly. Lu Rian looked at her brother with pride. Brother, you really catch on quickly. Her expression then turned serious. Sister Xia Bing mentioned that if we manage to break the 100-point first-tier attribute limit this time, the implications will be beyond imagination. Brother, the experience gain mechanism in the real dungeons has changed, Lu Rian said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After clearing a dungeon, you directly receive experience crystals as a reward, and killing monsters along the way no longer grants experience. This change allows us to completely control our leveling pace. So, these small experience crystals are not very useful to us right now. Why not let you use them to level up? With this new mechanism, you can get stronger without even lifting a finger. Bai Jin looked at his sister's eager expression and gently shook his head. Rian, I understand your good intentions, but you're part of a team. I can't be so selfish. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuge Luyun and the others exchanged knowing smiles. Yang Lin was the first to respond. Brother Bai, these crystals are not particularly valuable. Since Rian is part of our team, she has every right to allocate resources we don't currently need. This was a decision we all agreed upon beforehand. Nearby, Yang Wei was glared at fiercely by his sister, leaving him feeling stifled. Bai Jin observed the camaraderie among the members of the elite class and felt a question forming in his mind. Brother Lu Yun, Brother Wei, Miss Yang Lin, may I ask you something? Of course, Brother Bai. Ask away, Yang Wei replied cheerfully. I could even tell you embarrassing stories about my sister crying when she was little. Bang! Yang Lin kicked her brother without hesitation. Are you crazy? A warrior one kick from me could break your leg. Blushing, she turned to Bai Jin and gestured for him to continue. Zhuge Luyun also gave him an encouraging smile. Bai Jin's expression grew serious. Yesterday, you saw both types of my summon creatures. If I want to continue learning new skills, what type should I focus on? This question had been troubling him, as each level up required him to choose a talent effect, which could greatly influence the development of his summoned creatures. The group's demeanor immediately turned solemn. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Luyun spoke first. Brother Bai, when it comes to skill learning for professionals, both training sessions and private lessons emphasize one key principle: specialize before diversifying, and avoid being overly greedy. In the early stages, mastering 1 or 2 skills is sufficient. Focus on dungeons with fewer restrictions for leveling, and gradually refine your skill system as you progress. This will prepare you for various combat scenarios. Take us as an example. Rian has learned 2 skills, which is already the most among us. The 3 of us each have only learned 1. Bai Jin was surprised by this response. He hadn't expected his sister's 2 skills to be the most in the team. Lu Rian nodded and added, Brother, my first skill, Holy Strike, was acquired during my special recruitment. The second, Radiance of Light, comes with my Holy Light Staff. Holy Strike not only delivers powerful single-target damage, but also provides comprehensive buffs when used on allies. It can accelerate recovery, enhance physical attributes, and even temporarily grant the target a Holy Light attribute. It's a skill that combines offensive and supportive capabilities in one. As for Holy Light Radiance, it's an area skill. Its effects are similar to Holy Light Strike, but much weaker, the younger sister explained softly, her bright eyes shimmering with the glow of Holy Light. Zhuge Liuyan and the others nodded slightly, clearly well acquainted with these skills. Zhuge Liuyan turned to Bai Jin, analyzing seriously. Brother Bai, your skill learning as a void summoner is indeed different from ours. Yesterday, we witnessed your powerful summoned beast, that mighty battle Oxtrally, a formidable close combat land-based summon. As for that woodpecker, while it's a close combat flying type, its strength is relatively weaker. I suggest you consider learning a ranged attack summoning skill. That way, you'll be better equipped to handle both ground and aerial targets. As for water-based combat scenarios, you can always learn the relevant summoning skills later when needed. Bai Jin nodded in agreement, as this aligned with his earlier thoughts. Thank you all for the suggestions. As the night deepened, Zhuge Liuyan was the first to rise and take his leave. Yang Wei, still lost in thought, was harshly nudged by Yang Lin before standing up reluctantly with a look of grievance. After everyone had left, in Bai Jin's bedroom, Lu Rian waved her slender fingers, and 5 blood-red crystals appeared out of thin air. Brother, these life blood crystals can increase your maximum health. Eating them will make you safer. Looking at the crystals, clearly saved up by his younger sister, Bai Jin felt a warmth in his heart. Just as Lu Rian was urging him to consume them, Bai Jin suddenly produced a large handful of identical crystals like a magician, leaving Lu Rian stunned. Brother, you're practically hugging a golden thigh, Lu Rian said enviously. Bai Jin chuckled and pinched her cheek. Stop staring. With yours added, there are 46 in total, which can increase your maximum health by 46,000. Here, take them. He began to push the crystals toward her. While Lu Rian was busy eating the crystals, Bai Jin asked softly, Little sister, does Zhuge Liuyan or Yang Wei have feelings for you? Lu Rian rolled her eyes. How could that be? We're just pure teammates. Brother, I'm a heaven-tier talent with ambitions to become a tier 5 emperor-level powerhouse. I won't let romantic distractions hold me back. Bai Jin couldn't help but caution her. The world is full of deceitful men. Be wary of people who try to win your favor intentionally. Lu Rian looked up at him with an amused expression. Brother, I have a heaven-tier holy light talent that suppresses all evil, including wicked thoughts. Who could possibly deceive me? Bai Jin sighed in relief. Then Auntie and I can rest easy. As long as you don't become a love-struck fool, you'll be just fine. Lu Rian flashed a mischievous smile, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Brother, you really don't need to worry about me. Mom and I share the same holy light talent. She knows me too well to even think I'd be tricked. She blinked lightly, her tone playful. If we're talking about tricking someone, it would definitely be me tricking others. As she spoke, she had already consumed all the lifeblood crystals. The crystals dissolved in her mouth, transforming into streams of gentle energy that coursed through her body. Brother, Lu Rian suddenly said seriously, I've always thought Sister Yang Lin is wonderful. Not only is she gentle, but she's also incredibly caring. She paused, as if carefully choosing her words. As for age, that's not even a concern. They say a first-tier cultivator can live up to 300 years. So, I completely support your choice. Her tone then turned teasing. And Sister Xiaobing, she's practically perfect in every way. I've been staying with her these past few days, and I saw her figure with my own eyes. It's truly. Brother, don't push me, she exclaimed, dodging quickly. Let me finish what I was saying. I'll handle Mom for you. Bai Jin sighed helplessly. The more he explained, the more complicated things would get. Shifting his focus, he turned his attention to the task at hand. His movements were fluid as he summoned one iron-blooded battle bull king after another, swiftly returning them to the summoning space. Soon, he had replenished the full count of 10 iron-blooded battle bull kings and the frenzied woodpeckers. Feeling the surge of power within his body, Bai Jin silently calculated. This time, his strength had increased by a full 10, a significant advancement in his cultivation journey. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the world, Bai Jin lay in bed, his thoughts drifting to what the members of the heavenly class had mentioned about breaking through attribute limits. This process involved suppressing one's level to enhance attributisa, mere loss of a few skill points for others. But for someone like him, with a unique physique that gained a new talent with each level, it would greatly hinder his progression. However, breaking the limit of attributes held extraordinary significance for him. The higher his soul attributes, the more advanced skills he could learn in the future. It was a critical foundation for his long-term development. After careful consideration, he made up his mind. I'll learn a new skill first. That way, even if I level up later, I won't miss out on any talent effects. The 9th domain gathered all its elite forces to establish the Supernatural Academy. On the second day of its opening, the Academy broke a centuries-old rule. Faced with this groundbreaking start, Bai Jin began to seriously contemplate the direction of his skill development. In his mind, he organized various combat systems: land, sea, and air operations, close range and long range attacks. These 6 fundamental types formed the most common power structures. Beyond these, there were also specialized paths like group attacks, control abilities, assassination techniques, support skills, and aura effects. Recalling the frenzied woodpecker skill, if not for its unique absolute damage characteristic, it would indeed have been a poor choice. In unknown combat, such a summoned creature could be easily controlled and destroyed by the enemy. However, thanks to the augmentation of various talents, the frenzied woodpecker had now become his trump card. Its immense health combined with its damage reflection ability often left enemies fatally wounded before they could even eliminate the woodpecker. Even so, his last experience in the real-world simulation exposed a glaring weakness. When the summoned creature was too far away, he couldn't clearly see what was happening, let alone issue commands. This limitation was something he had to find a way to overcome. In the days that followed, Jin's and Qinghe delivered 4th-tier yellow-grade beast meat to him every 2 hours for consumption, steadily enhancing his physical attributes. His younger sister had once again departed for temporary training with the Heaven class group. By the next morning, Bai Jin's physical attributes had already increased by 10 points. Although he was still at Tier 1, Level 1, his physical stats had risen from an initial 11 points to 36 points. This 25-point increase came entirely from consuming the 4th-tier beast meat, which validated the Academy's intention to have students suppress their levels since, as physical attributes improved, the enhancement effects of high-quality meat would gradually diminish. At 8 a.m., 58 students gathered once again at the Academy's main training plaza. This time, there was a striking new presence by Mentor Lei Hong's side, a tall woman standing nearly 1.9 meters. Though her chest was flat, her proportions were balanced. Most noticeable were her pointed elf-like ears and unusual eyes, clearly marking her as non-human. Everyone, Lei Hong began. Today, the Supernatural Academy has invited a new mentor. This is Miss Lia, a 3rd-tier peak martial artist. Let's welcome her. Applause erupted as Lia gave a slight bow in acknowledgement. Once Lei Hong signaled, the clapping subsided, and he continued. Yesterday's early activation of the real-world battle simulation disrupted the original schedule. Due to specific restrictions, only Tier 1 professionals could participate, which is why we temporarily recruited you exceptionally gifted students. Although we achieved a narrow victory, higher directives have now adjusted our combat strategies. Most of you will no longer need to participate in the subsequent battles. In that case, you should focus on gradually improving your strength, Lei Hong said, his gaze sweeping over the group with determination. Especially your physical strength. Your vitality has seen significant improvement, which is a tremendous advantage that other professions simply don't have. He stretched his muscles briefly and continued. As a strength-based close combat professional, I excel in a straightforward, heavy-hitting fighting style. However, this method doesn't suit everyone's talents or personalities. That's why I've invited Ms. Lia to demonstrate a more agile approach to combat. Lei Hong turned to Lia, who nodded slightly. In the next moment, Lei Hong unleashed an explosive aura, charging at Lia like a ferocious tiger breaking free from its cage. Lia, swift and nimble, dodged left and right, effortlessly evading every one of his attacks. On the sidelines, 58 trainees and hundreds of followers watched intently, holding their breath as they observed the live combat demonstration. Both instructors had deliberately restrained their abilities at their true 3rd-tier peak levels. Their full-speed movements would be nearly impossible to follow. Lei Hong, true to his words, employed a direct and forceful offensive style, while Lia used her agility to evade his attacks and counter swiftly from the sides. Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. With 110 iron-blooded bull kings to absorb damage, his safety was already assured. If he could master advanced combat techniques and combine them with his talent for rapid strikes, his power would undoubtedly reach new heights. Before he realized it, the scene shifted to a grand hall. Morong Xiaobing stood beside Bai Jin, pointing to a group of men and women below. Bai Jin, you'll need to rely on their strength to secure victory on the 1st-tier battlefield. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bai Jin, whom I mentioned earlier, Morong Xiaobing introduced. He commands 10 extremely powerful summoned bulls and possesses an unparalleled substitution skill. Yes, we are at your service. The crowd responded with reverence, as if addressing a deity. Bai Jin, these individuals are members of the Valkyrie Corps' 1st Legion think tank, specializing in 1st-tier battlefields. They will provide you with comprehensive intelligence and analysis. Understood, Ice Empress. Please rest assured, Bai Jin replied promptly. Morong Xiaobing smiled softly before vanishing into thin air. A young woman stepped forward and said, Lord Bai Jin, we are the Tactical Analysis Squad, 1st team, under the 1st Legion think tank. Our team consists of 100 members, following the Ice Empress's orders to provide you with full-spectrum analytical support. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Bai Jin glanced around, noting that among the 100 present, Only 8 were men, and they all appeared rather delicate. He couldn't help but marvel at how overwhelmingly female the Valkyrie corps was. What should I call you? He asked. You may call me Han Shui, my lord. I am the team leader and your primary point of contact, Han Shui replied with a polite smile. Very well, Miss Han Shui. Do you have any initial plans in place? Bai Jin inquired. Han Shui nodded. My lord, the Ice Empress has briefed us on your situation. We've drafted a series of operational strategies. Our primary plan is to build on your previous tactical command from a safe zone while summoning your 10 bulls to dominate the battlefield. This is the most secure and conservative approach. Bai Jin nodded slightly, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Han Shui noticed his reaction and curled her lips into a subtle, meaningful smile, clearly confident about what she was about to say. My lord, do you know the true purpose behind the establishment of the Tier 1 battlefield between the 9th domain and the Void Demonic clan? Han Shui asked. Bai Jin shook his head. Such classified matters were indeed beyond his knowledge. Han Shui's expression turned serious as she explained. This battlefield is essentially a testing ground for both sides to probe each other's strengths. Here, we continuously experiment with breaking various limitations and have already achieved significant progress. As for the Void Demonic clan, every time they kill one of our professionals, they take the corpse back for research, coveting our bodies formed by laws and our numerous rules. She paused briefly before continuing. Although overall, our 9th domain is not as strong as the Void Demonic clan, this battlefield allows us to both advance ourselves and cultivate future top-tier powerhouses. That is the foundational purpose of the Tier 1 battlefield. Of course, the higher-ups may have deeper intentions, but none of this hinders us from helping you dominate the battlefield. Seeing the spark in Han Shui's eyes, Bai Jin nodded in understanding. For him, as long as he could kill the Void Demonic clan and obtain the lifeblood crystals and mana crystals of immeasurable value, it was more than enough. Very well, Miss Han Shui. You and your team are the experts, far more knowledgeable than I am. Proceed as you see fit, as long as it seems appropriate to me, Bai Jin responded decisively. Han Shui gave a slight nod and began a detailed analysis. My lord, we've conducted a comprehensive evaluation of your capabilities. That mysterious woodpecker of yours, according to Lei Hong, couldn't even be instantly killed by Chung Bo's javelin strike, which speaks volumes about its vitality. However, considering its limited impact on the battlefield, we'll set it aside for now. She continued, your wild ox, however, is the true core of your combat power. Based on Ice Emperor's feedback, it was able to withstand a casual strike from her without dying, suggesting its strength rivals that of a Tier 3 yellow-grade monster. More importantly, as a void-summoned entity, it lacks the typical weaknesses of ordinary monsters, and even has an advantage in direct confrontations. Bai Jin silently acknowledged the analysis. There was no need to hide these facts. Currently, your summoning skill for the wild ox has received a 10-fold enhancement, allowing you to summon 10 powerful wild oxen simultaneously. With the absolute substitution skill, these oxen can absorb all damage for you, ensuring your safety until they're all defeated, Han Shui remarked with admiration. As void-summoned entities, the wild oxen are immune to common negative effects like hypnosis, seduction, taunts, sleep, fear, and blindness. Only powerful eye sealing or binding skills might restrict their actions. Her tone shifted slightly. But while the wild oxen are strong, they are not invincible. If they fall in battle, resummoning them will require a significant amount of mana. This, we've identified, is your greatest vulnerability on the Tier 1 battlefield and possibly in the future. To address this, the Ice Emperor has submitted a request to the Valkyrie Battle Corps to craft a mana artifact specifically for you. A mana artifact? Bai Jin was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Han Shui smiled gracefully, her delicate hand waving gently as a crystal ball the size of a fist materialized in her palm. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she spoke softly. My lord, for this magical artifact, the Ice Emperor had quite a dispute with the other captains. You must remember the Ice Emperor's heartfelt intentions. Bai Jin nodded slightly. He knew these words were prompted by Murong Xiaobing, but he couldn't deny that the Ice Emperor had treated him with great kindness. This sentiment was something he would hold dear. As he took the crystal ball and examined its properties, a look of surprise flickered across his face beneath the mask. Source of mana. Category, Soul Relic. Mana storage capacity, 100 million. Trait, stores mana of the same source and allows immediate access. Usage condition, requires life binding to activate. Bai Jin felt a surge of excitement, but also a trace of hesitation. Such a divine artifact was undoubtedly tempting, but nothing in the world came without a price. Gifting him such a treasure now would likely demand greater sacrifices in the future. This was obvious. Noticing the conflict in his gaze, Han Shui gently nudged the hand holding the crystal ball and explained softly, My lord, there is no need to worry about owing a favor. Your presence is a pivotal turning point for the first-rank battlefield. With you here, the 9th domain might achieve a flawless victory. The Ice Emperor has said that the battlefield's victory far outweighs the value of this magical artifact. Please, accept it without hesitation. Hearing this, Bai Jin nodded in agreement. Han Shui then reminded him, My lord, this equipment requires life binding, which goes deeper than blood binding or soul binding. You need to swallow it and let it merge completely with your body and soul. Without hesitation, Bai Jin placed the crystal ball into his mouth. To his surprise, the hard crystal ball melted instantly upon contact, making it easy to swallow. It caused no adverse effects, confirming that the life-binding process was harmless to him. A minute later, Bai Jin was pleasantly surprised to notice a subtle change in his previously full mana reservate, now read 880-998-8100. This slight deficit triggered his mana recovery mechanism. With his 71 soul attribute points and a tenfold mana recovery boost, he could regenerate 781 mana points per second. All the continuously restored mana was absorbed and stored by the source of mana, while his own mana remained near full capacity. With a storage capacity of 100 million mana points and a recovery rate of 781 points per second, it would take about 36 hours to fill completely. Moreover, residing in his sister Lu Rian's palace, which featured a profound-grade energy-gathering array in the training area, his mana recovery rate could be amplified several times. This meant the source of mana might be fully charged within just over 10 hours. Seeing Bai Jin's barely contained excitement, Han Shui took out an exquisitely designed robe and said softly, My lord, your strength relies heavily on abundant mana, making mana recovery essential. While this robe has no other functions, it is inscribed with multiple miniature energy-gathering arrays. You might want to bind it and test its effects. Bai Jin accepted the robe and began to carefully examine its properties. Bai Jin stared at the robe in his hands, with the attribute panel clearly displayed before his eyes. Energy Convergence Robe. Mysterious Grade. Tier 1 Armor. Physical Defense, 600. Magical Defense, 1500. Special Feature. Contains 16 miniature yellow-tier energy convergence arrays. Binding Requirement. 30 soul attribute points. Description. Must be soul-bound before use. The quality of this mysterious grade robe far surpassed the yellow-tier holy light robe his younger sister had obtained. The mere presence of 16 miniature yellow-tier energy convergence arrays was astonishing. Bai Jin quickly raised the robe to his brow, completed the binding process, and donned it immediately. In an instant, a dense surge of energy enveloped him like a tidal wave. His original mana recovery rate of 781 points per second skyrocketed to 4,860 points, an increase of over six-fold. This meant that even a mana source with a capacity of 100 million points could be fully replenished in just over 5 hours. Bai Jin no longer had to worry about issues of sustainability. Han Shui softly explained, My lord, this robe can enhance the mana recovery rate of a Tier 1 professional by several dozen times under normal conditions. You can use it as your regular combat gear, while reserving the mana artifact for emergencies. After all, in energy-scarce environments, a stored 100 million mana points could be a critical safeguard. Bai Jin nodded in agreement, though he understood that his recovery rate hadn't increased by several dozen times due to his own innate tenfold mana recovery bonus. At that moment, Han Shui, her cheeks slightly flushed, took out a metallic staff. It was 3 centimeters in diameter and nearly 2 meters long. My lord, please bind this first. It was specially prepared for you to dominate Tier 1 battlefields. Bai Jin accepted the staff, and its attribute panel appeared. Thunderstrike Golden Staff. Mysterious Grade. Tier 1 Staff Weapon. Physical Attack. 60809-120. Special Feature. Contains 36 miniature yellow-tier shock arrays, with a built-in mysterious grade lightning core. Binding Requirement. 30 soul attribute points. Usage Requirement. 30 physical attribute points. Though puzzled as to why this poised and intelligent woman had prepared such a weapon for a void summoner, Bai Jin quickly completed the binding process. He soon discovered that even without exerting force, the staff emitted faint electric currents. All the damage, however, was absorbed and nullified by his Iron Blood Battle Bull King. It was then he realized why Han Shui had been blushing earlier, and he cast a curious glance at the usually composed woman. Once he had finished binding, Han Shui seemed a little disappointed but quickly returned to the main topic. My lord, we have questioned all the trainees who participated in yesterday's battle and analyzed the Tier 1 strength of the Void Demonic Tribe. After a thorough analysis, everyone made an accurate assessment of Bai Jin's combat strength. His 10 powerful summoned wild bulls granted him unparalleled combat power, so much so that even Zhuge Luyun, the strongest attacker from the Super Deity Academy, could barely inflict any substantial damage on him. Han Shui's eyes sparkled as she outlined a detailed tactical plan. We can position your 10 wild bulls around the area to form a surrounding perimeter, while you personally step in to lure the enemy. This shock golden staff is designed to deliver a powerful stunning and paralyzing effect upon contact with the enemy or their weapon. She continued her explanation. In a real battlefield scenario, the the shock and electric effects will simultaneously affect the user. The electric shocks can be mitigated using plastic or fabric gloves. While the shock impact is harder to completely avoid, your absolute substitute skill ensures these negative effects won't be a significant concern. The core of Han Shui's strategy relied on exploiting the enemy's underestimation. Given that you lack formal combat training and your physical attributes are not particularly outstanding, the Void Demons are likely to underestimate your strength. They'll see you as a gifted but undeveloped opponent, believing that killing you will bring immense benefits to the Void Realm. With the absolute substitute skill, you can maneuver with ease in battle, baiting the enemies into pursuit. Once they are lured far enough from their safe zone, the 10 wild bulls can close in and trap them completely, taking down the Void Demons in one fell swoop. Bai Jin silently admired the meticulous thinking of this team of strategists, but still had doubts. Why choose a staff as the weapon? Wouldn't a machete or a sharp sword have greater lethality? Han Shui smiled knowingly. Based on centuries of combat experience from the Valkyrie Battle Corps, enemies are most likely to block attacks from staff-like weapons using their own weapons or limbs. Bai Jin suggested, what about a whip? If the enemy tries to grab it, I could use the power of lightning to paralyze them. Wouldn't that be even better? Han Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. A whip is indeed a good option, but it requires significant practice to master. Given your current circumstances, a staff is still more suitable. Would you like us to custom make a whip for you? Bai Jin shook his head and politely declined, prompting Han Shui to raise another critical point. There's another scenario we need to address the Void Demons capable of flight. For this reason, we've selected a new type of summoned creature for you. She took out an illustrated book and displayed an image of a winged demon. This is the Flying Demon Warrior. It can fly and is adept at ranged attacks, capable of throwing javelins, with formidable close combat abilities as well. This Tier 1 dungeon is perfectly suited to your current skill level. Considering your limited skill points, we'll arrange for Zhuge Liuyan to accompany you in farming the Hell Dungeon. This way, you can acquire skill books and earn extra skill points. Bai Jin's eyes lit up. The Flying Demon Warrior, capable of executing ranged attacks from the air, would perfectly compensate for the shortcomings of his current woodpecker summons, which required close combat. Bai Jin slowly shook his head, his expression calm. Miss Han Shui, there's no need to trouble Zhuge Liuyan. Just tell me the location of the dungeon, and I can handle it myself. Han Shui was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Sir, this dungeon is filled with flying-type monsters. You only have a woodpecker. Are you sure you're up to the task? Bai Jin's lips curved into a confident smile. I have 10 wild oxen by my side, along with the source of mana and the energy-converging robe. With sufficient supplies, safety won't be an issue. The woodpecker may be weak, but it excels in endurance. Even if it takes time, I can outlast the enemies. It's just a matter of patience. Han Shui nodded thoughtfully, and then relayed Bai Jin's situation to nearly 100 members of the think tank below. The group immediately began using their various abilities to analyze the situation. Their focused expressions and the glimmering light of their powers made Bai Jin's eyes light up with admiration. 10 minutes later, a member stepped forward to report. Team leader, after 10 rounds of analysis and considering the specific conditions of the Flying Demon Dungeon, as long as Sir Bai Jin doesn't deliberately seek death, he can indeed clear the dungeon unscathed. The blunt evaluation caused Bai Jin's mouth to twitch slightly. After Han Shui confirmed the analysis, she sent the dungeon information to Bai Jin. Can I head to the dungeon now? Bai Jin asked. Han Shui retrieved a token and handed it to him, giving detailed instructions. Sir, with this token, you can leave the Super Divine Academy. To avoid drawing attention, we won't assign anyone to protect you. Please teleport to the Southern Domain's teleportation array first. Do not leave the teleportation point. From there, transfer directly to the Northern Domain and proceed to the Linhai base city. Once you've obtained the skill book, please return as soon as possible. Do you need us to prepare food for you? Has the life space granted by Ice Emperor already formed its self-sustaining cycle? Han Shui asked further. Bai Jin waved his hand dismissively. I can handle all of that myself. No need for you to worry. Very well, but please remember, do not venture into other dungeons to farm skill points. What I mentioned earlier only applies to your invincibility within this battlefield space. Other dungeons may not be the same. Your safety is of the utmost importance. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Jin voiced a question that had been troubling him. Miss Han Shui, regarding the situation inside the dungeon, can the Ninth Domain observe or intervene? Han Shui gave him a peculiar look. Sir, that's something you should have learned in high school. Dungeon spaces are co-constructed by the Ninth Domain and otherworldly forces, and direct intervention is usually impossible. However, in special circumstances, the Ninth Domain can lock onto a dungeon space and forcibly break through its spatial barriers to interfere. But the cost is enormous and would greatly benefit the otherworldly forces. That said, rest assured, the Flying Demon Dungeon poses no threat to you. Only then did Bai Jin realize the details, and he immediately returned to the palace. He instructed Jinx and Qinghe to pack the remaining 4th-tier, yellow-grade monster meat into separate portions. Afterward, he headed to the underground training area. In the underground training area, a profound-grade energy gathering array emitted intense energy fluctuations. Bai Jin stepped into it, and the 16 miniature yellow-grade energy gathering arrays on his robe immediately lit up in resonance, accelerating the recovery of his mana. 2.5 hours later, he smiled in satisfaction. Not only had his mana been fully restored, but the life-bound mana source equipment he carried had also been fully charged with 1 billion mana points. This meant his mana capacity had skyrocketed by an additional billion, an enhancement of terrifying magnitude. In the kitchen area, Bai Jin quickly stored dozens of dishes made from 4th-tier, yellow-grade monster meat into his storage bracelet. He instructed the two maids, "I have some matters to attend to. If Rian asks, just tell her I've gone to see Lord Ice Emperor." "Understood, my lord. Please take care of yourself," the maids replied respectfully. Bai Jin's lips twitched slightly before turning and leaving. After 3 teleportations, Bai Jin arrived at the Linhai base city, a newly established city numbered 306 with a population of less than 1 million. He headed straight to the dungeon area, his gaze locking onto a specific dungeon listing. Sky Demon Rock Mountain Small-Scale Otherworld. Strength level, level 19. Entry requirements, levels 119. Player limit, 110 inch. According to the intelligence provided by Han Shui, this dungeon's actual difficulty far exceeded level 19, but restrictions had been put in place following negotiations between the 9th domain and the Otherworld. Confirming that both the level and player limit requirements were met, Bai Jin entered without hesitation. A flash of light later, he found himself at the base of a towering gray-brown rocky mountain over 500 meters high. A winding mountain path, about 5 to 6 meters wide, served as the main route. While climbing the rock-covered mountain walls was also an option, the path was clearly the more convenient choice. Bai Jin summoned an Iron Blood Battle Ox King, fixed the saddle, and mounted it. "Come on, Sky Demons," he declared, as a frenzied woodpecker flew ahead to scout the area. Suddenly, a piercing screech echoed, and a figure darted out from behind a boulder, a small winged demon. Its skin was a reddish-brown hue, its fangs grotesque, and its bat-like wings flapped lightly. Standing only 1.2 meters tall, the system immediately displayed its attributes. Winged Imp Common Projection. Level 11. Health 2,000,3,000. Physical attributes 68. Physical attack 30150. Defense 1015. Skill Javelin Throw. Eliminate all targets you encounter. Bai Jin commanded. The frenzied woodpecker immediately engaged, while the imp gripped a javelin in each hand and hurled them with force. With 2 sharp impacts, the javelin struck the woodpecker, inflicting over 1,000 points of damage. The woodpecker retaliated, reducing the imp's health by over 100 points. The battle grew fiercer. The imp swiftly conjured new javelins, using them not only as throwing weapons, but also as spears in close combat. It hunched its crooked body, slashing with sharp claws, kicking viciously, and biting ferociously, demonstrating an astonishingly savage combat prowess. Bai Jin deliberately restrained the woodpecker's speed to observe the fight. Watching the imp's impressive performance, he couldn't help but silently praise Han Shui's team's sharp judgment. With a single thought, the woodpecker's attacks suddenly accelerated, transforming into rapid, drill-like strikes that instantly reduced the imp to scattered light fragments. The system notification promptly appeared. "You have defeated a level 11 winged imp projection and gained 110 experience points." Han Shui once remarked that the Flying Demon Dungeon was a perilous place that struck fear into the hearts of many. It was home to a large number of flying, long-range attack creatures. Even teams of average-skilled professionals faced a high mortality rate when attempting to challenge it. As a result, the development of the base city near the dungeon had stagnated for years. Despite being established for quite some time, the city's population had never exceeded 1 million, and those who lived there were all migrants. No local generations had yet emerged. This base city was not an isolated case. Many similar cities eventually transitioned into resource-based hubs, catering specifically to professionals seeking resources. Compared to the Misty Sea base city where Bai Jin grew up, the difficulty of the dungeons here was worlds apart. Across all 3 difficulty levels, the number of monsters ranged from 200 to 250, and they were all adept at long-range attacks and flight. However, what seemed like a nightmare to most was mere child's play for Bai Jin. He consecutively cleared the normal, hard, and nightmare difficulty levels, each time with overwhelming ease. In less than 5 minutes, he defeated the final mini-boss, earning himself a Tier 1 standard promotion certificate. The entire process took him less than an hour, during which he conquered all 3 difficulty levels. After completing the final level, a system notification appeared. Level requirement met, team size requirement met, and you possess an exceptional promotion certificate. Do you wish to enter the Hell level Flying Demon Rock Mountain? Warning: the hell-level flying demon rock mountain is extremely difficult. Solo challenges are not recommended. Without hesitation, Jin chose to enter. A new notification followed. You have entered the hell-level flying demon rock mountain. The targets in this dungeon are real-life entities from the demon world. Based on your current level, the strength of the demon world entities has been suppressed. This reminded Jin of the Savage Beast Path dungeon he had encountered before, which also corresponded to an alternate world. Soon, a winged demon fighter appeared before HEMA level 11 elite monster with 22,000 to 30,000 health, 220 to 350 physical attack power, 130 to 250 defense. This savage trait and mastery of the javelin throw and rage battle skills. Compared to the creatures in previous dungeons, this real-life entity was far larger. Although its hunched form stood only 1.5 meters tall, its massive bat-like wings gave it a menacing appearance. As Jin observed the creature's ferocious form, he couldn't help but wonder. If he were to acquire such a summon, would it harm his image? Then he grinned to himself who cared about appearances. True strength was all that mattered. The battle erupted in an instant. As Jin shouted, "Go!" his woodpecker companion darted forward, and the demon fighter launched its attack. 2 javelins, each a meter long, whistled through the air, striking Jin's head and chest with precision. It was targeting the leader directly. Yet, when the javelins clattered harmlessly to the ground, the demon fighter froze in shock. What followed was both horrifying and bizarre. The demon fighter pulled 2 ribs from its chest, transforming them into smaller, half-meter-long javelins. Jin was stunned by the sight, finally understanding why the creature possessed this savage trait. As a real-life entity, it lacked the energy-based abilities of typical dungeon monsters and resorted to such extreme measures to create weapons. Jin was locked in combat with the twin-winged demon warrior. 2 precise strikes landed on Jin's eyes, and the eyes of his iron-blooded war bull king beneath him. However, to the demon warrior's surprise, neither Jin nor the massive bull was harmed in the slightest. This left the demon warrior doubting his own judgment. During the battle, woodpeckers engaged in fierce skirmishes with the twin-winged demon warrior. Each time a woodpecker fell, Jin would summon another to take its place. He dared not recklessly deploy 100 woodpeckers to instantly annihilate the monsters as he had done in the wild beast trail. After all, the dungeon might have some monitoring mechanism in place. When the body of the twin-winged demon warrior finally fell, Jin commanded the iron-blooded war bull king forward and stored the corpse into his storage bracelet. Half an hour later, he reached his destination, a mountaintop plaza. The area was roughly 1,000 square meters, with a slightly uneven surface. At its center stood a massive stone with a hollowed-out cave in its middle. Suddenly, a pair of glowing eyes lit up from within the cave. Accompanied by the sound of flapping wings, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, emerged. It was none other than the flying demon warrior lord mentioned in Han Shue's intelligence. Level 11. With health ranging from 170,000 to 300,000, physical attack power between 880 and 1,200, and defense strength from 380 to 550. It possessed talents like flight and ferocity, as well as skills such as javelin throw, berserk battle, and high-speed flight. Even under the suppressive rules of the 9th domain, this boss's attributes far exceeded the norm. With a gentle flap of its enormous wings, it hovered effortlessly in midair, showcasing its true flying prowess. Jin was secretly delighted. While the flying demon warrior's attributes might not surpass those of his iron-blooded warbull king, its aerial advantage made it nearly invincible. The flying demon warrior fixed its gaze on Jin, who was seated atop the bull, and spoke in a puzzled tone. "Are you the human who killed so many of my trusted subordinates?" This sudden communication caught Jin off guard. It was the second time he had encountered a monster capable of speaking to him, the first being the void demons in the real battlefield. Before Jin could respond, a javelin of noticeably superior quality hurtled through the air. The attack was so swift and sudden that Jin couldn't even catch the demon's movement. He could only watch as one of his berserk woodpeckers was obliterated in a single blow. Immediately after, a wave of intense pain surged through Jin's body, leaving him briefly disoriented. Upon careful inspection, he confirmed that he had not suffered any direct attacks. This deepened the confusion in the flying demon warrior's eyes. "I haven't been hit by anything. So how did I get injured?" it muttered, its voice tinged with bewilderment. The skyborn demon warrior turned its sharp gaze toward Jin, who stood calmly and leisurely to the side. A flicker of doubt crossed its eyes. Did this human possess some hidden ability capable of harming it? Without further thought, it swung its arm, and a gleaming spear shot through the air like lightning, aimed directly at Jin's throat. Thud! The sound of the spear hitting the ground echoed, and the skyborn demon warrior stared in disbelief at its own claws. It could feel the immense power contained within them, yet it couldn't comprehend the situation before it. Killing that small bird had somehow injured it, and even its full-strength attack couldn't so much as scratch the human skin. An attack like that could have killed even itself. Baijin nodded slightly, silently assessing his opponent. The speed of this skyborn demon warrior's attacks was indeed far superior to the previous two-winged demons. He spoke softly. Go. Another ferocious woodpecker shot through the air. The weaponless skyborn demon warrior grinned menacingly. With its ability to fly, it believed itself invincible. A mere bird? It could crush it with a wave of its hand. Even with most of its power suppressed here, its lord-level physical strength was not something this simple-minded bird could challenge. How about a little massage? It sneered, unleashing all four of its clawed limbs in an attack. Ah! A wave of excruciating pain surged through its body, leaving the skyborn demon warrior completely stunned. Every strike it made came with searing agony. But what was more terrifying was the momentary contact with the bird. It could feel its life force rapidly draining away. Without hesitation, it activated its high-speed flight, vanishing instantly from its original position. Die! The bloodshotted skyborn demon warrior reappeared above Baijin, who sat atop his massive ox mount, and lunged at him with its claws. Human, he'll devour you piece by piece. It roared maniacally into Baijin's ear. Baijin raised an eyebrow, surprised. You can harm our bodies? When you're alive, I can't damage your bodies, the skyborn demon warrior hissed darkly. But once you're dead, that's a different story. It opened its gaping maw to bite Baijin while its wings flapped furiously, only to find itself unable to budge him, as though trying to move a mountain. Suddenly, a golden thunderstrike staff appeared in Baijin's hand. With a swift motion, he swung it at the demon. The skyborn demon warrior remained unfazed, lifting a leg to effortlessly catch the incoming staff in its claws. Its combat instincts were so precise that even the staff's shock effect failed to activate. Human, is that all you've got? Before it could finish its sentence, a surge of lightning exploded from the staff. The skyborn demon warrior's entire body convulsed violently as the high-grade lightning core within the thunderstrike staff unleashed its immense power, paralyzing the creature. Baijin attempted to break free, but the demon's claws remained firmly locked onto him. The iron-blooded war bull beneath him let out an earth-shaking roar, and waves of continuous damage surged forth like a tide. The once arrogant flying demon warrior collapsed under the force, life extinguished. A system notification promptly appeared. You have slain a level 11 flying demon warrior from the Demon Realm, earning 88,000 experience points and 1 perfect grade promotion token. Additional rewards, 8 free attribute points and 4 skill points. Trash, Baijin remarked coldly, glancing at the corpse on the ground. Not even comparable to the experience I got from the level 4 barbarian bull king back then. He understood, though, that this was because the flying demon warrior before him was merely a lower-tier enemy, while the barbarian bull king had been a yellow-tier monster, a whole grade higher in quality. Following Han Shue's prior advice, Baijin activated the extraction command on the demon warrior's corpse while silently wishing, I hope to obtain a flying demon warrior summoning skill book. Though this kind of superstitious wish-making wasn't guaranteed to work, extensive experiments had shown it did increase the odds of success. The power of the Hell Dungeon surged forth, and amidst the milky white glow, a striking crimson gleam appeared. Baijin's heart leapt with joy. He had successfully obtained the skill book on his first try. However, at that very moment, a surge of anger and desire suddenly filled the air, only to be forcefully suppressed by an unknown power. A special system notification popped up. The Demon Realm covets your strange power and seeks to challenge you. After evaluation, we have preliminarily rejected their proposal. Do you have any other intentions? Baijin carefully examined the skill book he had just acquired. Flying Demon Warrior Summoning Perfect Quality. Upon learning, you can consume level 50 mana points to summon a half-energy, half-flesh flying demon warrior of the same level. Summoning duration, 30 seconds. The casting process cannot be interrupted. Skill cooldown, 12 hours. Cannot summon multiple times simultaneously. The base stats are mediocre, but they should improve significantly after applying my talent corrections, Baijin calculated. He currently had 7 skill points, just one short of what he needed to learn the skill. Though he held 16 small experience crystals that could be used to level up and gain skill points, he wasn't in a hurry to use them. The latest system notification left him deep in thought. This strange power, coveted by the Demon Realm, was it referring to his damage immunity, his counter damage effect, or perhaps the absolute damage ability of the woodpecker skill being discovered? Each of these abilities carried hints of rule-based power, something typically exclusive to heavenly tier talents. What was even more peculiar was that he seemed to possess several such traits simultaneously. Taking a deep breath, Baijin made a request to the 9th domain's rule will. If I accept the Demon Realm's challenge, can we set the rules? You may propose rule interactions. Please state your requirements, came the instant response. Baijin immediately outlined 6 conditions. 1. The battle must be confined to this location, and the Demon Realm must not attack him directly. 2. The opponent must be a flying demon, with quality no higher than yellow tier and a level cap of 19. 3. Defeated flying demons will not grant experience, but will instead be converted into resources for upgrading skill scrolls, with additional materials provided by the ninth domain's rule will in exchange for demon corpses. 4. Any flying demon entering the space must fight until one side is completely defeated. 5. Upon the battle's conclusion, he must receive enough skill points to learn and upgrade the skill book. 6. The Demon Realm's deployment of flying demons will be limited to a one-year time frame. The system quickly responded. The Demon Realm has agreed to all your conditions. If you perish, everything will belong to the Demon Realm. Do you accept? The Demon Realm agreed instantly. Bai Jin's eyes flickered as he carefully reviewed the 6 conditions he had proposed. 110 Shin-level Iron-Blooded Battle Bull Kings, a mana source storing 1 billion mana points, and the stable energy supply within this space ensured uninterrupted mana recovery. The life space teeming with thriving flocks of Lu Hua chickens, along with ample food and water, filled him with confidence for the upcoming challenge. As for the intentionally designed loopholes, since they were deliberate, they could hardly be considered true flaws. I accept. The challenge begins in 5 minutes. With a deep and resonant moo echoing across the sky, 9 iron-blooded battle bull kings materialized out of thin air, evenly distributed across the vast platform under Bai Jin's command. Bai Jin sat firmly on the back of the 10th bull king, while a ferocious woodpecker circled warily around him. Suddenly, a crimson spatial vortex, 10 meters tall, tore through the air on the mountaintop plaza. With a single thought from Bai Jin, the 9 other iron-blooded battle bull kings quickly formed a tight defensive circle. With sharp whooshes, a horde of menacing flying demons surged out of the vortex. The King's War Roar of the 31st level Xiangrade Iron-Blooded Battle Bull Kings activated instantly, leaving the demons disoriented and plummeting to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, one Bull King unleashed a savage stomp, killing 10 flying demons on the spot. The demons dissolved into crimson light, flowing into the skill scroll in Bai Jin's hand. The air thickened with fury as more flying demons swarmed out, launching attacks the moment they appeared. However, Bai Jin's preparations gave him the upper hand, and the battle quickly turned one-sided. Even when the demons attacked, their efforts were futile against the iron-blooded battle bull kings, which boasted an additional 44,640 points of physical defense. In less than a minute, over 100 flying demons were slain in frustration, their forms dissipating into light that infused the skill scroll. A faint red glow began to emanate from the scroll, signaling its quality upgrade. With a thunderous roar, the spatial vortex suddenly expanded to nearly 100 meters tall. A massive wave of flying demons poured out like a flood. Bai Jin immediately commanded the Bull Kings to raise their heads and unleash the King's War Roar. While many demons were incapacitated and fell, some swiftly ascended and scattered. Noticing that this batch of demons carried large javelin quivers on their backs, Bai Jin nodded in satisfaction. Impressive. Such thorough preparation. These tangible weapons would soon become his spoils of war. The flying demons, like machine guns with infinite ammunition, unleashed a barrage of javelins that rained down with precision, striking the vital points of the iron-blooded battle bull kings. The iron-blooded battle bull kings, as void summons, are entities formed purely from mana and energy, inherently devoid of any weaknesses. Attacks from the flying demons aimed at their eyes or orifices were as futile as striking empty air. Even more astonishing was the fact that these colossal beings felt no pain and knew no fear, a characteristic that far surpassed the limitations of flesh-and-blood beasts controlled by beast tamers. The battle in the plaza grew increasingly intense. The iron-blooded battle bull kings adhered strictly to Bai Jin's commands. They stood tall and proud, unleashing earth-shattering roars of dominion, enveloping wave after wave of flying demons pouring through the spatial rift. Beneath the bellies of 3 of these massive bull kings, Bai Jin crouched, his scalp tingling as he watched the unending influx of Lord-level flying demon warriors. Their overwhelming numbers far exceeded his expectations, a stark contrast to the limited number of leader-class wild bulls in the Savage Beast Path dungeon he had previously encountered. At that moment, a red light suddenly burst forth from the skill scroll in Bai Jin's hand. His eyes lit up. The scroll had been upgraded to yellow tier quality. Observing the crimson light dots continuously flowing in from the outside, Bai Jin could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He had deliberately avoided restricting the number and frequency of flying demon deployments from the demon realm, precisely in the hope of advancing this skill scroll to the profound tier even higher. The demon realm had clearly exploited this loophole, not only expanding the spatial channel, but also relentlessly pouring in more combat forces. Suddenly, a noticeably larger crimson light that entered the scroll. Peering through the gaps between the iron-blooded battle bull kings, Bai Jin saw a group of 4-winged demons, each standing an imposing 3 meters tall, appear in the sky. These demons, in addition to their primary pair of wings, possessed a secondary pair of wings beneath them that were half the size of the main ones. This unique structure allowed them to achieve flawless vertical ascension. The four-winged demons demonstrated flight techniques that could only be described as artistry, maneuvering effortlessly in every direction as if the sky itself was their domain. Though Baijin couldn't discern their specific attributes, he quickly realized that these were higher-tier yellow-level monsters, as they had begun commanding the earlier batch of two-winged flying demon warriors. Baijin had held back from deploying the woodpecker, fearing that the demon realm might become cautious and reduce their forces. But now, faced with ground-bound bull-type combatants, these freely soaring demons held a clear advantage, prompting the demon realm to unleash its full strength without hesitation. Watching as one four-winged demon after another fell to the ground, Baijin began to suspect that he might have underestimated the demon realm's power. It seemed they cared little for the loss of these troops. Under the coordination of the four-winged demons, the previously disorganized two-winged flying demons began to display remarkable tactical discipline. Utilizing their high-speed flight capabilities, they would dive to the ground to retrieve javelins, then swiftly ascend to rain down a dense barrage of projectiles across the battlefield. The three iron-blooded battle bull kings beside Baijin quickly became prime targets. While the javelin attacks from the two-winged flying demons were unable to penetrate the bull king's defenses, the strikes from the four-winged demons were beginning to show signs of breaking through. Baijin's lips curled into a confident smile. On the battlefield, as he had anticipated, 300 four-winged demons focused their attacks in unison. The iron-blooded war bull kings, each with nearly 60 million health points, began losing health rapidly. The three war bull kings closest to Baijin bore the brunt of the assault, their health dropping at an alarming rate of nearly 1,000,000 per minute. Amid the relentless sounds of bombardment, the four-winged demons adjusted their tactics, concentrating their firepower on a single iron-blooded war bull king near Baijin. Meanwhile, the two-winged flying demons on the ground ceased their futile attacks, instead transforming into a support unit that continuously retrieved javelins from the ground and handed them to their four-winged counterparts in the sky. When the number of four-winged demons reached exactly 300, the spatial vortex haltingly ceased its summoning. The dense demon army in midair dominated the skies, leaving the iron-blooded war bull kings unable to reach them. For the time being, the battle turned into a one-sided barrage against Baijin's forces. Yet, Baijin remained calm, refraining from releasing his berserk woodpeckers. Instead, he focused intently on monitoring the health of the war bull king in front of him. Under the relentless volley of the 300 four-winged demons, the war bull king's health plummeted at an astonishing pace. After 3 minutes of tenacious resistance, enduring countless javelin strikes, the iron-blooded war bull king finally succumbed, its health depleted to nothing. Another war bull king nearby immediately stepped in to fill the gap, but in that brief moment of defensive lapse, Baijin inevitably endured a round of concentrated javelin fire. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance, storing away his Xiantier energy-gathering robe to avoid its destruction, a prudent move to protect the valuable equipment. As Baijin collected the fallen perfect-quality javelins, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Each of these weapons could fetch a sky-high price of several 100,000, and with 500 or 600 of them in his possession, he stood to make billions. He marveled at the extravagance of the demon realm, where even ordinary soldiers were outfitted with such an abundance of perfect-grade javelins. It was sheer opulence on an unimaginable scale. While Baijin was quietly reveling in his unexpected windfall, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the demon army above. They were finally seeing results after their sustained and intense focus fire. However, in the very next moment, with a simple thought from Baijin, a new iron-blooded war bull king materialized, replenishing the number back to 10. This scene left the four-winged demons momentarily dumbfounded, though their attack rhythm remained undeterred. 5 minutes later, another war bull king fell, and once again, Baijin swiftly replaced it. With a deafening roar, the demon realm's summoning vortex suddenly expanded, surging upwards to the ceiling of the dungeon's space, towering at an incredible height of 700 to 800 meters. Countless four-winged flying demons, each carrying a large supply of javelins, poured out of the vortex in an unending stream. Soon, the entire sky above the dungeon space was densely packed with four-winged demons, with a few trembling two-winged demons scattered among them. Focus fire, the demons roared. He's a void summoner. Once his mana runs out, it will be our chance to kill him. Fight with everything you've got. The Archlord has decreed that anyone who kills this human will be rewarded with a bloodline upgrade. The sky darkened as an impenetrable rain of javelins poured down. Even the two-winged flying demons tasked with retrieving javelins occasionally fell victim to friendly fire and were killed. Despite the overwhelming assault, Baijin remained composed. He calmly pulled out a cushion, sat down on the ground, and took out some fruit and snacks to enjoy. After all, the prolonged battle had left him feeling a bit hungry. Watching the demons circling high above just out of his immediate reach, Baijin pondered. Should he release the woodpeckers now? He felt that the time might finally be ripe. Whoosh whoosh, 10 iron-blood battle bull kings vanished in an instant, absorbed into Baijin's summoning space. He quickly packed up the unfinished fruit pastries and cautiously looked up at the sky. The air was filled with four-winged flying demons, who rejoiced at the sight. That fool actually dismissed his summoned creatures. Now's our chance. They let out piercing screeches, and countless javelins rained down like a storm. However, Bai Jin remained unscathed. He began picking up the fallen javelins with a greedy grin on his face. This is faster than picking up money, he said. Inside the summoning space, all 110 Iron Blood Battle Bull Kings maintained full health, their recovery rate far exceeding the damage they could take. Most of the javelins collided midair and fell harmlessly to the ground. Bai Jin then summoned a frenzied woodpecker, but the fragile creature, with its 10,000 health points, was instantly killed by the powerful attack of a yellow-tier four-winged flying demon. Suddenly, cries of pain and angry curses echoed from above. Who hit me? Are you blind? Most demons looked confused, but their attacks never ceased. Bai Jin continued summoning level 21 frenzied woodpeckers with 14,200 health points each. Each summon only cost him 210 mana, and his recovery rate outpaced the consumption. If not for the fear of being monitored, he would have unleashed all 110 woodpeckers at once. Whenever a woodpecker was instantly killed by the dense javelin rain, cries of pain and curses erupted from above in waves. Finally, some demons noticed a pattern. As long as they didn't attack the little bird, they wouldn't suffer backlash. But they were caught in a dilemma. If they didn't attack, they couldn't fulfill their mission, yet focusing their fire on the human inevitably led to accidentally hitting the bird. Suddenly, a four-winged flying demon viciously grabbed a two-winged flying demon and began tearing into it, devouring it in a frenzy. With every bite, its life force rapidly recovered. Soon, half of the two-winged flying demons were consumed by their own kind. Bai Jin watched in shock. Truly fitting for demons with such savage instincts, he murmured. The javelin rain ceased as the densely packed four-winged flying demons hesitated to attack further. The standoff began. Bai Jin raised his voice, his shout echoing across the skies. Demons, are you scared? If you're afraid, then surrender and call me Grandpa already. His 36 physical attribute points made his voice louder than a megaphone. Despicable human. Die. Enraged, dozens of four-winged flying demons charged straight at Bai Jin. Just as they were about to reach him, a group of Iron Blood Battle Bull Kings suddenly appeared and unleashed their king's war cry without a moment's delay. Crash. The demons, overwhelmed by the sheer number of war cries, were all stunned and fell to the ground. Bang. Bang. In a series of explosive sounds, one four-winged sky demon after another fell, their bodies dissolving into countless specks of light that flowed incessantly into the skill scroll in Bai Jin's hand. At the center of the battlefield, an iron-blooded Battle Bull King used its massive frame to pin the last four-winged sky demon to the ground, leaving only its ferocious head exposed. Bai Jin strode forward and slammed his boot down on the demon's face. Although his current strength couldn't deliver a fatal blow, the humiliating gesture was enough to enrage his opponent. He shouted, "Fight, submit, or be trampled beneath my feet in disgrace, sky demons. Make your choice." With that, he pressed down harder, grinding his boot into the demon's head. The four-winged sky demons circling above erupted in fury. "Despicable human. Submission is not an option for us. You will never humiliate us. Fight to the death." Roars of defiance echoed across the battlefield. Spears rained down like a torrential storm, and frenzied woodpeckers appeared only to be instantly slain. This time, the demons no longer screamed in pain or cursed. Instead, they hurled their spears with a near-maniacal determination. There are only two outcomes. Either we die, or we kill him. Let's see who falls firstest or his strength. Attack. If we kill him, it will all be worth it. Bai Jin smirked in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. How could powerful demons fear death? The massive vortex in the sky churned with anger, but stopped releasing new sky demons. Bai Jin felt a twinge of regret if only more sky demons could appear. Time passed, and eventually, Bai Jin noticed that the skill scroll in his hand had upgraded to a profound grade quality, unable to absorb any more light particles. Only one four-winged sky demon remained hovering in the air, glaring down at Bai Jin, who still stood full of vigor. Its eyes burned with suppressed fury. "Human, don't think you've gained the upper hand with your petty tricks this time. If it weren't for the restriction that only our Sky Demon clan could enter here, you would have long been killed by other demons. Just wait, you'll be devoured by our demon race piece by piece." Before its words fully landed, the demon launched itself at Bai Jin at an astonishing speed, spear aimed directly at his vital points. Its speed was so overwhelming that Bai Jin barely had time to react before being struck. Bang! Bai Jin quickly pulled out his Thunder Shock staff to counter, and the demon instinctively raised its spear to block. A resonating hum filled the air as the shockwave erupted, interrupting the demon's movements. Lightning followed, paralyzing the creature. The iron-blooded Battle Bull King roared in unison, unleashing its king's battle cry. The paralyzed four-winged sky demon was instantly annihilated. With a thunderous crash, The enormous teleportation vortex violently convulsed, as if brimming with endless fury, but under the suppression of the forces in this realm, it gradually dissipated. A system notification chimed. The demon realm has failed this challenge. As agreed, you have earned 32 skill points. You have mocked the demon realm and will now be regarded as an enemy. All demon clans will despise you. Baijin shrugged indifferently. Not the first time. So what if the world hates me? If they have the guts, let them come to the ninth domain and try. Bring it on. Baijin stared at the numbers fluctuating on the system panel and couldn't help but gasp this time. He had gained a whopping 32 skill points in one go. Coupled with the 14 points he had accumulated earlier, he now possessed a total of 46 skill points. The number filled him with both excitement and concern, as he was nearing the upper limit of 50 skill points that could be obtained at the first tier. His gaze shifted to the distant experiments being conducted at the Super Academy. Deep inside, he hoped they might uncover a way to break through the limitations of attribute and skill points. Otherwise, his only option would be to advance to the second tier as soon as possible. Fortunately, this dungeon had rewarded him with a first-tier promotion certificate of perfect quality, which would allow him to advance directly once he met the required level and experience. Reflecting on his summon Iron-Blooded Bull King skill, Baijin recalled that although it was now of profound grade quality, it had originally been of yellow grade and had cost him 16 skill points to learn. Its upgrade to profound grade without additional skill points was thanks to the source skill points he had gained upon advancing to the first tier. These rare source skill points only appeared during tier advancements, and each person was limited in the number of skills they could source enhance. To date, no one had discovered any other way to obtain source skill points. Baijin carefully reviewed the details of the newly acquired Summon Six-Winged Flying Demon Commander skill. It consumed level 300 mana points to summon a semi-energy, semi-flesh Six-Winged Flying Demon Commander of the same level. The summon lasted 60 seconds, the casting process could not be interrupted, and the skill had a cooldown of 36 hours, with no possibility of simultaneous summons. The skill evolved with its quality from the yellow grade 4-winged Flying Demon Captain to the perfect grade Flying Demon Warrior, and now to the profound grade 6-winged Flying Demon Commander. Learn the skill, Summon 6-winged Flying Demon Commander. Baijin decisively gave the command. The system immediately responded, 32 skill points consumed. Summon 6-winged Flying Demon Commander skill successfully learned. Instantly, his supreme summoning talent was triggered, automatically optimizing the skill. To his delight, the skill evolved directly into Summon 6-winged Flying Demon Overlord, marked as profound grade, exclusive, and with 110x summoning potential. The updated skill description revealed that he could now summon up to 110 semi-energy, semi-flesh 6-winged Flying Demon Overlords of the same level, consuming level 300 mana points. The summoning time was reduced to 6 seconds, casting became immune to standard interruptions, and the cooldown dropped to 3.6 hours. However, once the 110 summon limit was reached, no further summons could be made. Although Baijin didn't know the exact attributes of the original commanders, he was well aware of one thing in the demon race, where power determined hierarchy. Overlords undoubtedly held a far higher status than commanders. Combined with the 110x summoning enhancement brought by his supreme summoning talent, the potential of this skill was simply unimaginable. Taking a deep breath, Baijin gently closed his eyes. With a single thought, his entire figure vanished from where he stood. Baijin decisively made his choice, switching from the Hell level dungeon to the normal level dungeon. Without hesitation, he began casting a summoning spell, aiming to call forth a massive legion of 6-winged Flying Demon Commanders. A crimson summoning array appeared around him, densely covering the ground. Each level 11 6-winged Flying Demon Commander required 3,300 mana points to summon, and summoning 110 of them would consume a total of 363,000 mana. Such an enormous expenditure would be unimaginable for most, but for Baijin, who possessed the source of mana, it was a trivial matter. 6 seconds later, 110 terrifying demon commanders lined up in an orderly formation. Each stood 5 meters tall, with ferocious faces, razor-sharp fangs, and bodies covered in fine crimson scales that resembled intricately crafted fish-scale armor. Their most striking feature was their 3 pairs of wings, one primary pair on their backs, large and fully extended, and 2 smaller, yet equally formidable auxiliary pairs below. The system immediately displayed the detailed attributes of these demon commanders. Mysterious rank, Tier 1, Level 1. Health, 7.04 million 7.04 million. Energy, 7.04 million 7.04 million. Defense strength, 71. Physical defense, 8,800. Magic defense, 17,600. Physical attack, 35,200. They possessed 4 innate abilities: flight, extreme ferocity, command demons, and demon scales, as well as 3 combat skills: javelin throw, frenzied battle, and high-speed flight. The moment the summoning was complete, Baijin received a boost from the innate ability feedback. However, the system prompt left him slightly frustrated. Off the 4 innate abilities, only Demon Scales was usable. The other 3 were unavailable due to various incompatibilities. Flight was inaccessible due to his physical structure. Extreme Ferocity was blocked due to his temperament, and Command Demons was unattainable because of his species. Are you kidding me? 3 out of 4 abilities and I can't use them? Baijin couldn't help but complain. What he had anticipated most was the flight ability, which would have allowed him to soar freely through the skies. He had also been somewhat looking forward to Extreme Ferocity if he could obtain it. It might have toughened up his otherwise soft and refined appearance, making him seem more masculine. Fortunately, the Demon Scales ability, a temporary mysterious rank talent, had a decent effect. It provided an additional boost to physical defense level 1 and magic defense level 2, while significantly increasing resistance to blunt and piercing damage. Its effect was comparable to an indestructible defense, focusing more on magic resistance. Baijin silently noted the effects of the other abilities. Flight allowed the user to move effortlessly in the air, whether ascending vertically, retreating, hovering, or maneuvering sideways. Extreme Ferocity, on the other hand, was a typical demonic trait that drove the user to take pleasure in slaughter, erasing any sense of morality or compassion. Baijin, however, was unfazed by teas she had learned back in high school, long before awakening, that one should never show sympathy to beings from other worlds, as doing so could easily lead to disaster. Baijin stood still, lost in thought. The concept of life in otherworldly dimensions was indeed a subject of debate. Not all beings from these realms were powerful. Many were ordinary creatures no different from humans. Particularly in humanoid worlds, the inhabitants often treated intruding professionals with friendliness. However, the majority of professionals, Baijin included, adhered to the belief that those who are not of our kind must have different intentions, maintaining a guarded stance. He carefully examined the newly acquired abilities of the 6-winged Sky Demon Commander. Its Demon Domination effect granted this formidable creature a natural command over weaker sky demons, and even exerted some influence on other weaker types of demons. However, it remained uncertain whether this innate ability would work on his void summons, as these creatures were semi-energy, semi-flesh constructs formed from mana and energy, devoid of souls. From the data, due to level restrictions and the lack of additional innate talents, the attributes of the 6-winged Sky Demon Commander were indeed inferior to those of the iron-blooded War Bull King. Yet, as a flying ranged combatant, its exceptional mobility allowed it to evade most attacks. What intrigued Baijin the most was its unique trait, Guaranteed Hit. After carefully sensing its capabilities, Baijin was moderately satisfied with this ability. The Guaranteed Hit effect lived up to its name, but came with specific limitations. As long as the target's evasion speed did not exceed the 6-winged Sky Demon Commander's flight speed, its thrown javelins would inevitably hit. However, the target needed to be within the demon's line of sight and unobstructed, or the effect would be nullified. At that moment, Baijin gained a deeper understanding of the saying, space reigns supreme. For mages like Murong Xiaobing, who could manipulate space, an ability like Guaranteed Hit was virtually useless. However, such spatial mages were exceedingly rare, their numbers few enough to count on one hand. Unlike the iron-blooded War Bull King, the 6-winged Sky Demon Commander relied on energy points instead of stamina. This distinction stemmed from its combat style, consuming energy to conjure javelins for attacks. As for the remaining 7 skill points and 12 free attribute points, Baijin decided to hold off on using them. Since the Super Divine Academy was conducting experiments to break attribute limits, he planned to return to the first-tier battlefield and accumulate 100 life blood crystals and mana crystals before making any decisions. After quickly clearing the deliberately chosen normal difficulty dungeon, Baijin returned to the Super Divine Academy, following 3 teleportations. The entire process took over 10 hours, most of which was spent on the final battle. Upon arriving at the academy gates, a graceful young woman approached him. "My lord, this way, please." Soon, Baijin found himself back at the Valkyrie Battle Corps' think tank headquarters. Han Shui greeted him with joy. "My lord, is it done?" Baijin nodded in confirmation. "My lord, please follow me." Led by Han Shui, who exuded an air of intellectual elegance, Baijin arrived at a massive experimental site. Han Shui explained in detail. "My lord, the Sky Demon Warriors use javelins for ranged attacks. After mastering the skill, since the Sky Demon Warriors are energy constructs, you should be able to condense javelins by consuming internal energy for attacks. However, the energy javelins are rather ordinary in effect, so we've prepared 500 perfect quality javelins for you. The equipment department is still producing more, but these are for your preliminary use." Baijin gazed at the javelins before him, each about 1 meter long and only 2 centimeters thick, his brows furrowing slightly. Noticing his doubt, Han Shui guided him toward the 3 neatly arranged piles of javelins. Han Shui stood at the edge of the field, pointing at the neatly arranged javelins in front of her as she explained in detail to Baijin. "These 500 javelins have all been engraved with special runes. Among them, 200 are inscribed with explosive flame runes. Once they hit a target, they unleash a massive burst of fire, not only damaging the target, but also affecting the surrounding area. Another 200 are equipped with ice explosion runes. Upon impact, they create a freezing explosion, inflicting ice damage and temporarily freezing the target. The last 100 are marked with slowing runes, which produce a large-scale slowing effect upon contact, making them an excellent tool for controlling the battlefield. My lord, you can practice commanding the flying demon warriors to use these special javelins here and prepare for entering the Tier 1 battlefield space later. Baijin carefully examined the javelins. While he was satisfied with their effects, his brows furrowed slightly. Their size seemed suitable for ordinary flying demon warriors, but his summoned creature was a 5-meter 6-winged flying demon commander. Miss Han Shui, these javelins are too short and thin. Their size isn't quite right. Ah. Han Shui's cheeks suddenly flushed red, and she appeared somewhat flustered. Baijin couldn't help but wonder why this woman seemed to get shy for no apparent reason. My lord, how thick and long do you need them to be? Han Shui asked softly, a flicker of barely noticeable anticipation in her eyes. Baijin estimated carefully based on the physique of the 6-winged flying demon commander. About 3 meters long and 15 centimeters in diameter should suffice. Huh? That long? That thick? Han Shui waved her hands hurriedly. My lord, the flying demon warriors won't be able to use javelins of that size at all. After pondering for a moment, Baijin decided to reveal a glimpse of his true power. Showing just one summoned creature would be enough. Miss Han Shui, I've had some unique opportunities. Please take a look at this. Before he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared, and a massive 6-winged flying demon commander materialized out of thin air, hovering several meters in front of them. So big. Han Shui was stunned, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the colossal creature. My lord, what kind of summoned creature is this? A Shantir 6-winged flying demon commander, Baijin said frankly. In the face of a major force like the Valkyrie Battle Corps, there was no need to hide such things. Han Shui took a deep breath, her chest visibly rising and falling. Baijin couldn't help but notice her impressive figure. She quickly pulled out a tablet and began tapping on the screen with her slender fingers. The final boss in the Flying Demon Mountain Hell difficulty instance is the Flying Demon Warrior, which is a restriction of the dungeon, Han Shui explained, her tone becoming steady and confident as she entered professional mode. Based on the intelligence we have on the Demon Realm, the Flying Demon race is an exceptionally powerful one. 4-winged Flying Demon captains are typically of Huang-tier quality. Above them are Shantir 6-winged Flying Demon generals. Your 6-winged Flying Demon commander is nearly a meter taller than the standard general, indicating it's an even rarer Shantir existence. She immediately sent out a message, her tone turning crisp and professional. Please wait a moment. The think tank team is on their way. We'll conduct a comprehensive test on this summoned creature's capabilities and tailor the most suitable weapons and tactical systems for you. Baijin nodded silently, marveling at the strength of such a powerful organization. With such robust support, it was undoubtedly far superior to going it alone. The sound of hurried footsteps grew closer and closer as a group of men and women in research uniforms briskly made their way to the destination. Their eyes glimmered with fervent anticipation. Upon arrival, they swiftly retrieved various tables, chairs, and research equipment from their storage units, methodically setting everything up in an orderly fashion. Team leader, a female researcher asked Han Shui expectantly. Before Han Shui could respond, a figure had already appeared before the group. Greetings, Commander, the research team members called out respectfully in unison. The newcomer was none other than Murong Xiaobing, the Legion commander of the 1st Corps of the Valkyrie Battle Regiment and a 5th-tier space mage emperor. Well, Murong Xiaobing observed Baijin with keen interest. 6-winged sky demon commander Baijin quite impressive indeed. Her gaze seemed to pierce through Baijin's mask, as if attempting to discern the face beneath. Ice Emperor. Sister Xiaobing. Baijin started to address her as Ice Emperor, but quickly changed his tone under her meaningful look. Han Shui and the others tactfully lowered their heads, pretending not to notice. Baijin, did you somehow attract the attention of the Demon Realm, engage them in additional battles, and ultimately acquire a more powerful skill book? Murong Xiaobing asked with certainty. Baijin nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to recount the events following the defeat of the Hell Dungeon's Sky Demon Warrior, omitting the detail of his 110x summoning talent. His story immediately sparked heated discussions and analysis among the nearly 100 think tank members present. Enough, Murong Xiaobing raised her hand to signal. Analyze this 6-winged Sky Demon commander's capabilities and devise suitable weapons and strategies. No sooner had she finished speaking than a team of think tank members stepped forward to begin their work. Employing their various abilities, they quickly recorded the demon commander's physical data and conducted a series of attack tests. Commander, Lord Baijin, a researcher reported excitedly. Based on the 6-winged Sky Demon commander's physical structure, we will customize 30 different types of javelins. Once tested in action, we can determine the optimal type. Good. Start crafting a batch immediately, Murong Xiaobing ordered. Understood. By Jean, go and rest. Replenish your mana source. Later, you'll be needed to fight in the Tier 1 battlefield. Before she finished speaking, Bai Jin had already been teleported back to the training area within the palace. He lay on a large bed in the rest area, dressed in a mana-enhancing robe, quickly recovering the vast amount of mana he had expended earlier. After Bai Jin left, a think tank member respectfully approached Murong Xiaobing to report, "Commander, we've analyzed Lord Bai Jin's account. While the general direction seems truthful, the credibility of the combat details is below 3. Oh, Commander, there's a 99.9 probability that Lord Bai Jin's power far exceeds our current understanding. This battle with the Sky Demon clan likely dealt a significant blow to the demons." The think tank member reported solemnly. The think tank members analyzed. The conditions proposed by Lord Bai Jin during the battle did indeed contain some deliberate loopholes. The demon realm, driven by greed, ended up suffering a silent loss. Murong Xiaobing nodded slightly, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. These secrets and trump cards are advantageous. No need to dwell on them too much. As for Bai Jin's specific situation, it's enough that you know about it to transmit the data to the battle regiment. He's unaffiliated now, and if the other regiments find out, they might resort to underhanded tactics to recruit him. Understood. Rest assured, Commander, Lord Bai Jin will undoubtedly become a member of the 1st Regiment. Everyone replied in unison. Han Shui asked seriously, "Commander, should we use some of the methods you mentioned earlier to win over Lord Bai Jin in advance? That way, we can ensure everything goes smoothly." "No need," Murong Xiaobing replied with a faint smile. "His sister, Lu Ruyan, is already part of our 1st Regiment. That's sufficient. Besides, Snow Girl." She gave Han Shui a meaningful look. "Don't always be so eager to dig into others' secrets. Even if you mean no harm, it can easily upset people. Don't you have some little secrets of your own that you'd rather keep to yourself?" Han Shui's face immediately turned red, but before she could respond, Murong Xiaobing's figure had already vanished. Taking a deep breath, Han Shui quickly composed herself and returned to work. Over an hour later, Bai Jin's source of magic had replenished to 1 billion magic points. After eating, his physical attributes increased slightly as well. "Miss Han Shui, I have fully recovered." Bai Jin sent a message. "My lord, a vehicle is ready at the palace entrance to take you directly to your destination," Han Shui replied. Stepping out of the palace, Bai Jin saw a car waiting outside. The guards informed him that it was a special vehicle sent by the Valkyrie regiment and had been waiting for some time. "Very well, I'll depart now. If my sister returns, please explain the situation to her." "Rest assured, my lord, we will inform Miss Lu." However, Han Shui hesitated, her tone slightly worried. "Your physical attributes are still relatively low, so please exercise caution." Arriving at the familiar large experimental zone, Bai Jin saw dozens of piles of javelins of various sizes and shapes already prepared. A staff member approached and explained, "My lord, all types of javelins are ready. Please summon the 6-winged flying demon commander for live testing, and we will monitor and analyze the results in real time." Bai Jin nodded and immediately summoned the 6-winged flying demon commander. 2 team members equipped it with a specially designed quiver capable of holding 60 metal javelins without compromising its flight or combat abilities. On the testing grounds, rows of densely packed energy combat dolls were already in position. Javelins of all kinds were launched continuously as the think tank members meticulously recorded data. These Rini-engraved javelins demonstrated astonishing power, far surpassing the ordinary javelins previously used by the 4-winged flying demon captains. A blazing javelin shot through the air, erupting into a sea of flames within a range of several dozen meters. In addition to its powerful impact, it also inflicted ongoing damage through its searing flames. The power of the Iceburst javelin is truly astonishing. Every time a javelin strikes the ground, it instantly freezes the surrounding area, not only dealing significant damage, but also restricting enemy movement. Meanwhile, the slowing javelin serves a different purpose. As Han Shui pointed out, its primary value lies in control rather than destruction. Despite their impressive power, these javelins have a critical weakness: they are single-use weapons. The force of the rune explosion destroys them completely after use. After a 20-minute experiment, a group of analysts immediately began processing the data. One of them quickly stepped forward to report to Bai Jin, "My lord, based on our evaluations, your 6-winged flying demon commander is best suited for javelins measuring 2.6 meters in length, 13 centimeters in diameter, and weighing between 800 and 1,000 kilograms. These specifications have already been sent to the equipment department, and they will prioritize producing a batch for your use." Bai Jin nodded slightly, acknowledging that the professional assessment was far more accurate than his own rough estimates. Another analyst added, "My lord, our calculations show that your 6-winged flying demon commander can fire 5 energy javelins per second. For physical javelins, the firing speed increases to 10 per second, and with assistance in reloading, It can even reach 12 per second. The slower firing speed of energy javelins is due to the time required to gather energy. Additionally, each energy javelin consumes 10,000 energy points from the commander's reserves. Please keep this in mind. Bai Jin nodded repeatedly, finding the precise data invaluable for understanding how to use the javelins effectively. At this moment, Han Shui stepped forward in her high heels, her eyes sparkling with excitement. My lord, before we fully understood your specific needs, we produced a batch of smaller javelins. This includes 15,000 explosive flame javelins, 8,000 ice burst javelins, and 5,000 slowing javelins. While these may not be suitable for your six-winged flying demon commander, you can try using them yourself. Me? I don't think that's a good idea. I have no experience and might miss the target. Bai Jin quickly shook his head, worried that such wide-area weapons could accidentally harm his summoned creatures. A sly glint flickered in Han Shui's eyes as she smiled brightly. My lord, everyone starts out inexperienced. You just need more practice. The corners of Bai Jin's mouth twitched slightly beneath his mask. He recalled his aunt's earlier advice regarding the Valkyrie Battle Corps. This elite force, directly under the Domain Lord's command, was originally composed entirely of women. Due to internal conflicts, they began accepting exceptional male members. Despite this, women still made up over 90 of the Corps, including its support divisions. These female warriors were all extraordinarily powerful and had exceptionally high standards, with few men ever catching their attention. This led to a unique phenomenon. The Corps contained many highly skilled female warriors who had retained their purity. Outwardly composed, they often concealed an inner restlessness, making their contrast all the more striking. Han Shui's eyes sparkled with intelligence as she explained to Bai Jin in detail. My lord, the utility of these rune javelins extends far beyond long-range attacks. You can absolutely use them as melee weapons, as the activation of their runes is extremely simple. Once triggered, you'll remain unharmed, while your enemies will suffer devastating damage. A sly glint appeared in her eyes as she added, imagine this. You personally step onto the battlefield, feigning weakness to lure the enemy, only to suddenly unleash the power of the runes. What a spectacular sight that would be. Brilliant. Bai Jin's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise her. As expected from someone with ties to a major power, this kind of unexpected tactic never crossed my mind. He then gestured for Han Shui to step back for a moment. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of javelins, each 2 meters long and 10 centimeters thick, neatly arranged themselves on the ground. These were weapons left behind by a four-winged flying demon captain in a previous instance. Though slightly smaller in size, they were solidly crafted from metal. Han Shui immediately understood his intent. My lord, the material of these javelins is perfect for crafting rune javelins. They will be reforged to match the specifications suited for a six-winged flying demon commander, she added thoughtfully. However, considering the destructive power of rune javelins might severely damage the void demon corpses, we'll also prepare a batch of ordinary javelins without runes for you to choose from based on the situation. Bai Jin silently marveled at the thoroughness of this intelligent and composed woman. The efficiency of the top-tier forces in the 9th domain was indeed remarkable. In less than half an hour, the newly crafted javelins were delivered. These javelins were 2.6 meters long and 13 centimeters in diameter. Their surfaces were covered with fine grooves to ensure perfect grip for the six-winged flying demon commander. The tips were specially designed with sharp edges to enhance flight speed and inflict additional damage. The batch of weapons included 300 standard javelins without runes, 100 explosive flame javelins, 100 ice explosion javelins, 50 slowing javelins. The explosive flame javelins were of perfect quality, boasting 1,600 points of physical attack. They could inflict up to 15,000 points of explosive damage and 6,000 points of flame damage, with the fire covering an area with a 100-meter diameter. The javelins were inscribed with perfect-grade explosive flame runes and filled with perfect-grade explosive flame crystal powder. They could be triggered either by impact or energy activation. The ice explosion javelins were also of perfect quality, with 1,600 points of physical attack. They could deal up to 12,000 points of ice explosion damage and 6,000 points of freezing damage, affecting an area with the same 100-meter diameter. These javelins were inscribed with perfect-grade ice explosion runes and filled with perfect-grade freezing crystal powder, with the same activation methods as the explosive flame javelins. The slowing javelins, made from the same material, had a unique function. Upon activation, they did not cause any direct damage but instead created a 100-meter diameter zone of slow effect. This abundant supply of javelins was more than sufficient to handle the intense battles of a Tier 1 battlefield. Bai Jin carefully examined the spear in his hand. These weapons featured two unique activation mechanisms. The first was impact-based. As long as the spear struck its target, the rune's power would activate immediately, dealing tremendous damage. The second was energy-triggered. The user could inject mana by gripping a specially designed energy input area on the spear, precisely controlling the flow and amount of energy to adjust the timing of the rune's explosion at will. Putting the spear away, Bai Jin looked up at Han Shui beside him. The intelligent and composed woman nodded slightly, her voice gentle yet commanding. My lord, please follow me. The dedicated dungeon entrance is just ahead. Before long, an ancient-looking teleportation gate appeared before them. Han Shui, her expression serious, gave a solemn reminder. My lord, while we've assessed that you are capable of dominating a first-tier battlefield, nothing is ever absolute. Your safety is the top priority. The tactical plans we've provided are for reference only. You are not bound to them. If you encounter an unmanageable situation, you must retreat immediately through the safety zone's teleportation array. Bai Jin nodded in agreement and then connected to the real dungeon. As light and shadow intertwined, his figure disappeared. Han Shui turned back to the tactical team and issued clear orders. Everyone, split into 4 groups. The first group will remain here. Groups 2 and 3 will monitor the 2 teams from the Sky-class division, while the 4th group will oversee the 10 teams from the Earth-class division. I will periodically gather everyone to consolidate and analyze all information. Understood. The team responded in unison, and the 3 groups quickly moved to their respective positions. A system notification sounded in Bai Jin's ear. You have entered first-tier battlefield number 11. The Void Demonic Realm is deploying its forces. Please remain in the safety zone for now. Scanning his surroundings, he noted that the scene was identical to the last time. 5 minutes later, another notification arrived. The Void Demonic Realm has deployed 8 first-tier combat units with power far exceeding ours. Proceed with caution. This battlefield is co-constructed by both sides, and friendly fire immunity is disabled. Avoid harming allies. The battlefield's spatial map has been generated. Bai Jin focused on the map. Blue represented the 9th domain, while red marked the Void Demonic Realm's territory. 8 conspicuous red dots caught his attention, and he began to ponder. Last time, they deployed over 30 first-tier combatants per battlefield. Why only 8 this time? Could it be that their previous losses have made them more cautious? Or are these 8 combatants the elite of the elite? He decided to test a new strategy. Instead of summoning the Iron-Blood War Bull King or the Frenzied Woodpecker as he usually did, he called forth a 6-winged flying demon commander. Go. Eliminate all targets, but maintain air superiority and use the spear for long-range sniping. With Bai Jin's command, the 6-winged demon vanished from sight in an instant, moving so fast it surpassed the limits of his vision. At the same time, the 8 void demonic combatants began casting spells, summoning waves of battle units that advanced toward Bai Jin's position in overwhelming numbers. A fierce and thrilling battle was about to unfold. The 8 void demons cautiously remained within the boundaries of the safe zone, waiting for the summoned creatures to disperse before beginning to recover their strength. Above them, the 6-winged sky demon commander unfurled its massive wings, slicing through the air with astonishing speed. While its attack frequency couldn't match the furious woodpecker's 156 strikes per second, the 5 transparent javelins it hurled each second carried devastating lethality. The javelins rained down with unerring precision, obliterating the summoned creatures wherever they landed. The sudden onslaught left the 8 void demons in shock. They barely had any time to react before their summoned creatures were completely annihilated. This is a Tier 1 powerhouse of the human race, one of the void demons stammered, trembling. Could it be the energy thread manipulator mentioned by the United Command? Another chimed in. Only someone of his strength could annihilate our summons in an instant. We're no match for him at all. They anxiously discussed their next move. At that moment, one of the void demons suddenly pointed to the sky, his voice filled with terror. Look over there. Boom. The remaining 7 void demons looked up, only to see a monstrous and terrifying figure blocked by the light barrier of the safe zone. It was the 6-winged sky demon commander, glaring down at the void demons below with bloodthirsty eyes. In comparison to this horrifying entity, the void demons, known for their ferocity, seemed as meek as lambs. The 8 void demons locked eyes with the airborne monster, and a bone-chilling dread surged through them. The innate savagery of the 6-winged sky demon commander was fully unleashed the moment it encountered its prey. The 8 void demons were initially terrified, but upon seeing the horrifying creature blocked outside the safe zone's barrier, they breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly regained their composure and began analyzing the situation. Quick, sketch that monster's appearance, one of the void demons urged urgently. Immediately, several companions pulled out tools and began rapidly sketching the creature's form. This monster has no soul. It's a summoned entity. Another void demon observed and analyzed. It's the same type as the giant bull mentioned by the Unified Combat Department, another creation of the human void summoners. Who would have thought the humans have produced such a powerful summoner again? Someone sighed. With the strength of this creature, the opponent can easily secure victory while staying within the safe zone. The group quickly accepted the inevitability of their defeat. To assess the true strength of the monster, they began summoning various creatures and sending them out one after another. However, each summoned creature was instantly annihilated by the six-winged sky demon commander using energy javelins, leaving no time to react. By the time the 8 void demons had exhausted their power, they still couldn't determine the upper limits of the monster's strength. Retreat, the leader ordered. We've at least completed the strength assessment. It far surpasses all of us. The rest will be handled by the Unified Combat Department. After the 8 void demons left through the teleportation array, Jean stood in place, perplexed. By all logic, with the speed of the six-winged sky demon commander, it should have broken into the void demon's safe zone by now. Yet, the 8 red dots remained, and not even a combat notification had appeared. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. The void demons have all retreated. Our side has secured victory in this battlefield battle. Additionally, Jean received a small experience crystal as a reward. Damn it, Jean couldn't help but curse. The rewards this time were far too meager, hadn't even managed to obtain a single void demon corpse to extract life essence crystals or mana crystals through flesh refinement. He silently vowed that next time, he would personally join the fight and never rely solely on summoned creatures again. As he left the battlefield and returned to his original position, the crisp sound of high heels approached from afar. Han Shui, with her graceful figure, walked toward him with quick and confident strides in her towering heels. Her unique intellectual charm caught Jin's attention. Although she couldn't quite rival the beauty of his aunt and younger sister, she possessed a distinct allure. "Sir, how did the battle go?" Han Shui asked softly. "Do you need me to escort you to the flesh refinement area?" Seeing her eager expression, Jin had no choice but to recount the details of the battle. Han Shui listened with bright eyes, nodding repeatedly, clearly fascinated by the events of the fight. "Sir, the void demons have started imitating our tactics," Han Shui reported to Jin with a grave expression. "Based on today's battles, they are now employing strategies to command summoned creatures in combat. Statistics show that we achieved 5 wins and suffered 8 losses today." Jin was taken aback upon hearing this. He quickly calculated the current combat strength of the Super Divine Academy in his mind. Aside from himself operating solo, the 10 members of the Heaven class were split into 2 teams, while the 48 members of the Earth class were divided into 11 teams, making a total of 13 combat squads. This meant every team had engaged in battle today. "What are the casualties?" Jin asked in a low voice. Han Shui's expression darkened further. "The Earth class has suffered significant losses. 2 squads were completely wiped out, resulting in 9 deaths. 3 more members were lost across other squads. In total, 12 individuals have fallen, leaving only 36 members in the Earth class." Hearing about the tragic loss of these promising talents, Jin fell silent. Although he was not yet familiar with the Earth class members, they were the elite awakeners of the 9th realm this year. Losing them like this was truly heartbreaking. Didn't the Super Divine Academy provide them with appropriate equipment? Jin asked softly. Han Shui shook her head slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "You misunderstand, sir. Every Earth class member is equipped with yellow-grade weapons and armor, along with ample supplies and tools. If their abilities allowed it, securing higher-grade equipment would not have been an issue." She paused before continuing. "The Super Divine Academy is the 9th realm's premier development academy, surpassing even the top 10 pioneer academies in status. With the support of the 10 Great Corps, neglecting its students would be unthinkable." In fact, Han Shui's tone became more respectful. "Recognizing your potential, you have already been granted the same privileges as Zhuge Luyuan and Lu Ruyan. The Ice Emperor himself has shown special favor by obtaining for you that rare summoning skill book with a 10-fold enhancement." Jin suddenly realized the truth. Previously, he had assumed that, as someone admitted with ordinary talent, the Academy had adopted a harsh, survival-off-thefitist training approach. In reality, it wasn't until he successfully cleared the first-tier battlefield on his own that the Academy began investing in him as a priority. Han Shui continued. "The early activation of the first-tier battlefield was indeed unexpected. It was originally scheduled to be completed a month later, but unforeseen circumstances forced us to respond hastily. Due to a lack of understanding of the battlefield's conditions, we failed to prevent too many teams from entering the other day. Now that we have gathered more information, we will conduct specialized training and reorganize the remaining members moving forward." Her gaze toward Jin was filled with admiration. "With the Heaven class, and especially your presence, repeated evaluations suggest that we have a significant chance of victory in the first-tier battlefield. By the way," Jin voiced his concern, "I just tried re-entering the battlefield, but the system notified me that residual spatial energy from the battlefield still lingers on me, and I need to wait for it to dissipate before entering again. Is that another form of restriction?" Han Shui nodded slightly, her expression carrying a trace of apology. "This adjustment was made by the 9th domain after the first battle. In hindsight, it may have been a bit inconsiderate. If we had known about your situation earlier, we wouldn't have imposed a limit on the number of challenges. Please rest assured, we will conduct multiple rounds of analysis and propose rule modifications. By then, You'll be free to showcase your abilities on the Tier 1 battlefield. All right, I'll head back for now. Just call me when the time comes, Bai Jin said succinctly. Understood, sir. Please go and rest. Your sister has been asking about your whereabouts several times. Following the Ice Emperor's instructions, I told her you were with him. Bai Jin turned and left, sighing inwardly. This will only deepen my sister's misunderstanding. However, thinking it over, showcasing his talent a little and gaining such attention was indeed a great fortune. The resources he had access to now were proof of that benefits that even students in the heavier classes might not receive, such as the rare mana source, let alone the tenfold summoning special skill book. But fully exposing his strength might lead to consequences far beyond favorable treatment. With the development of the professional system, who's to say there aren't ways to strip someone of their talents? At his current Tier 1 power level, he wouldn't be able to handle such threats. A car was already waiting outside and swiftly drove him home. As he stepped inside, Bai Jin saw his younger sister chatting happily with Yang Lin on the sofa, both of them wearing bright, cheerful smiles. Noticing that Zhuge Luyun and Yang Wei were absent, he greeted them briefly and prepared to head upstairs, only to be stopped by his sister grabbing his arm. Bro, don't run away. Sister Yang Lin is amazing. Let me tell you, this is not about setting you up with someone, it's just making a friend. Her grip surprised Bai Jin. With his 37 points in physical attributes, he found himself completely outmatched. Even more unexpectedly, this tugging didn't seem to transfer to the Iron Blood Battle Ox King. Sister Lin, add him as a friend. My brother's great at chatting. Mom hasn't scolded him since we were kids. Lu Rian said teasingly as she deftly unlocked Bai Jin's phone and helped Yang Lin add him as a contact. Bro, why are you still wearing a mask at home? Take it off, then let go of my hand first. Bai Jin sighed helplessly, glaring at his sister. Lu Rian stuck out her tongue playfully before releasing his arm. After removing his mask, Bai Jin noticed Yang Lin looking at him with a warm smile, her gaze focused and bright. Bro, I've got good news for you, Lu Rian said excitedly. Sister Lin's physical attributes have already surpassed 80 points. Zhuge Luyun and I have also broken past 80 points in soul attributes. Who knows, in a few days, we might even test if we can break the 100-point cap for Tier 1 attributes. Bai Jin was startled. Wait, you're still at Tier 1 level 0? You haven't even allocated your free attribute points from advancing. Lu Ruyan and Yang Lin nodded in unison. That's right. We could try now if we wanted, just by allocating the points. But there's a chance we might hit a cap at 100 points and can't increase further. The Super God Academy has strict requirements for attribute enhancement. Students must first strive to raise their attributes to 100 points through their own efforts before attempting other methods of improvement. If they encounter a bottleneck, they can rely on the automatic 1-point attribute increase gained during level-ups to try and break through the limit. Bai Jin nodded slightly, reflecting on his current soul attribute of 71 points. Most of these points came from the allocation of free attribute points, as he had yet to obtain any special items to enhance his soul attribute. In comparison, the members of the heaven-level class clearly had an advantage in this regard. Brother, I have something really interesting to tell you. Lu Rian suddenly leaned in, her eyes glinting mischievously. Do you remember the special contract Summoner Mom mentioned back at the Misty Sea Base City? The one who could only summon goblins. Bai Jin nodded in response, memories surfacing. This was indeed a funny story shared by their aunt, who had learned about it through the Valkyrie Battle Group's intelligence network. She had laughed about it for a long time. To be honest, as Bai Jin interacted more with the Valkyrie Battle Group members, he increasingly felt that his retired aunt wasn't exactly normal either. Guess what, brother? Lu Rian said excitedly. This morning, Mentor Lei Hong introduced a new instructor. Lined, she's the very summoner who can only contract goblins. What? Bai Jin's eyes widened in surprise before realization dawned on him. No wonder I thought her ears and eyes looked different this morning. She's a half-elf. Exactly, Lu Rian said enthusiastically. And Mentor Leah's combat techniques are incredible, not at all like Mentor Lei Hong, who's been out of touch with the world for over a decade. Even Yang Lin, who had been quietly smiling, nodded in agreement. Brother, Linjia and I also heard a super juicy piece of news from the Valkyrie Battle Group's think tank. Lu Rian leaned in closer to Bai Jin, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Bai Jin raised an eyebrow. Considering the malevolent nature of goblins, he braced himself for something that might challenge his worldview. Noticing Jince and Qinghe, who had just delivered fruit and were now eavesdropping behind him, he cleared his throat. Little sister, if it's an inappropriate story, maybe it's better not to share it in front of so many people. Lu Rian turned to the two maids. Jinseji, Kingaji, why is my brother being so formal with you? Is it because you haven't been taking good enough care of him? Hey, ow, brother, you hit me. Lu Rian exclaimed dramatically. Just wait until we get home, I am telling Mom. This playful exchange instantly lightened the mood. Bai Jin looked at his sister, feeling a sense of relief. He had initially worried that her outstanding beauty might make her a target of envy or unwanted attention at the Pioneer Academy. But reality proved otherwise. She had built strong relationships with her classmates, and even the mentors treated her with special care. In contrast, Bai Jin himself had been mocked by mentor Lei Hong as a pretty boy on multiple occasions. Brother, do you know? Lu Rian's eyes sparkled with gossip, undeterred even after Bai Jin lightly tapped her on the head. Mentor Leah's father died during a dungeon raid, and her mother the elf, can you guess what she did afterward? Have you heard about the 5th-tier battle emperor from the 9th domain? Little sister Lu Rian's eyes sparkled with gossip, and Bai Jin couldn't help but perk up his ears. That battle emperor is quite the legendary figure, Lu Rian continued in a lowered voice. He was originally summoned from another world by a female contract summoner. The two got to know each other, fell in love, and eventually, the battle emperor chose to forego his chance to return to his original world. He decided to stay in the 9th domain and quickly gained recognition from the higher-ups. His strength is outstanding even among 5th-tier warriors, and his devotion to the contract summoner is undeniable. As Lu Rian spoke, Jinx and Qinghe, two young women who had just graduated from the Valkyrie Pioneering Academy, widened their eyes in amazement. The battle emperor often shares his power to help the summoner grow stronger. However, Lu Rian gave a meaningful smile. In return, the summoner has to bear him a child every year. By now, they already have 8 or 9 children. But what's even more fascinating is what happened later. Lu Rian lowered her voice further. There was an elven woman, whose husband was a 4th-tier battle king. That battle king once sought the battle emperor's guidance in martial arts. After the battle king passed away, the battle emperor attended his memorial service and somehow ended up falling for the elf widow. Bai Jin felt a chill run down his spine as he listened. Lu Rian went on. The most astonishing part is that the elven lady moved into the battle emperor's residence before the mourning period even ended. And, surprisingly, she gets along remarkably well with the original contract summoner. This story even involves mentor Lian. Lu Rian turned to the shocked Jinx and Qinghe. She became the battle emperor's stepdaughter. Under his guidance, she grew stronger through a unique training method. What kind of training method? Bai Jin asked curiously. She contracts goblins for life and death combat. Lu Rian explained, noticing Bai Jin's horrified expression. It's actual battles. The contract stipulates that if a goblin can defeat her unknown, it's free to do as it pleases. Think about it, the lure of Halfelven blood must be overwhelming for goblins. It's this intense life-or-death pressure that allowed mentor Lian to rapidly grow into a 3rd-tier peak warrior, on the verge of breaking into the 4th tier. Bai Jin, both impressed and bewildered, couldn't help but ask, are these goblins really that strong? Lu Rian nodded. I've heard that the goblin world is a fairly powerful realm. While the lower-tier goblins are indeed weak, sometimes even weaker than ordinary people in our 9th domain, the goblin race is far more complex than one might imagine. From warrior goblins skilled in close combat to mage goblins adept at casting spells, from massive giant goblins to divine goblins imbued with godly powers, and even those with unique bloodlines like dragon blood goblins, phoenix blood goblins, and titan blood goblins, these beings possess powers that far exceed ordinary expectations. Bai Jin sighed deeply, reflecting on his past naivety in lumping all goblins together as ugly and weak creatures. Little sister, suppose. Bai Jin hesitated before continuing. Suppose a powerful goblin is summoned and defeats mentor Leah. What would happen then? As soon as he finished speaking, 4 pairs of eyes turned to Bai Jin simultaneously, their gazes filled with shock and unease, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Lu Rian spoke slowly. Brother, you might not fully understand the situation with contract summoners. The terms of the contract are one thing, but more importantly, mentor Leah's stepfather is a 5th-tier battle emperor, and her mother is a 3rd-tier elf. If what you described were to happen, they would simply step in and kill the goblin. Bai Jin's mouth twitched slightly. Little sister, the contract explicitly states unknown combat. Wouldn't that be breaking the rules? Wouldn't the goblins foresee such a possibility? Lu Rian nodded in agreement. You're right. However, there are countless goblins in their world. If one fails, another can take its place. Besides, faced with the allure of a half-elf, most goblins would find it hard to resist. She gave Bai Jin a meaningful look. So, brother, you should also think twice before acting impulsively in the face of temptation. Bonk. Bai Jin lightly tapped his sister on the forehead, earning a playful protest. I'm not wrong, am I? Lu Rian continued. That said, contract summoners can't repeatedly deceive their summoned entities. If they do, it would leave a negative impression in otherworldly realms, making future summons increasingly difficult. Otherwise, we could just endlessly summon creatures to wipe out life in other worlds. Bai Jin nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Otherwise, summoners capable of calling fierce beasts would have an endless supply of high-quality resources. At that moment, Qinghe softly interjected. Miss, all the ingredients are ready. Shall we start cooking? Lu Rian immediately stood up. Of course. Brother Yang Wei is a contract summoner. He summoned many beasts from a special world, and I'll cook them all for you to try. Bai Jin froze. Little sister, didn't you just say summoners aren't allowed to do that? Ask Sister Lin to explain it to you. I'm off to cook. Lu Rian darted into the kitchen with a light-hearted bounce, followed closely by Jinx and Qing He. The once lively sitting area was now left with only Bai Jin and Yang Lin, and the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Though Yang Lin was exceptional in every way, Bai Jin had no interest in romance at the moment. His top priority was to enhance his strength. Only by becoming powerful could he protect his precious talents from being coveted by others. Bai Jin, may I call you that? Yang Lin's clear and pleasant voice broke the silence, carrying both professionalism and warmth. Bai Jin nodded in response. Regarding your earlier question, those restrictions only apply to ordinary contract summoners. My brother possesses a heaven-tier talent, which sets him apart and exempts him from such limitations. You don't need to worry. Whoosh! Just as Bai Jin was about to reply, his figure suddenly vanished, and in the next instant, he found himself within Murong Xiaobing's spatial realm. This time, the situation was indeed different from usual. In this space, the host Murong Xiaobing and the fifth-tier healing monarch Lanxi stood respectfully, while a woman wearing a pale golden mask sat calmly by the tea table. Bai Jin, this is the Valkyrie of the Valkyrie Battle Corps. Murong Xiaobing's words made Bai Jin's heart skip a beat. His strongest survival skill, absolute substitution, was something his aunt had obtained from the Valkyrie Battle Corps. The Valkyrie before him must be the one who had granted that skill. Recalling the mark on his aunt's neck and his vow to repay the pain twofold, Bai Jin could only bow respectfully at this moment. No need for formalities. The Valkyrie's voice carried a hint of hoarseness and exhaustion. Summon your iron-blooded war bull king and your six-winged flying demon commander. I want to test their quality myself. With Murong Xiaobing's approval, Bai Jin immediately summoned the iron-blooded war bull king and the six-winged flying demon commander. The Valkyrie walked slowly toward the iron-blooded war bull king, lightly tapping her gloved fist against it. 1.03 million, 3 million, 5 million, 8 million, 12 million, 15 million, 15.49 million. In just 7 strikes, the iron-blooded war bull king, with a health pool of 59.52 million, collapsed. This was the first time Bai Jin's summon had been so effortlessly defeated. Previously, even multiple four-winged flying demon captains focusing their attacks would take 5 to 6 minutes to bring down a single iron-blooded war bull king. Now, have your six-winged flying demon commander attack me. Use those rune javelins as well. Understood. Bai Jin obeyed without hesitation, secretly hoping to vent his frustration on behalf of his aunt. The six-winged flying demon commander launched a fierce assault, with flames and ice explosions erupting throughout the space until Murong Xiaobing shifted the battlefield. The Valkyrie's movement began slow but quickly accelerated, making it impossible for the six-winged flying demon commander to maintain its target lock. With 2 resounding impacts, the Valkyrie appeared midair as if walking on solid ground. She closed in on the six-winged flying demon commander and, with a few light punches, dispatched it as effortlessly as before. Then, she returned to her seat at the tea table. Very good. The Valkyrie's tone carried a note of approval. With absolute substitution, transferring damage to 10 war bulls, and this powerful six-winged flying demon commander, there is at least a glimmer of hope for turning the tide. Bai Jin, Xiaobing has already briefed me on your situation, and I've personally tested things just now. Now, listen carefully to our plan. A slightly hoarse voice echoed in the vast hall. If the 9th domain adjusts the rules of the first-tier battlefield with the Void Demon Realm, removes the limit on the number of participants, and changes the battle to a 3-round decision, do you have the confidence to handle it alone? Bai Jin was startled by the question and instinctively turned to look at Murong Xiaobing beside him. The Space Law Sovereign immediately began explaining with a grave expression. Originally, we only planned to establish a single first-tier battlefield space. However, a few days ago, the Void Demon Realm suddenly launched an offensive. They used their erosion of 108 of our southern base cities in the 9th domain to forcibly open an equal number of first-tier battlefield spaces. She paused briefly before continuing. In terms of first-tier combat strength, we are far inferior to the Void Demon Realm. They have already deployed forces into all the battlefields, while we are unable to respond to all of them simultaneously. For the spaces we fail to enter in time, we will be automatically declared defeated when the time limit expires. With every battlefield we lose, the 9th domain will forfeit critical resources. In the entire 9th domain, you are the strongest first-tier combatant. If other first-tier fighters participate, they will not only face inevitable defeat, but their corpses will also be taken by the Void Demon Realm, resulting in even greater losses. Even if the time restriction for entering the battlefields is lifted, we cannot cover all of them, Murong Xiaobing said softly. But you are different. Ordinary Void Demons cannot penetrate your defenses. Combined with the new 6-winged flying demon commander you've acquired, you have no weaknesses in the first-tier battlefield. The Lord saw this opportunity and proposed the idea of deciding victory through 3 rounds. Bai Jin took a deep breath and replied calmly, My lord, I am willing to fight. However, If the enemy is too strong and my life is in danger, I will choose to retreat. I still have my aunt and younger sister to look after, and I do not have the resolve to die for the ninth domain. The Valkyrie, wearing a pale gold mask, nodded gently. Very well. Do your best, but do not risk your life unnecessarily. Xiaobing, it's up to you. Understood, my lord. Rest assured. Morong Xiaobing responded respectfully. What followed was a sight that left Bai Jin in awe. The Valkyrie walked away with a composed stride, and with each step, the surrounding space shattered into countless fine fragments. Through the cracks in the space, faint glimpses of strange storms raging could be seen. Within just a few steps, her figure vanished into the endless spatial tempest, and the fragmented space instantly restored itself to its original state. Murong Xiaobing and Lan Shi, both fifth-tier powerhouses, finally exhaled deeply, relief evident on their faces. Murong Xiaobing turned to Bai Jin with a serious expression. This matter is of utmost importance. Even the Valkyrie herself came to personally assess your strength. We will give you our full support to ensure you can dominate the upcoming first-tier battlefields. If possible, eliminate those void demons. They are the reason the southern ninth domain has ended up in its current state. Bai Jin stared at the corpse of the void demon in front of him, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. These corpses, once refined, could yield life blood crystals and mana crystals. While they were of little use to him personally, they were invaluable treasures for his younger sister. Such rare items could be exchanged for precious skill books or equipment, greatly aiding her cultivation. Bai Jin, came the voice of Murong Xiaobing, who appeared holding a book radiating an unusual glow. I've informed the Valkyrie of your situation. She ventured deep into the void demon realm and slew an ancient monster to retrieve this special tenfold summoning skill book for you. This type of multiplier skill book cannot be stacked, so I recommend you apply it to the six-winged flying demon commander skill. Bai Jin's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted the skill book. This was of immense significance to him once learned. His summoning ability would soar to an incredible 120 times its current power. Thank you, Sister Xiaobing. Thank you, Valkyrie. Without hesitation, he began learning the skill, and as expected, his summoning multiplier skyrocketed to 120 times. Murong Xiaobing's expression turned serious. Bai Jin, the think tank has analyzed the intelligence from this first-tier battlefield's decisive battle and identified a critical weakness of yours. Bai Jin paused, then said, Sister Xiaobing, please tell me. This time, the first-tier battlefield has removed the participant limit, meaning its scale will far surpass previous battles. The Void Demon Realm's forces are far stronger than our ninth domain, and they are likely to deploy a massive number of first-tier combatants. Murong Xiaobing explained in detail. They might use various special combination spells, such as sealing areas and draining energy, which would severely limit your mana regeneration. Worse still, if your energy converging robe is damaged, even with the mana source in hand, it may be difficult to sustain a prolonged battle. She continued. Although the void demons cannot completely deplete the battlefield's energy, as the space will continuously replenish it, losing due to insufficient mana would be a cruel irony. We do have a solution, Murong Xiaobing said gravely. We could engrave an energy-converging array directly into your superficial muscles. But for this to work, you'll need to dismiss all your iron blood battle bulls, as their replacement effect would interfere with the engraving process. The biggest issue is that the engraving process requires you to channel mana to cooperate, and anesthesia cannot be used. It will be extremely painful, and we're concerned you might not endure it. Bai Jin fell silent. His hesitation wasn't due to fear of dismissing the Iron Blood Battle Bull King. It was an unfounded worry to think that doing so would leave him vulnerable. Murong Xiaobing quietly calculated her strategy. With her strength, defeating Bai Jin would only require relentless attacks. Once his iron-blooded Battle Ox Kings were all defeated and his magic power was exhausted, losing the protection of damage redirection would make him easy to subdue. However, the key issue now was whether Bai Jin could endure the excruciating pain of the rune inscription. Bai Jin's expression was heavy with contemplation. He understood all too well that without the talents of the iron-blooded Battle Ox King's indomitable will and the extreme ferocity of the six-winged Sky Demon Commander, his mental fortitude was no different from an ordinary person's. Enduring such pain would be a near impossible challenge. Xiaobing, I want to give it a try, Bai Jin said, taking a deep breath. If I can't handle it, well, think of another way. All right, Murong Xiaobing nodded. Let's head to the main city. Inscribing the rune will take some time. The javelins you requested are being rushed, and the custom-made, high-quality, low mana consumption potions are also being prepared. We can pick them up afterward. Before her words had fully settled, the space around them distorted, and the two appeared in a grand palace filled with various tools. Master Yuan, we're here. Please begin the preparations, Murong Xiaobing said softly. Understood, Ice Empress. I'll gather the team immediately, replied a burly, middle-aged bald man in a deep voice. Murong Xiaobing turned to Bai Jin and explained gently. This is Master Yuan, a specialist in energy-gathering runes. Soon, There will also be precision engravers, formation masters, and others assisting with the inscription of the energy-gathering array for you. Bai Jin nodded slightly. As he observed the scene before him, he couldn't help but marvel at how well-established the professional system had become. Every individual could now find a path to develop their talents, even though most still worked in foundational roles. Xiaobing, Bai Jin couldn't help but voice his curiosity. Your spatial abilities are incredible. Does that mean you're truly invincible? Each time she teleported him, he couldn't perceive it at all, let alone resist it. Murong Xiaobing's eyes curved into a smile, her expression warm. Against others of the same tier, I can indeed be considered undefeated, practically invincible at my level. However, she patiently explained, once you face 4th tier or higher powerhouses, they can resist my abilities. By creating vibrations in their energy, they can destabilize the surrounding space. In such cases, I need to expend a significant amount of energy to teleport, and if their power is strong enough, I might not be able to teleport at all. She continued, at even higher levels, like the Valkyrie you've seen before, they can easily shatter the surrounding space. Forget about teleporting them, I can barely approach the shattered space. Even if I managed to send her into the void currents, it wouldn't harm her. She could ignore the void storms and effortlessly tear through space to return. A flicker of reverence passed through Murong Xiaobing's eyes. So, Bai Jin, you must understand there's no such thing as absolute invincibility. It's only relative to a specific level or certain conditions. Master Yuan and his team are ready, she said, shifting the topic. Let's proceed with the energy-gathering array inscription. Bai Jin scanned his surroundings. 12 men and women stood ready for action. Among them, a bald, burly man. Master Yuan Sheng stepped forward and asked, young man, where do you plan to have the runes engraved? Master Yuan, is there anything I should take into consideration? Bai Jin asked cautiously. For him, this was the first time undergoing such a process. In the past, these engravings were merely tattoos meant for self-expression, but now, each rune carried unique effects. These engravings were especially popular among entry-level workers. For instance, delivery personnel often had stamina recovery runes engraved on their bodies and speed-enhancing runes on their legs to improve efficiency. Many women also chose specialized runes rumored to provide extraordinary benefits. Once engraved, these modern runes would gradually integrate with the body, merging into the superficial muscles over time, making them almost impossible to remove. As a void summoner, Bai Jin required immense mana, but he wasn't interested in using ordinary energy-gathering arrays. This time, he had the chance to receive top-tier runes provided by the Valkyrie Battle Core, the most powerful force in the 9th domain. It was a rare, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he wouldn't pass up. To prepare, he had already removed the additional talents from his Ironblood War Bull King and Six-Winged Flying Demon Commander. The bald man chuckled heartily. No need to be so formal. Just call me Old Yuan. The Ice Sovereign has already informed me that you need an energy-gathering array. This type of array is primarily used to absorb surrounding energy and accelerate mana recovery. The back and chest have the largest surface areas, making them ideal for engraving advanced arrays. Arms, legs, and other smaller areas can only accommodate smaller arrays. Brother Yuan, I'll leave it to you and your team to decide based on my bonus condition, Bai Jin replied respectfully. The address clearly pleased Old Yuan, who nodded with a smile. Good. That's the best approach. Honestly, I was worried you'd have some unusual requests. All right, take off your clothes so we can get a proper look. Bai Jin quickly removed his jacket and trousers, leaving only his shirt and shorts. Take it all off? What's there to be shy about? You're a grown man, nothing we haven't seen before, Old Yuan said impatiently. Bai Jin glanced around. Aside from the 8 male and 4 female staff members, Murong Xiaobing was still standing nearby, observing silently. Taking a deep breath, he decisively removed the rest of his clothing. This was a professional procedure, there was no need to hesitate. Old Yuan seemed satisfied with Bai Jin's straightforwardness, though a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. The others reacted differently, but all maintained a professional demeanor. 2 female staff members immediately stepped forward and began analyzing Bai Jin's physical data in detail. Once they entered work mode, they became completely focused, their intense concentration leaving no room for distraction. The bald man carefully examined Bai Jin's physique. After a moment of contemplation, he said, based on my calculations, your body can handle the following. 1 large Xian-level energy-gathering array on your back, and 3 small Xian-level energy-gathering arrays on your chest and abdomen, respectively. This is the optimal plan while ensuring quality. Bai Jin nodded in agreement. All right, I'll follow your arrangement, Brother Yuan. The bald man glanced at Murong Xiaobing, who stood behind Bai Jin, then motioned for Bai Jin to step onto a platform about 20 centimeters high. Relax your body. When it hurts, avoid making large movements. Natural twitches are fine. Do you want to bite down on something? Bai Jin swiftly retrieved a clean white towel from his storage bracelet, folded it neatly, and bit down on it firmly. Let's begin, the bald man said, and with that, a steel needle pierced Bai Jin's skin. Since acquiring the absolute substitution skill, this was the first time Bai Jin truly experienced pain. The needle punctured his skin repeatedly, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Aside from an initial muffled groan, he managed to endure the pain without further outbursts. Gradually, he realized that he seemed to be adapting to the stinging and tearing sensations, and the pain began to subside. This unexpected discovery puzzled him, but it was undoubtedly a good thing. The surrounding staff noticed Bai Jin's unusual composure, their eyes reflecting both surprise and admiration. While continuing to engrave the arrays, the bald man instructed, "Follow the trajectory of my engravings and channel your mana into the arrays. Ensure the flow is seamless. If you feel any discomfort, signal immediately." In just an hour, the large energy-gathering array on Bai Jin's back was completed. The bald man then filled the array with a fine blue powder resembling sand. Bai Jin instantly felt a surge of energy flooding into his body. Although his mana was already at full capacity, making it impossible to precisely measure the increase in recovery speed, the effects of this single Shin-level array felt no less potent than the energy-gathering robe he had used before. Next came the 3 smaller arrays on his chest and abdomen, one the size of a bowl on each side of his chest, and one the size of a plate on his abdomen, all of Shin-level quality. After 3 more hours, all 4 energy-gathering arrays were completed. "Brother Yuan, are these arrays permanently fixed at Shin-level quality?" Bai Jin asked curiously. The bald man broke into a hearty laugh. "If that were the case, would I, old Yuan, dare call myself a master? The shape of the arrays is fixed, and over time, they will integrate with your body as if they were part of you from birth. But the true key to gathering energy lies in the energy-gathering crystal powder used to fill them. Right now, you're using Shin-level powder, which, to be honest, is a bit of overkill. For your current situation, perfect quality powder is sufficient. In the future, if you make it big, you can upgrade to Earth-level or even Heaven-level powder, and the quality of the arrays will naturally improve as well." This explanation left Bai Jin pleasantly surprised. It was vastly different from what he had previously understood about rune engraving. Excited, he asked, "Brother Yuan, is it possible to cover my entire body with energy-gathering arrays?" This unexpected request left Yuan the master momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he glanced at Murong Xiaobing, who had been silently observing from the side. "Ice Empress." Master Yuan hesitated, his face showing difficulty. "Following the requirements is not a problem, but using Xian-grade energy crystal powder to inscribe a pattern across the entire body of a first-tier novice, the amount needed is simply enormous." Murong Xiaobing furrowed her brows slightly, and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "I understand your concerns. Here's what we'll do. Aside from the 4 primary formations, use Huang-grade energy crystal powder to fill in the rest. As for the subsequent costs, deduct them from my contributions to the battle core." "Understood." At that moment, Murong Xiaobing glanced at her phone, and her expression suddenly turned grave. "Continue inscribing for Bai Jin. I have something urgent to handle." Before her words had fully settled, her figure had already disappeared from everyone's view. With the Ice Empress gone, the tension among those present visibly eased. The bald man glanced down at Bai Jin, who was undergoing the inscription process, a trace of envy flickering in his eyes. "Brother, what exactly is going on? You're just a first-tier professional. Why would you need energy formations of this level?" The bald man couldn't help but ask. "You know, internal formations are considered part of a professional's own abilities. Typically, a 4th-tier professional qualifies for Huang-grade formations, and Xian-grade is reserved for 5th tier. Right now, even many high-tier professionals are waiting in line for materials. Yet the Ice Empress has made such a generous move, using her battle core contributions to help you directly." Bai Jin remained silent. The details of the first-tier battlefield at the Super Divine Academy were something he had to keep confidential. "Brother," the bald man continued to advise, "if you're planning to inscribe energy formations across your entire body, it's probably because you have an enormous need for mana. But you might be underestimating the power of these 4 Xian-grade energy formations there enough to sustain the daily combat of a 4th-tier Mage King. While your body is currently weaker and your mana recovery isn't on par with higher-tier professionals, in our experience, going to such extremes isn't advisable. Combining them with other rune formations is the optimal approach." Bai Jin nodded and said, "Master Yuan, could you explain in more detail? I don't know much about this area." Master Yuan patiently explained, "Generally speaking, even magic-based professionals need to pay attention to their physical condition. A stamina recovery rune formation is a basic configuration. In the old days, before the rules for professionals were revised, having one of these formations meant you didn't even need food or drink. That's no longer the case. Now you must replenish food and water, or you'll lose health. We suspect this change happened because we've become more real. So, a stamina recovery rune formation is worth considering." "Thanks for the advice, but my situation is unique," Bai Jin replied, shaking his head. With the Xian-grade endurance talent from the Iron-Blooded Bull King, stamina wasn't an issue for him. "All right," Master Yuan said, dropping the subject. Let's talk about the limbs. For the legs, speed and jumping rune formations are common. They enhance combatability, make escaping easier, and can be useful in special scenarios. For the arms, magic-based professionals typically go for spell amplification runes, while warriors prioritize speed and strength amplification runes. These are the usual combinations, but the specifics depend on your actual needs. Baijin stood alone in the vast, empty field, lost in thought. He had already formed a clear plan in his mind regarding the rune inscriptions for various parts of his body. For his arms, since he primarily relied on summoned creatures in battle and hadn't mastered any spells, he decided there was no need for spell-enhancing runes. Moreover, he was well aware of the nature of void summons. These energy-based entities were difficult to enhance with ordinary buffs, aside from specific aura-based abilities. As for his legs, he agreed with Master Yuan's recommendation. Runes for speed and jumping were indeed more suitable than energy-concentrating arrays. Considering his ongoing efforts to strengthen his physical body, this choice seemed perfectly fitting. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Baijin's mind. He immediately took action, striding toward the center of the field. With a swift whoosh, the vibrating golden staff appeared in his right hand. Holding it single-handedly, he thrust it forward with a powerful motion. Instantly, his semi-passive talent for rapid strikes activated, tripling the speed of his attack. Awesome! Baijin exclaimed softly, switching the staff to his left hand before finally trying a two-handed grip. Each strike flawlessly triggered his rapid strike talent. This series of tests left Master Yuan and the others present utterly stunned. Satisfied, Baijin returned to the front of the platform and declared, "Brother Yuan, I've made my decision. For my legs, I'll go with speed and jumping rune arrays. For my arms, I need rune arrays to enhance attack speed." "All right." Master Yuan nodded but then raised an eyebrow. "So, what do you want inscribed on your backside?" Despite having been observed for hours, Baijin couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he answered calmly, "2 energy concentration arrays on my backside should do." Master Yuan hesitated, looking conflicted. "Brother, with your talent, I'd recommend stamina recovery rune arrays instead. You already have 4 profound grade energy arrays on your body. Adding more would just cause diminishing returns. How about this? One side gets a stamina recovery rune, and the other an acceleration rune." "Brother Yuan, please just inscribe the energy arrays," Baijin insisted firmly. "You sure? Ice Emperor himself is a 5th-tier powerhouse. Are you planning to rely on stamina potions instead?" Master Yuan asked, puzzled. Baijin opened his mouth to explain, but Master Yuan cut him off. "I got it. For fun, right? I didn't expect you to be so playful. No wonder Ice Emperor values you so highly." "Brother Yuan, you've misunderstood. No need to explain." Master Yuan waved dismissively. "Let me check Ice Emperor's contribution points. Oh, and by the way, don't mention what I just said to him, or he'll be in trouble." After checking, Master Yuan exclaimed in awe. "Impressive." As expected of a top-tier 5th-level expert, Ice Emperor's contribution to the warband is extraordinary. Since you, as a first-tier cultivator, have earned this honor, you must be destined for great responsibilities for the warband, and even the 9th domain. All right, they'll give you 2 profound grade energy arrays on your backside. As for the speed and jumping runes for the other areas, I'm not as skilled with those, so we'll leave them to someone else to inscribe later. "Thank you, Brother Yuan." For hours later, Baijin donned his clothes, and the entire inscription process was finally complete. The healer's magic had already healed Baijin's surface wounds, and though his health was fully restored, his body still ached faintly. He looked down at his arms, where 8 oval-shaped yellow-grade acceleration rune arrays were neatly aligned. His legs bore 4 speed arrays and 4 jumping arrays, with even the soles of his feet engraved with 2 jumping runes. Though these rune arrays varied in size, they were all yellow-grade in quality, crafted by a master. With better crystal powder in the future, their quality could be enhanced. After bidding farewell to the engravers, Baijin drove through the southern region's teleportation array and returned to the Super Divine Academy. As soon as he left, Grandmaster Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "That kid's something else. To endure so many rune arrays being engraved without flinching." The other engravers chimed in, "You can't use any healing methods during the engraving process. He's definitely tough. For someone with just a first-tier physical body to withstand so many high-level rune arrays, it seems his destiny is far from ordinary." Of course, with Lord Ice Emperor personally accompanying him, what he'll face is likely beyond our imagination, one engraver said gravely. "His name is Baijin. Isn't he the one Tang Yin took away years ago?" The situation with the Bai family in the southern region is hard to conclude. As the old saying goes, the sins of the present bring benefits to future generations. It's just difficult for us of this generation to accept. I can't forgive the Bai family of the southern region. That disaster took too many of my loved ones. Another engraver sighed. But back then, he was just a 2-year-old child, and his mother and aunt have already paid a heavy price. The higher-ups still haven't reached a conclusion. Perhaps things are more complicated than we imagine. After teleporting back to the Super Divine Academy, A car was already waiting for Bai Jin. When he arrived at the experimental area, Han Shui approached briskly in high heels. Sir, here are 32,000 explosive flame spears, 16,000 ice burst spears, and 8,000 slowing spears. Please take them. Bai Jin stored the 3 piles of finely crafted rune spears into his storage bracelet. Sir, we are aware of your situation. Please summon 10 six-winged flying demon commanders into your summoning space. Once the cooldown ends, you can head into battle. Bai Jin nodded and complied. His summoning space now contained 120 Iron Blood Bowl Kings standing ready. On the way back, he tested his new mana recovery state, and the results pleasantly surprised him. Originally, his 71 soul attribute points provided a base mana recovery rate of 781 points. However, with the addition of 6 profound-grade energy-gathering arrays on his back, chest, and other areas, the recovery rate had surged to 20,800 points per second. While this seemed like only a fourfold increase compared to using an energy-gathering robe, it was actually because his absorption capacity had reached its limit. As Bai Jin's soul attributes continued to improve, his recovery speed became increasingly faster. The combination of 6 mysterious-level energy-gathering arrays was sufficient to sustain him in prolonged battles, boosting his confidence significantly. During testing, Bai Jin displayed extraordinary physical capabilities. With a light leap, his figure soared straight into the sky, easily surpassing a height of 100 meters. Such a jumping height would cause severe injuries to ordinary professionals attempting it, even with a physical attribute of 37, leading to a significant drop in health. However, Bai Jin, leveraging his absolute substitution ability to transfer all damage, effortlessly broke this limit. The combat test with the Thunderstrike Golden Staff was even more astonishing. Wielding it single-handedly in his right hand, combined with rapid movements and 4 yellow-level acceleration arrays, Bai Jin demonstrated a breathtaking attack, speed precisely 100 thrusts per second. This speed was nearing the limit of a berserk woodpecker. In a video Bai Jin specifically recorded, the Thunderstrike Golden Staff moved so fast, it created visual afterimages, appearing as a stationary golden beam of light. While his left-hand performance was slightly inferior, achieving an attack frequency of 80 times per second was still intimidating. When using both hands together, the need for coordination reduced the speed to 30 attacks per second, yet it was still far beyond the limits of ordinary individuals. These figures were expected to rise further as his physical attributes improved. A single journey to obtain tattoos had exponentially increased Bai Jin's combat strength. My lord, Han Shui said apologetically, we originally prepared some top-tier resources to enhance your attributes. However, after repeated analysis by the think tank and considering the peculiarities of the first-tier battlefield, we decided to postpone this plan. She continued explaining, the battlefield space is jointly constructed by the 9th domain and the Void Demon Realm, meaning your power will be monitored by the opposition. If your attributes are too high, it might attract their top-tier first-level experts. Securing a victory in the first of the 3 decisive battles is crucial to misleading the enemy about your true strength. Once you sweep through the battlefield and secure the first win, they will undoubtedly recognize you as an extraordinarily gifted first-tier expert. At that point, we will provide you with the attribute-enhancing items. Besides, with the source of mana in hand, coupled with the defensive talents of your summons, the defensive bonuses from soul attributes are essentially negligible. Bai Jin nodded in agreement. Understood. What else needs to be done? My lord, you don't need to worry. Just rest well. We are currently customizing high-quality, low-requirement mana potions for you, and they will be delivered immediately upon completion. Good. Bai Jin then returned to the palace. Confidence surged within him. If such power couldn't dominate the first-tier battlefield, it would truly defy reason. Meanwhile, in an unknown void, 2 entirely different forces were clashing violently. They resembled invisible walls of air, opposing yet unable to merge. A group of powerful beings gathered on one side, continuously unleashing their strength. Among them was the Valkyrie Bai Jin had previously encountered, serving as a key player in this operation. No one knew how much time had passed, but the group of top-tier experts from the 9th domain looked utterly exhausted, their faces showing signs of weariness. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. The Valkyrie exhaled lightly and addressed everyone. Thank you all for your efforts. The rules for the Tier 1 battlefield have been successfully established. You may now take some rest. The experts rose one by one and prepared to leave, but not without offering their concern. Valkyrie, please ensure you rest as well. Your well-being is of utmost importance. They reminded her before departing. Soon, the vast space was left with only the Valkyrie and Murong Xiaobing. Everything is ready, my lady. Now it all depends on Bai Jin's performance, said Murong Xiaobing respectfully. Understood, the Valkyrie nodded slightly. Go check on Bai Jin. If he's in good condition, take him directly to the battlefield. As you command. In the next instant, Bai Jin, who had been resting, felt the space around him shift and found himself transported into Murong Xiaobing's domain. Bai Jin, how are you feeling? Murong Xiaobing asked directly. Xiaobing, am fully prepared. All I'm waiting for are the customized mana potions Han Shui mentioned, Bai Jin replied. Good. Follow me to retrieve them. In a flash, the two arrived at a large experimental site where Han Shui had been waiting. She approached them quickly. Morong Xiaobing didn't waste any time and asked, Han Shui, are the mana potions for Bai Jin ready? Rest assured, Commander. Han Shui replied as she opened a small, exquisite wooden box to reveal a collection of azure crystals, each the size of a glass bead. Bai Jin, these are for you. Bai Jin picked up one of the crystals and examined it closely, immediately accessing its properties. A Tier 1 perfect quality mana core, containing 3 million points of pure, non-elemental mana. Upon consumption, it would provide continuous recovery until his mana was fully restored. Noticing Bai Jin's astonishment, Han Shui explained in detail, this is the latest product developed by our regiment's potion department. It's far superior to traditional mana potions. Regular potions require absorption and conversion, but these crystals instantly replenish pure mana. However, unlike your mana source, these crystals only restore mana, they do not increase your maximum capacity. Their production is limited. After supplying the heavenly class, this batch of 200 crystals is all we have left. There's more, Morong Xiaobing said, pointing to 3 neatly arranged piles of rune-marked javelins. Take these as well. We're heading to the battlefield. Bai Jin swiftly stored the equipment and followed Morong Xiaobing to a teleportation gate. The gate stood 4 meters tall and 6 meters wide, glowing with a blue light. Battlefield information shimmered on its surface. Tier 1 Final Battle Zone. Real Space Battlefield Intensity Level, 19. Entry Requirements. No participants above level 19. Special Rule 1. Both sides may enter an unlimited number of Tier 1 combatants, but all must enter within 1 hour of the first combatant's entry. Late arrivals will be barred. Special Rule 2. The Ninth Domain and the Void Demon Realm are prohibited from interfering with the battlefield space. The battlefield rules were explained to Bai Jin in detail. The third rule reduced the safe zone to a space measuring 3 meters in length and width, with a height of 6 meters. Anyone entering this area would receive full protection from the battlefield's power. The fourth rule stated that the bodies of those who died in battle would be locked by spatial forces until the end of the duel, preventing them from being collected. After the outcome was determined, the defeated side would also gain access to the bodies of their fallen opponents. The fifth rule aimed to prevent summoners from hiding in the safe zone to drain time, stipulating that no energy recovery was allowed within the safe zone, and replenishment could only be achieved through items. The sixth rule clarified the conditions for victory. If one side had no living members left on the battlefield, or if the safe zone was besieged for over 2 hours without any combat, the duel would be declared over. Bai Jin turned to look at Morong Xiaobing, who gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Han Shui then stepped forward and began explaining the deeper implications behind these rules. My lord, this time we've consolidated the original 108 smaller battlefields into one large space, which actually places us at a disadvantage, Han Shui said with a serious expression. To achieve negotiations with the Void Demonic Realm, we've made numerous concessions. The most critical is the first Relino limit on the number of Tier 1 participants allowed to enter, which greatly disadvantages us. She elaborated further. In our ninth domain, newly awakened professionals can advance to Tier 1 just by steadily clearing standard dungeons, but they lack real combat experience. On the other hand, the Tier 1 warriors of the Void Demonic Clan are seasoned elites forged through life and death trials. While over 100 million professionals in our domain have awakened this year, and most have reached Tier 1, only the elite from the Super Divine Academy are truly battle-ready. What's worse is that humans are prone to morale collapse due to heavy casualties, and ordinary Tier 1 fighters are likely to become mere resources for the enemy. Bai Jin nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as professionals avoided greed and carefully teamed up to clear standard dungeons, the risks were minimal. The other rules essentially supplemented the first. The second rule maintained the previous battlefield regulations to prevent the Void Demonic Realm from exploiting loopholes. The third rule reduced the safe zone to 9 square meters, which seemed to limit the human's ability to evade, but in reality, had little impact since Bai Jin would be the sole combatant. Han Shui's lips curved into a faint smile. Once you, my lord, display your divine might, this tiny safe zone will instead become a trap, restricting the Void Demonic Clan's ability to escape. Even Morong Xiaobing, usually calm and composed, had a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Han Shui continued explaining the fourth rule, her tone cautious. The Void Demon Realm has agreed to this clause. It's to prevent them from taking the bodies of their fallen comrades after all. The corpses of void demons can be refined into valuable materials. She then moved on to the fifth rule, her gaze fixed on Bai Jin. This rule may seem like a restriction on you, but it's actually a form of protection. We will provide ample mana potions, but if you exhaust all your mana crystals and still can't achieve victory, continuing the battle would be meaningless. At that point, you can simply retreat through the teleportation array in the safe zone. As for the sixth rule, Han Shui added. The victory conditions have been adjusted. With your strength, you might be able to directly surround the opponent's safe zone. Bai Jin nodded slightly. After this detailed explanation, he fully understood the mechanics of this Tier 1 battleground. To him, it wasn't much different from the previous battlefield spaces. Any other questions? Morong Xiaobing asked. Bai Jin shook his head, confidence brimming in his heart. With such meticulous preparation, all possible scenarios had been accounted for. Success seemed certain. Morong Xiaobing's voice carried a note of concern. Remember, safety comes first. If you encounter an unbeatable force, prioritize your life above all else. Understood, Sister Xiaobing. Miss Han Shui, Bai Jin replied solemnly. I'm heading in now. Under the watchful eyes of the two women, he strode toward the teleportation portal, his figure disappearing into the glowing light. A system notification immediately sounded. You have entered the Tier 1 battleground jointly constructed by the 9th Domain and the Void Demon Realm. The Void Demon Realm is deploying forces. Please remain in the safe zone for now. Bai Jin glanced around. The safe zone was indeed only 3 meters square, just large enough to accommodate the teleportation array. Beyond it stretched an endless expanse of desolate sand dunes. 1 minute later, a series of notifications followed in quick succession. The battleground map has been constructed. Special rules are now in effect. The Void Demon Realm has begun deploying forces. This battleground is co-constructed by both sides. Our side cannot enable friendly fire immunity for allied skills. Please avoid accidental harm to allies. Void Demon Realm deployed Tier 1 forces, 15. Void Demon Realm deployed Tier 1 forces, 31. Bai Jin examined the battleground map carefully. It was a rectangular area, 300 kilometers long, 100 kilometers wide, and 50 kilometers high, with 2 small safe zones located at either end. On the map, his side was marked in blue, while the void demons were marked in red. Red dots were steadily increasing and beginning to spread out, with some already moving in his direction. Bai Jin was in no rush to send out his summoned creatures to engage. This time, there was a full hour of entry time. He welcomed as many void demons as possible. However, he did summon an Iron Blood Bull King and stationed it just outside the safe zone, in case the void demons launched an early attack and he needed to respond. He also noticed that mana couldn't regenerate within the safe zone, but since he was currently at full mana, he didn't need to step out to replenish it just yet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battleground, the void demons, with their massive frames, clearly couldn't remain in the cramped safe zone for long. As soon as they were teleported in, they quickly dispersed in all directions. Scouts were sent out to gather intelligence on the enemy, instructed to avoid combat if possible. Once they determined the opponent's combat strength, they were to return swiftly and report. Following these orders, a few void demons dispersed into the distance, while the main force remained in place, awaiting reinforcements. At the heart of the void demon camp stood a particularly striking commander. With 6 arms and 2 heads, he issued clear and commanding orders. Follow the plan and take your positions now. Under his direction, the void demons quickly formed several disciplined phalanxes. The scouts, marked with mysterious runes on their bodies, suddenly surged forward with astonishing speed. Even more remarkable, the runes emitted a flowing energy field that enveloped their forms seamlessly. This not only eliminated air resistance, but left no trace of their passage, not even a whisper of wind. Despite the 300-kilometer distance, it took only 20 minutes for the first scout to spot the safety zone from afar. As he took in the scene, he froze for a moment in surprise. Just one human? He then noticed the massive bull outside the safety zone and immediately understood. Ah, it's that powerful summoner. Do they really think they can sweep the battlefield with a summoned beast we've already studied thoroughly? How laughable. A cruel smile tugged at his lips. After carefully confirming that no other human forces were nearby, the scout turned and sped back at an even greater pace. Meanwhile, the other scouts began arriving at the safety zone, some continuing to search for additional intelligence, while others kept a watchful eye on the lone human inside. The returning scout, determined to deliver the information as quickly as possible, moved even faster on his way back. In less than 20 minutes, he reached the void demon's safety zone. By then, the teleportation portal had ceased operation. Without delay, he reported to the 6-armed, 2-headed commander. My lord, the human safety zone contains only one summoner, one capable of summoning that powerful giant bull. The summoner is inside the safety zone, while the bull remains outside. The commander furrowed his brows in thought. Understood. Maintain surveillance. He then moved to the safety zone's war map to verify the scout's report. Confirming that the enemy force indeed consisted of just one individual, he let out a cold laugh. Such arrogance. Do they really think a single summoned beast can dominate the battlefield? He turned to one of his subordinates and ordered, You, return immediately to report the situation and request reinforcements from the central command. The subordinate promptly stepped into the teleportation array and vanished. Before long, a steady stream of void demons began pouring in. Within an hour, The area surrounding the safety zone was shrouded in a dense mass of void demon troops. Everyone, the six-armed, two-headed commander addressed his troops with a piercing gaze. The enemy has sent only one Humana summoner with a giant bull as their summoned beast. They think they can rely on the same old tricks, but this time, victory will be ours. His voice was steady, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. A victory in this initial battle would bring him great rewards. The humans, having deployed a single, well-documented Tier 1 combatant, had made a mistake he considered utterly foolish. The Void Demon Commander's gaze grew stern as he issued combat orders to the various formations. Everyone, that colossal bull is a void summon and is immune to conventional intimidation or control. Proceed with extreme caution during the operation. He first addressed the Gravity Mage formation, where over 1,000 mages stood in disciplined rows. Gravity mages, split into two groups and prepare your formations. The moment the bull charges, immediately restrict its movement speed. Understood. The unified response echoed across the battlefield. Then, sweeping his eyes over the other formations, he continued. Water mages and earth mages, listen up. Once the gravity mages have the bull under control, follow the prearranged plan to turn the area around it into a muddy quagmire. Ensure it gets trapped underground. Over 2,000 void demons answered in unison with a resounding, understood. Defensive mages will take charge of protecting the entire army. Archers, focus on the enemy summoners and airborne targets. Each formation responded with an orderly, understood. Mounting his own colossal bull steed, the commander analyzed further. According to intelligence, the enemy likely possesses up to 10-fold summoning capabilities. Shield warrior formation. If faced with multiple charging bulls, you must hold the line at all costs until control measures are in place. 2,000 shield warriors quickly spread out around the main force, standing vigilant. At the center of the battlefield, the formations of gravity, water, earth, defensive, and archer units, each 1,000 strong, had already taken their positions in an interlocking pattern. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in the commander's eyes. Victory in this battle would allow him to claim any spoils of his choosing. Ever since learning of the human race's formidable bull summoner, he had been investigating the creature's origins, growing more eager the more he uncovered. For this decisive battle, the void demons had spared no effort, assembling a force of specialized single-element spellcasters. With such a precise and calculated lineup, victory seemed assured. A system notification appeared. First-level void demon forces deployed. Total count, 7,850. 300 kilometers away, Baijin slowly rose to his feet, storing away the table, chairs, and refreshments into his spatial storage. After an hour of waiting, the time for battle had finally arrived. He stared at the battlefield map, watching the dense clusters of red dots advancing steadily. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to hold his forces back, choosing to let the enemy approach before unleashing the Iron Blood Bull King. The vast distance of the battlefield would ensure he could pursue and crush any fleeing enemies with ease. The battlefield stretched vast and wide, spanning over 100 miles. Baijin had meticulously planned everything in advance. If the void demons scattered and fled, he would pursue them along a straight line, eventually setting up ambushes in their safe zones to eliminate them one by one. According to the rules, if the safe zone was besieged for 2 hours without any combat, victory could be declared. After waiting for more than 3 hours, Baijin began to feel a hint of boredom. Just then, his attention was drawn to a massive formation moving in the distance. 6,000 to 7,000 void demons were advancing in an orderly manner, surging forward like a tide. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Baijin's eyes. If he could annihilate such a large number of void demons, he would undoubtedly harvest an immense amount of life blood crystals and mana crystals. The void demon commander, observing Baijin huddled within the safety of the zone, smirked coldly. Foolish beyond belief. Sitting idly in the safe zone, waiting for my army to strike. He had already calculated his plan and let out a loud laugh. Utterly courting death. All troops, listen up. Yes, sir. The resounding response echoed across the battlefield. Turn the 100 meters surrounding the enemy's safe zone into a quagmire of sinking mud. Understood. The massive formation began to shift, and the mages started casting their spells. Baijin refused to back down. He immediately summoned 9 Iron Blood War Bull Kings, adding to the one he had already summoned, forming a 10-bull formation. Together, they charged toward the void demons, who were in the midst of reorganizing their formation. Gravity pull, gravity amplification, gravity chaos, gravity bind. Over 1,000 void demon gravity mages cast their spells simultaneously. Various gravitational magic intertwined into a net, enveloping the charging Iron Blood War Bull Kings. Amid the thunderous roars, Baijin watched in shock. Although his Iron Blood War Bull Kings were immune to conventional intimidation and mental control, they struggled against the overwhelming layers of gravitational magic. The Void Demon Commander saw the 10 Iron Blood War Bull Kings slow to a crawl, their momentum completely lost. He burst into raucous laughter. Combination spell. Quagmire Swamp, activate. Yes, sir. Countless water and earth mages chanted in unison. The ground rapidly softened as rainwater soaked the soil, turning it into a swamp in the blink of an eye. Under the relentless interference of gravitational magic, the 10 Ironblood War Bull Kings gradually sank into the mire. The Void Demon Commander noticed that even a dense rain of arrows couldn't take down these summoned creatures, and his frustration grew. Baijin immediately adjusted his strategy, summoning 10 Sky Demon Commanders, who soared into the air. Energy javelins rained down, but it was clear the enemy had anticipated this move. 1,000 defensive mages had combined their magic to create a massive shield, which remained completely unscathed. The attacks from the Sky Demon Commanders only caused faint ripples on the shield's surface. Huh, human, didn't see that coming, did you? The Void Demon Commander laughed arrogantly. We've been studying you for a long time. Today, your defeat is inevitable. Amid the maniacal laughter of the Void Demon Commander, a torrential rain of arrows descended like a storm, targeting the airborne six-winged demon commanders. Though the commander appeared arrogant on the surface, his actions were ruthless and decisive. With a single thought from Baijin, the 10 six-winged demon commanders sprang into action, carving graceful arcs through the air as they unleashed searing energy javelins from their hands, launching a fierce assault on the massive protective shield below. Gravity mages, leave the incapacitated giant bulls behind, the Void Demon Commander ordered in a deep voice. Deploy gravity fields in the air to restrict those high-speed summons. Archers, split into groups and focus fire. Revivers, handle logistical support. At his command, over 1,000 gravity mages moved swiftly. Their staves glowed with an eerie blue light as dense gravity spells wove a net across the sky. Meanwhile, the archers seamlessly divided into 10 groups, bows drawn taut, arrows ready to launch. Hundreds of revivers began chanting healing incantations, continuously replenishing the strength of their allies. From his safe vantage point, Baijin observed everything, silently marveling. This was merely the tip of the iceberg of this world's power, yet it already displayed such staggering might. With his current strength, escape seemed nearly impossible. From the smug taunts of the six-armed, two-headed void demon, Baijin realized that his opponent had long anticipated his tenfold summoning ability. The battlefield grew increasingly unfavorable. The Ironblood Bull Kings were mired in a bottomless swamp, unable to gain traction on the soft, muddy ground. Even their renowned king's roar had lost its impact. In the sky, the 10 six-winged demon commanders began to slow under the indiscriminate gravity attacks. They had no choice but to retreat from the battlefield. Baijin calmly analyzed the situation. Even if he summoned all 120 Ironblood Bull Kings and six-winged demon commanders, breaking through the current defenses seemed unlikely. However, concentrating the firepower of 126 winged demon commanders, combined with their rune javelins, might just breach the protective shield. Yet, he chose not to act rashly. As the battleground for the Ninth Domain and the Void Demon Realm's decisive conflict, there were undoubtedly high-ranking observers watching in secret. If even the rules of the battlefield could be negotiated and altered, then surveillance was surely a given. Instead, Baijin summoned a single frenzied woodpecker. The level 21 creature had barely taken to the air when it was struck down by the overwhelming rain of arrows and disappeared. However, several Void Demon archers who had hit it suddenly doubled over in agony, blood seeping from their mouths. This was the frenzied woodpecker's reflective damage ability. 10 of its 14,200 health, or 1,420 damage, was rebounded onto its attackers. Although the 1420 damage could bypass conventional defenses, it was not fatal for the first-tier Void Demons present. These demons, with a maximum level of 19, had at least 1,900 health points, even for the weakest among them. Even Baijin, at level 11, who had consumed a significant amount of Tier 4 terrestrial beast meat to achieve a physical attribute score of 38, now boasted a health pool of 3,800. On the battlefield, a berserk woodpecker had just taken flight when it was instantly killed. Strangely, several Void Demon archers within the giant shield suddenly coughed up blood. Although they were quickly healed by the resurrection mages, this peculiar phenomenon began occurring with increasing frequency. In the infinite void, the Valkyrie and Murong Xiaobing gazed at the decisive battleground. Not far away, several Void Demons shrouded in dark energy were also observing the battle closely. "My lady, our strategy is too risky," Murong Xiaobing said softly. "We should have sent in a first-tier fighter first, and only let Baijin join at the last moment. That way, he wouldn't be suppressed so severely." The Valkyrie glanced at the distant Void Demons and shook her head. "It wouldn't work. They've already prepared for every scenario. If we followed your plan, they would deploy even more forces. Including Zhuge Luyun, there are 10 first-tier warriors with heavenly-level talents among them. They've already devised countermeasures. The reason they've committed so few forces is precisely because we only sent in Baijin." Murong Xiaobing was about to argue further when she noticed something unusual. "Huh? Why is it that when the woodpeckers are killed, The archers inside the shield are injured. The Valkyrie had also observed this. As more woodpeckers were slain, an increasing number of void demon archers inexplicably suffered injuries. Although they were promptly healed, it was clearly no coincidence. It seems Bai Jin is hiding another trump card, Murong Xiaobing remarked in amazement. The abilities of these woodpeckers are truly unexpected. The Valkyrie analyzed quietly. His caution makes sense. Based on previous clues, the shattered holy energy crystal and the disappearance of the savage beast path instance, it's likely all his doing. The conversation shifted to a more personal topic as the Valkyrie suddenly asked, I've heard he's extraordinarily handsome. Is it true that both you and Lanchi are interested in him? Murong Xiaobing's face flushed slightly at the question. Don't believe in rumors, my lady. If it hadn't been for his mother, Tang Ling, sacrificing herself back then, I might have been converted by the void demon realm. My kindness toward him is purely out of gratitude for his mother. The Valkyrie's lips curved into a faint smile. Say what you will, but if you want to continue supporting him, you and Lanchi might need to sacrifice your reputations a bit. Just admit to the public that the two of you are jointly keeping him. Murong Xiaobing stared at the Valkyrie in front of her, whose lips curved into a faint smile, momentarily stunned. It was the first time she had seen this woman, burdened with immense pressure, display such genuine emotion. Although there was a hint of teasing in that smile, for someone like Murong Xiaobing, who had already reached the 5th tier, a bit of reputation was of little significance. My lady, I understand, Murong Xiaobing said solemnly. I will explain this matter to Lanchi, and also remind Bai Jin to act more discreetly in the future, ensuring he doesn't expose the truth. There's no need to be so formal, the Valkyrie said with a slight nod. We are all sisters of the battle core. There's no need for titles like subordinate. This battle has proven the strength of the void demons. The decision to let Bai Jin participate was primarily based on his near-immortal absolute substitution skill, a feat even Zhuge Liuyan and Rian can't achieve. Her tone remained calm. A loss is a loss. It was a battle destined to be lost, and the variable Bai Jin brought couldn't change the outcome. Murong Xiaobing nodded in agreement, then turned her gaze to the void where several demon powerhouses were observing the battle. My lady, those 5th-tier demons dare to spectate here. Shall we take them out? The Valkyrie paused and thought. Xiaobing, there are 5 opponents of my tier over there. If I go all out, I can force them to join forces against me for 3 seconds at most. My lady, Murong Xiaobing's eyes lit up. With my spatial abilities, they won't be able to stop me. 3 seconds is more than enough for me to take down a few 5th tiers. Without another word, the Valkyrie stepped forward, and the void shattered instantly. Her figure vanished in a flash. She's insane. Stop her. 5 of us are here, and she still dares to make a move. Run. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Quick, form a defensive line. That lunatic attacks with full force right away. This woman is absolutely crazy. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the berserk woodpeckers were being relentlessly shot down by volleys of arrows. Though the injured void demon archers were promptly healed, the 6-armed, 2-headed commander noticed something amiss. His vicious gaze fell on Bai Jin, who stood within the safety zone. Human, clever tricks, but the damage caused by your little birds is insignificant against the might of our vast army. Bai Jin chuckled softly, saying nothing. The injured demon archers, though healed, were noticeably weakened so much so that their arrows lacked their previous power. In that moment, he finally understood the peculiarities of the 9th domain's professionals. When injured, they only lost health points. Once healed, they could return to peak condition without sustaining any lasting injuries. No wonder the void demon realm coveted their strength so desperately. Summoning a single level 21 berserk woodpecker required 210 mana points. Although Bai Jin couldn't regenerate mana while in the safety zone, his mana reserves were exceptionally abundant. Beyond the 1 billion mana capacity granted by the source of mana, he also carried 200 mana crystals, capable of restoring a total of 6 billion mana points. Although Bai Jin had a stockpile of over 100 bottles of perfect-grade mana potions, he had no intention of using these recovery items. He had a clever plan. Summon a furious woodpecker every 7 seconds to sacrifice itself. This included 6 seconds of skill cooldown, 0.5 seconds of summoning time, and a bit of reaction time. Above the battlefield, the 10 six-winged flying demon commanders had risen to a height beyond the range of the void demon's archers. However, such altitude significantly reduced the power of their energy javelins. Bai Jin had considered having them use rune javelins for bombardment from above, but he quickly dismissed the idea those gravity mages below, adept at manipulating gravitational forces, could easily alter the javelin's trajectory. More importantly, causing excessive damage might prompt the void demons to retreat. The massive shield constructed by over 1,000 defensive mages working together was sturdy enough to hold for a considerable time. Coupled with the teleportation array in the safe zone, which boasted astonishing speed, they had the means to retreat at their leisure. If the void demons truly withdrew, even if the 9th domain claimed victory and reaped great benefits in this decisive battle, Baijin would lose the chance to harvest the precious corpses of the void demons. While the rewards from the Valkyrie battle core were tempting, they paled in comparison to the value of these corpses. Thus, Baijin initiated a war of attrition. Each time the void demons' archers dodged the divine bird, the six-winged flying demon commanders seized the opportunity to launch concentrated strikes against the shield below. When the enemy shifted their focus to attack the approaching demon commanders, the agile demons would quickly ascend, causing the incoming attacks to inadvertently kill the unfortunate woodpecker. The six-armed, two-headed void demon commander, frustrated and cornered, was forced to order the archers to focus on killing the divine bird that appeared every 7 seconds to prevent the six-winged flying demon commanders from getting too close. Damn it! Why won't that bastard leave the safe zone? The commander cursed angrily. Reporting, Commander. We've turned the area outside the safe zone into a muddy swamp. Even if he wanted to come out, he wouldn't be able to take a single step, one void demon reported obsequiously. The commander nodded in approval and then turned his attention to the formations of water mages and earth mages. Why are those 10 giant bulls still not dealt with after being trapped underground for so long? We're continuously controlling the water and soil to keep them suspended, preventing them from finding any leverage to break free, one of the mages replied. Good. Make sure to rotate your casting and manage your mana consumption carefully, the commander instructed. Meanwhile, Baijin could clearly sense that his 10 Iron Blood Bull Kings were trapped in a deep, rotating quagmire, unable to find any foothold no matter how much strength they exerted. Release! Baijin commanded sharply. One of the trapped Iron Blood Bull Kings instantly vanished, causing the void demon mages in charge of controlling it to erupt into cheers. Commander, one of the giant bulls has vanished. The six-armed, two-headed void demon commander grinned wickedly, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Good. Keep trapping the remaining 9 bulls like this. We'll wear that human down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Baijin moved swiftly. With a single flash of movement, he summoned a mighty Iron Blood Bull King and, in an instant, stored it back into his summoning space at an incredible speed. After a series of summoning frenzied woodpeckers, his mana was nearly depleted. At that moment, a bold idea sparked in Baijin's mind. He slowly walked to the edge of the safe zone, a sly smile playing on his lips. Bending down, he leaned his rear and just outside the boundary of the safe zone. The effect was immediate. The 2 profound energy-gathering arrays on his backside activated instantly, and his mana began regenerating at an astonishing rate of 20,800 points per second. As I thought, Baijin rejoiced inwardly. Mana recovery is impossible within the safe zone, but just exposing a small part of my body works. Fine then, let's see who outlasts whom. Outside the battlefield, Murong Xiaobing, her face pale but brimming with excitement, exclaimed, My lord, this battle is exhilarating. The Valkyrie took a deep breath, nodding slightly. They've lost one severely wounded, and we managed to take down 2 of their 5th-tier fighters. Even if we lose this battlefield zone, it's still a small victory. As she spoke, she pulled up the battlefield display, catching sight of Baijin's peculiar posture. What is he? The Valkyrie asked, puzzled, turning to Murong Xiaobing. My lord, I don't have that kind of relationship with him, so I can't explain his preferences, Murong Xiaobing quickly clarified. Maybe he's worried about the smell if he farts inside the safe zone. The Valkyrie's brow twitched slightly, but she reluctantly accepted the explanation. Back on the battlefield, Baijin had established a precise rhythm every 6 seconds. He summoned a frenzied woodpecker, sending it flying toward the void demon forces, only to be struck down by their arrow volleys or spells. With their archer formations already heavily damaged, the six-armed, two-headed commander was forced to rotate mages to deal with the continuously appearing birds. Hundreds of revival mages were exhausted. Their expertise lay in sustaining revival spells, not healing. Even with healing items, the injured archers could barely hold on. Damn it! The six-armed, two-headed commander gritted his teeth in frustration. Everything had been within their calculations. They had successfully suppressed the enemy's summons. The stronger the summoned creature, the longer its cooldown after being killed. Although the human possessed a primordial skill that ignored cooldowns, as a first-tier human unable to recover energy within the safe zone, he was destined to be worn down eventually. Even if one carried an abundance of restorative items, no living being could sustain endless combat. The six-armed, two-headed commander had been confident relying on the sheer number of his kin taking turns to fight. This final battle should have been a guaranteed victory. However, at this moment, a trace of unease crept into both of his heads, all because of that damned little bird that had thrown the entire battlefield into chaos. High above, 10 summoned creatures hovered like sharp blades. If no attack was launched against the berserk woodpecker, these summoned entities would dive down like ravenous wolves, mercilessly bombarding their massive shield. Over 1,000 defensive mages were under immense pressure. If the summoned creatures were allowed to strike at close range, the shield would inevitably collapse. Yet, attacking the bird would mean the attackers would suffer severe retaliation. This dilemma tormented the six-armed, two-headed commander. To ensure the safety of his forces, he had no choice but to prioritize the integrity of the massive shield against the relentless assault. The Void Demon's unified command had conducted countless simulations and drills before the decisive battle, even accounting for the possibility of the enemy having a powerful Tier 1 Void Summoner. In fact, they had easily neutralized the opponent's formidable giant ox. But who could have foreseen that a mere woodpecker would turn the tide so drastically? As time passed, Bai Jin's soul attributes remained steady at 71 points, showing no signs of fatigue. In contrast, the Void Demons were struggling. Not only were the archers and mages attacking the bird utterly exhausted, but even the revival mages channeling restorative energy appeared dazed and drained. The defensive mages had already split into two teams, taking turns maintaining the shield. What should we do? The six-armed, two-headed commander's bloodshot eyes were filled with anxiety. If this continues, it will be us who collapse first. Commander, perhaps we should consider retreating. One of his kin timidly suggested. Smack, smack, smack. All six arms lashed out with slaps, leaving the unfortunate demon's face swollen. Retreat? I'll retreat, your ancestors. The commander, still seething, delivered a fierce kick for good measure. Those javelin-throwing summons are too powerful. A close-range bombardment will definitely break the defensive mages first. The six-armed, two-headed commander growled through gritted teeth. How on earth does that bastard have so much mana? I haven't even seen him consume anything to replenish his energy. At that moment, another demon pointed angrily toward the safe zone. Commander, that human is taunting us again. This accusation was unjust. Surrounded by 6,000 or 7,000 void demons. No matter which direction Bai Jin faced, he would inevitably be looking at some of his enemies. Damn it! The six-armed, two-headed commander roared with both heads simultaneously. This kind of provocation, similar to the seductive gestures of our female sis, utterly revolting. Commander! A chorus of enraged roars erupted from the void demons. Is this human summoner mocking us? Treating us like expendable weaklings? Their eyes burned with fury as they fixed their gaze on the human, who continued to taunt them with provocative gestures. Commander, let me tear that dog apart and devour him piece by piece. Even the injured void demons, fueled by their anger, found renewed strength and leapt to their feet. The six-armed, two-headed commander raised both heads, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 10 ferocious summoned creatures hovering in the sky. Without a word, his 6 cyan-colored arms moved swiftly, executing a rapid series of tactical gestures. Moments later, 5 void demons wielding massive shields broke away from the defensive mage phalanx. They formed a seemingly disorganized yet carefully calculated formation, deliberately exposing a few apparent vulnerabilities. Bai Jin's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he commanded one of the 6-winged flying demon commanders to dive down. Energy javelins rained down like a storm, piercing through the exposed gaps with precision and instantly killing 3 void demon shield warriors. But this was exactly what the enemy had planned. A barrage of spells erupted without warning, engulfing the descending 6-winged flying demon commander. Gravity spell sealed off its escape route, while a dense storm of arrows and magic overwhelmed it completely. With a resounding crash, the powerful summoned creature fell to the ground. Yet Bai Jin smiled in satisfaction. Unlike before, the 3 void demon corpses were now shrouded in a faint white light, preventing any other void demons from touching them no matter how hard they tried. Well done, he thought to himself. Trading 1 energy-depleted 6-winged flying demon commander for 3 void demon corpses is a good deal. To his surprise, the void demon ranks became even more excited, as if sacrificing 3 of their own to take down a 6-winged flying demon commander was a cause for celebration. Bai Jin quickly assessed the remaining 9 summoned creatures in the sky. Their energy levels were nearing exhaustion. Each energy javelin cost 10,000 points of energy, and an 11th level Xian rank 6-winged flying demon commander had a total energy capacity of only 7.04 million. Unlike the Iron Blood Bull King, which could regenerate energy on its own, these summoned creatures could only replenish their energy by returning to the summoning space. Monster! Bai Jin shouted at the 6-armed, two-headed commander. How about we make a deal? The commander's eyes flickered as he responded in a deep voice. Human, do not call me a monster. To us, you are the real monster. Speak, what kind of deal are you proposing? Bai Jin pointed to the 9 6-winged, flying demon commanders in the sky. Monster, if you let me take down 10 of your kind, I'll give you the chance to eliminate my flying summons. How about it? The 6-armed, two-headed commander froze, staring up at the powerful flying summons hovering high above and out of attack range. A glimmer of sharp insight flickered in his eyes. Human, are these flying summons your innate skill? The commander asked in a deep voice. Bai Jin shook his head and denied it. They are not. This response caused a flash of delight to light up in the commander's eyes. Human, how can you prove it? He asked eagerly. Bai Jin noticed the commander was intrigued and immediately began to demonstrate. Watch closely, he said. He first dismissed the 9-headed Iron Blood Bull King below, then immediately activated his summoning skill again. Around the safe zone, 10 massive summoning arrays appeared in an instant, and 10 Iron Blood Bowl Kings emerged one after another. Bai Jin repeated the process several times, canceling and summoning again, each time accompanied by clearly visible summoning arrays. Commander, a Void Demon Clan member exclaimed excitedly. Every time he summons, an array appears. This is definitely not just recalling and releasing the same bowls. Such frequent summoning must be his innate skill. The six-armed, two-headed commander nodded firmly and analyzed. Then the 10 flying summons in the sky are not part of his innate skill. These powerful summons, once killed, would take a long time to be resummoned. Without their interference, we wouldn't need to keep expending energy on these shields. Besides, the surrounding area is a muddy swamp. His bulls are practically useless here. As for those small birds, we can counter their strange attacks by taking turns controlling them. Human, we are mortal enemies. How can we trust you? The commander asked, his tone fierce but tinged with anticipation. Bai Jin smirked coldly. Trust me or not? Why don't you test it and see for yourself? Or has the Void Demon Clan lost the courage to sacrifice for victory? This remark immediately provoked a reaction from the Void Demon Clan. Commander, let me go. I am willing to die for the cause. Amidst the rising voices of volunteers, a team of 10 shield warriors stepped out of the shield's protective range. Human, bring it on. With 2 thunderous booms, energy javelins shot forth, and a 6-winged flying demon commander was drained of its energy. A barrage of dense spells and arrows engulfed it, and it was quickly killed. This marked the second 6-winged flying demon commander to fall, with 13 Void Demon Clan corpses already lying on the ground. Each represented a precious life crystal or mana crystal lost. Bai Jin glanced back at the 6-armed, two-headed commander and noticed a trace of trust had appeared in his eyes. Human, shall we continue? The commander asked expectantly. Bai Jin burst into laughter. Continue. As the 9th 6-winged flying demon commander fell, the battlefield was already littered with the corpses of 83 void demons. In the endless void, the Valkyrie and Murong Xiaobing watched Bai Jin's every move, their faces filled with confusion. Xiaobing, why is Bai Jin doing this? Could it really just be to obtain some void demon corpses? The Valkyrie asked. Murong Xiaobing frowned deeply. My lady, I truly can't understand Bai Jin's actions. Even if those 6-winged flying demon commanders are out of energy, as long as they remain circling in the sky, they are a massive deterrent to the void demons on the ground. If he had held his ground, it might have been possible to wear down the void demon defensive mages. This was a narrow chance at victory, yet he chose to destroy his own advantage. The Valkyrie nodded slightly. Let's keep watching. We've already emphasized the importance of this decisive battle to him and provided him with all sorts of rare resources. If he really gives up his chance at victory just to gather some corpses, then his strategic vision. Monsters. Bai Jin suddenly spoke up. Our agreement was that if I kill 10 of your kind, he'll give you a chance to eliminate one of my flying summons. But the first time, I only killed 3. So now, I must make up for the remaining 7. The 6-armed, two-headed commander's expression twitched as its gaze shifted to the last flying summon. Both heads gritted their teeth and nodded in unison. 17 void demon warriors stepped out of the shielded area, prepared to face their deaths. Energy javelins whistled through the air, killing them instantly, and shortly after, the summoned creature was taken down by concentrated fire. Summoned 6-winged flying demon commanders. Bai Jin commanded. Although he still had 110 commanders in his summoning space, he activated the summoning skill again. 10 commanders appeared and quickly ascended into the sky. The 6-armed, two-headed commander remained stoic. Human, shall we continue? Bai Jin laughed heartily. We can continue, but my summoned creatures are fully charged with energy now. I won't settle for just 10 lives in exchange for one of them. What do you mean? The commander's expression turned serious. 200 lives for one. Otherwise, prepare for a barrage of relentless javelins. Bai Jin motioned, and the 10 commanders simultaneously formed energy javelins, ready to attack. The surrounding void demon captains began to advise, Commander, stick to the original plan. As long as we exhaust his flying summons, victory will be ours. Those who die in battle will earn glory. Commander, our shield warriors are no longer effective. Dying like this can still be their contribution. The 6-armed, two-headed commander closed both pairs of eyes, and the captains understood the signal. Shield warriors, you've been ineffective on the battlefield, and we no longer need your efforts. For victory, sacrifice your lives. The United Front Department will record your meritorious deeds, and your families and clans will receive the rewards they deserve. The voice of the 6-armed, two-headed commander echoed across the battlefield. The void demonic shield warriors guarding the perimeter of the formation fell into brief silence. Moments later, the captain of the shield warriors bowed deeply to the commander and turned to leave. We are willing to die for our race. A unified roar rose and fell as 200 shield warriors stepped forward in formation, resolutely walking out of the massive protective shield. Bai Jin watched this scene, feeling a trace of respect for these void demons. He had initially planned to demand an exorbitant price, but their decisiveness caught him off guard. Recalling the earlier negotiations with the 10 six-winged flying demon commanders, he realized their asking price may have indeed been too low. Sister Xiaobing and Miss Han Shui were right. The first-tier warriors of the void demons undergo brutal trials to achieve their rank. Such unyielding determination is something the ninth domain struggles to match, Bai Jin mused. Perhaps the ease with which ordinary people in our domain advance to the first tier has cost us the opportunity to temper our resolve. Despite his inner reflections, Bai Jin acted without hesitation. Under his control, a six-winged flying demon commander, brimming with energy, relentlessly hurled energy javelins at the defenseless shield warriors below. 5 javelins per second within just 40 seconds, all 200 void demons were annihilated. Following the plan, the demon commander remained in place, allowing itself to be destroyed by the concentrated attacks of the void demons. In the endless void, the Valkyrie's gaze turned sharp and piercing. Murong Xiaobing, sensing her suppressed fury, quickly spoke up. That Bai Jin is being utterly foolish. With the flying demon, he could have waged a war of attrition. Why resort to this? He's usually so composed. My lady, please continue observing. If this leads to defeat, I will ensure Bai Jin faces severe punishment. Murong Xiaobing, though equally enraged, hesitated due to the high regard that master inscriptionist Old Yuan and others held for Bai Jin. 7 times in succession, Bai Jin employed the same strategy, sacrificing 200 void demons each time to take down an enemy target. When the 9th group of shield warriors stepped forward, he once again directed the 6-winged flying demon commander to swiftly eliminate them. However, after firing the final javelin, Bai Jin suddenly issued a new command. Fly at maximum speed. The demon commander vanished instantly, evading the overwhelming barrage of arrows and spells. But instead of soaring into the skies, it veered toward a safe zone. Bai Jin promptly recalled it into his summoning space, an action that enraged the 6-armed, two-headed commander. Feeling utterly mocked, the commander was seething with fury. Humans truly cannot be trusted. The 6-armed, two-headed commander sneered, a contemptuous smile spreading across his ferocious face. Do you really think just 2 flying summons can turn the tide? Ridiculous. Before, you had 10 powerful summons watching us from every corner of the sky. Now, with only 2 left, we can suppress them however we like. If you know what's good for you, use the teleportation array to leave immediately. Otherwise, your life will be forfeit. Bai Jin burst into laughter upon hearing this. The 1,900 void demon corpses scattered across the ground had already yielded him a bountiful harvest. Even if the remaining enemies all escaped, the spoils of this decisive battle were more than sufficient. At that moment, a 6-winged demon commander suddenly descended from the sky, grabbing Bai Jin in its powerful arms. Its massive wings beat furiously, lifting Bai Jin off the ground and rocketing him into the clouds. The sudden turn of events left the void demons on the battlefield in stunned silence, but the 6-armed, two-headed commander was the first to react. Gravity mages, cast spells and waves to seal off the safe zone. Do not let him return. Understood. Over 1,000 gravity mages swiftly took their positions, launching sustained attacks around the perimeter of the safe zone to trap Bai Jin in a web of gravitational spells should he attempt to return. Human, you've sealed your own fate. The 6-armed, two-headed commander laughed triumphantly. In the safe zone, at least you could teleport to escape. But now, you're doomed to exhaustion and death. Did you think we couldn't deal with you in the safe zone before? How naive. If it weren't for your 10 powerful flying summons, we had over 100 ways to force you out of the safe zone. High above, Bai Jin's expression turned puzzled. When I was in the safe zone, what could you have done to me? His curiosity was genuine. After all, the safe zone was supposed to be impervious to attacks, and the enemy had indeed refrained from attempting any assault on it previously. The 6-armed, two-headed commander let out a chilling laugh. You're right, the safe zone can't be breached by direct attacks. But his eyes glinted with cunning. The safe zone doesn't block sound. If we had hundreds of our people shouting curses and insults at you in the safe zone, how long do you think you'd last? Boom. The revelation hit Bai Jin like a hammer to the chest. It was a critical vulnerability. He thought to himself, would their verbal abuse count as damage? Could it trigger the absolute substitution skill of the iron-blooded battle ox king? Then why didn't you do that before? Bai Jin pressed on. You let so many of your people die in vain. Was that intentional on your part? Stop trying to sow discord, the 6-armed, two-headed commander snarled, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. But fine, I'll tell you. At the time, you had 10 formidable flying summons, and as we anticipated, your summoning skill was ready to be used again at any moment. If we had started shouting curses, not only would it have affected you, but it would have disrupted our mages maintaining the giant shield. Then, your 10 flying summons would have had a clear path to strike. So yes, we sacrificed many of our own to eliminate 2 waves of your summons. But now, with only 2 left, We can defend ourselves while breaking you with noise alone. Yet, you foolishly left the safe zone. The six-armed, two-headed commander spoke with triumphant glee, his four eyes glimmering with the light of victory. The area surrounding the safe zone had long been enshrouded in an intricate web laid by gravity mages. 100 gravity mages stood in perfect formation, their spells creating an invisible cage that completely enveloped the region. You have no escape, the six-armed, two-headed commander exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. At first, they had entered the battlefield brimming with confidence, only to nearly lose the upper hand midway. But now, due to their opponent's fatal mistake, the tide of victory had swung decisively in their favor. Bai Jin frowned deeply, silently lamenting, "These void demons are far more cunning and cautious than I expected. My plan to seize an advantage was far too naive." He sighed inwardly, "Truly, one must never underestimate any intelligent species." "Human," the six-armed, two-headed commander shouted, "I'll give you a chance to live surrender and come with us to the void demon realm, and I promise you will be treated well." Surrender? Bai Jin's thoughts stirred. The commander elaborated further. "The rules are simple. With the safe zone surrounded, as long as you refrain from engaging us in battle for the next 2 hours, we will claim victory. At that point, since you've already left the safe zone, you won't be teleported away upon defeat. Instead, you'll come directly with us to the void demon realm." Bai Jin suddenly realized their intentions. It was clear these void demons had meticulously studied the special rules of this battlefield. Leaving the safe zone, however, gives my war bulls a chance to shine. With a single thought, Bai Jin commanded the six-winged flying demon commander to descend in altitude and create some distance. Roar! 10 Iron Blood War Bull Kings materialized out of thin air, charging straight at the void demon's formation. Utterly foolish, the six-armed, two-headed commander sneered disdainfully. Water mages, earth mages, construct a double-layered quagmire. Gravity mages, take down these stupid bulls in waves. Under the influence of the gravity mages' spells, the Iron Blood War Bull King's speed was significantly hindered. From afar, Bai Jin controlled them, deliberately making them appear as if they were immobilized by the gravity. The battlefield's layout became increasingly clear. At the center was the 9-square safe zone, surrounded by a 100-meter-wide quagmire. Beyond that lay the void demon's tightly organized 200-meter defensive perimeter, and at the outermost edge, another 100-meter-wide quagmire encircled the area. From high above, Bai Jin analyzed the situation calmly. While he could theoretically launch the Iron Blood War Bull Kings from the air to attack the enemy's defensive perimeter, their massive shields were far too strong. Any bull launched would simply slide into the quagmire on either side. This tactic was clearly ineffective. In that case, it's time to begin the bombardment. With a thought, Bai Jin summoned a luxurious single-seater sofa and gestured for the six-winged flying demon commander to hold it. Sitting gracefully on the sofa, he prepared to orchestrate the impending battle. On the boundless battlefield of the void, the tense expressions of the Valkyrie and Murong Xiaobing finally softened. Bai Jin's actions seemed to hint at a meticulously planned strategy. "My lady, Bai Jin must have another plan." Murong Xiaobing's eyes lit up. "I knew it someone as clever as him wouldn't act so recklessly. What's even more noteworthy is that he hasn't used the rune javelins we were issued." The Valkyrie nodded slightly. "If he can turn the tide of this battle, I will not only grant you and him marriage, but also secretly bestow upon him a 5th-tier imperial rank." "What?" Murong Xiaobing was stunned. The Valkyrie was acting unusually today, repeatedly leaving her astonished. On the battlefield, Bai Jin swiftly retrieved a specially crafted quiver of javelins and equipped the six-winged flying demon commander beside him. 60 rune javelins of perfect quality were neatly packed into the quiver, each measuring 2.6 meters in length, 13 centimeters in diameter, and weighing 800 kilograms. "Go! Bombard them!" At Bai Jin's command, the six-winged flying demon commander spread its 3 pairs of massive wings and shot toward the void demon forces like an arrow loosed from a bow. The six-armed, two-headed commander immediately reacted. Defensive mages form 100 groups of 10, construct independent shields, and take to the skies. 1,000 defensive mages quickly obeyed, pulling out metallic, board-like devices that they skillfully assembled into flying platforms, each 4 meters square, with 1-meter-high railings and 3 metal pillars at the corners. On each platform, 10 defensive mages took positions around the edges, casting protective barriers between the 4 metal pillars. Inside the platform, for archers, 2 revival mages and 4 gravity mages were stationed. The void demon's hulking forms filled the 16-square-meter platforms to capacity. The dense array of flying platforms ascended, while the six-armed, two-headed commander stood atop an enormous platform guarded by 100 defensive mages. "Humans, now you see how worthwhile the sacrifices of my warriors are. If it weren't for our fear of your 10 flying summons' concentrated attacks, we would have launched an aerial assault long ago. Now, you have only 2 flying summons left, and one is being used elsewhere. Witness the air supremacy of my forces." Boom. A fiery, explosive javelin struck one of the flying platforms with precision. The protective barrier rippled, and the 10 defensive mages beneath it turned pale, hastily increasing their output of magical energy. Huh, so you did have a trump card. The six-armed, two-headed commander laughed. Why wait until now? Without the concentrated firepower of 10 summons, you cannot possibly break through our defenses. Bai Jin chuckled softly. The commander wasn't wrong. However, Bai Jin knew that if he had launched his attack while the enemy forces were at full strength, they could have had all their defensive mages combine their powers to create a massive shield, allowing them to retreat unscathed under his bombardment. At that point, he would have been powerless to stop them. Unless he was willing to expose all his power, it would be nearly impossible to completely eliminate the enemy under the relentless bombardment of 126 winged flying demon commanders. Bai Jin remained vigilant, sensing that not only were powerful presences from the ninth domain observing the battlefield, but also formidable entities from the Void Demon clan appeared to be watching from the shadows. This unsettling feeling made him exceptionally cautious, something he had never experienced during previous dungeon raids. In a flash, Bai Jin appeared above the remaining Void Demon clan forces. On the battlefield, 100 flying platforms carrying 2,000 Void Demons hovered in the air, while another 2,000 to 3,000 gathered on the ground below. Without hesitation, Bai Jin unleashed 10 iron-blooded war bull kings he had just recalled. The massive beasts charged ferociously toward the ground forces. The Void Demon clan below quickly organized a defensive formation. Shield warriors advanced to the front, water and earth mages began constructing muddy traps, and archers aimed at the bull's legs to disrupt their charge. However, without the suppression of gravity mages and the support of defensive mages' shields, the 100-odd shield warriors stood no chance against the overwhelming assault of the 10 iron-blooded war bull kings. After deploying the war bulls, Bai Jin soared into the sky, skillfully evading the dense attacks aimed at him. The six-armed, two-headed commander shouted, "Ignore the ground forces. Focus all efforts on killing this human. Once he dies, his summons will vanish." At the command, the 100 flying platforms immediately shifted their focus, pursuing Bai Jin. Bai Jin pulled out a small bundle of slow javelins. Behind him, the six-winged flying demon commander steadied himself against the turbulence and began precise throws. The javelins detonated midair, creating large zones of slowing effects, which immediately hindered the pursuing Void Demon flying platforms. Following this, ice explosion javelins were hurled, blanketing the area in frost and causing the trapped platforms to plummet to the ground. Finally, fiery explosion javelins unleashed a series of blazing eruptions, subjecting the Void Demon clan to the agony of alternating ice and fire. In the endless void, the Valkyrie silently nodded in approval, while Murong Xiaobing smiled with satisfaction. "My lady, now it's clear. Bai Jin's earlier move to exchange the six-winged flying demon commanders for the deaths of the Void Demon Shield warriors was all part of a plan to annihilate them in one fell swoop. I had previously advised that as many Void Demons as possible should be eliminated, because while the disaster was triggered by the Bai family of the Southern Domain, the real perpetrators are the Void Demons." He seems to have taken this to heart. The Valkyrie's expression turned solemn. "Xiaobing, opinions about the Bai family differ, but the loss of countless lives is an undeniable fact. The Domain Lord's decision not to pursue accountability afterward was already an act of mercy. You don't need to speak on Bai Jin's behalf. Our Valkyrie battle regiment owes his mother a debt, and we've never equated him with the Bai family of the Southern Domain. That's the only reason he was able to grow up safely." Murong Xiaobing nodded repeatedly. "My lady, I'm not concerned with past grievances. I just feel that we misunderstood Bai Jin when we thought he was foolish. Humans, you have no honor." Within the protective magic shield, the six-armed, two-headed commander roared in fury, both faces twisted with rage. "Honor?" Bai Jin's lips curled into a cold smile. "What is that? A warrior's virtue? Sorry, I'm not a warrior, I am a summoner." Before his words had fully landed, the six-winged demon commanders by his side had already quickened their pace, hurling rune javelins like a relentless storm. Under the concentrated firepower of the two six-winged demon commanders, the shield of the first flying device shattered with a resounding crash. "Switch to regular javelins," Bai Jin ordered. The demon commanders immediately adjusted their tactics, launching ordinary javelins that pierced through the bodies of over 20 Void Demons in an instant. The battle grew fiercer. One by one, the flying devices were destroyed, and the casualties among the Void Demons mounted. An hour later, only one massive icy flying platform remained, the one carrying the six-armed, two-headed commander. Measuring 10 meters square, it was far grander than the 99 other flying devices that had already been obliterated. Bai Jin signaled the demon commanders to cease their assault and began to approach slowly. At that moment, the six-armed, two-headed commander made a series of subtle hand gestures, and dozens of Void Demon scouts slipped away quietly. Without betraying his intentions, Bai Jin calmly dismissed his 10 Iron Blood Bull Kings and then summoned them anew, revealing that the void demons left behind in the safe zone had already been eliminated. Go, hunt them down, leave no one alive. At Bai Jin's command, 9 Iron Blood Bull Kings and a 6-winged demon commander swiftly pursued the fleeing scouts. Turning back to the 6-armed, 2-headed commander, Bai Jin's tone carried a hint of mockery. Monster, I'll give you a chance for a fair fight. But if you lose, this flying platform will be mine. The sudden proposal left the commander visibly stunned, both faces filled with disbelief. Human, what? What kind of fair fight are you talking about? Simple, Bai Jin replied, pointing to himself. You and I, no external aid, close combat. You don't use any helpers, and I won't use my summons. Do you dare? The unexpected opportunity left the commander almost unable to believe his ears. I accept. His reply was more resolute than any wedding vow. Good, Bai Jin said, his gaze sweeping over the dense cluster of defensive mages surrounding the commander. But I'm concerned those 100 defensive mages might interfere with our fair duel. The commander's expression darkened with hesitation. They'll have them watch from a distance. You don't have a choice. Bai Jin retorted with a sneer. Shame and anger flickered across the commander's faces, but his subordinates spoke up in unison. Commander, we have no chance of victory anymore. If he deceives you, the outcome won't change, but if he truly fights you fairly, there's a chance we could turn the tide. For the void demons, we're willing to sacrifice everything. Ultimately, the 6-armed, 2-headed commander closed all 4 of his eyes in grief and fury, silently consenting to his subordinate's plea. Don't dirty my flying platform, Bai Jin suddenly shouted. The defensive mages, who had been prepared to end their lives, reluctantly dispersed their magic and left the platform in bitter frustration. When the protective barrier vanished, everyone was surprised to see that Bai Jin did not command his summoned creatures to ambush the opponent. This unexpected display of fairness heightened their anticipation for an honorable duel. A group of defensive mages quickly withdrew from the battlefield, assisting one another in ending their lives. The scene was bittersweet. They would never witness their commander's moment of victory. The 6-armed, 2-headed commander held a gleaming, razor-sharp blade in each hand, exuding a menacing aura. He leapt gracefully from his luxurious flying platform, landing steadily as he approached Bai Jin. Human, I am ready for a fair duel. Are you? The void demon commander spoke with reverence, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. Bai Jin's gaze swept over the Iron Blood Battle Bull King. With a single command, he could have ordered the Bull King to unleash its king's battle roar and crush the opponent. However, considering that prominent figures from the Void Demon realm might be watching from the shadows, he opted for a more honorable approach. A fair and open victory would ensure the Void Demon realm had no grounds for foul play. Besides, Sister Xia Bing had warned him that the Void Demon realm's power far surpassed that of the 9th domain, and rash actions would be unwise. Bai Jin drew out the Thunderstrike Golden Staff and strode confidently toward his opponent. The 6-winged Sky Demon Commander and the Iron Blood Battle Bull King tactfully retreated to a distance. Their actions nearly moved the 6-armed, 2-headed commander to tears, as his greatest fear was that his opponent might resort to deception against something he had already suffered once before. Human, you are a true warrior, the Void Demon Commander exclaimed loudly, charging forward with incredible speed. Bai Jin gripped his staff in his right hand and unleashed his most powerful attack, a flurry of rapid thrusts, striking 100 times per second, with shadows of the staff forming an impenetrable wall. Haha, human, your battle technique wouldn't even match that of a child in our realm. Prepare to die. The Void Demon Commander could no longer contain his elation. He had calculated the distance between Bai Jin's summoned creatures and the battlefield, confident that he had enough time to kill Bai Jin 10 times over before they arrived. Bang, bang, bang. The Void Demon Commander blinked to Bai Jin's side, deftly evading the range of the Golden Staff's attacks. His 6 blades danced wildly across Bai Jin's body. Haha, this is it. The duel is mine. His 2 massive mouths stretched into wide grins, his entire body trembling with excitement. After numerous twists and turns, victory was finally within his grasp. The thought of the rewards awaiting him nearly overwhelmed his 2 brains with joy. What? What? Impossible. How are you not dead? How can you still be alive? This can't be happening. Amid the frenzied sounds of slashing, Bai Jin attempted to counterattack with his staff, but his strikes always missed. The opponent's reaction speed was astonishing, as he deliberately avoided any contact with the golden staff. Why won't you die? Why? I am one of the top warriors of the Void Demon clan. I even severed my cultivation to enter this lower-tier battlefield. There's no reason I can't kill a mere first-tier human summoner. The Void Demon Commander was utterly bewildered. Bai Jin tried multiple attacks, but none landed. The key issue was that the opponent intentionally avoided colliding with the Thunderstrike Golden Staff, preventing Bai Jin from unleashing the power of the 36 yellow-tier Thunderstrike arrays. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, an endless surge of lightning engulfed Bai Jin and the surrounding area entirely. Lightning flickered, and currents snaked through the air like living serpents. Bai Jin sustained the activation of his lightning power for a full 10 seconds before gradually withdrawing the electric glow that surrounded him. He quickly sensed the state of the Thundershock Golden Staff this time. Fully activating the Xian-level lightning core had consumed only 3 of its power. Fortunately, the artifact was inscribed with a sophisticated micro-energy gathering formation, capable of replenishing the energy within 10 minutes in a normal environment. Bai Jin surveyed his surroundings with a slight frown. Although the commander had already been killed, the battle showed no signs of concluding. The 9 Iron-Blood War Ox Kings and the 6-winged flying demon commander he had dispatched had yet to return, which puzzled him how could pursuing a few scattered void demon scouts prove so troublesome. With a single thought, the 6-winged flying demon commander beside him immediately understood. Spreading its wings, it carried him and sped toward the void demon's safe zone. This battlefield spanned 300 kilometers in length and over 100 kilometers in width. Searching for a few fleeing scouts in such a vast area would be like finding a needle in a haystack. It would be better to set an ambush outside the enemy's safe zone. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the Valkyrie watched the distant void demon elites with a mocking smile. Nearly 7,000 hand-picked first-tier fighters, and they were utterly wiped out so disgracefully. Where does your void demon clan find the confidence to swallow our 9th domain? Morong Xiaobing couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion as he caught the rare smile on the Valkyrie's face. However, the void demon elites across from them merely let out a cold snort. There are still 2 battles left. What's there to be so smug about? Before the words had fully left their mouths, several figures vanished into the void. The Valkyrie strode gracefully through the void and turned to Morong Xiaobing. Xiaobing, the first battle is won. For the second battle, send in the Tian level class, but make sure they understand this battle is only to be lost, not won. Treat it as a training exercise. Their priority is to stay alive. They must not lose their lives through carelessness. Morong Xiaobing was momentarily stunned. My lady, why must we lose this battle? If Bai Jin continues to fight, we might be able to deal the void demons 3 consecutive defeats. The Valkyrie shook her head gently and patiently explained, it's not that simple. If we achieve a total victory, we could reclaim the 108 cities of the southern region, but it would undoubtedly enrage the void demons. With their strength, they could easily open a new battlefield elsewhere. If they choose to attack another region, countless lives will be lost. It's better to intentionally lose one battle and let them occupy 36 cities. This way, the 9th domain will serve as a containment point, preventing them from deploying too much high-end combat power. It will give us a chance to catch our breath. Morong Xiaobing nodded thoughtfully. Understood. I will instruct the Tian level class members. However, given their current strength, they still have a good chance of defeating 6 or 7,000 void demons. Should we let them eliminate some of the enemy forces in the second battle? That's fine. The Valkyrie nodded slightly. But remember, safety comes first. Each Tian level talent is incredibly precious and cannot be wasted lightly. Understood, my lady. Morong Xiaobing replied, then hesitated before asking, what about Bai Jin? The Valkyrie cast a peculiar gaze at Morong Xiaobing and spoke bluntly. Xiaobing, I can tell you specifically chose a 5th-tier void demon with multi-summoning abilities earlier. Hand over its corpse to me, and I'll refine it into a 10-fold summoning skill book. She added. Also, Bai Jin's woodpecker-like counterattack ability, which bypasses most defensive measures, is quite unique. If we can enhance it, our odds in the third battle will be significantly higher. Morong Xiaobing promptly produced the corpse of the void demon. It was a colossal creature towering over 3 meters, with 3 heads arranged in a triangular formation and 6 grotesque arms. Its body was covered in dark cyan scales, and the central forehead of its foremost head bore a massive vertical eye. Oh, by the way, Xiaobing. The Valkyrie continued as she stored the corpse. In this battle, Bai Jin killed nearly 7,000 void demons in the battlefield space, most of which were first tier. Their corpses can only be melted down into life crystals and mana crystals, which aren't of much use to him. Later, ask if he's willing to sell them to the Valkyrie warband. We can provide him with other resources that will help strengthen his abilities in exchange. Understood. He'll ask him shortly. On the battlefield, Bai Jin's expression was grim. Despite encircling the void demon safe zone with his 9-headed Iron Blood Bull King and placing 2 6-winged flying demon commanders on high alert overhead, 3 void demon scouts still managed to slip into the safe zone like phantoms and teleport away. A system notification sounded. All void demons have been eliminated or escaped. Our side has won this decisive battlefield. You may leave this battlefield space freely within 12 hours. A total of 7,847 first-tier void demon corpses have been collected. Would you like to gather them all? Bai Jin pointed forward, commanding the corpses to be gathered. Instantly, a mountain of bodies piled up, covering an area the size of a football field. He swiftly stored the corpses in his spatial bracelet, not forgetting to claim the enemy's leftover flying platforms and weapons. Unlike the first-tier battlefield, This time there were no experience crystal rewards after the battle concluded. Feeling slightly disappointed, Jean activated his thoughts and teleported back to the original large experimental area. Master, we won. The Valkyrie warband strategists erupted in cheers, while Murong Xiaobing and Lanshi, both fifth-tier powerhouses, smiled in satisfaction. Sensing the genuine joy of those around him, Jean thought to himself, the first victory at least I didn't let them down. Murong Xiaobing smiled and reminded him, Jean, don't forget to store the remaining rune javelins and the newly arrived mana crystal cores. Following the cleared path, Jean saw 4 towering mounds of javelins. He quickly collected over 1,000,000 javelins of various types, including standard javelins, explosive flame javelins, frost burst javelins, and slowing javelins. In addition, there were 800 new mana crystal cores, which, combined with the previous 200, totaled 1,000 cores capable of restoring up to 3 billion mana points. With a flash of white light, Jean's figure appeared in the room containing the flesh forge. By the flesh furnace, Murong Xiaobing stood beside Jean, her face adorned with a cheerful smile. She glanced at the mountain of Void Demon Clan corpses and softly said, there are plenty of Void Demon corpses, but the flesh furnace's smelting speed has significantly improved compared to a few days ago. You can keep feeding it without worry. Jean nodded in response, grabbing one Void Demon corpse after another with both hands and tossing them into the massive flesh furnace with a series of loud thuds. As the corpses were smelted, translucent life blood crystals and mana crystals began to form, one after another. Jean, take what you need, and the rest can be traded with the Valkyrie battle core, Murong Xiaobing reminded him. Jean carefully counted the crystals, collecting 300 life blood crystals and 300 mana crystals each to meet the needs of himself, his younger sister, and his aunt. Additionally, he set aside a unique crystal that stood out from the others. The efficiency of the smelting process was indeed remarkable. Within less than an hour, all 7,847 Void Demon corpses had been fully smelted. The ground was littered with countless blood red and pale blue crystals, glimmering enticingly under the light. Wait a moment, I need to smelt a special one, Murong Xiaobing said as she took out a massive corpse with 3 heads and 6 arms, then tossed it into the furnace. Miranji, is this the corpse of a Void Demon commander? Jean asked curiously. Murong Xiaobing nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's the one you encountered on the battlefield today. The commander, a warlord-level entity. Jin's heart tightened as he recalled the eerie sensation of being secretly observed during the battle. Finally, his suspicions were confirmed. Xiaobingji, is the warlord level of the Void Demon Clan equivalent to our Tier 3 experts? He asked. That's correct. In our 9th domain, Tier 3 corresponds to the warlord level, Murong Xiaobing explained. However, the one you encountered had their power forcibly suppressed to enter the Tier 1 battlefield. While they had an extra head and 4 additional arms, their strength was still capped at Tier 1. They just had more combat experience compared to ordinary Tier 1 entities. Her tone carried a hint of disdain. But Xiaobingji, when I fought him in close combat, his 6 arms each wielded a machete, and I couldn't hold my ground at all. Jean exclaimed in genuine admiration. Murong Xiaobing smiled brightly. No matter how strong he was, didn't you take him down with just one bolt of lightning? Then, she grew serious. Jean, as a mage or summoner, you don't need to overly focus on close combat skills. Ordinary professionals have to balance melee abilities because of their innate limitations, but you're different. With those powerful beasts and flying demons you can summon, your personal melee ability only needs to be sufficient. What you should prioritize is strengthening your summons and learning skills to adapt to different battlefield environments. That's the proper way to fill any gaps in your capabilities. Jean nodded thoughtfully, his gaze shifting back to the flesh furnace. He watched as the endless purplured flames slowly engulfed the 3-headed, 6-armed corpse, the smelting process noticeably slower than before. This is a Tier 5 Void Demon corpse. The fact that it can even be smelted is impressive. The flesh furnace from a few days ago wouldn't have been capable of this, Murong Xiaobing explained. Tier 5. Jin's eyes widened in shock. Jin's mouth fell open in astonishment. Murong Xiaobing smiled with delight and nodded as she explained. While you were fiercely battling on the decisive battlefield, the lady and I were observing the situation. We happened to notice a group of powerful void demons arriving to watch the fight. We seized the opportunity and managed to kill 2 of them on the spot. Jean gave her a thumbs up and praised. It seems that while our Tier 1 combat strength is no match for the void demons, experts like you, Xiaobing, and the Lady Valkyrie truly excel. Murong Xiaobing chuckled at his words. Since when did you learn to say such flattering things? She teased, then turned serious. In truth, the void demons are far from weak. The reason we succeeded this time was largely due to my spatial powers giving me an edge in the void, and the Lady Valkyrie's expertise in void combat. If we were in the Void Demon realm, the situation would be entirely different. It would be suppressed, while they would gain the upper hand with their home field advantage. In such a scenario, we would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. This is precisely why high-level combatants from both sides avoid stepping into each other's territory. She went on to explain the characteristics of the void demons in detail. Their ordinary members have a monstrous form with one head and 2 arms. Upon advancing to Tier 1, they grow 2 additional arms, significantly increasing their strength. At Tier 2, they develop a second head, which ironically becomes a disadvantage because the 2 heads often disagree, disrupting their combat effectiveness. At Tier 3, they gain 2 more arms, becoming a 6-armed, 2-headed form like the commander you encountered today. At Tier 4, they grow a 3rd head, transforming into a 3-headed, 6-armed being. At Tier 5, while retaining the 3 heads and 6 arms, a vertical eye emerges on the forehead of the first head. Void demons at this level are immensely powerful, with the main brain overseeing the battle, 2 auxiliary brains assisting, and 6 arms capable of wielding multiple weapons simultaneously. In many otherworldly realms, they are considered top-tier combatants. Bai Jin listened with fascination. 3 heads and 6 arms working together, what an incredible advantage. Isn't that just like the legendary divine ability from our Siam myths? Morong Xiaobing continued. Do you know why this world is called the Void Demon Realm, and why these creatures are called void demons? It's because their strongest members are often void summoners, the very same class you belong to now. However, their strength diminishes in the void. With your flying demon as an ally, you have no reason to envy them. Besides, your barbarian bull excels in close combat, with exceptional defense and high vitality. Even in direct confrontation, you can easily overpower void demons of the same rank. Suddenly, Bai Jin recalled something and said, Xiaobing, 3 void demon scouts escaped earlier. They were watching the battle and might report back. Morong Xiaobing smiled and waved her hand dismissively. No need to worry. The void demons' high-ranking members were already observing the battle. Even without those scouts, they saw how you performed. As for the second decisive battlefield, the Lady Valkyrie has already made arrangements, so you won't need to participate. From now on, we'll focus on further enhancing your strength. She gestured toward a pile of crystals in front of them. These are surplus life blood crystals and mana crystals. Take a look and see what you need. I'll exchange them for resources based on the inventory of the Valkyrie Battle Core. Bai Jin fell into deep thought, his gaze resting on the pile of life essence crystals and mana crystals that glimmered faintly. These additional crystals were originally intended to be traded for some rare items, and now that Morong Xiaobing had brought it up herself, it suited his intentions perfectly. Considering the consistent care and support this powerful Tier 5 Space Mage Emperor had shown him, he was confident she wouldn't let him suffer any losses. He looked up, his expression sincere. Sister Xiaobing, all the inscription magic arrays on me were provided by you for free. Let these crystals serve as a small token of compensation. A trace of a gratified smile flickered in Morong Xiaobing's eyes. There's no need for that. Strengthening your power was meant to ensure victory in the decisive battle. Now that you've returned triumphant, the benefits you've brought to the 9th domain far outweigh our contributions. She suggested softly. How about this? I'll take these crystals for now and have Han Shui analyze your situation to offer recommendations. Then, you can decide what you need. How does that sound? All right. Thank you for looking out for me, Sister Xiaobing. Bai Jin nodded in agreement. You've certainly learned to be polite, Morong Xiaobing chuckled. Now, hold on a moment. Let's see what can be extracted from this Tier 5 Void Demon corpse. Without any visible movements, the pile of crystals vanished into thin air. 3 hours later, the 3-headed, 6-armed Tier 5 Void Demon corpse was finally fully refined, leaving only a fist-sized, rhombus-shaped crystal floating in the air. Morong Xiaobing reached out to take it, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. What a worthless item. I wasted my effort selecting this one for you to kill. She turned to Bai Jin and handed the transparent crystal to him. Sense it and see if this is suitable for you. Bai Jin carefully attuned his perception to it, and suddenly, a wave of soul-deep joy surged through him. This was a wind pulse artifact, a Tier 5 Earth-grade innate treasure. Using it would not only grant him an Earth-grade wind affinity, but also allow him to imbue or enhance related items with this attribute. It seems that both your body and soul are yearning for this item, Morong Xiaobing remarked thoughtfully. Has your woodpecker skill rune shown any reaction? Bai Jin focused his senses again and discovered that not only was his own being filled with longing, but the skill rune for summoning the frenzied woodpecker was also abnormally excited. He nodded solemnly. Then this is perfect, Morong Xiaobing said with satisfaction. Your woodpecker summon already has stronger health than typical small flying summons, along with a unique counter-damage ability. This wind pulse artifact will be yours. Sister Xiaobing, this is the only product extracted from the Tier 5 Void Demon corpse. Bai Jin hesitated. Morong Xiaobing smiled faintly. This item is indeed precious, even for Tier 5 experts. It's worth a fortune. However, it's completely useless to me. My abilities are incompatible with it, and it serves no other purpose for me. Rather than letting it gather dust, it's better to help you enhance your strength. Even though you won't participate in the second battle, The final fight is critical, and you must be fully prepared. Could it be that the void demons are truly this weak? Murong Xiaobing's sharp gaze locked onto Bai Jin, her tone carrying a hint of vigilance. Bai Jin frowned slightly. From his perspective, even the six-armed, double-head commander who had severed his cultivation just to infiltrate the battlefield posed no threat to him. What stronger first-tier forces could there possibly be? The void demon realm is vast and boundless, Murong Xiaobing explained slowly. Unlike us, they cannot freely use teleportation arrays. Currently, they are scrambling to gather first-tier powerhouses from various regions. The ones you encountered today were merely a makeshift group of soldiers from a small area, uneven in strength. Her voice turned cold. Once they complete their assembly, their power and numbers will far surpass what you saw today. Not to mention, more true elites will be willing to sever their cultivation to infiltrate the first-tier battleground. She paused for a moment. The victory in the first battle was beyond our expectations. But for the second and third decisive battles, we are prepared for inevitable defeat. Our only goal is to take the opportunity to eliminate a portion of the Void Demon's emerging forces. She gestured to Bai Jin. Later, Han Shui will bring the tactical analysis team to provide you with a detailed breakdown. Then, Murong Xiaobing lightly patted Bai Jin's hand, signaling him to put away the item. Remember, this item is only earth-grade. Do not fully merge it with your soul, or it will contaminate your innate talent. I'm giving this to you to strengthen your woodpecker in the future. For now, don't use it without enough skill points. Much of its power would go to waste. Xiaobing, Bai Jin asked cautiously. Since the woodpecker can be enhanced with skill scrolls, why use something so precious? This is a treasure that could create an earth-grade, gifted professional. Watching Bai Jin carefully store the item, Murong Xiaobing smiled. Earth-grade talent is indeed strong, but compared to heaven-grade talent, the difference is still vast. The potential ceilings are worlds apart. Besides, this is my item. I can give it to whomever I want, and no one would dare object even if I threw it away. Her gaze softened, tinged with a trace of sentiment. I do things based on my own will, not for the sake of any grand racial ideals. My reasons for staying with the Valkyrie Corps have nothing to do with the rise or fall of the ninth domain. Thank you for your guidance, sister, Bai Jin said earnestly. I feel the same way. My aunt and little sister are the most important to me. Nothing else really matters. Of course, I will always remember your kindness. Murong Xiaobing's smile widened. Everyone has their own perspective, and as long as you don't take pleasure in slaughtering your own kind, there's nothing wrong with that. Your way of thinking is good. Your aunt is safe at the Valkyrie Corps' headquarters in the main city, and you don't need to worry about Rian either. Her eyes gleamed with longing. Once you're strong enough, you'll be able to bring them into your life space. When that time comes, you'll have no weaknesses left and can explore the countless wonders of other worlds. After parting ways with Murong Xiaobing, Bai Jin headed straight to the base of the first tactical unit of the Valkyrie Battle Corps. The members of the first squad, led by Han Shui, were already waiting for him. My lord, would you like to rest for a moment? Han Shui asked respectfully. Bai Jin gently shook his head, his expression calm and composed. This simple gesture immediately ignited the enthusiasm of everyone present, their eyes lighting up with renewed energy. My lord, could you share the details of your experience in the battle arena? It would be crucial for our tactical analysis, Han Shui asked with a tone full of anticipation. After Bai Jin nodded in agreement, Han Shui promptly led him into a special analysis room equipped with advanced technology. Over the next 2 hours, Bai Jin meticulously recounted his experiences in the battle arena. He cautiously mentioned only his known abilities and revealed one new detail: the summoning of a woodpecker, while deliberately concealing his secret ability to summon with 100-fold capacity. Inside the analysis room, researchers utilized various specialized skills to extract multiple layers of meaning from every word Bai Jin spoke. The dynamic data flashing across the large screens left even Bai Jin quietly impressed. Many subtle details that had escaped his notice were keenly identified and swiftly analyzed by these professionals. My lord, these enhancement items have been specially prepared for you, Han Shui said after the analysis concluded, presenting 2 exquisite small boxes. They can enhance both your physical and soul attributes. Bai Jin accepted them without hesitation. Before he left, Han Shui assured him that they would continue to delve deeper into all the information and provide him with a comprehensive report later. Bai Jin nodded in acknowledgement, bidding farewell before driving back to his residence. Shortly after he arrived home, his younger sister, Lu Ruyan, came bounding in with excitement. After cheerfully saying goodbye to Yang Lin, she skipped over to Bai Jin's side. Brother, I've got some huge news. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Leah Minter's mother, the pure-blooded Tier 3 elf, has successfully advanced to Tier 4 king level. And what's more, she's pregnant with the child of a Tier 5 emperor-level warrior. Since elf pregnancies last a bit longer, in about 3 years, Leah Minter will become a big sister. Watching his sister's lively demeanor, Bai Jin, though finding her a bit overly exuberant, chose not to comment. After all, for a young girl, Such rare and extraordinary news was naturally thrilling. Rian, come to my room. I have something good for you, Bai Jin said as he turned to leave. Lu Rian immediately ran up and latched onto his arm. Once they were in his room with the door closed, Bai Jin sat on the sofa and casually poured a small pile of life essence crystals and mana crystals into a fruit bowl. Rian, eat them all up to the limit of 100 pieces. Lu Rian gave her brother a curious look, but happily accepted, starting to munch on the crystals one by one. Bai Jin didn't remain idle either. Although these items offered him little benefit, they were better than nothing, so he joined her in eating them. Soon, Bai Jin and Lu Rian both reached the maximum potential of the two items, increasing their health and mana limits by 100,000 points each. This significant enhancement brought about a qualitative leap in their overall strength. Bai Jin retrieved a crystal from his storage space, which he had extracted from the corpse of the six-armed, two-headed commander. This third-tier blood energy artifact, the life blood crystal, emitted a deep, radiant glow. Its attributes clearly stated. Upon use, it increases the health limit by 30,000 points and can be used up to 100 times. Compared to first-tier blood crystals, the enhancement provided by this third-tier crystal was 3 times greater. Gazing at the crystal in his hand, Bai Jin couldn't help but ponder the ongoing conflict between the ninth domain and the void demon realm. A first-tier void demon corpse could yield a crystal capable of increasing health limits by 100,000 points, while the potential of this third-tier crystal was even more astonishing. If one consumed the maximum of 100 crystals, it could theoretically increase the health limit by an incredible 3 million points. Such phenomena had never been seen before the establishment of the Super God Academy. Little sister, open your mouth, Bai Jin said softly. Lu Rian obediently opened her mouth, and Bai Jin placed the darker-colored crystal into it. Brother, Lu Rian exclaimed after swallowing the crystal. This is a third-tier life blood crystal. Sister Xiaobing is so generous. In our heavenly class, we didn't even get a share of the first tier once we had to hunt void demons ourselves to refine them. I was planning to save it for you, but now. She feigned a look of grievance. Smack. Bai Jin flicked her forehead without mercy. Stop pretending to be sentimental. If I give it to you, just take it. More health means more safety, and it'll give me an ant peace of mind. As he spoke, his sleeve shifted slightly. Brother, did you get a tattoo? Lu Rian, ever perceptive, noticed something unusual. Grabbing his arm, she rolled up his sleeve. Acceleration runes. And they're yellow-grade. How did you inscribe so many? She quickly checked his other arm, her expression turning serious. Both arms are covered in acceleration runes. Sister Xiaobing, she. Lu Rian's voice was filled with concern, and tears welled up in her eyes. Wait, are there more on other parts of your body too? Before she could finish speaking, she moved to inspect further, but Bai Jin quickly stopped her. Little sister, we're adults now. Boundaries, remember? You can't just do whatever you want because you're stronger. Unfortunately, his resistance was futile, as his absolute substitution skill was completely ineffective against Lu Rian's strength. Brother, if you don't let me see, I'll call Mom and see how you explain this to her. This threat immediately made Bai Jin surrender. Knowing his aunt's personality, he was certain she would investigate thoroughly if she found out. Oh my gosh, Lu Rian exclaimed in shock. This is a profound grade energy-gathering rune. How could Sister Xiaobing be so generous? She stared at the massive rune array on Bai Jin's back before inspecting further. Huh? Brother, your lower back. Wait, you even have rune arrays engraved on your butt. Her voice was filled with disbelief. Lu Rian tactfully refrained from checking herself, which made Bai Jin breathe a sigh of relief. Little sister, take your hand away. I'll tell you everything, all right? Bai Jin said helplessly. Hearing this, Lu Rian slowly withdrew her hand and carefully smoothed down Bai Jin's lifted shirt. Brother, is the tattoo on your back for stamina recovery and speed enhancement? Smack. Bai Jin flicked her forehead without hesitation. Ow. Lu Rian cried out in pain. Rian, have you been hanging out with that Yonglin? She doesn't seem like the type to have such wild ideas. What's going on? Bai Jin asked sternly. Brother, I'm an adult now. What's wrong with knowing a few things? Lu Rian retorted while rubbing her forehead. Didn't you learn a thing or two from Sister Xiaobing? Whoosh, the girl swiftly dodged Bai Jin's second forehead flick. Brother, you never mind. Lu Rian sighed. Well, the tattoo's already there. What a waste of such a high-grade rune array. Sister Xiaobing actually tattooed a profound-grade energy-gathering array on your back. I just can't understand it. After a brief explanation from Bai Jin, Lu Rian's expression grew serious. Brother, the tattoo on your back isn't for stamina recovery or speed enhancement, it's an energy-gathering rune. You even have another one tattooed on your chest. Why so many energy-gathering runes? Just one of them could keep your mana at full capacity permanently. This is just excessive. And then there are the speed and jump enhancement runes on your legs. I get those, but I can't figure out why you need so many energy-gathering runes. Bai Jin shot her a look. Stop overthinking. Go get some rest. I'm going to sleep. These rune arrays will eventually fuse completely with my flesh and disappear. Just as Lu Rian was about to nod, Her phone buzzed with a message notification. Huh? The Super Academy wants all members of the Heaven class to get rune arrays tattooed? What's this about? She asked with a frown. Bai Jean patted her shoulder. Little sister, this was bound to happen sooner or later. Just follow the recommendations of the inscriber and consider your own needs. After the tattoos, your abilities will improve significantly. All right. Brother, get some rest. If you need anything, call Sister Jinx or Sister Qinghe. They'll head over now. Lu Ruyan said goodbye and left. After closing the door, Bai Jean took out the 2 small boxes Han Shui had given him and opened them. Inside were second-tier profound grade essence of flesh and blood, along with 100 pure soul power crystals, a truly astonishing amount. He picked up one of the soul power crystals and examined it. According to the description, it was a first-tier soul artifact that could increase one's soul attribute by 1 point upon consumption. Bai Jean felt puzzled. Why hadn't the Heaven class tested whether the first-tier attribute limit could be broken? Without overthinking it, he swallowed one. Soon, a surge of power flowed into his sea of consciousness. This lifeless soul power was effortlessly absorbed by his soul. 10 minutes later, his soul attribute indeed increased by 1 point, reaching 72. Seeing such remarkable results, Bai Jean immediately consumed a second crystal. As expected, his soul attribute increased by another point. No way, Bai Jean muttered, utterly astonished. Why haven't the students in the heavenly class touched the limits of their attributes yet? Bai Jean pondered this question while continuously consuming soul power crystals. He gestured to Jinx and Qinghe to carefully prepare dishes using the flesh of 5th-rank Earth-level beasts, gradually enhancing his physical and soul attributes little by little. Although these improvements seemed insignificant, Bai Jean was unwilling to let any opportunity for progress slip by. Scene of being effortlessly suppressed by his younger sister still lingered in his mind. Meanwhile, the 10 students from the heavenly class had split into 2 groups and returned to the main city. 3 of the girls, Lu Ruyan, Yang Lin, and another girl with a distinct aura, entered a grand palace. The 3rd girl was a walking contradiction, a perfect blend of youthful vitality and mature charm, intriguing yet irresistibly alluring. Inside the palace, a group of female engravers had been waiting for them. Due to the need to engrave different types of rune formations, the 3 were separated. Soon, cries of pain echoed one after another, except for Yang Lin's area, which remained eerily silent. The engraving process was excruciatingly brutal. The skin was cut open, flesh was torn apart, and no anesthesia could be used. Worse still, due to the extraordinary recovery abilities of professionals, the process had to be repeated over and over. Lu Ruyan's face turned as pale as paper. It was her first time experiencing such agonizing pain. Every time she felt like giving up, the image of her brother covered in tattoos would appear in her mind. She suddenly realized that her brother, who had been shielded by their mother since childhood, must have endured the same pain in silence. Despite his ordinary talent, he had suffered through it all to avoid dragging her down while giving her so much of value. This thought filled Lu Ruyan's eyes with a newfound determination. That determination seemed to act as the best painkiller, making the previously unbearable pain suddenly tolerable. My brother has sacrificed so much, she thought to herself. I never expected Sister Xiaobing to be so ruthless. Now I understand why my brother has so many energy-gathering formations on his body. It must be some forced method she used to restore her power. The thought of her brother enduring all this in silence while pretending nothing was wrong made Lu Ruyan's heart ache. Being weak is a sin, she mused. If only I could become a 5th-rank powerhouse, my brother wouldn't have to bear this humiliation. But as the thought crossed her mind, she felt a pang of despair. No, even if I reached the 5th rank, I still wouldn't be a match for Sister Xiaobing. She's the Space Law Empress, said to be invincible among those of the same rank. What can I do? Is my brother doomed to live like this forever? As Lu Ruyan's cries of pain gradually subsided, the female engravers breathed a sigh of relief. Engraving rune formations for someone with a heavenly level talent was no easy task. At that moment, the only sound left in the engraving hall was the intermittent sobbing of one girl. Even so, the crying girl didn't call for a stop. Meanwhile, Yang Lin, biting down on a folded towel, stood upright and steady. Her face was pale, yet she miraculously maintained stability in her posture without the slightest involuntary tremor. Her extraordinary willpower earned the genuine admiration of the female engravers, who sped up their work in response. Finally, the engraving process came to an end. With the precise treatment from the healers, the girl's cut skin began to heal, and the channels filled with crystal powder would gradually integrate into their bodies over time. Yang Lin wrapped an arm around Lu Ruyan's waist and smiled, saying, Ruyan, you were amazing. You only cried out once and then endured it. As someone with a warrior's talent, Yang Lin was already able to walk steadily. The girl who had been crying snorted, wiped away her tears and snot, and quickly dressed before leaving without another word. Such a shameless woman. Yang Lin sneered disdainfully as she watched the figure in the distance. I can't believe the Super God Academy accepted someone like her. With Yang Lin's help, Lu Ruyan carefully put on her clothes. Her skin still bore the searing pain from the newly inscribed runes. This kind of pain couldn't be alleviated by healing spells. She had to rely on her own Bodhi's resilience to adapt to the newly etched rune formations. Lingjia, Lu Ruyan said softly. Sister Gao Jia is just the way she is because of her innate abilities. She doesn't have much choice. After all, her power source requires her to act that way. Yang Lin nodded slightly. I understand. I don't truly despise her, it's just I can't stand the way she looks at others, as if every woman is like her. Lingjia, Lu Rian suddenly giggled mischievously. I once heard someone say, in the eyes of a courtesan, every woman is a courtesan too, just with a different price tag. Yang Lin couldn't help but pinch her cheek affectionately. If I hadn't kept a close eye on my brother, who knows, he might have been taken in by her charms. But I have to say, Zhuge Liyuan has remarkable self-control. Indeed, Lu Rian agreed with a nod. If not for that, our heaven-class team wouldn't have split into two squads. But Lingjia, even though Gao Jia was crying in pain earlier, she never called for a stop or gave up. For someone so afraid of pain, to endure it all the way, she might not match your willpower, but she's certainly much stronger than me. You're recovering so quickly, Yang Lin remarked, shifting the conversation and looking at Lu Ruyan in surprise. Faster than I am. Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly. I have a holy light affinity, so I'm naturally good at healing. Quick recovery is normal for me. Her eyes lit up suddenly. Lingjia, with your amazing figure, you should wear clothes that show off your curves more often. Stop spouting nonsense, Yang Lin said, giving her cheek another playful pinch. I'm a warrior. A good figure is just a burden for me. The two continued supporting each other as they walked out. Along the way, Lu Rian asked curiously, Lingjia, why did you go to such extremes and only inscribe stamina recovery and speed runes? I didn't, Yang Lin explained. I also have speed and jumping runes on my legs. But yes, most of my runes focus on stamina recovery and acceleration. After all, I'm a warrior. I need endurance for prolonged combat. Lu Rian suddenly leaned close to Yang Lin's ear, her tone conspiratorial. Lingjia, did you know? My brother inscribed his runes earlier than any of us. And she lowered her voice. Both his arms are covered in speed runes. But he's a void summoner. Speed runes don't even help with summoning. What? Yang Lin's cheeks flushed slightly, as if a thought had crossed her mind. And there's more, Lu Rian continued, a hint of annoyance in her voice. He even inscribed a high-level energy-gathering array meant for the Xin class. Even if he consumed 100 first-tier mana crystals, his mana pool wouldn't exceed 100,000. Why would he need such an advanced formation? I bet it's because Sister Xia Bing wanted some kind of romantic atmosphere. That array must be for her to recover her mana. What? Yang Lin's face turned an even deeper shade of red, her eyes flickering with surprise. Also, my brother said he got speed and agility runes tattooed on his legs, Lu Rian whispered, her eyes gleaming mischievously. It makes sense for a summoner like him to have those, claiming they're for escaping and dodging. But honestly, I think it was Sister Xia Bing who persuaded him to get them. Knowing my brother's personality, he wouldn't choose runes with such limited usefulness on his own. Think about it, what kind of scenario would those two runes together create? Lu Rian raised an eyebrow as she asked. Yang Lin's face turned bright red, the blush spreading down to her neck. And there's more. Lu Rian leaned in closer. I noticed rune marks on his waist, and after some pressing, he admitted he even had runes tattooed on his backside. He called it some kind of energy-gathering array. Impossible, Yang Lin retorted, her face still flushed. Your brother already has a high-level energy-gathering array on his back. That one's enough to last a lifetime. Why would he need another one in such a peculiar location? He must be lying to you. Exactly, Lu Rian nodded. I suspect they're acceleration and stamina recovery runes. When I casually brought it up, my brother got so embarrassed and furious that he beat me up right then and there. Yang Lin's face grew even redder, clearly imagining something inappropriate. Come to think of it, whether it's acceleration, stamina recovery, or speed and agility, they all seem oddly suggestive, Yang Lin muttered under her breath. Right? Right. Lu Rian teased with a playful wink. But Sister Lin, don't you also have a bunch of similar runes tattooed all over yourself? Mine are purely for combat purposes. Yang Lin quickly defended herself. Combat purposes? Lu Rian repeated with a knowing smile. Meanwhile, in the Void Demon Realm, within a grand hall shrouded in eerie black mist, 5 three-headed, 6-armed void demons stood respectfully, bowing toward a presence hidden within the swirling darkness above. Unlike the fifth-tier corpse Bai Jin had encountered before, each of these powerful beings bore a vertical eye on the forehead of each of their heads. Honorable Nightmare King, one of them spoke. Today we were ambushed by that madwoman in the void. Why did you not intervene? The dense black mist rippled faintly, and a hoarse voice emerged. Perhaps she intended to lure me out. The entity behind her is one I would rather not confront. The 5 demons fell silent. After a moment, another one spoke. Our forces were defeated in the first battle. Based on our observations, our deployed strength was severely lacking and poorly targeted. Should we consider replacing the command team? No need to replace them. The voice from the mist replied. They are carrying out my will. We do not understand. Please enlighten us, Your Excellency. The hall fell into an extended silence before the hoarse voice spoke again. The ninth domain's power is not as simple as it seems. While we covet their laws of power, they are simultaneously drawing on the energy of our void demon realm to enhance themselves. This three-battle campaign determines the fate of the 108 cities in the ninth domain that we have already infiltrated. All we need is to win one battle, and we will gain control over 36 of the intertwined cities. Once those cities lose the ninth domain's resistance, we can continuously fortify them, preparing for the arrival of even stronger forces. The five void demon elites exchanged glances, finally grasping the deeper meaning behind the Nightmare King's strategy. The Lord of Nightmares sat high upon his throne, letting out a wild and arrogant laugh. What if the ninth domain gathers their forces, and we lose all three battles? Ha ha, that won't happen, he declared firmly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. They wouldn't dare. If they did, we would open new battlefronts and force their other regions to pay a heavy price. Even with minimal effort, we can secure at least one victory. In my view, they will likely concede the second battle to us intentionally. The five powerful Void Demon clan members nodded in agreement. One of them stepped forward respectfully and said, "Understood, my lord. We will expedite the mobilization of elite forces within our region. For the last two battles, we will give it our all. As for a victory handed to us, the Void Demon clan would never stoop to accept such charity." Meanwhile, Baijin was intently studying the pure soul power crystal in his hand. His soul attribute had just broken through the 100-point threshold, reaching 101 points, surpassing the first-tier limit that had remained unbroken for centuries. Staring at the remaining crystals in the box, he pondered, the Heaven-class students must have had access to these long ago, so why has no one broken through the attribute limit? He continued consuming the crystals, feeling the soul power flow endlessly into his consciousness. If he absorbed all of them, his soul attribute would reach an astonishing 171 points. For someone like him, who possessed the source of mana, this enhancement meant a significant increase in both base mana recovery speed and maximum recovery speed. His recovery rate had risen from 781 points per second at 71 points to 1111 points per second now, with the maximum recovery rate leaping from 20,800 to 26,800 points per second. At that moment, a scroll appeared out of thin air before him, accompanied by Murong Xiaobing's voice. Baijin, this is a tenfold summoning special skill book. Use it on that woodpecker. Thank you, Sister Xiaobing. Baijin eagerly used the unexpected gift, boosting his summoning multiplier directly to 130 times. Although Murong Xiaobing did not show up in person, Baijin refrained from asking further questions. With all three of his summoning skills now reaching tenfold summoning strength, he had more than enough power to make a strong impression publicly. A few hours later, the members of the Heaven class had gained a preliminary mastery of the rune arrays engraved on their bodies, significantly enhancing their abilities. Han Shui stood solemnly before 10 young members of the Heaven class, her expression serious as she addressed them. Classmates, I've shared all the details about the decisive battlefield with you. According to orders from above, your objective in this battle is to gain experience. You are neither required nor allowed to secure a victory. The members of the Tian-level class exchanged glances but showed no signs of anger or dissatisfaction. Han Shui retrieved a uniquely designed mirroring spell recording device from her spatial ring, resembling an old-fashioned shoulder-mounted camera. This device was primarily used to record real-time combat on the battlefield, especially to gather accurate combat data on the lower-tier forces of the Void Demons. Several students immediately gathered around, carefully learning how to operate the device. Han Shui surveyed the group with a serious tone. All 10 of you will be entering the decisive battleground this time. I've heard that you've split into two factions and don't see eye to eye. However, in the battleground, I hope you can put aside your differences. Remember, the safe zone is only 9 square meters. Be cautious and prioritize your safety. If there are no other questions, you may enter now. The Tian-level class members nodded in unison before dividing into two groups and filing into the battleground space. Their entrance immediately provoked a strong reaction from the Void Demons. Waves of well-equipped Void Demon troops poured through the portal, densely packed like a tide. Among them were towering 6-armed, 2-headed Void Demons, as well as 3 imposing 6-armed, 3-headed Void Demons, who respectfully saluted in the direction of the unified command before entering. The Tian-level class members remained stationed in the safe zone, refraining from rash actions. As elite trainees of the 9th domain, they were well aware of their orders. Defeat is allowed, but victory is not. A system notification promptly sounded. Void Demon Tier 1 forces have entered. Total count, 306,350. Zhuge Liang took a deep breath and turned to his classmates with a stern expression. Everyone, put aside your differences now. Although we are not required to win, the more Void Demons we eliminate, the more we can weaken their overall strength. Additionally, The corpses of these demons can be refined into life blood crystals and mana crystals, which will greatly enhance our abilities. I believe everyone here is eager to collect 100 of them as soon as possible, right? The group nodded in agreement. Lu Rian's lips curled into a subtle, proud smile. She had not only consumed 100 of each type of crystal, but had also taken an additional Tier 3 life blood crystal, significantly boosting her total health beyond that of her companions. A graceful young woman with a mature demeanor spoke softly. Don't worry, Brother Lu Yun. We all understand. For this mission, we'll follow your lead completely. Zhuge Lian's eye twitched slightly, but he nodded in acknowledgement. All right, I'll assign the tasks. Gao Jie, your only job is to keep an eye on Hao Jian and make sure the towel in his mouth stays firmly in place so he doesn't end up distracting us. Got it, Brother Lu Yun. He'll take good care of Brother Hao Jian, Gao Jie replied sweetly, while Hao Jian nodded repeatedly in cooperation. Wei Jin, you'll be responsible for operating the mirroring spell recorder to document the battle. Focus solely on this task. Understood. Wei Jin responded, standing tall and firm, his figure resembling a sturdy iron tower. Gu Yuntao, you're skilled in protective spells. You'll need to leave the safe zone later to cast offensive spells, so my safety will be in your hands. Understood. The slender Gu Yuntao replied solemnly. Lu Gaochan, Pangda, Yang Wei, Ru Yan, and Yang Lin, stay within the safe zone for now. We'll adjust the plan as needed later. The commander ordered firmly. The group immediately responded with solemn acknowledgement. Under the command of 3 six-armed generals, the Void Demon's massive army quickly formed ranks. Over 300,000 warriors stood in perfect formation, each towering over 2 meters tall. The densely packed ranks stretched for miles, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Move out, one of the six-armed generals shouted, raising his arms. The army began its march. To Lai, the scouts have gathered intelligence on 10 of the human race's strongest fighters, including the one who wields the energy thread-cutting skill, one general reported. Fenggu, there's more, another general interjected. Several others have already slaughtered many of our warriors in previous battles. They appear to be the pinnacle of first-tier human combatants. Huh, Yen Shui laughed heartily. Even with our power reduced, as king-level warriors, we can crush these so-called prodigies with ease. If only the portal weren't so small, our army could have deployed millions effortlessly. The 3 generals concluded their discussion, but a flicker of fear crossed their eyes when a particular topic arose. Enhanced by various buffing spells, the Void Demon's formation advanced at an astonishing speed, covering 300 kilometers in under 3 hours. When the 10 members of the Heaven-class squad witnessed the army with their own eyes, they finally understood the sheer magnitude of 300,000 soldiers. The Void Demons were not only vast in number, but also far stronger individually than the ordinary soldiers they had encountered before. What was even more alarming was the presence of numerous 4-armed, 6-armed, and multi-headed elites among the rank-level combatants who had intentionally suppressed their power to enter the battlefield. This is a reality check, one student murmured. Even with our heaven-level talent, we must remain humble when facing such formidable foes from another world. Wei Jin, carefully document the characteristics of these Void Demons, another member instructed. The group quickly adjusted their mindset and began meticulously observing the enemy forces. Suddenly, a radiant beam of holy light struck Zhuge Liyun, enveloping him in brilliance as immense energy surged through him. Without hesitation, Gu Yuntao cast a comprehensive shield around him. Zhuge Liyun, this is the ultimate protection I created using a mana crystal core. Its defense level exceeds 30 million points, Gu Yuntao said gravely. The gaunt Gu Yuntao spoke in a low, steady tone. After he finished, Zhuge Liyun nodded decisively and stepped out of the safety zone without hesitation. His hands moved swiftly, forming seals as he channeled his inner power to its peak. In an instant, a devastating energy-cutting spell was unleashed, hurtling toward the Void Demon clan's assembling forces. In the blink of an eye, countless thin strands of energy intertwined in the air, forming a massive web that enveloped a 1,000-meter radius centered on the safety zone. The Void Demons reacted with remarkable speed. Numerous mages raised their staffs almost simultaneously, conjuring a dense array of defensive shields in the air. The energy threads collided with the shields, producing deafening explosions that echoed across the battlefield. At the same time, the Void Demons launched a torrential counterattack. A barrage of spell beams rained down on Zhuge Liyun. The super shield, enhanced by Gu Yuntao, began to weaken rapidly under the relentless bombardment. Realizing the danger, Zhuge Liyun quickly retreated back into the safety zone. The overwhelming barrage struck the pale white barrier of the safety zone, but failed to cause even the slightest ripple. In just 3 seconds of intense combat, the battlefield map revealed that the Void Demons had suffered devastating losses. The members of the heavenly class showed expressions of joy, with Gao Jie casting an admiring glance and exclaiming, "Brother Liyun, you took out over 5,000 Void Demons in one strike. That's incredible." The group was elated. Although Zhuge Luyuan had been the primary force behind the attack, everyone would share in the rewards according to the rules. However, Zhuge Luyuan, Lu Ruyan, and Gu Yuntao would receive the largest share. Zhuge Luyuan humbly replied, "It's all thanks to Ruyan's holy light amplification. Without it, my energy threads wouldn't have been able to cut through their shields so easily. And Gu Yuntao's shield gave me the critical protection I needed in those few seconds." The others nodded in agreement. They were clearly prepared for us, Zhuge Luyuan said regretfully. They just didn't anticipate how strong Ruyan's holy light and Gu Yuntao's shield would be. Now that their formation is complete, we won't have another chance for a sneak attack. Yang Wei immediately volunteered, "Brother Luyuan, even though we can't go out, I can use my contract summons to test their attack methods." With Zhuge Luyuan's approval, he began summoning various creatures and sending them toward the void demon forces. Although these summons were quickly destroyed, they succeeded in drawing a significant amount of enemy fire. The void demons retaliated with mocking taunts, their voices loud and deliberate. "Humans, is this all you've got? Why don't you just crawl back to where you came from? Those women look quite appetizing. Why not offer them to us for a taste? Soft and tender, they must be delicious. I prefer the Monty seem tougher and more satisfying to chew on." Hearing these provocations, Hao Jian, who had his mouth gagged, glared furiously. His eyes burned with rage as he frantically signaled for someone to remove the cloth from his mouth. Gao Jie gently held onto Zhuge Luyuan's arm, her eyes filled with pleading. Zhuge Luyuan instinctively pulled away, but when he saw her pitiful expression, his brows furrowed slightly. In the end, he nodded, granting her silent permission to remove the towel from Hao Jian's mouth. "Ladies and gentlemen," Zhuge Luyuan addressed the group, his tone steady. "We've gathered enough intelligence. The orders from above are clear retreat is the only option. Prolonging this battle against the void demons serves no purpose. Those who wish to leave may do so now. Hao Jian will have the towel removed shortly. For those who choose to stay, the decision is yours." With that, he gave a slight nod to Lu Ruyan and the others. In an instant, several figures vanished from the spot. The remaining individuals exchanged glances before gradually departing as well, until only Gao Jie and Hao Jian remained within the safe zone. Gao Jie looked at Hao Jian with a gaze full of compassion. "Hao Jian, I know your heart is pure and kind. It's just, I'm afraid I can't handle your power." Hao Jian nodded repeatedly in understanding and pointed to the teleportation array beneath their feet. With a soft sound, Gao Jie's figure disappeared. Left alone, Hao Jian broke into a foolish grin. He yanked the towel from his mouth, and in that instant, his demeanor completely transformed. "You scum," he roared. "Yes, I'm talking to you three. Look at yourselves with those hideous faces and 3 heads. 6 arms though you think you're Neza? What a joke. Just look at your grotesque appearances. How did the Void Demon Realm even produce creatures like you? You should rename it the Void Ugly Demon Realm." Seeing the 3 3-headed, 6-armed void demons brimming with fury, Hao Jian seemed even more energized. "Ever heard of the Hellhound with 3 heads? Do you know why it has 3 heads?" Though seething with rage, the void demons couldn't help but be curious, restraining their anger to hear what he had to say next. Hao Jian surveyed them with satisfaction before dropping his bombshell. "Let me tell you, the Hellhound has 3 heads so it can eat. Well, let's just say more efficiently and in greater quantities. You 3 must be the same. And with 6 arms, you can multitask even better. Truly impressive. Kill him, tear him to shreds, hit him with the strongest spells, and obliterate him." The 3 void demon commanders could no longer hold back and launched their attack. Hao Jian chuckled, hoisting the recording device Wei Jin had left behind, capturing everything on film. Blinded by rage, the void demons lost all sense of reason, furiously bombarding the safe zone with spells. Even though they knew their attacks were ineffective, they continued their onslaught without pause. The ferocity of their attack was so overwhelming that even Gu Yuntao's protective shield wouldn't have lasted a second. If not for their singular focus on offense, Zhuge Luyuan could have seized the opportunity to strike them down. Hao Jian remained silent, as the air was filled with the furious roars of the void demons. The 3 3-headed, 6-armed commanders were utterly consumed by their wrath, teetering on the edge of madness. Once Hao Jian stuffed the towel back into his mouth and quietly slipped away with the recording device, the battle was effectively decided. The void demons had achieved their hollow victory. Meanwhile, Han Shui was leading her tactical team members, meticulously documenting the battlefield accounts shared by the elite sky-level class members. The mirror recorder was quickly delivered to the laboratory, providing the research team with more intuitive combat data. After the departure of the Tian-level class students, the researchers began delving deeper into the analysis of the data. Han Shui stood before the holographic projection, her eyes scanning the dense results of the analysis. A flash of shock and guilt crossed her face before she reached for her communicator. "Lord Baijin, do you have a moment?" Baijin responded almost immediately. It wasn't long before he arrived at the experimental zone. By this time, he had absorbed 99 pure soul power crystals, boosting his soul attributes to a staggering 170 points. His mana regeneration rate was astonishing, recovering 1,870 points per second under normal conditions and reaching an incredible 36,500 points per second with the help of his full-body energy gathering array. Even his physical attributes had risen to 60 points. Character Attribute Panel. Blue Star Human Race. Tier 1, Level 1. Vitality, 3.0, 3 million, 4 million. Mana, 106,000, 106,000. 287,000, 100 million, 287,000, 100 million. Basic attributes. Physical, strength 60, constitution 60, agility 60, vitality recovery 60 seconds. Soul, soul 170, spirit 170, perception 170, reaction 170, mana recovery 1,870 seconds. Combat attributes. Physical attack, 60. Spell attack, 170. Equipped arrays. 6 profound grade energy gathering arrays. 4 yellow grade acceleration arrays. 4 yellow grade speed arrays. 6 yellow grade jump arrays. Han Shui quickly stepped forward to greet him. "My lord, please follow me," she said, her tone carrying a hint of urgency. Bai Jin followed her to the monitoring room, where the screen displayed a scene that made his pupils contract. A horde of over 300,000 void demons flooding into the Tier 1 battlefield, including several three-headed, six-armed powerhouses with suppressed cultivation levels. Bai Jin was stunned. He recalled the first battle, where fewer than 8,000 void demons had given him an incredibly tough fight. If not for the woodpecker's reflective abilities, he might have been defeated. Han Shui let out a sigh. "My lord, much of our previous intelligence came from high-ranking experts who ventured deep into the void demon world. It wasn't until we had this battlefield space that we truly understood the combat strength of the void demons at the grassroots level. Clearly, our understanding of this otherworldly realm is still far from adequate." Bai Jin focused intently on the battle footage. Among the fighters, Zhuge Luyun stood out, cutting down swathes of void demons with ease. Witnessing such strength gave Bai Jin a bit more confidence in the safety of his younger sister, Lu Rian. Suddenly, a detail caught his attention. One of the Tian level class members had a white towel stuffed in his mouth, though his hands and feet were unrestrained. "Miss Han Shui, why is this person gagged?" he asked. This question seemed to strike a nerve with Han Shui. The usually composed and intellectual woman's lips twitched slightly. She took a deep breath, her body rising and falling subtly. Seeing that Bai Jin didn't seem to notice her momentary lapse, she appeared slightly disappointed before explaining. "My lord, this individual is named Hao Jian. While he possesses Tian level talent, it is highly unusual. According to him, his talent is called verbal diarrhea." "What?" Bai Jin froze, completely dumbfounded. Han Shui nodded firmly, her eyes reflecting deep agreement. She spoke slowly. "Hao Jian is not a bad person at heart, but the moment he opens his mouth, you can't help but want to take a swing at him. This is one of the main reasons why, my lord, your sister and her team decided to form their own squad." She continued to explain. "However, Hao Jian's unique talent proves extremely effective in combat. Based on our observations, even when he's not using foul language, his words can stir intense anger in his opponents. What's even more remarkable is that as long as he keeps talking, the enemy falls into a peculiar state, both wanting to attack him immediately and yet feeling compelled to listen to him finish. When they finally lose their patience and strike, they often become so consumed by rage that they neglect their defense and attack recklessly." Bai Jin's eyes widened in astonishment as he listened. Such a talent at the heavenly level was truly extraordinary. Seeing his reaction, Han Shui elaborated further. "My lord, if Hao Jian's ability is used strategically, the results can be incredible. Even powerful figures have experienced it firsthand." Lei Hong, a third-tier peak instructor, lost control on the spot. A fourth-tier king-level expert struggled to suppress their fury, and even a fifth-tier emperor-level being found it hard to remain calm. According to the captain, even those like them, at the fifth tier, felt their anger boiling. To think that fifth-tier experts, known for their emotional control, could be affected to such a degree is terrifying. At this point, Han Shui's lips curved into a slight smile. In the end, it was only after the captain and her team gave Hao Jian a thorough beating that they managed to vent their anger. Bai Jin couldn't help but picture Murong Xiaobing rolling up her sleeves and delivering a relentless beating to Hao Jian. Suddenly, Han Shui's expression turned serious, her eyes reddening slightly. "My lord, during today's second battle between the Tian-level class members and the Void Demon clan, we gathered more critical intelligence. Our previous lack of information inadvertently put you in danger, and for that, we take full responsibility." "Miss Han Shui," Bai Jin interjected gently, "I was never truly in any danger, so there's no need for you to blame yourself. Please, share your findings. We can address any weaknesses accordingly." Reassured by his words, Han Shui nodded quickly, regaining her composure as she began her report. "My lord, you've already reviewed the records from the mirror recorder. The Void Demon clan's preparations this time far exceeded expectations. Yang Wei continuously sent out various contract summons to probe them, and the void demons demonstrated a wide range of counter strategies. She pointed to several formations shown on the screen. Look here, these are gravity mages, and over there are slow mages. Their numbers are significant, and by casting spells together, they can turn the area around the safe zone into a no-flee zone. This would severely limit the movements of your flying demon and woodpecker. Those slow mages, in particular, seem to have been deployed specifically to counter your flying demon. Hearing this, Bai Jin furrowed his brow. Such a no-flee domain would indeed greatly hinder his tactics. Han Shui added, "My lord, this time the void demons didn't set up any mire or swamp zones outside the safe area, likely because they didn't see you participating in the battle. They seem to be trying to lure our forces out. However, if you were to join the fight, they would likely preemptively create such terrains to restrict the effectiveness of your wild ox." Han Shui stood in front of the mirrored recording device, pointing at the battlefield map displayed on the screen as she analyzed in detail to Bai Jin. According to the records, the void demons are employing a large-scale cluster advancement strategy, directly targeting our safe zone. Her slender finger traced across the screen. In this situation, even if we deploy all our forces in advance, the sheer number of enemies makes it impossible to inflict effective damage. Her gaze shifted to the flickering magical spells on the screen. What's even more troublesome is this look at the vines and freezing spells these mages are using. They can completely neutralize your woodpeckers without causing them harm, thereby avoiding the counterattack effect. Bai Jin frowned deeply, lost in thought. Even with the summoning power multiplied by 130 times, it still seemed insignificant in the face of hundreds of thousands of void demons. Han Shui continued, "We once considered a strategy having you and Hao Jian enter the battlefield together but remain within the safe zone. Hao Jian would focus on provoking the enemy, while you continuously summon 10 woodpeckers, using the reckless attacks of the void demons to trigger the counterattack effect." She paused briefly. "But after re-evaluating the safe zone's protective capabilities, we found that while the void demons' taunts could penetrate the safe zone, they lacked direct harm, and no sound-based enchantments or lures can take effect." She pointed out some details on the screen. "More importantly, we discovered that within the safe zone, sound amplification spells are dissipated by the protective barrier. Only enhancement and summoning spells can retain their effects. Even if Hao Jian shouts provocations, it would only affect a small circle of nearby enemies. Moreover," she gestured at certain void demons on the screen, "they quickly devised countermeasures by casting silence spells on themselves." Bai Jin nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the increasingly challenging situation. He raised a critical question. "Miss Han Shui, if the void demons' elites can sever their cultivation to enter the first-tier battlefield, is it possible for us in the 9th domain to do the same?" Han Shui sighed lightly. "Sir, our awakened lawbound bodies, though extraordinary, cannot lower their levels or sever their power no matter how we try. Some professionals have even sacrificed their lives attempting this, but none have succeeded. Otherwise, let alone the commander, even his disciple, Lady Shui Wei, could sever her cultivation. With her abilities as a spatial mage and an abundance of mana crystals, no number of void demons would stand a chance against her." Bai Jin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the abilities of spatial mages were particularly formidable at lower levels, though their power seemed to diminish relatively at higher tiers. He couldn't help but ask, "In that case, does this mean we have no chance of victory in the third decisive battle?" Han Shui shook her head, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. "Sir, after multiple rounds of analysis, we've devised a countermeasure. However, it will require you to be fully prepared. Please allow me to explain in detail." "Sir, the safe zone is our last stronghold," Han Shui said gravely. "The void demons may be powerful, but they can only hurl insults from the perimeter. Our equipment development team is already working on helmets and masks that can block sound, so this issue will soon be resolved." She lightly tapped her fingers, and a three-dimensional projection appeared in midair. The image displayed 3 figures clearly within a small safe zone. "After repeated simulations, we've devised an invincible strategy," Han Shui continued, pointing at the projection. "The plan is for you, along with Yang Wei and Hao Jian, to enter the third decisive battlefield. While we can't leave the safe zone to engage the enemy directly, we can exploit a loophole in the rules. As long as there is any counterattack activity within 2 hours, we won't be deemed defeated." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "You and Yang Wei can continuously summon combat units to counterattack, creating a stalemate. Although our numbers are small, we have the advantage of life space and storage equipment, allowing us to carry ample supplies. In contrast, the void demons have limited storage capabilities, and their lack of supplies will be their Achilles heel. This war of attrition is ours to win." Bai Jin nodded slightly, acknowledging the brilliance of the strategy. "Sir, with the third decisive battle imminent, for your safety, you are advised not to leave the Super Divine Academy for now," Han Shui said, her tone turning solemn. "This battle could last a very long time, so you'll need to explain things to your family. When your aunt visits, well, inform her of the situation." Additionally, the captain mentioned that your jade mask of concealment can be upgraded. Could you hand it over to me now? They'll have it sent over once I return, Bai Jin replied curtly. Very well, Han Shui said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. She then handed over a batch of rune spears. These are the latest standard issue. Please take them. Bai Jin stored the impressive number of rune spears in his Xian-grade storage bracelet, which now took up a fifth of its capacity. Beneath his mask, his expression grew more solemn. A war of attrition was not a problem for him, but having already surpassed the limits of his soul attributes, he felt constrained by his current level. An indefinite battle would undoubtedly slow his progress. Rapid advancement was the key to his growth. However, he couldn't reveal his unique talent, nor could he refuse to fight after accepting so many valuable resources. To back out now would not only be unreasonable, but might also provoke dissatisfaction among the Ninth Domain's leadership. This dilemma left Bai Jin deep in thought. After returning to the palace, Bai Jin had just stepped into the main hall when Lu Rian hurried over with a worried expression. She grabbed his arm and pulled him to the sofa. Brother, we've just received news from Yangwei. The Super Divine Academy wants him, Hao Jian, and you to enter the next battlefield for the final showdown, Lu Rian said, her voice tinged with concern. Zhuge Luyun, Yangwei, and Yang Lin silently nodded in confirmation of the news. Bai Jin gently patted his sister's hand to reassure her. Don't worry, little sister. Han Shui already explained it to me. We just need to summon combat units from the safe zone. There's no need for us to go out personally. I know, Lu Rian replied with a nod, though her eyes still reflected unease. But I'm worried you don't realize how terrifying the void demons are. They have blue faces and fangs. They look just like monsters from nightmares. Come on, what are you saying? Bai Jin shot her a look. Since when have I ever been scared of horror movies? It's you and Auntie who always hide under the blankets. This remark made Lu Rian burst into laughter, as if recalling some amusing memory. Bai Jin then removed the jade mask from his face and turned to Jinx, who was standing nearby. Miss Jinx, could you please deliver this mask to Han Shui for me? Immediately, all eyes shifted to his face. Jinx blushed as she accepted the mask, hesitating briefly before reluctantly leaving. Brother, Mom will be here soon. Don't worry, I won't tell her about all the rune arrays you've tattooed on your body, Lu Rian promised confidently. At her words, Yang Lin blushed suddenly, as though reminded of something. Zhuge Luyun stood up, looking slightly uneasy. Brother Bai, Rian, I have some matters to attend to, so will take my leave. I wish you a triumphant return. Lu Rian, still excited, continued. Brother, Yang Wei's and Lin's mom will be here later too. I've seen her photos, stunningly beautiful. Yang Wei gave an awkward smile at this, while Yang Lin nodded graciously in agreement. Lu Rian then shared the background of the Yang siblings. Their father had sacrificed himself in a hell dungeon before they were born, back when the rules of the game were different. She remarked, Lin's experience is so similar to Min. You were both raised by our moms alone. Brother, you and Yang Wei are the same too. Our moms are the best. Her words, instead of causing discomfort, brought the Yang siblings closer to her through their shared experiences. Yang Lin looked at Lu Rian with a tender expression and said softly, We're lucky our mom cooked for us. Unlike you, who had to cook from such a young age. Lu Rian smiled proudly and explained, It wasn't because Mom forced me. It's just that her cooking was pretty average. My brother used to love eating out, but I thought the food outside was unhygienic, so I taught myself how to cook. Turns out, I have a knack for it. After that, we didn't need to eat out anymore. Oh, so, my cooking was so bad that it left you too malnourished, huh? A sudden voice startled Lu Rian, making her jump. Mom, why didn't you make any noise when you walked in? Lu Rian exclaimed joyfully as she ran to greet the newcomer, only to be met with a stern glare. Tang Yin scrutinized Bai Jin closely and nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Jin, it seems like you're adjusting well here. Yang Lin blushed and stepped forward. Hello, Auntie. I'm Yang Lin, and this is my brother, Yang Wei. Yang Wei, however, kept his head down, avoiding eye contact. While Lu Rian's youthful beauty didn't unsettle him, a mere glance at Tang Yun had left him in a state of indescribable awe. She was, without a doubt, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Tang Yun held Bai Jin's hand tightly, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Lin in front of her. Her bright eyes sparkled with growing satisfaction. What a lovely young lady. Yang Lin, I've heard about you from Rian. You're gifted as a warrior, right? Tang Yun asked warmly. Yes, Auntie. Yang Lin replied, lowering her head. Faced with Tang Yun's scrutinizing, almost matchmaking-like gaze, she couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. That's wonderful. Tang Yun gently pulled Yang Lin to sit on the sofa. That girl Rian is always making people worry. It must be troublesome for you to look after her. She then turned her head and called out. Rian, where's the fruit platter? Why are you being so thoughtless? Mom, the fruit platter is right in front of you on the table, Lu Rian responded. How am I supposed to reach it from this far? Am I supposed to get up every time I want some? Why don't you put a plate by each person? Tang Yun said, slightly reproachful. Lu Rian immediately complied and went with Qing He to prepare the fruit platters. Meanwhile, Yang Wei kept his head down, and Yang Lin was visibly intimidated by Aunt Tang Yun's commanding presence. Both appeared particularly reserved. Tang Yun sat between Bai Jin and Yang Lin, holding their hands. Her tone shifted to a more serious one. Xiao Jin, I already heard on the way here. I'm not against you entering the battlefield. However, you must be careful. Don't become reckless just because you feel you have some advantage. Do you understand? Don't worry, Auntie. Bai Jin nodded quickly. According to the plan, I only need to take turns with Yang Wei summoning creatures. That's all. I'll stay in the safe zone, so there won't be any danger. As they spoke, the sound of crisp high heels approached from a distance. A woman entered the room. She had a youthful face and a flawless figure. If not for the mature demeanor in her posture and expressions, one could easily mistake her for Yang Lin's older sister. This was a common phenomenon in the current era due to significantly extended lifespans. Many parents appeared no different from young adults. Tang Yun herself, Bai Jin's aunt, looked as if she were still in her 20s. Mom, Yang Wei and Yang Lin stood up simultaneously. Tang Yun also pulled Bai Jin to his feet. Tang Yun, nice to meet you. I'm In I Ting, Yang Wei and Yang Lin's mother. The woman said with a friendly smile, taking the initiative to greet her. Tang Yun released Bai Jin's hand and stepped forward. No wonder Yang Lin is so beautiful, it must be your genes. Nice to meet you. I'm Tang Yun. Tang Yun, you were on the beauty rankings back in the day. I've seen your photos before. You haven't changed a bit in over a decade. In I Ting said with a smile, glancing occasionally at Bai Jin. The two elders began exchanging compliments about each other's children. The atmosphere was warm and pleasant until a displeased voice suddenly cut through the air. Enough with the chit-chat. If you've met, then leave already. Do you think the Super Divine Academy is some street corner? Though Murong Xiaobing did not appear, her commanding tone carried undeniable authority. Yes, as you command, my lady. I'll leave right away. As a member of the Valkyrie Battle Corps, Tang Yun responded respectfully, clearly holding great reverence for the commander of the First Legion. Please calm down, my lady. And I Ting added, turning to her children. Wei, Lin, safety comes first. Don't make your mother worry. The two elders departed hastily. Watching their retreating figures, Bai Jin felt a twinge of regret hadn't gotten the chance to say much. Bai Jin, Yang Wei, head over to Han Shui's group. Yes, yes. The two responded respectfully before turning and leaving. Unlike usual, there were no vehicles arranged outside the palace to transport them this time. However, the two were already familiar with the route to the experimental zone, so they didn't think much of it. As they walked, Yang Wei suddenly slowed his pace and cast a slightly peculiar glance at Bai Jin. Brother Bai, what type of women do you like? This abrupt and personal question left Bai Jin momentarily speechless. Although he found it a bit awkward, considering they were about to work closely together, he decided to respond politely. I tend to admire women who are sensible. Yang Wei's eyes lit up, and he quickened his steps to catch up. So Brother Bai also likes mature and steady women. Young girls can be too spoiled and unpredictable. It's definitely more challenging to get along with them. He paused briefly, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. By the way, Brother Bai, you met my mother just now, right? What do you think of her? Bai Jin was taken aback and quickly pulled out a handkerchief to cover his face, concealing his inner shock. Brother Yang Wei, your mother is, of course, wonderful. Exactly. Yang Wei nodded enthusiastically, launching into a stream of chatter. My mother may not have made it to the absolute beauty rankings, unlike your aunt, but she's definitely in the top tier, just outside the list, no less stunning than the ones at the bottom of the rankings. She raised my sister and me all on her own, and her job is done. With the long lifespan of professionals like us, she really shouldn't have to live alone forever. As he spoke, Yang Wei added, my mother spends most of her time watching TV, brewing tea, and cooking. She doesn't socialize much. My sister's tea-making skills were all taught by her. Just now, I noticed she seemed to get along very well with your aunt, and even praised you multiple times. That's really rare. Since you enjoy tea, why not take down my mother's contact information and ask her for some tea-making tips? Before Bai Jin could respond, Yang Wei had already recited a string of numbers. Though Bai Jin had no desire to remember them, his 171-point soul attribute endowed him with an extraordinary memory, and the numbers were now etched into his mind, likely for a lifetime. Brother Yang Wei, let's discuss this another time, Bai Jin politely deflected. Yang Wei looked a bit disappointed but nodded in agreement. Then, changing the subject, he said, Brother Bai, I really envy the relationship you have with your sister. My sister, Yang Lin, and I are more like enemies. By the way, could you share your aunt's contact information? Seeing Bai Jin's expression subtly shift, he quickly explained, I just want to ask her for advice on how to cultivate such a harmonious sibling relationship, so I can improve things between me and Yang Lin. Bai Jin suddenly understood, as if a light bulb went off in his mind. It felt as though a stampede of wild alpacas had trampled through his thoughts. So this was Yang Wei's true intention all along. This encounter truly left him speechless and amazed. Yang Wei suggested contacting their aunt, but Bai Jin firmly refused. He secretly despised Yang Wei's questionable intentions and would never disclose his aunt's contact information. Disappointment was written all over Yang Wei's face, and he seemed visibly dispirited. The two walked in silence to the experimental area, where Han Shui greeted them with a look of surprise. "My lords, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Her tone implied that Murong Xiaobing had casually mentioned their arrival. "Nothing specific, we're just here to check the preparations," Bai Jin replied. Han Shui turned and gestured ahead, explaining in detail. "We're currently preparing equipment, especially soundproof helmets. For safety, we've prepared 10 for each person. Additionally, we've stocked up on food, water, and mana potions to ensure we can exhaust the Void Demon clan." Bai Jin nodded repeatedly, knowing that the outcome of the third decisive battle hinged on these preparations, leaving no room for carelessness. Hours later, a large shipment of supplies arrived. Bai Jin received the upgraded Jade Mask of Concealment, which had been completely transformed, now resembling a mass of white jade-like liquid. "Lord Bai Jin, this is the upgraded equipment the commander used warband contributions to enhance for you. Please remember the commander's generosity," Han Shui reminded him. Bai Jin nodded in acknowledgement and immediately checked its attributes. Jade Mask of Concealment Mystic Grade Air Filtration, Water Breathing Capability, Mystic Grade Anti-Detection Protection, Mystic Grade Soundproofing, Mimetic Shaping. Bound. Compared to before, it now included soundproofing and mimetic shaping features. Bai Jin brought the jade-like liquid close to his chin, which was covered by a scarf. With a thought, the liquid spread like silk, seamlessly merging with his face and extending to his ears. With another thought, the mask's contours emerged, forming a brand new mask that fit perfectly, like a second skin. "Lord Yangwei, please try this soundproof helmet," Han Shui said, handing him a helmet. Yangwei put it on and tested it immediately. The results were satisfactory. The soundproofing and noise-blocking runes on the helmet completely isolated external sounds. Han Shui then presented Bai Jin with 10 adjustable, specially designed helmets. He accepted them without hesitation. "My lords, since mana crystals are difficult to produce, we've prepared a large supply of mana potions as an alternative," Han Shui explained, waving her hand to summon a dense array of wooden crates. Each crate was neatly packed with 100 glass bottles. These were high-grade mana potions of perfect quality, each containing 100 milliliters and capable of restoring 10,000 mana points per milliliter. Compared to the mid-grade potions Bai Jin had purchased before, these high-grade versions were far superior, with a single bottle capable of restoring 1 million mana points. A single crate, containing 100 bottles, could restore a total of 100 million mana points. Han Shui continued to summon crate after crate, their numbers astonishing. Han Shui neatly arranged the wooden crates into 2 rows on the ground and said to Bai Jin and Yang Wei, "Gentlemen, these are prepared specifically for each of you, 1 row per person. Please accept them." Bai Jin and Yang Wei immediately began collecting the crates. As Han Shui continued bringing out items, Bai Jin quickly tallied the quantities. Each person received 10,000 crates of mana potions, which equated to a staggering total of 1 trillion mana points. "Next, gentlemen, are the meat essence pills. Please continue collecting." Han Shui brought out another set of smaller boxes, neatly packed with blood-red pills, each about the size of a ping-pong ball. These Tier 1 perfect attribute meat essence pills provided enough energy to sustain a physical attribute professional with 100 body points for an entire day. Each small box contained 100 pills, and both Bai Jin and Yang Wei received 100 boxes each, totaling 10,000 pills, enough to last them for decades. Following this, Han Shui prepared 10,000 barrels of drinking water for each of them, with each barrel holding 100 liters. "Gentlemen, please follow me." Han Shui, wearing high heels, led the way. Bai Jin followed closely behind, while Yang Wei seemed disinterested, his entire demeanor as if he had lost his spirit. They arrived at a certain spot, and Han Shui pointed to several small facilities, explaining, "These are custom portable restrooms, equipped with soundproofing and self-cleaning functions." Bai Jin immediately stepped forward to inspect each compact restroom. Occupied just 1 square meter, but was fully equipped inside. The toilet featured engraved incineration and cleaning runes, which could automatically handle waste and clean the user. The water tank at the top came with heating runes, allowing for hot water with just water input and mana, and it even included a showerhead. Satisfied, Bai Jin nodded and collected 10 of them. Han Shui continued showcasing. "Over here are custom-made single bunk beds tailored to the safe zones area, complete with massage rune functions. We've also prepared various entertainment facilities, mahjong tables, card game tables, tea tables, everything you might need." Bai Jin's interest was piqued, and he collected multiple sets of everything, storing them in his storage bracelet. "Lord Bai Jin, Miss Rian mentioned that you enjoy tea. These are specially prepared tea leaves, tea sets, mountain spring water, and fruitwood charcoal for you." Bai Jin felt slightly embarrassed at the thoughtful preparations. Han Shui added, "As for Hao Jian, his share has already been delivered to him separately. He will join everyone at the departure point." Additionally, she paused with a hint of mystery and said, To ensure the three gentlemen don't get too bored during your extended time together, we've arranged for three ladies to join you. This news hit like a thunderclap. Yang Wei's head shot up in disbelief as he stared at Han Shui. Even Bai Jin was taken aback. This arrangement was nothing short of astonishing. Please don't misunderstand, Han Shui explained with a smile. Our plan is to engage in a prolonged battle within the final space, and the exact duration is unpredictable. These three young women are freshmen from the Pioneer Academy under the Valkyrie battle group. They're around your age, so chatting and playing games together might make the long wait less boring. Bai Jin nodded thoughtfully. This arrangement seemed reasonable, though he couldn't help but wonder, why wasn't his little sister arranged to enter with Yang Lan? With her lively personality, she surely wouldn't feel bored. At that moment, Yang Wei's expression suddenly turned awkward, his eyes darting nervously. Han Shui, ever perceptive, noticed his unease. Lord Yang Wei, is there a specific request you have? As long as it's reasonable and feasible, the Super God Academy will do its best to accommodate. Yang Wei's gaze grew resolute. Team leader Han Shui, to be honest, I'm not very comfortable interacting with young girls. If possible, could you assign me a mature single woman, preferably someone divorced with children? I think I'd have more in common with someone like that. His words struck like a bolt of lightning. Even Bai Jin, hidden behind his jade mask, couldn't conceal his astonishment. Han Shui froze momentarily, but her professionalism as a composed and intellectual leader quickly reasserted itself. Lord Yang Wei, we will carefully consider your request. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Yang Wei furrowed his brows in thought before continuing. Given that this mission could last a long time, and the safe zone is only 3 meters wide, 3 meters long, and 6 meters high, I suggest we transform the space into a 3-story building. Each floor could be used independently, but remain interconnected when necessary. This would help ensure everyone's privacy and make things more convenient. Hearing this, Bai Jin immediately grasped Yang Wei's true intentions, though Han Shui appeared oblivious to the underlying meaning. After a moment of serious contemplation, she briskly walked away in her high heels. Lord Yang Wei, please wait here. I'll discuss this with the others right away. After Han Shui left, Yang Wei's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Brother Bai, I hope you don't mind. It's not that I'm overthinking. It's just that this battle might last for years. We can't let time go to waste. Bai Jin, understanding his reasoning but mindful of the responsibilities tied to the training and resources he'd received, responded calmly. We're all adults. Your choices are your own. With that, he shifted his focus to examining the surrounding objects, casually pocketing anything that caught his interest. Less than an hour later, Han Shui returned, her high heels clicking against the floor. Lord Yang Wei, thank you for your suggestion. It was an oversight on our part. The 3-story building is already under construction. Soon enough, a 5-point Nima turtle, 3-story structure was completed, with each floor having a net height of 1.8 meters, just enough for an adult to stand upright. The floor was wooden, but equipped with soundproofing and shock-absorbing formations. The walls were made of glass, also embedded with soundproofing formations, and there were curtains installed inside. The interior space was approximately 9 square meters, furnished with a 1.5 meter wide by 2 meter long bed and a private shower room. The 3-story structure had an internal partition. Opening it revealed a ladder that allowed movement between the floors. There was also an internal telephone system, purely mechanical, enabling communication between the 3 levels. These 3-story units are modular, Han Shui explained. You'll need to assemble them yourselves once you bring them in. We've made 3 sets in total, so if any part malfunctions, you can replace it yourselves. Following Han Shui's instructions, the two quickly learned how to assemble and disassemble the small 3-story structure. A barely contained smile spread across Yang Wei's face, while Han Shui seemed unfazed, even leading several researchers to inquire about his preferences for the appearance and personality of a mature woman. 3 hours later, Hao Jin arrived. He nodded toward Bai Jin and Yang Wei, no longer gagged with a towel as before, but now wearing a mask, clearly part of his gear. The sound of approaching footsteps signaled Han Shui's arrival, and she wasn't alone. 2 women followed closely behind her. What the? Bai Jin's face, hidden beneath his mask, was frozen in shock. One of the women walking behind Han Shui was a strikingly familiar figure, young in appearance, but with a curvaceous figure and mature, knowing eyes. He recognized her instantly. She was none other than the mother of his high school classmate, Wang Gang. Wang Gang had died in a dungeon instance, and his teacher, Li Ying, had been pregnant with his child. So why wasn't she with Li Ying? Bai Jin glanced sideways at Yang Wei and saw his expression, an indescribable mix of excitement and disbelief, far more intense than when had previously seen his aunt. Bai Jin stole a look at Han Shui and suddenly understood. He had assumed that everyone here at the Super Divine Academy was simply students striving to grow stronger through disciplined study. Yet, he had overlooked a crucial fact. Every student here started with at least Earth-level talent, and people like Yang Wei were gifted with heaven-level talent. In the past, such talent was so rare that years might pass without a single individual reaching this level. With such potential, steady progress could guarantee reaching Tier 4, and for those with heaven-level talent, Tier 5, the royal rank, was the ultimate goal. For someone like Yang Wei, barring any major accidents, he was destined to become a significant figure in the future. Supporting and aiding someone before they fully matured into prominence was a highly profitable investment. And in this case, the request wasn't for something unattainable, just a mature woman. It was clear that Wang Gang's mother had been carefully selected after numerous considerations, and judging by Yang Wei's reaction, she was a perfect match for his preferences. Lord Yang Wei, Han Shui began, this is Ms. Zheng Shufan. She will accompany you in battle on the front lines. Ms. Zheng Shufan, this is Lord Yang Wei, a heaven-level talent student of the Super Divine Academy. Wang Gang's mother, Zheng Shufan, quickly stepped forward and bowed. This humble one greets Lord Yang Wei. Yang Wei was so overwhelmed with excitement that he seemed momentarily dazed. Bai Jin felt his scalp tingle. He had never expected Wang Gang's mother to adopt such a demeanor, even referring to herself in such an archaic and submissive way. What kind of introduction was this? Lord Yang Wei, Han Shui elaborated in an odd tone. Ms. Zheng Shufan is a high school Chinese teacher with 25 years of teaching experience. Her husband died in a dungeon instance 20 years ago. More recently, her only son also failed to return from a dungeon, leaving her alone with no one to rely on. Yang Wei snapped out of his daze, his satisfaction growing even more evident. A high school teacher, a Chinese literature specialist, a widow, recently bereaved of her only child, vulnerable and alone, yet exuding an air of maturity and grace. Zheng Shufan embodied a perfect storm of qualities that made her irresistible to Yang Wei. Her sorrowful yet dignified demeanor only heightened her allure, completely capturing his attention. Han Shui gently signaled the young girl standing behind her to step forward. Under the bright light, a delicate and quiet-looking girl walked forward slowly. She was dressed neatly in her school uniform, her demeanor graceful. Lord Baijin, this is Gu Qingzi, a new student specializing in tactics this year at the Valkyrie Vanguard Academy. Han Shui introduced warmly. She has exceptional talent and will be studying with you in the Earth-level class. Gu Qingzi, this is Baijin. Hello, my name is Baijin. As in the white sun sets behind the mountains, Baijin said, extending his hand first with a friendly smile. Gu Qingzi smiled brightly, her neat white teeth complementing her delicate features. Gu, as in taking care of the family, and Qingzi, as in blue porcelain. It's a pleasure to meet you, she replied. Her voice was soft and pleasant, calm yet confident. Han Shui then turned her gaze to Hao Jian, who stood nearby, wearing a mask and exuding a solemn demeanor. Lord Hao Jian, are you certain you want to enter alone? She asked. Hao Jian simply nodded in response, offering no further words. Esteemed guests, Han Shui said seriously, while the preparations are complete, there are a few important matters you need to be aware of. Bai Jin, Gu Qingzi, and Hao Jian immediately focused on her words, though Yang Wei's attention was entirely captivated by Ms. Zheng Shufan. Bai Jin couldn't help but glance over, noticing that Zheng Shufan, too, was gazing at Yang Wei with tender affection. Unbelievable, Bai Jin thought to himself, astonished by the scene. He quickly pieced together the reasoning behind it. Once professionals reach the first rank, they gain at least 10 points in physical and soul attributes, extending their lifespan to an estimated 300 years or more. With this in mind, even though Ms. Zheng Shufan was nearing 50, she was still in the prime of her youth within this extended lifespan. No wonder she pursued new happiness so freely. Han Shui pointed to a projection screen and continued. According to the mirrored recordings of the last decisive battle, the Void Demons deployed 306,350 first-rank combatants. These included 3 6-armed, 3-headed entities, 126 armed, 2-headed ones, over 3,654 armed, 2-headed entities, and the rest were standard 4-armed, single-headed first-rank Void Demons. Her tone grew heavier as she added, many high-ranking Void Demons have exploited loopholes in the rules by severing their cultivation levels to enter the first-rank battlefield. However, this is not our biggest concern, as the first-rank battlefield imposes attribute limits. None of their physical or soul attributes can exceed 100. Their only advantage lies in their superior combat skills and spell mastery. But, Han Shui's voice suddenly rose. We've just received news that the Void Demons are amassing a significant amount of rare resources. Their goal is clear. They intend to help those downgraded high-rank combatants break through again during the decisive battle. This revelation cast a heavy shadow over everyone present. Even Yang Wei, who had been engrossed in his private moment with Zheng Shufan, was now pulled back to reality by her urging to pay attention. Zheng Shufan's thoughtful behavior only deepened Yang Wei's appreciation for her. This was a battlefield with no set rules. Han Shui explained to the group with a serious expression. The Void Demons won't be repelled after breaking through within the battlefield, and their strength won't be suppressed. Similarly, we can do the same, but the experience crystals are limited to what you've already obtained. Other dungeons won't yield any. She paused briefly before continuing. We considered the option of sending you to other dungeons to reach max experience for Tier 1, but we determined it was unnecessary. Even if you advanced to Tier 2 in the dungeons, you still wouldn't be able to confront the Void Demon Army hidden. In the end, it would still come down to a war of attrition. Han Shui's voice grew firmer. Everyone just needs to stick to the original plan and engage in attrition warfare with the Void Demons within the safe zone. The stronger they are, the more resources they'll consume, which actually increases our chances of victory. Hearing this, Bai Jin and the others nodded in agreement. If we run out of supplies and still can't outlast the Void Demons, just retreat through the teleportation array. Don't concern yourselves with winning or losing, Han Shui reminded them one last time. After acknowledging her instructions, the group stepped through the portal she had opened. In a flash, 5 figures appeared in the safe zone of the battlefield. Brother Bai, let's build a house, Yang Wei suggested excitedly. Bai Jin nodded in agreement, and the two immediately took out materials and began construction. Zheng Shufan gave Bai Jin a slight nod of acknowledgement, but he didn't respond. After all, he was merely a casual acquaintance of Wang Gang, and even less familiar with Wang's mother. Moreover, seeing her close relationship with Yang Wei, Bai Jin didn't want to cause any misunderstandings. Before long, a 3-story building stood tall. Brother Bai, Brother Hao, Aunt Shufan, and I will take the top floor. If anything comes up, just use the internal phone to contact us, Yang Wei said eagerly. Bai Jin and Hao Jian had no objections. Thank you, both of you. Aunt Shufan, please, after you. I'll escort you from below, Yang Wei said courteously. You are so considerate, young master. I am most grateful, Zheng Shufan replied with an elegant, classical gesture, her voice soft and alluring. She ascended the wooden ladder gracefully, her curvaceous yet slender figure on full display. Bai Jin couldn't help but stare in a daze, silently admiring the poise of this literature teacher with 25 years of experience. Hao Jian cast a questioning glance at Bai Jin, who immediately understood. Brother Hao, I need to summon creatures for combat, so I'll stay on the ground floor. Why don't you take the second floor? Hao Jian nodded in agreement and headed upstairs. With the ladder retracted, the 3 floors were completely isolated. The access points between floors could only be opened by the residents of that floor, requiring cooperation from below to operate certain mechanisms. This meant that movement between floors required mutual consent. Bai Jin turned around and saw a luxurious single bed in the room, adorned with a massage rune array. It was 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters long, large enough to serve as a double bed for him and Gu Qingxi, given their sizes. He quickly stored the bed in his storage bracelet, drawing a puzzled look from Gu Qingxi as he retrieved 2 other items. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.